Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A majestic god sat on a throne in a lighted hall. His brows were slightly furrowed as he decided that the hour had struck. The other deities gathered nearby, waiting. The man slowly raised his hand. Opening his eyes, he announced that Ragnarok was beginning. One of the subordinate gods blew a horn. Angels and dragons descended from the heavens. Orcs and undead emerged from their worlds. Hell began on Earth. Those from other worlds began to smash cities and kill people. One of the orcs clenched his jaw and exhaled heavily. Opening his mouth, he released cold steam. The monster picked up a large log and swung it. It destroyed the building and the debris flew at the people. The stone blocks were heading straight for a woman with a child. The girl looked back in fear and noticed them. She pushed the boy away from her. The baby fell face down in the dust. Stone fragments rained down on the ground. The woman was buried under rocks. The boy began to pull her by the hand. Tears appeared in his eyes while he was saying that the monsters were advancing. The woman looked up at him and asked him to run away quickly, because if he did this, he would be saved. Suddenly, a monster with a saber appeared behind the woman. The undead opened its mouth and prepared to strike. The girl looked back in fear. A man with a blade stood on the roof of the building. A second later, he jumped down. The monster raised his sword above his head. Swinging the blade, he delivered a chopping blow. Suddenly, the end of his blade broke off, and his neck was cut. The monster realized that he was killed. A few meters away from him stood a man in a cloak. The monster's head flew off his shoulders. It fell to the ground next to the boy and his mother. The savior looked at the survivors and said that they must leave, and that his comrades would help them behind. Suddenly, the woman felt healing magic on herself. Rising to her feet, she thanked him for saving her. They walked away and the boy said that the savior had a black robe. The man smiled contentedly, looking after them. He took hold of his hood and removed his mask. The man looked up at the crowd of monsters. Smiling widely, he prepared for battle and offered to start it. The monsters rushed into battle with a roar. The boy exposed his flame with a grin. He headed for the pasta of one of the monsters. The young man quickly killed his opponent. The monster's body fell to the floor with a crash. The young man looked at the approaching opponents. One of them lunged, but the hero dodged. The boy put out his hand and created a magical charge. A moment later, an explosion destroyed the body of the undead. The young man turned his gaze to the surviving monsters. One of them attacked him. The hero blocked the blow with his sword. Immediately after that, he directed the tip of the blade at the enemy. At high speed, the boy flew past the enemy. He immediately headed towards the next enemy. With explosive force, the guy pushed off the ground. The hero rose into the air above the giant. Using magic, he pushed off the air. The young man spun in the air, quickly flying down. In the blink of an eye, the giant's body was cut. The guy lowered the blade, finding himself in front of the god on the throne. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. The narrator said that this is a story about the fight for life and about a man who defied fate, and it all began with the absorption of an artifact. A macaque girl went against a giant dragon. One group of people fought an orc, while another collected gold. The narrator said that a raider is someone who hunts monsters, gets money for it, and protects people. Many reporters surrounded the fair-haired young man. A young guy was sitting in front of the TV and watching a raider. The voiceover said that this is a dangerous job, but at the same time, raiders are revered as heroes, and heroism does not live without envy. The boy watched what was happening on the screen with great interest. The narrator added that being a raider means making people's hearts beat faster, but this has its dark side. The main character quickly ran from danger, thinking that when a raider's heart beats fast, it means that his death is near. A dark silhouette of a man appeared in his imagination. A flaming chain was writhing in the air. The guy stopped, seeing that the chain was flying straight at him. Blood was running down his cheek. The young man froze in place, watching his death approaching. A young girl walked through the cafe. Suddenly people looked back, hearing someone scream. The main character slammed his fist on the table and screamed, asking if he was being offered to be a human shield. The young man in glasses asked him to take it easier, because he needed money now. Having calmed down a bit, the hero thought that it was not surprising that he was being lured to a raid in the dungeon. Human from the raid bureau was sitting awkwardly opposite him. The hero remembered how he spoke on the phone and thought that at that moment he assumed that a profitable deal had finally come his way. He grabbed his head and thought irritably that as soon as he heard the assignment, he was immediately disappointed, because he would have to stand in the vanguard during the clearing of the Dungeon of the Dead, and he was not some meat. The hero looked at his interlocutor and asked why there was no more work for him, because even guys with a lower rank found it for themselves. Human awkwardly raised his eyebrows and said that the guy should know this himself. The hero looked away in irritation when the other guy said that regardless of their rank, combat class raiders rarely get missions. Jaehyun asked if he understood correctly that he was just being sent because of his class. The other guy looked down sadly when the guy shouted that he was really that useless, and replied that it was actually true, because recently, mages had occupied all the jobs. Without looking up, he said that others had varying success finding jobs, because warriors were more likely to get injured, so employers avoided them so as not to bother with compensation. The hero imagined mages in battle, and thought that this was reality, because unlike mages, who fought monsters from a distance, warriors would be injured much more in close combat. He immediately imagined a man bandaging his own wound, and noted that mages were superior to everyone else in teamwork. He bit his lip angrily and noted that he understood this too, and although 10 years ago everything could have been different, but now there is no place for raiders of his class anywhere, so he regrets that he did not become a mage. The guy remembered how he opened the letter from the academy and thought that 11 years ago, he got a good result in identifying predisposition, so he was able to enter the academy, a professional institution for training raiders. Remembering his results, he thought that then his ability to magic rose to as much as 97%. The hero imagined the image of a girl named Aina and thought that now, at the peak of her magical mastery, she had 92%, and one could say that his indicator was incredible. The young man remembered his hard training and noted that despite the fact that the predisposition to martial arts was only 34%, he continued to practice. The guy diligently trained with the sword, thinking that he still chose the path of the warrior. Looking back, he thought that there was no good reason for it, it was just that his personal assessment of mages was categorical at the time. He imagined how he had parted ways with other people on different sides. Remembering the group of mages, he also thought that their ranks consisted of worthless assistants from the supports, who could not kill a cockroach without the support of warriors. But now it was the opposite. The combat classes had slid into a pit, and finally the magic ones. Looking down, he thought that if he had chosen the path of a mage, his life might have been better. It seemed to him that he was sinking deeper and deeper, while he thought that the usual development of a raider stops at the age of 20, so there is no point in regretting the past, nothing will change anyway. Yuman looked into his eyes and said that such an opportunity does not happen often, and he was going to offer it to others, but thinking about his friend's problems, he came to him. The hero clenched his fist and noted that there was a time when his talent made magicians jealous, but now he was a worthless D-rank warrior. The guy slightly raised his head and thought that the difference between his past and present was too great. Yuman jerked in surprise when he heard that the interlocutor agreed. Silence hung between them. The hero frowned in irritation and thought that he immediately understood that he had no choice, because in order to survive in this swamp, one cannot refuse even such a job. The interlocutor smiled broadly and said that this was the right choice. The guy got up from his seat while the interlocutor was saying that they would see each other tomorrow, around 7:30, and he would inform them later about the meeting. But he could not be late. Jaehyun asked why they needed to see each other, because Yuman had a lot of work. Looking back, he asked him not to think about it, and just do his own thing. The guy with glasses grinned and said that he needed to go to that place too, so they said goodbye until tomorrow. A crowd of people gathered at the entrance to the dungeon. The hero stood to the side, leaning against a tree. He looked at the phone screen and thought that Wumin had deceived him. The young man exhaled heavily and said that it would have been better if the other man had said yesterday that he wouldn't come. He opened his eyelids and thought that it was much more profitable for Yuman to work with more capable raiders. The boy glanced at the people in front of him. Looking at them carefully, he thought that he was just a D-rank fighter, and Yuman was an A-rank mage. Crossing his arms over his chest, he thought that he didn't even know what this raider bureau was for, because he could join any guild, but he was wasting his time in such a place. The young man looked away, realizing that in his place he would have received much more. Suddenly, a dark silhouette of a man appeared in his imagination. The man, without showing his face, called him scum. The young man frowned angrily, looking ahead. Suddenly, he came out of his thoughts when someone called out to him. The man in armor waved at him with a smile and said that they met again. The hero called him Myungo with a smile and asked why he came. The man said that there was no work at all lately, and although the work was dangerous, they paid well. The young man closed his eyes and agreed. The man turned his back to him and said with a smile that their brother had nowhere else to work except in this place, because people did not have the same passion for combat classes as before, and there was no part in launching fireballs from behind their comrades' backs. Jaehyun looked away and thought that he did not need passion, because he was starving now. The man pushed his shoulder and said that they should do everything well, after which he suggested going out for a drink. The young man immediately darkened and said that this was a good offer. The man closed his eyes when he heard that he had problems with money and replied that he had already paid last time. Jaehyun awkwardly lowered his gaze and fell silent. The man glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Scratching the back of his head, Myungo said that he understood. The man touched his chin and noted that this would be the last time. The guy smiled and said that he was very uncomfortable, and that he owed him again, after which he thought that this guy was a real simpleton. They looked around, hearing how everyone was asked to gather at the entrance. The agent raised his hand and shouted that everyone would come in half an hour. The raiders silently looked at him. Jaehyun and his comrade also fell silent. The man went to the entrance of the dungeon and said that it was time for them to gather. The guy raised his head and sighed heavily. He took out his phone and looked at the screen. Frozen for a second, he thought that during the campaigns, a raider needs to remember two things. The man looked back at him, while the guy thought that the first thing was blind luck. The hero imagined the raiders who stumbled upon the chest and noted that this was luck that could inspire any fighter. A dark aura began to emanate from the chest. The hero also added that most often it paralyzes the brain and becomes fatal carelessness. The heroes looked down and thought about the second thing, but his ally interrupted him and asked why he was stuck. The blonde looked at him and noticed that the guy was staring at his phone again. Smiling widely, the knight said that he noticed that he always did this before going out, after which he asked what he was looking at so enthusiastically. Was he really looking at a photo of his girlfriend? The hero grinned a little and replied that there was nothing like that there. He looked at the screen of his phone with a smile. A photo of him with his mother was open on the phone. The young man told her that he would be back soon. The guy slowly headed towards the entrance to the dungeon. The group was transported inside an abandoned hall. A crowd of undead rushed straight at them. One of the magicians frowned and shouted for the vanguard to hold their shields tightly and maintain the line. Jaehyun and Myungdo lowered their eyebrows in irritation when he added that even the dead had to hold the line. The young man tilted his head, dodging the hand of the dead man, and thought that he had no more strength. The mages behind him began to cast spells. A fireball ignited in the hand of one of them. Various streams of magic were directed towards the undead. A powerful explosion thundered in front of the fighters. The undead began to burn alive. The young man looked at the incinerated crowd in confusion. A second later, he turned back. The hero looked at the mages and thought that this was the Meteor Guild, which was quickly gaining popularity. He exhaled heavily and noted that with them, he most likely would not die. The guy stopped for a short rest. Myungdo smiled widely, taking a sip of water. He closed his eyes and said contentedly that now only the boss room remained. The man put the flask in his inventory and noted that old age takes away strength. If he knew that this would happen, he would have trained more in his youth and raised his level. The hero turned away from him and said that his ally was still as fresh as a cucumber, because the man's level was even higher than his own. Myungdo turned to him with a smile and asked if he had knocked out any items, because good things drop in this dungeon, since it is rank A. The guy opened the inventory and replied that he was not sure, but he had to check. He quickly scrolled his finger down. Suddenly, the young man noticed a malfunction. The system window began to glitch. The guy felt a strong pressure and fell silent. Clutching his head, he wheezed slightly. The pressure passed, but he could not understand what it was. The hero looked up and convinced the system notification. The system notified that it was not working, and the connection with the user was lost. The hero thought that this had never happened before. The system opened a new notification and said that for some unknown reason, the system launch was cancelled. Jaehyun tensely clenched his teeth and wondered what this meant. Small shining particles appeared near his head. The hero jerked in fear when he heard a voice asking him to follow the light. He turned his tense gaze to the source of the light. The system notifications also began to glitch when it reported that an unknown object had invaded it and that it had started recovery in safe mode. Suddenly, the system reported that the launch was cancelled. The hero frowned and wondered what kind of voice he just heard. Lowering his head, he quietly said the words he heard earlier. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what he was saying. Looking back, the hero replied, "It doesn't mean anything." He raised his eyebrows in surprise when the man repeated the words he said about the light. The guy noticed a large "I'm looking for" a particle in front of the man's face. Looking around, he saw that such particles were flying everywhere. The young man froze for a second, not understanding what was happening and whether he should go after this light. The blonde looked at his comrade warily and said that he was strange, after which he asked if his temperature had risen. The hero nervously looked away, saying that he was fine, and wondered if anyone had seen it. The light particles went far into the dark corridor. The guy swallowed hard and decided that he needed to check. He got up from his seat. The man asked where he was going, to which the guy replied that he would be back soon. He confidently frowned and walked forward, wondering what was going on. Jaehyun walked through the dimly lit cave. He raised his hand in front of him. The system again reported that it was not working, and that it could not load the characteristics window. The guy frowned and said that it didn't want to work at all. He tried to open something again. The system told him that a function corruption had been detected, so it began restoring in safe mode. The hero scratched his head in irritation, not understanding what was happening. He looked into the depths of the cave, thinking that he had become awakened about 10 years ago, and in all these years the system had never failed, no damage or restoration. The guy looked down and noticed that the voice he had heard was somehow connected to all of this. Memories of how the system had failed surfaced in his head, and he thought that the words about an unknown object entering and the system crashing were proof of that. Then he remembered how particles of light were flying through the air, and he thought that a strange voice had told him to follow them. Looking ahead, he noticed that perhaps some changes were happening. The young man silently walked forward. Remembering the image of Odin, that the name of the Escher system supposedly came from the word Asa, which was used to call the gods of Asgard Odin and Thor, and this system was the last hope of mankind. He imagined a cruise ship and thought that everything happened 20 years ago. Suddenly, the waves began to rage chaotically. The young man noted that that year was rich in disaster. A tree burst out of the water and capsized the ship in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The giant tree spread its branches. The young man remembered that one day it opened its buds and in 9 days covered the entire sky with leaves. He imagined 2 groups of people and also noted that some said that this was a harbinger of the apocalypse, while others called it a blessing from God. Then he imagined a temple in honor of this tree and added that in reality it was Yggdrasil, the world tree from an old legend. Then he remembered how the monsters came out of the portals onto the earth, and thought that on the 9th day, when the tree's growth ended, the earth was engulfed in fires and the invasion of monsters began. Wild wolves tore at the slain opponents. The young man remembered that many had the fate of dying at the hands of the monsters, and the survivors had to suffer from hunger and plague. One of the beasts opened its mouth and roared, or added that people at that time fell into despair. Suddenly, a silhouette of a man appeared on the horizon. The man with the blade stopped for a second. At the same time, they looked back at him. The golden-haired youth smiled slightly. Jaehyun remembered him as the hope of humanity. The wolves rushed towards the youth. The beasts opened their mouths and prepared for battle. The blonde raised the blade and released his aura. With a few movements, he killed his opponents. He was the first awakened. The blonde boy ran the blade over his hand with a smile. The hero thought that it was a man with God's power. Then Jaehyun imagined a guy with a system and a guy fighting a monster, and thought that among the awakened, there are raiders who hunt monsters. As he walked further into the cave, he thought that the system was a powerful weapon controlled by people like that. Slightly lowering his head, he wondered what would happen if there was a change in the system, since it was hard for him to think optimistically. Green lights were burning on their pedestals. The youth stopped in front of them. He raised his head, noticing a huge door. The youth looked at it in surprise, saying that this couldn't be. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. Looking at the door, he thought that this was the gate to treasure. The boy imagined mountains of gold and began to think that this was a hidden room that appeared extremely rarely in high-ranking dungeons. Usually special, or even rare items could be found there. Jaehyun touched the door and thought that the cost of one rattle from such a treasure room would exceed several 100 million won. His eyes lit up with greed when he thought that if all the items were Class A and above, he would be able to say goodbye to the dark money of life. The young man closed his eyes and opened the door slightly, praying to God to send him an item of Class A or above. Rays of light entered the open door. Suddenly, the lights lit up and illuminated the space. In the middle of the room was a pedestal with an object emitting light. The hero looked around and said that he did not even believe that such a space was hidden inside, because it meant that what they were chattering about on TV was not fiction. The item on the pedestal was emitting a blinding light. The hero smiled broadly and said that it looked like an artifact. Raising his hand, he walked towards the item and wondered how good it was. The hero extended his hand towards the pedestal. The light was so bright that his fingertips were barely visible. Suddenly, the system came to its senses and reported that part of its function had been successfully restored, after which it asked if he would like to view information about the new equipment item. The hero said with a smile that this was great, because it had been restored at the most opportune moment. In the boy's hand was a dark eye. The system reported that it was the lost eye of Odin, having a mythical rarity class. The young man paid attention to the name and class of the item. He covered his eyes with his hand for a second. A second later, he looked back at the system window. The system reported that the item's active skill was absolute calculation, which allowed one to comprehend the structure of magical calculations and destroy them, as well as copy magic without casting spells and without penalties when using it. The hero grinned slyly and thought that of all the items he sold at the auction, the best was the S-class, because it quickly went for tens of billions of won as soon as he registered it, because the seller himself could set the price for a magic item. The hero hit his chest and noted that this item was a mythical class, the only one in the world. He smiled widely and happily said that he no longer had to go out of his way, and the guilds would stop ignoring him, so there was no need to be cannon fodder in the dungeons, and he could confidently say goodbye to this bastard life of a raider. He looked down at the item and said that he could try it out once, because he would never be able to hold such a thing in his hands again. Dark energy began to accumulate around the eye. The system issued a warning that when used, the item is assigned to the user, and then asked if he wanted to use it. The guy immediately cancelled the action. He sank to the ground and exhaled heavily, saying that he almost lost everything. He looked at the item in his hand again and said that he no longer needed to wear it, because if he sold it on the black market, he could earn hundreds of billions of won. The hero moved the eye to his inventory, thinking about the fact that he no longer wanted to get dirty in the dungeons, because after he turned 20, he could not even level up. The hero put his hands on his belt and decided that the eye would be of no use. Remembering the system crash, he also thought that this was certainly an anomaly, or an unexpected change. He looked up at the pedestal and noted that he had already gotten used to such academies. The young man looked into the distance and thought that now that the dungeon had become a reality, incidents were not uncommon for raiders. Unforeseen situations usually boiled down to either luck or tragedy. Standing in the middle of the hall, he decided that it was time for him to leave. Myungo smiled awkwardly, explaining to someone that his comrade was about to appear, and he, apparently, just went off on his own business. Quickly shaking his head, he asked the mage to wait a little longer, when suddenly he noticed the hero. Jaehyun was slowly walking towards them when the man called out to him. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The man asked him to hurry up, because they were already leaving. The hero bowed to his ally and apologized for being late. The mage said that it was impossible to act rashly in their situation, and that he hoped that something like this would not happen again. The young man said that he would be careful. The mage headed away. The man turned his gaze to his comrade. The young man looked gloomily in front of him. Myungo slapped him on the back and asked him not to be upset. The boy smiled kindly and said that everything was fine. He walked towards the others and added that today they were drinking at his expense. He couldn't just freeload all the time. The man watched his comrade silently. He scratched the back of his head, wondering if the guy had gone crazy at 27 years old. The boy lowered his head. Looking ahead, he thought that he had barely escaped. Looking suspiciously at his allies, he thought that they were all inside a dungeon where there were no laws and rules, and everything that happened remained within these walls. The man looked at him silently, while he thought about the fact that bragging about finding an expensive thing was tantamount to suicide. Cracks appeared on the roof above their heads. The boy added that it would be wiser to sell the eye after the raid was over. He looked away and noted that he should not attract attention. The cracks grew larger and larger. The mage turned to the team and suggested continuing the raid if the formation had already been reformed. Suddenly the ceiling blew up and collapsed. The young man looked up in fear. At the last second, he jumped away from the danger. A strong impulse pushed him back several meters. Gritting his teeth, the young man looked around, wondering what was happening. Suddenly, he noticed a purple fog spreading around. The guy turned to his allies. The female mage began to cough and spit blood. The hero immediately covered his mouth with his hand, realizing that it was poisonous smoke. He stood up and thought that if he breathed, he would die, so he needed to get out as soon as possible. Myungo approached him and called him by name. The man also held his hand over his face. He suggested running, because the smoke was dangerous. The hero looked at him with a cold-blooded gaze. Looking back at his allies, he ordered them to leave immediately. Suddenly he noticed a bloody blade. The guy was horrified by what he saw. The unknown person killed Myungo from behind. The man staggered and began to fall down. The guy silently watched as his ally died. He froze in fear from what he saw. Suddenly fear struck his consciousness, and he thought that he needed to run. The hero ran away from danger with all his might. An image of the explosion that had occurred appeared in his head. The guy ran to the turn and stopped. He remembered how the poisonous smoke spread throughout the space. The young man immediately headed forward along the corridor. Then he remembered how his comrade was killed. Exhausted, he bent down and tried to catch his breath. Sighing heavily, he thought that it was not the monsters who did this, because the dungeon thugs were definitely involved. Chaotic thoughts began to rush through his head. He wondered if the Meteor Guild was a target for thugs, if he would run into toxic fumes if he went to the exit, if there were assassins waiting for him at the entrance, and if it would be better to stay inside. Falling into madness, he wondered why everything was going so badly again. He straightened up and noted that now was not the time to cry. He frowned in annoyance and said that he had found a mythical item, so he would not give up so easily. Jaehyun silently lowered his gaze. Suddenly, a silhouette of a man appeared behind him. A flaming chain appeared in the air. The youth noticed at the last moment that he was being attacked. He bent down, letting the chain pass over him. The hero grabbed his shoulder and looked back at his opponent. The guy in the hood said that he was sure that Hyung would survive. Jaehyun looked at him in fear, recognizing woman. The guy in glasses looked at him with a smile. Without looking away, the boy reminded him that he told him that they would see each other again. Wooman raised his hand and released his energy. The guy smiled widely and walked towards the interlocutor. He smiled slyly and again filled in his words about how he was supposed to come today. The hero looked back at him, calling him by name. He frowned and asked if Wooman had done it. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise when the guy listed the poisonous smoke and the attack on the guild. A smile appeared on the opponent's face. The smile grew wider, and he maliciously confirmed this. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this. Holding his shoulder, he decided that he needed to figure out the situation, after which he asked why this was done at all. The interlocutor spread his arms out to the sides and replied that this was his sponsor's request. He narrowed his eyes and noted that, on top of everything else, many people hated the Meteor Guild. He bit his lip in irritation when the opponent said that you can quickly earn yourself a bad reputation if you do not treat other guilds with respect. Imagining the sinister silhouette of his interlocutor, the boy thought that the dungeon thugs were using the narrow passages of the caves to carry out dirty contracts. Immediately after, he imagined the dead mages lying on the ground. Then, the boy imagined the murdered Myungo and thought that he was sure that the attack on the meteor took place in a blind spot. Looking back at his opponent, the boy cursed in his mind. Yumin released his aura. The hero wondered if he could even deal with this opponent, and then decided that it was impossible. The guy with glasses watched him with a smile, while the boy thought that his opponent was an A-rank mage, and there were only 2% of them in the entire population of the country. He turned around and noticed that he himself was only a D rank, and although he was not weak, he was not strong either. The boy tried to walk away, thinking that he was not the target of the thugs, so he just needed to keep his mouth shut. He looked ahead in fear and noted that since the system was broken, he was not sure if he could escape. The youth remembered how their team attacked the enemy, and thought that running away was dishonorable, but he had no other option. Then he remembered how he watched his allies outside and noted that he wanted to avenge everyone he fought shoulder to shoulder with. Suddenly, the image of Myungo appeared in his imagination. The youth thought that he would not be able to take revenge now. Looking back at the enemy, the boy called him by name. The bespectacled boy looked at him silently. The hero said that he should pretend that he did not see anything, and thought that with the appearance of the world tree, the world has become so cruel that there is no longer room for the weak. Jaehyun took a step forward and tried to ask for mercy. Woo-min created a chain again and turned to his senior. The weapon attacked the boy again. Another explosion thundered near the hero. He looked back in fear towards the flames. The young man raised his eyebrows in fear, thinking that if he had reacted a second later, he would have died on the spot. While the young man looked at the explosion site in fear, the enemy smiled widely. Yumin pointed 2 fingers at him and began to gather energy, saying that the target was not only the guild. Several chains with a grinding sound were directed towards the young man. The guy ran to the side, dodging the attack. He looked at his wound and cursed mentally. Yumin with a sly expression continued to attack him. The hero decided that he needed to run away from there. Leaning back, the guy dodged the attack and wondered why a thug like him. After all, he was just a D-rank fighter. Yumin opened a few more magical hearts with a smile. The young man wondered what he had done wrong. What caused the chain tips to appear? Jaehyun also thought about who wanted him dead. He wiped the blood from his cheek and tried to think about it. He narrowed his eyes and continued to think about who it could be. Suddenly, an image of dark feathers appeared in his mind. The guy froze for a second, realizing something. He imagined a dark silhouette of a man. The man, without showing his face, called him trash. He remembered how he kept his eyes down while the man said that his life was worthless. The hero paused for a second, thinking about it. Woo-min looked at him in surprise when the guy asked if his father ordered this. There was a moment of silence between them. The opponent silently adjusted his glasses. Woo-min laughed loudly. This laughter echoed in the hero's ears. The guy with glasses smiled widely and said that Hyung is a good guy. He looked at him madly and added that he also liked Jaehyun. The hero silently looked down. He remembered the photo with his mother. With a calm expression, he said that he wanted to ask something. The hero remembered his mother lying on the autopsy table and how he cried over her death. Looking ahead, the boy asked if the incident in the winter, 5 years ago, was his father's order. Woo-min, with a calm expression, said that he didn't think the boy would guess. He smiled widely and called the boy's intelligence amazing. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise. A drop of blood was running down his cheek. Woo-min took a step forward and said that he himself did not understand anything. He created another chain and added that doing this to his wife and then to his son was too much. The boy slightly tilted his head to the side, dodging the chain attack. Woo-min put his hand in front of him and asked with a smile if Jaehyun agreed with him. Raising his hand, he continued to create chains, saying goodbye to the enemy. The hero silently lowered his gaze. He slightly opened his mouth and said something. Suddenly, a system window opened in the air. ODIN'S eye appeared from the inventory. The enemy put his hand to his ear and asked what the young man wanted to say. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind tore his hood off. Yumin raised his eyebrows in shock, looking at the enemy. Energy of incredible power began to emanate from the young man. Yumin silently froze in surprise, not understanding what kind of mana it was. Many heroes began to be pressed into the floor. Small fragments of stones rose into the air due to the dense mana. The enemy could not look away, thinking that the guy's energy was getting stronger and stronger. He swallowed tensely and noted that he had a bad feeling, so he needed to finish quickly. Extending his hand, he created a magic chain and said that it was time to stop, after which he wished death on the enemy. The magic chain with a grinding sound headed towards the hero to come. The hero did not look up at the approaching danger. The enemy's chain was getting closer with each passing moment. At the very last moment, the hero looked at the tip of the chain. Suddenly, the links of the chain broke into pieces. The enemy froze in shock, looking at Jaehyun. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, realizing what had happened. The system reported the use of the item of the lost eye of Odin, as a result of which it was assigned to the user. The youth smiled slightly and said that now he would not be able to sell it. The system opened a notification and reported that he had one empty card. Woming opened his mouth wide and shouted that this could not be. He frowned in irritation and asked what the hell was happening and why his magic was dissipating. Jaehyun took a step forward. Slightly lowering his head, he turned to his opponent. The system reported the activation of the eye effect and the absorption of the empty card. Jaehyun looked at the enemy with a cold face and said that he would finish him off in the most brutal way. The system notified him of the creation of the archive skill, Ultra Speed Chain. Lightning began to rumble in the air. 6 magical foci appeared above the youth's head at once. Yuman stepped back and asked the youth where he got this skill from. Jaehyun looked at him silently. While the enemy thought that it took him years to master this spell and he could not understand how it ended up in the hands of a D-rank raider warrior. The enemy frowned angrily and said that he did not know how he managed to learn the ultimate spell, but he did not have a single chance. The hero continued to hold the foci of magic, saying that he would not know until he tried. Suddenly, the chains were directed forward with a grinding sound. The enemy dodged to the side, dodging 2 of them. The chain strikes created explosions due to the strong strikes. One of the chains headed straight for Woming. The opponent covered himself with his hands as the blade of the chain struck the ground in front of him. The youth continued to attack his opponent. Woming began to run. He raised his hand and gathered magical energy. The guy put his hand in front of him and attacked the hero in response. Jaehyun activated the absolute counting skill with a calm expression. The enemy's chain began to dissolve into thin air. The hero immediately counterattacked. The enemy waved his hand, cursing loudly. Yuman created a magical barrier in front of him. Jaehyun sternly looked up at the created shield. The enemy's defense was immediately destroyed. The blade of the chain was reflected in Yuman's pupil, who looked at the approaching danger and thought that he would not be able to dodge. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered. A lot of dust rose in the air. The hero headed to the site of the explosion. He approached the wounded enemy. Yuman was lying on the ground and coughing loudly. Tears were streaming down his cheeks while he begged for mercy. The hero cold-bloodedly finished him off with the chain. The broken glasses remained lying on the ground. A drop of blood ran down Jaehyun's lip as he wondered if it was over or not. The boy also collapsed to the ground. He tried to keep his eyes open, thinking that he had no stamina or mana left. His eyelids began to droop as he said that he never imagined that his end would be like this right after the successful find, but it was no wonder that he was so lucky today. Sinking into the darkness, he thought about how Death was a girlfriend that a raider could not help but show up for a date with. His eyes were about to close when he realized that Death was quite cold. The hero's eyelids closed. Suddenly, a system notification opened. The system reported the installation of a new control, and then asked if the boy wanted to load it. The hero opened his eyes with the last of his strength. The system also reported that when loading a new system, the user is transported to a point in the past that he wants to return to. Jaehyun raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if he understood correctly that he would be saved. Looking at the notification, he thought that this was another change, but he did not know what it would be, luck or tragedy. He opened his mouth slightly and agreed to launch the system. His eyes began to close again when he thought that if this was the only solution, then he agreed. A small smile appeared on his face. The system reported the launch of Nornir. 3 goddesses with bandaged eyes appeared in front of the boy. They were speaking in an incomprehensible language. One of them looked back at the boy and said something. The golden-haired girl noticed something with a smile. The 3rd goddess also looked back and said something happily. The blonde extended her hand to the hero, adding something. The boy took her hand. The system issued several notifications, informing that from now on the hero is an enemy of the great Asa. He received a passive skill that attracted the attention of the gods, as well as the skill of the absolute eye of the god. Opening a new notification, the system reported that the gods are now watching him. The guy woke up in shock on his bed. He quickly jumped out of it. The young man looked around in surprise. Looking at the table, he wondered what the hell was this. His gaze fell on the photo with his mother. The hero looked at his hands, not believing his eyes. Suddenly, a cluster of energy flashed between them. The system opened the notification and reported that the guy successfully returned to the past. Jaehyun ran his eyes over the writing, wondering if this was a dream. An image of his dead mother appeared in his head. Then he remembered all those murders from the dungeon and wondered if he returned to the past. Immediately after, he remembered the silhouette of his father. Looking ahead, he mentally told himself that this was indeed a dream. The young man remembered the photo from his phone. The boy's mother had just returned home. And our smile looked back, while the young man thought that this dream was so long that he did not want to interrupt it. As the hero ran to her, tears flowed down his cheek. He threw himself into his mother's arms. The boy hugged her, crying bitterly. The system opened the notification again and reported that the current date was November 15th, 2020, and the time travel was complete. The hero clutched his chest, gritting his teeth, The system also reported that some restrictions were imposed on the user's actions, and the body was only 20% restored. The hero frowned, trying to catch his breath. Looking ahead, he wondered if he was sleeping. He looked around the room and noticed that he had lived in this apartment before. The system reported receiving a new quest, Rest. The guy looked at the quest description. The system required him to restore his stamina to 80%, and as a reward offered an empty card. He exhaled heavily, closing his eyes, and decided that he needed to find out something. The young man remembered how he fell to the ground after the battle, and thought that he managed to survive the battle, but he did not know the reason. Then he remembered the message from the system, which said that when loading a new system, the user moves in time to the point he chose, after which he thought that after all this happened because of the new system, because it returned him to the past. So he opened the system window and noted that such twists and turns would not surprise him, because strange things had happened to him before, and if what happened could give new knowledge, this was a good sign. Looking at the system windows, he said that he would be able to skillfully adapt to similar situations, and this is the main thing. Touching his chin, he thought that the system had moved him back 11 years, and now he should be in the middle class, in his 3rd year. He looked at the notice that the control system had been changed to Norner. The youth swung his legs out of bed and thought that this still seemed like a dream to him. He stood up and noticed that he was sure of one thing. The hero took a calendar from the shelf. He looked at it with a smile. One of the days was marked as the day to apply to the academy. The hero looked closely at the marked inscription. He took a pen out of the glass. The youth crossed out the inscription that he must use a combat class, and thought that he had a chance to fix everything. The hero said with a smile that he was giving up on the combat class and decided to become a mage. The youth took a small piece of rice and brought it to his card. He put it in and carefully lived. Suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes. His mother looked at him with concern. She lowered her eyebrows and thought that something was bothering him. Suddenly, she remembered how he had hugged her recently. The woman remembered how her son had pressed himself to her with tears, and she thought that her boy had always been steadfast, and now he was crying bitterly. She put her chopsticks on the table and called him by name. Looking into the boy's eyes, she asked him if something had happened. The young man answered her with a smile that he had just had a nightmare. He also lowered his chopsticks. When his mother asked if he was telling the truth, the young man immediately confirmed it. He remembered how she lay on the autopsy table. The hero lowered his sad gaze to the table. The woman looked at him with a smile when he said that he wanted to tell her something. The mother answered that she felt this. She looked at her son and thought that he was afraid to enter the academy. The young man kept his gaze down, when the mother thought that the profession of a raider was very dangerous and there was serious competition among them. She closed her eyes and thought that if her son did not want to go there, he could continue his education in a regular school, and although the academy was considered prestigious. But if he refused to enter it, then so be it. The hero looked up at his mother and said that he wanted to transfer to the Faculty of Magic. The woman agreed with a smile. Suddenly she looked at him in surprise for food, believing her ears. She froze in surprise, thinking that he always said that he would choose the warrior class, but he was a thoughtful guy, so he would not change his decision without a reason. Mom gently touched his cheek. Once she looked at him with a smile and asked if he was sure about this, to which he replied that he had already weighed everything. The woman looked him in the eyes and said that he should do as he saw fit. She wanted children, so that he would not think about money, but first of all about what he would do for the rest of his life. The young man raised his eyebrows pitifully when he heard these words. The woman added that first of all he should find his calling, and she would always support him in everything. Jaehyun wiped his eyes from tears and thought that he should not cry now. He again imagined the silhouette of his father, and thought that he wanted to take revenge on him. Frowning sternly, he noted that in order to do this, he must become stronger. The system reported the completion of the rest quest. The young man trained, standing on one hand. The system gave him one empty card as a reward. Having lowered himself to his feet, he was glad to complete the quest and receive the card. The guy wiped his hair with a towel, looking at the notifications, and said that he still did not understand what kind of test this system was made from, but it was possible to benefit from it. He began to dress, thinking that he knew the future, and he knew both the hidden parts and the ruins that he could capture, because he had a good memory, and once he even served as a guide in the dungeon. He pushed the chair away from the table and said that the problem was in his abilities. Except for absolute calculation and super speed chain, he only had a combat class skill in his arsenal. He sat down on the chair and noted that there was nothing surprising, because he was going to become a warrior. The hero exhaled heavily and wondered if there was anything he could do about it. Suddenly, a system window opened in front of him. The system opened his characteristics. The young man noticed that his level and characteristics had decreased. He opened his passive and active skills. The system reported that he had 2 new passive skills and 2 new active skills that he already knew about. Looking at the system windows, he noticed that the passive skills remained the same. The system reported that due to the effect of the skill that attracted the attention of the gods, the user's passive skills remained the same as they were before the time jump. The hero asked what kind of skill it was. The system opened a notification and said that this is a passive skill, due to which the blessing of God accelerates the user's development, also retains the effects when returning to the past, and with each new level, all stats rise by 1 step. The hero frowned slightly and thought that this means that the gods are watching him, and then asked, what happened to the other skills? He opened the description of the passive skill of the Eye of the Absolute God, which allows you to see through the illusion and recognize the truth. Then the system opened the description of the active skill of the superfast chain that attacks the enemy and can paralyze the enemy, but the more chains are released, the more mana is consumed. The hero sat down on the back of the chair and said that he did not really understand what the Eye of the Absolute God is for, but the superfast chain is a serious toy, and then asked what was wrong with his stats. The system opened the user information. His strength was 4, agility 2, mana 10, and endurance 5, and there were also 21 free points available. The guy looked down at the table and thought about the fact that physical strength is not so important, but agility will not be superfluous, and there is nothing to say about mana. He looked at the system windows, thinking of something. The hero invested 2 points in agility, 5 in mana and 14 in endurance, thinking about the fact that victory loves preparation and endurance. He imagined a running man and thought that endurance, unlike mana and strength, does not increase combat power, but increases the fatigue threshold in the case when the same action is performed many times. If you invest in endurance now, the effect will be felt at each new level. The young man raised his hand and took something out of the inventory. A card appeared in his hand, and he said that now he faces the question of what to study. Looking at the card in his hand, he thought that the superfast chain would be enough to attack for now, but even if he copied the enemy's high-level spell, he would not be able to use it due to lack of mana, and then said that this meant that he needed healing. Remembering the old days, he thought that as far as he remembered, mages were now treated like trash. He then imagined the silhouette of a woman healing allies, and noted that if a person had any kind of healing, his attractiveness would increase dramatically. People gathered around the healer. The young man noted that such guys were always appreciated, and for this, it is not necessary to be a raider, because you can go into medicine, or somewhere else, because the skills of a healer are in demand in many industries. Looking at the card, he said that if he learned to heal, he would raise his authority. He sat back in his chair and exhaled heavily, thinking that the whole problem was that meeting an awakened one with such skills, this is not an easy task. He looked up at the ceiling. The heroes remembered his opponent, and noted that the previous fight showed him that he should use empty cards as wisely as possible. He closed his eyes and began to think about the fact that he did not know exactly how many cards the system would give out, but he was sure that it would not scatter them left and right. Suddenly, a call came to his phone when he wondered if he had another way out. The phone turned its attention to the smartphone and thought there who it could be. The guy picked it up and looked at the screen. Suddenly, his face became worried. The name Yujung was on the screen. The hero remembered how he sat on the stairs next to the girl and thought that this was his childhood friend with whom they lived in the same area, so they often walked together. The boy also remembered how they walked down the street and noticed that she dreamed of entering the academy and becoming a raider. Her image appeared in his mind. Then he remembered how she died in his arms. The young man remembered how bitterly he cried at that moment. Clutching his head, he interrupted his memories. The boy looked down at the smartphone and thought that everything was okay now, because he could change the future. Smiling slightly, he said that the girl was exactly as he remembered her. On the screen were messages from her, in which she asked if he was busy with anything, because Sunun was now going to give a lecture in the city center, so she wanted to ask him to go with her. The heroes suddenly smiled widely and said that he remembered this girl. He imagined the image of a woman and thought that she was a holy maiden. Then he imagined her using magic and thought that Sunun had the magic of sacrifice. He stood up from his seat and said that he had nothing to worry about. The young man put on his cap with a smile. His mother looked back at him when he said he would be leaving for a while. She agreed and told him to come back before dark. The young man looked at his phone with a smile. He sent a message to his girlfriend and said he would be there soon. An expensive limousine sped down the road. The driver said that the holy maiden had a pretty tight schedule for today. The girl was sitting in the back seat. The man said that she had to give a lecture in the city center, then a raid in a B-rank dungeon, and then they were expected in Wanju, and then there would be a flight to the United States. The man looked at her in the mirror. Well, he looked at the road and asked if she was sure she could cope in such a state, because her health had worsened. The girl smiled affectionately, and said that nothing serious was happening, because she just did not get enough sleep. The driver frowned slightly and said that it was all because of the lack of rest and a busy schedule. He looked back at the lady and reminded her that the sacrifice would take her life. The girl silently lowered her gaze. Sung Jae looked back at the road and thought that it would be good if someone else had such a skill, because they could cure the chairman. The woman smiled at him and reminded him that they had agreed not to talk about it. The man gripped the steering wheel tighter. He looked back at the chairman and thought that if this continued, the holy maiden of South Korea would soon leave them. Sunun silently looked out the window. Yu Yung pulled the hero by the hand and told him to hurry up, because there was a real crowd ahead. The hero frowned slightly and said that he understood, so there was no need to drag him like that. The girl looked up in surprise and stopped. The hero smiled widely and asked her to answer honestly whether she invited him because she was afraid of getting lost. Yujung looked at him irritably and said that it was not true. The hero said that in that case she could let go of his hand. The girl continued to hold his wrist. She looked down in embarrassment. The hero looked at her with a smile and asked why an excellent student, an outstanding athlete, forgot the way every time. The interlocutor answered that thanks to her he would listen to this lecture at all, because it was impossible to see Sunun so easily in person. The hero smiled slightly and thought that it was true, and that he wanted to copy the magic of sacrifice, because in the future she would be very useful. People were already sitting in their seats. The hero also noted that perhaps he would have the best connections in the country. The guys also took their seats. The girl was glowing with happiness. The hero took the guide aside and thought that it would really be Sunun. On the poster above the stage it was written that this was a lecture by the master of the National Lotus Guild. On the board was written a slogan about saving lives with healing magic. The boy imagined the image of the Holy Maiden again and thought that she was the master of the Lotus Guild, and that she was famous not only in Korea but also abroad. Yujung was waiting for the lecture to begin with a smile. The boy thought that at the time when raiding was not so common, the Holy Maiden fought in the front lines and treated the wounded. Jaehyun lowered his gaze. The woman took the microphone in her hands. The boy looked up at her when she greeted them from the stage. The woman introduced herself by name with a smile. The people around the hero began to greet her happily. Jaehyun, with a calm expression on his face, crossed his arms over his chest. He imagined her dark silhouette and thought that he knew that in a couple of months her condition would worsen, and that it would happen during the raid on Itaewon. He lowered his head slightly and noted that the reason for this would be the magic of sacrifice. Yujung began to shout at the stage with all her might, interrupting the guy's thoughts about how there was only one way to help the woman. Sunun raised the microphone and said that the world was going through an era of disasters and decline. Moving one hand to the side, she also said that Yggdrasil became the harbinger of disaster, and their citizens, who gave their lives in the fight against monsters, became heroes. The guys silently listened to her words about how after the first raiders appeared, along with the awakened, their situation improved significantly. Sunun closed her eyes and noted that of the currently living awakened, only a fifth of them are ready to join the ranks of the raiders and protect humanity. Jaehyun silently looked at her. The girl opened her eyes. Lowering her gaze, she said that the future is not yet determined, and the struggle for existence continues, and many people are dying from the monster even now. She squeezed the microphone tighter and added that she wants to say that they need everyone's courage. Plainly raising her eyebrows, she said that awakened people from all over the world must take courage and stand up to fight in front of a common enemy. The girl bowed and asked the guys to enroll in the ranks of the raiders to fight for peace in the whole world. The guys enthusiastically took her words. The girl added that the Lotus Guild will help them with the determination, and even she personally will help them. Lowering her head, the girl stopped her speech. Yujung covered her mouth with her hands, admiring her idol. Jaehyun looked at her and thought that his friend was right, because most of the awakened were afraid of raiding, because fighting monsters is far from easy. He scratched his head and thought that before the time jump, he was going to sell the Eye of God to end all this. Yujung touched her chest and said that Sunun really has the right to be her role model. The hero sarcastically said that he thinks a woman doesn't really like that right. Yujung looked at him angrily and told him to stop ruining her fun. The hero looked away and said that he had to run somewhere, so he would go. The girl asked what would happen to her. He looked at her and reminded her that she said that she didn't suffer from topographical cretinism. The girl angrily bit her teeth again and called him an ass, then asked why he liked to tease her so much. The hero smirked and said that he was joking and that he called her mother. The girl looked at him worriedly when he said that her mother would be arriving soon so they should wait a little, then offered to let her mother give them both a ride. The boy looked back at her and told her that he had decided to choose a magic class. He smirked and said that he would teach Agi differently sometime and that they would start with the theory step by step. Yujung replied that she didn't need that. The boy continued down the street, waving his hand at her when the girl screamed and asked why he changed classes. She raised her eyebrows pitifully, called him heartless and said that he left her alone. The hero put his hands in his pockets, saying that he clearly remembered the woman going that way. Suddenly, he saw a man standing next to a limousine. A slight smile appeared on his face. The guy calmly walked up to them. Sung Jae put his phone away and looked at it. The guard looked down and apologized, saying that the chairman was not accepting gifts at the moment. The hero smiled widely and said that he came to see her. The man sighed in irritation and thought that this was another fanatic obsessed with raiding. He came closer to the guy and asked him to listen. The man frowned sternly and said that the young man's zeal was commendable, but he couldn't show up so unceremoniously, because he would put the chairman in an awkward position. Jaehyun looked at him with a smile and also asked him to listen. He closed his eyes and happily said that he knew that the Holy Maiden was terminally ill. The man blushed in surprise when he heard this. A sly smile appeared on the guy's face, and he said that he could cure her. The man was speechless for a second. A second later, he boiled with anger. Sung Jae grabbed the guy by the clothes and pulled him towards him, asking where he heard about this. The man glared at him and yelled at him, repeating his question again. The hero looked away and asked him not to shout it out loud. The passers-by looked at the men, hearing the shouts. The woman rolled down the car window and told Sung Jae to wait. She looked at the boy and asked if he could take responsibility for his words. The hero raised his hand with a smile and said that he really could cure her. Sunwoon closed her eyes and thought that if it was a lie, he would have been found out right away. She looked at the boy again and noticed that he was acting too confident. The hero dusted himself off, while she thought that he probably had something to rely on. Sung Jae looked back at the lady when she asked how much time was left before leaving, and answered that they only had 2 hours. The woman smiled and asked the boy to sit down, since it would be better for them to talk in a quiet place, and there were too many ears nearby. They moved to the office. The girl asked the guy to sit down. The hero sat down in the chair and thanked her. The holy maiden folded her hands and said that she wanted to talk in order. She smiled ominously and asked how the young man knew about her illness. Jae-hyun, with a calm expression on his face, said that he could not say this, or he could, but then he would not treat her. The woman listened to these words with a smile. She raised her hand and called him an impudent guy, after which she agreed to these conditions. Looking at him with a cold gaze, she asked to continue the conversation. The guy looked away when she asked how he would do it. Jae-hyun looked at the interlocutor and said that he was going to copy her sacrifice skill. The holy maiden was very surprised to hear this. The man slammed his hand on the table. He frowned angrily and shouted that there was no need to listen to this scoundrel. He looked at the young man and asked if he understood what the sacrifice skill was. The man strained his neck as he shouted that it was the chairman's unique ability. The boy looked at him irritably when the man asked how he was going to copy magic, the formula of which even they did not fully understand. The young man imagined 2 magicians and thought that a unique ability was a skill, only 1 step higher than rank S. This was the skill ceiling, but it could only be obtained from an ancestor or by self-discovery. Then he imagined a magic circle and thought that ordinary spells could be mastered using formulas. But the formula of a unique skill was impossible to understand. Such an ability could not be copied. Only the owners themselves or their family could have it. He looked down and noted that everyone thought so. Haroev looked at his interlocutor and said that they should not get excited, because if he could not cure the chairman, he would not have come. The man was simply burning with rage. The woman smiled and asked him to listen to the young man's proposal. She lowered her hands and asked if she understood correctly that he wanted to heal her with her own sacrifice skill. The hero confirmed this with a calm expression and thought that in order to heal the wound received due to the spell use penalty, a healing of a rank higher or the same as the spell itself was needed, and the cause of the chairman's illness was her unique skill. He frowned slightly and noted that healing of a rank higher simply did not exist, and the girl, unfortunately, could not heal herself, so his option was the only correct one. He imagined her using her spell and thought that the sacrifice skill brought an offering of a gift to the god. The woman slightly lowered her head. The guy noted that this is precisely why she has a restriction that does not allow her to heal herself, because you cannot sacrifice your life for your life. The woman smiled and said that if the young man said so confidently, then she agreed. She released her energy and asked him to prove his words. The man was very surprised and called out to the chairman. The woman used her sacrifice skill. The hero smiled contentedly and decided that everything was going swimmingly. He opened his inventory and took something out of it. An empty card appeared in the guy's hand. System notifications appeared in the air, informing him that he could learn a new spell. The woman maintained her skill, waiting for the guy to act. The hero frowned slightly and used the empty card, learning the sacrifice spell. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. He raised his hand and said that apparently they still did not trust him, so he would have to convince them himself. He raised his hand and activated the sacrifice skill. The chairman and assistant were very surprised to see this. The hero clenched his fist, dispelling the spell. He smiled widely and asked if they wanted to begin. A system window appeared in front of the guy with a description of the acquired skill. The only change was that there was no penalty for it, because the spell was cast using a blank card. The woman smiled broadly and asked what the young man wanted to get from the guild. She narrowed her eyes slightly and thought that the ability to cure her illness was already enough for negotiations. The hero looked at her with a smile. The woman noted that he was an ordinary child from the middle classes. She looked tensely and thought that she did not believe that this guy was so impudent that he directly announced negotiations to the chairman. A slight smile appeared on her face, and she found all this interesting. The guy smiled broadly and asked her to be a sponsor. The woman raised her hand and asked if he wanted help to achieve success in raiding. The young man confirmed this with a smile and said that this was his dream, but to grow quickly, he needed money, connections and many other things, so he asked for such support from her. The girl frowned slightly, thinking about his words. She smiled and agreed. After all, he was brave enough, so there was definitely a point in such an investment. The hero smiled with a smug expression when she said that he was not lacking in ability. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly. With a slight smile, she said that she had conditions. The hero frowned slightly and thought that this was her only hope for recovery, so she must be in a desperate situation, but still maintained her composure, and he did not understand whether this was professionalism. The woman smiled and said that she wanted to set him conditions. She put her hand on her chest and told him that, as he already knew, her illness was a personal problem that had nothing to do with the lotus. Pointing her hand at him, she also said that he would need not only her support, but also the entire guild. The young man smiled when she said that this help was without any basis, and then asked what she wanted to offer. He looked at her suspiciously and thought that in any case, if she refused, the chairman would lose more than he, so she would not be able to come up with such a lever to manipulate him. The woman smiled coquettishly and asked if there was a guild he would like to join. The guy was stunned for a second. Silence hung between them. The young man thought about the fact that they were probably trying to recruit him. He raised his eyebrows and asked if she was joking. The woman chuckled and said that it was not a joke, and she did not know how to joke at all. She raised her hand and said that there were several reasons why she asked this. Showing one finger, she said that the first reason was that he knew about the guild chairman's illness. He listened silently as she said that this information was known to a very small circle of people, and from the looks of it, he either had good informants or big ears. Jae-hyun frowned in annoyance and thought that his informant was the jump to the past, but he couldn't say that. Then she took out another finger and said that the second reason was his perfect reproduction of the chairman's skill. Smiling widely, she said that she had never heard of anything like that, and she didn't think anyone else could do it, since there were an infinite number of skills he could copy. The hero awkwardly looked away and asked if there was a third reason. The woman lowered her hand and answered in the affirmative, calling it the most romantic. She gently ran her hand over his chin and said that he was in front of Sunun herself, but he didn't even bat an eyelid. She said with a coquettish smile that it was charming when a child behaved like that in front of the guild master. The young man looked at her with embarrassment. The woman sat back down and asked if it was enough to hire him. The hero presented the guild symbol and thought that after her health declined, the lotus had begun to rapidly lose its position, but nevertheless, it was still the best among the other guilds. He lowered his eyebrows and thought that if he joined them now, he would be in good standing and would be treated with respect, and in general, joining the guild would help him develop faster. Jag looked at the chairman and said that as far as he knew, contracts with minors were considered illegal. A sly smile appeared on her face. The woman looked into his eyes and asked if he had ever heard of preferential negotiating rights. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing this. He imagined an adult extending his hand to a young man and thought that this was a loophole through which underage raider cadets could receive support from guilds. He then imagined how they shook hands after a while and thought that when the youngsters grew up, they would sign a full-fledged contract with them as investors, but this was usually done with extremely talented guys. He smiled contentedly and noted that he never thought that he would be among them, because in the past he managed to fly out even from a low-level guild. The woman looked at him silently. She smiled and thought that there was something cute about him, and then said that they would send the contract to the addresses he left, so he should think carefully before answering. The hero stood up from his seat and said that healing came first. He opened his eyes slightly and thought that this was indeed a great opportunity, but there was no need to decide now. It was better to focus on the original problem. The hero walked around the woman from behind and prepared to treat her, deciding to think about the rest later, and said that he would start the treatment. The woman put her hope in him. Sung Jae silently watched what was happening. He frowned in annoyance and thought that he could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, an image of the youth reproducing the chairman's skill appeared in his mind. He looked down and thought that he saw the effect with his own eyes, so there was no reason to doubt, and they consulted with so many healers about the chairman's illness. He turned his gaze back to the youth and noted that even those who dedicated their entire lives to recovery magic could not help them, so he doubted that everything would be that simple. The hero activated the healing skill on the chairman. The system reported that a healing wave began to penetrate her body. Sunun raised her eyebrows in surprise, feeling the effect of the skill. She froze in surprise and thought that her health began to recover. The man watched in shock, thinking that the boy was able to heal her. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The man immediately bowed and apologized for his behavior, then said that he trusted the chairman. The boy replied with a calm expression that everything was fine, because he would not trust the child either. The assistant did not dare to look at him and said that he would apologize thoroughly later. The system suddenly reported that the subject had been successfully treated, and that the passive first aid skill had reached level 19. The hero smiled widely and said that everything was ready, so she could try walking. Sunun stood up from her seat. She walked to the window. The girl raised her hand to the sunlight. Magical butterflies surrounded her as she looked ahead. A tear ran down her cheek as she said that all the symptoms had disappeared. The woman rubbed her eyes and thanked the boy. She looked back and asked if the guy had received a fine for this. He immediately remembered that the system had told him that he would not receive a fine. Smiling, he said that everything was fine, because if anything happened, she would just have to cure him. She smiled widely and said that she would be ready to do so. The master handed him a business card and said that she would try to prepare everything he asked for. The guy accepted the card. The woman also said that he could call her at any time, and regarding the contract, she would count on his positive response. Jaehyun glanced at the business card. He looked up at the woman and said that he had one more small request. The woman listened to him silently. The next day, clouds floated across the blue sky. A black car stopped on a dirt road. Sung Jae opened the door and said that the passenger could get out. The hero put his foot on the ground. He stepped outside with a calm expression. The man looked back and said that this was what the guy asked for. The men stood at the entrance to the low-level guild dungeon. The hero looked up and thought that there would be quite a few tough guys at the academy. He smiled slightly and thought that he would need to level up a bit to compete with them. There were toolboxes nearby. The man said that they had already prepared restorative items and tools for the boy. He also picked up a staff and said that it was surplus equipment from the guild, so the hero could use it as he saw fit. The guy took the staff from him and thanked him for his concern. The man asked if he was sure he could handle it. Sung Jae looked at him and said that the dungeon was of a low rank, but it was still dangerous to go there alone, after which he asked if the hero had to go there alone. The guy looked at the staff with a smile and said that he needed to raise his level. The man opened his inventory and exhaled heavily. He took out a small crystal from there and said that in this case it would be better if the hero took something else with him. The guy looked at the stone in surprise. The man said that it was a warped crystal. He put it in the hero's hand and said that if it was broken, the user would be returned to the exit, but it should only be used in case of extreme danger. The man smiled widely and asked him to take this gift, and called it an apology for yesterday's rudeness. The boy looked him in the eyes as the man said that it was in gratitude for curing the chairman, so the man hoped that the stone would help him. The hero clutched the crystal and thanked the man. He walked towards the entrance of the dungeon and thought that he could feel energy coming from it. He raised his hand and closed his eyes, deciding that there should be no problem. Sung Jae looked after him and said that the boy should remember that if anything happened, he should use the return stone. The hero looked back and said that he understood, so it was time for him to enter. The boy took a step forward. The system reported the entrance to the dungeon. Suddenly, he was surrounded by dark mana, and the system notifications malfunctioned. Magical hands began to bind the hero. The system reported that Nornir was moving the hero in space. Dark hands completely enveloped the boy. In the middle of the darkness, the system opened a notification and reported that he was transported to Helheim, the land of the dead. Sunun sat quietly in her office. She closed her eyes and thought about something. Opening her eyelids, the girl wondered if this guy could handle it. She remembered how the young man confidently told her that he wanted to enter one of the low-level dungeons, and he wanted to go there alone. She looked down and thought that the location was only rank E, but for a newbie raider to clear it alone is almost impossible, and even though he has a unique ability, he is still a newbie. She raised her head and thought that he understands this perfectly well, and yet, he still wants to enter the dungeon alone. Suddenly, a grin appeared on her face. She touched her cheek and wondered what his plan was. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and introduced himself by name. The chairman smiled broadly and asked the guest to come in. A girl in a serious suit opened the door and walked inside. Sunun smiled and asked her how her assignment was going. Hannah looked at the tablet and said that she wanted the chairman to look at something. The girl handed the tablet to the chairman and said that it was the profile of that young man. Sunun opened the document with a smile. Hannah frowned suspiciously and thought that it was rare for the chairman to hire someone personally, but she had already found out what was special about that guy. The woman turned the page of the document. Her hand clenched on the document. The woman brought her hand to her mouth and said in surprise that the guy wanted to choose a martial arts class, so I don't know where he got such magic from. The girls lowered their heads, silent for a second. The chairman looked up at the tablet. She continued reading the data about the guy. Hannah calmly waited for the chairman to finish. The woman looked up at her assistant and asked if all of this was true. The girl replied that unless there was some kind of technical error, then everything was definitely true. Sunun noticed that the boy had a 97% aptitude for magical arts. After a while, she called someone on the phone. Sunun turned to Sungjae with a smile and told him to tell the boy that as soon as he left the dungeon, they needed to meet urgently. The woman held the phone to her ear with a smile. The man asked her what she meant. The chairman looked out the window and said that she wanted to make sure of something. A smile appeared on her face and she noted that she wanted to personally test his abilities. Dark energy threw the boy into open space. The system reported that his current location was Helheim. The hero fell to the ground. Having risen, he saw a gloomy view. He began to feel sick from flying through spaces. The boy bent over and began to vomit. The guy raised his head and cursed loudly. He frowned sternly, trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, something flashed in the darkness of the forest. The dead archer watched the boy closely. Suddenly, he pulled his bow. The archer fired an arrow straight at the boy. The hero noticed the danger at the last moment. He dodged by tilting his head, but still got wounded. The boy noticed a silhouette in the distance. The archer took a new arrow from his bow. He pulled his bow again. The hero noticed the wound and realized that he had fallen under the influence of a paralyzing poison. He waved his hand and used the sacrifice spell, deciding that he would have to sweat. Suddenly, a dead man's hand appeared from the ground. The dead warrior climbed out. Dark energy began to swirl in the air. The boy looked up and saw dark silhouettes. The opponents prepared to fight against him. The archer fired his arrow again. The hero caught it in midair. Jaehyun broke it in half with a grin and said that you can go crazy like that. The morning found the girl in bed. She thought about Sunun and how she shouldn't let Jaehyun catch her eye. Yuyun clutched her pillow, thinking that she would kill the guy since he knew very well how easily she got lost on the street and still left her. She started beating the pillow, lamenting that it was no wonder he agreed to go to this lecture so easily since it was like he wanted to make fun of her. Yuyun leaned back on her bed, saying that she didn't understand the protagonist. An image of the guy saying that he couldn't stand crowded places appeared in her mind. Then she remembered his message promising to come soon and thought that he said something similar, after which he easily agreed to attend the lecture. Yuyun remembered how in the past she was riding on a swing and the protagonist urged her to go home since he always walked her home before. This time, he got lost in the crowd, leaving Yuyun behind and disappeared somewhere. The girl turned on her side, muttering under her breath that Jaehyun said he chose the magic class, but she didn't understand what that meant since the protagonist kept saying he would become a martial arts writer. Yujung remembered the protagonist's training and thought that if he had a reason to change direction, it must be a good enough reason to give up on his efforts. She looked at the ceiling, muttering that there was no other explanation since Jaehyun was a very reasonable guy. The girl remembered them sitting at the table and thinking that he always had such a hard time making a decision that even at a diner, he spent 10 minutes choosing food. Yujung opened her mouth and said that Jaehyun had become a different person in one morning. She stood up abruptly, deciding to type something on her phone. The screen displayed a question for the protagonist about whether he remembered that he had dumped her back then, after which the threats rained down. Jaehyun walked in the darkness. His eyes narrowed in displeasure. When he thought about how it was all because of the monsters, he closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He saw 4 flights in front of him. There was also one skeleton archer. Next to him stood a draugr. The protagonist smiled, saying that this was a strange party, then wondering if he should break through them. He gripped the Lotus Guild Chief Staff Class C tighter, saying that it was good that he brought that thing. The stone on the staff began to shine with a blue light. The protagonist held the staff in front of him. Jaehyun thought about the girl surrounded by green fire and that in Norse mythology, Helheim is one of the 9 worlds, namely the world of the dead, ruled by Loki's daughter, Hel. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that the dungeons were created in the image of the 7 worlds, except Midgard and Asgard. The protagonist imagined Niflheim, a world of eternal ice and darkness. Then he thought of Muspelheim, a world of fire and light. Jotunheim, a world of giants, visited his thoughts. And finally, the guy remembered Alfheim, the world of elves. Jaehyun thought of Svartalheim, a world of dark elves. Next, Vanaheim, the world of the Vanir, burst into his thoughts. Last on the list was the coldest, deepest place of Niflheim, namely Helheim. In front of the protagonist stood the undead, which instilled fear, and without the power of the holy, it was better to avoid direct confrontations, since this place was not for beginners. Jaehyun almost rolled his eyes, thinking that it wasn't that bad because in Helheim he would be able to test out his new ability. The system announced that sacrifice was considered a healing skill, and when the protagonist imagined Seonin, he thought that when fighting the undead, this skill became a formidable weapon that hit an area called the Judgment of Light. Jaehyun swung his staff. The draugr rushed to attack. An arrow with a blue tip flew. The draugr fell on its back. Jaehyun lit a ball of bright light, thinking that he should not rely on weapons alone. A bright light sparkled around him, and the system reported that the flight was destroyed, and he gained 70 experience points. The next opponents rushed to attack the protagonist. Weapons cut through the air. Jaehyun dodged, thinking that he had no experience as a mage right now. He swung his staff, causing a stream of golden light to flow. The chains of the spell surrounded the protagonist with a ring, and the system reported that he destroyed 2 flights, receiving 140 experience points. Jaehyun crouched on the ground. He smirked, saying that he couldn't miss such a chance. The guy rushed to attack, thinking that he could handle it with his current level. Jaehyun swung. The skeleton archer stood motionless in front of him. The guy attacked, but the next moment he jumped back from the enemy in surprise. His staff was broken, and the system reported that he destroyed the skeleton archer, receiving 50 experience points, but the cheap staff of the Lotus Guild was destroyed. Jaehyun looked at the fragment in his hand and cursed dirty. He glanced to the side in displeasure. The guy remembered the recent fight, wondering how the mages fought. At that moment, he was attacked from behind. Jaehyun let out a dissatisfied sigh, muttering that he shouldn't have said that he would gain experience since he had lost his weapon. The protagonist snapped his fingers. He held his hand out in front of him, saying that his result wouldn't change anyway, and the system reported that the sacrifice skill had been activated. A bright light dispersed the dark clouds as the system reported that the dead had been recognized and that sacrifice had become an attack ability, and the judgment of light was then activated. A bright beam pierced the space, destroying the Draugr and adding experience points. Everything was filled with a golden light, which continued to destroy enemies, increasing the level. Jae-hyun sat on the ground, trying to catch his breath, as the system started restoring his body. The guy leaned on his hands, breathing heavily. He chuckled, saying that he was a little arrogant, but if it weren't for the new level, everything could have ended badly. Jae-hyun remembered the judgment of light that filled the space. He squinted and wondered if it was because it was an S-rank skill, since it wasn't enough to register it into a blank card, because it was all about the cunning of the mages, without which it was not worth counting on blind luck. Jae-hyun went deeper into the dungeon, wondering if this place was a transition dungeon or not, since otherwise he would not have been allowed in here without warning. The protagonist looked at the system window, thinking that this was obviously because of the Norner system. He closed his eyes and thought about whether he should use the warp stone. Suddenly, energy began to swirl behind him. The protagonist stopped in surprise, thinking about what it was, because he even got goosebumps. He turned around. A thick fog swirled around the protagonist, and he felt something approaching. The space around him was suddenly filled with a scarlet light. The boy grabbed his throat, thinking that he couldn't breathe. Sweat was pouring down his face as Jae-hyun wondered who was coming here. The protagonist tightened his grip on the broken staff, knowing that if he didn't move, he would die. He clenched his fist tightly. Jae-hyun gritted his teeth and tried to get up. He covered his mouth with his hand, thinking that he shouldn't make any noise since you never know who might be nearby. He looked at the ground, knowing that he needed to find some tracks first. Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's attention. A knight was approaching from behind the boy, blazing with scarlet light. Jae-hyun turned around. It turned out that Nightshade, the boss of the dungeon, had appeared, and at the same time, the system reported that the level difference had changed its status to danger. Jae-hyun chuckled as the system warned him that he should leave the dungeon immediately, as it was too tough for him. He extended his hand forward and summoned his inventory. At that moment, the knight came even closer. The crimson magic almost touched the protagonist's body. Jae-hyun squeezed the stone. Many unopened system windows appeared around him, and the enemy's power continued to reach out to him. An explosion was heard. The stone fell to the ground with a thud. White mist engulfed Jae-hyun as the system reported that the HP had changed to dangerous. A trickle of blood flowed from the protagonist's mouth, and the system demanded that he use recovery items. Nightshade loomed over Jae-hyun. The protagonist grimaced, realizing his situation. He continued to sit on the ground, unable to get up. Nightshade went on the attack. Jae-hyun closed his eyes and thought about how he couldn't dodge. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. He opened his eyes slightly, as nothing was happening. A clawed paw froze a few centimeters from the protagonist's face. Jae-hyun looked at his opponent in surprise and did not understand why he stopped. At that moment, a pale foot stepped on the ground and a voice said that this should not be done. A white silhouette of a girl appeared, who said that she personally brought the guy here. Jae-hyun looked at her in surprise. The stranger extended her hand to the protagonist and asked if he was a child with the fate of a sworn enemy. Jae-hyun looked at her suspiciously and wondered who this woman was. He glanced sideways at the cogs and asked if the girl did this. She, laughing, covered her mouth with her hand and said that she thought that a great warrior had appeared who would kill Nightshade. She grabbed the guy by the chin, saying that the guy turned out to be a boy with an ordinary body. The girl squeezed the protagonist's face tighter, saying that despite this, he had good mana, but not enough to challenge the gods of Ace. She propped her head up with her hand and asked out loud why Loki had chosen this guy. Jae-hyun's eyes began to close on their own, and he cursed, as he was losing consciousness due to the possible large loss of blood. The stranger's claw dug into his neck, and the protagonist asked himself if it would really end here. The girl smiled. She continued to pierce the guy's skin with her nail, while he thought that in this case his plan would collapse like a house of cards, since in this case he would not be able to take revenge on his father and become a mage, and his dreams should come true. Paranik prayed, thinking that he should hold on, and he should think of something. At that moment, the stranger grinned and said that she liked the sparkle in the protagonist's eyes. She pulled her claw out of the protagonist's neck, and the girl took her hands off Jae-hyun and said that the guy was too weak and his end was near. She smirked, saying that the protagonist should gain strength even faster. The next moment, she abruptly began to strangle the protagonist, saying there that if he fails, and that hell repeats itself again, she will be the first to kill him. Her expression became frightening. The stranger's hands continued to remain on Jae-hyun's neck, while he tried to realize who she was. At that moment the girl said that the guy was very important to them, and her smiling image began to melt when the girl said that she would give the protagonist a chance to become stronger. Jae-hyun grabbed his neck and began to cough. Listen, that he must expand his power and destroy Nightshade, which is standing in front of him. At that moment, the monster was still in front of the protagonist. The stranger turned around in the shining light and began to say that it was then that the protagonist would receive a special gift from her, but he must remember that he had very little time. The protagonist called up the system windows, which said that he had received the main quest of Hell's ordeal. Hell looked down at the protagonist and said that he must crush Nightshade in 2 months. Purple light engulfed Jaehyun. Shadows reached out to him like clean paws. Hell stood surrounded by love and said that the protagonist must remember that if he fails, he will die. Darkness swallowed the girl, who continued to say that the child chosen by Nornir must have luck in battle. Clots of purple flame mixed with the system windows. An orange cloud of light cut through the darkness. Hell's image seemed to be imprinted through this color. A moment later, the girl holding out her hand seemed to become closer. Images of trees appeared through the light. The picture became clearer, and finally the living light hit his eyes painfully. Jaehyun looked ahead in surprise and thought that he was at the entrance to the dungeon. The guy stood up abruptly. He grabbed his chest and thought that it was healed early, and it was done by that woman who clearly did not look like a human. Jaehyun looked at the system window and realized that it was not a dream. He remembered the image of the goddess of death, ruling in one of the 9 worlds, and realized that the quest was real. The protagonist nervously swallowed and realized that he met the goddess. The memory of how she called him a child with the fate of a sworn enemy popped up in his head again. The guy remembered how the girl, picking up her head with her hand, asked why Locke chose him. Jaehyun narrowed his eyes and thought about the sworn enemy, as well as the system window, which said that from now on he was the sworn enemy of Ace, and also that he had already heard something similar when he received the Nornir system. The guy sighed heavily and said that he did not understand anything, and why exactly he returned to the past. Besides, what kind of sworn enemy did Hell mention, since it was not clear what she wanted? The guy squeezed the ground and cursed, saying that in one thing he is sure for sure. His face became serious as the guy thought decisively that he needed to level up. He looked forward from under the lobby and thought that he allowed the goddess's word to be true. The protagonist remembered the girl and thought that if he failed, she would kill him. Jaehyun stood up with a smile and thought that it would not be easy to crush Nightshade in 2 months, so the situation was not very good. He became serious, thinking that problems begin even at the preparation stage. The guy remembered the enemy's attack, thought that he was not able to fight like Max right now, and he still did not have a low-level spell. Jaehyun looked at his phone and thought that in order to advance further, knowledge of the basics was necessary. He began to dial Chairman CNN on his phone. The guy sent a message that this was his number. In response, he received messages that Sunun wanted to meet him, so she would also like to hear an answer about the contract, to which the guy smirked and said that it was on time. The phone screen displayed a message from the protagonist that he was ready to meet tomorrow and agreed to the contract. The guy smirked. The phone screen displayed another message that Sunun should fulfill another of his requests. The next day, Jaehyun was standing in the hall. He looked at the organization's emblem. The guy began to descend the steps. He frowned in front of him and thought that they probably got in touch first because they saw his profile, namely, a predisposition to magic at 97%, so even if you scour the entire world, only a couple of people with such an indicator can be found. He frowned, thinking that in the past he chose a martial arts class that clearly did not suit him, due to his indecisive nature. Jaehyun continued to walk down the stairs and thought about how everyone was talking about the warrior class and openly despised the magic class. He tiredly demanded hair, thinking that in such a situation the choice was obvious. Finally, they entered the hall. The protagonist perked up in surprise. Sunun turned around with a smile and greeted him. The girl chuckled contentedly, saying that she had been waiting for him. The protagonist smiled and greeted the chairman. The woman extended her hand forward and asked what the guy thought about the contract, and he replied that it was a more than tempting offer. He smiled and thought that it was beneficial for him because he would be given an allowance and B-class equipment in unlimited quantities, and in the event of loss of property, no penalties were provided. The raid treasures would be distributed depending on his contribution to the common cause. Jaehyun looked straight ahead and said that before signing, he would like to voice one more condition. Sunun smiled and replied that she was listening carefully. She opened her eyes when the protagonist said that she had probably already carefully studied his profile. He placed his hand on his chest and said that it had not been a month since he switched from a combat class to a magic class, and that he was having difficulty controlling magic. The woman closed her eyes and smiled. Sun Jae frowned. The magician looked at the chairman and said that he wanted her to personally train him. Sunun silently looked at him with a warm smile. The boy looked straight ahead and thought that the first rule of a raider's survival was to play the best card at the moment, when it could have the greatest effect. The chairman's assistant frowned and thought that this boy was not simple, and he had sensed this from their first meeting. The woman crossed her arms and Jaehyun thought that she was the master of the Lotus Guild and an S-rank raider, of which there were very few in the world. He extended his hand to the side and said that if she agreed to it, they could sign the contract. Sunun touched her face and said that it was interesting. Standing in front of the guy, she added that they had agreed. She smiled and admitted that she was genuinely interested in the mage. The protagonist said with a grin to love and favor him. The chairman closed her eyes and said that before that, she would like to evaluate his talent. The boy's face became serious, and he thought that this was expected. While Sunun smiled, the guy thought that the Lotus Guild would probably want to verify his strength. Sungjae frowned and thought that he should mentally prepare for this. The protagonist said with a smile that the woman wanted to test his abilities. She closed her eyes and confirmed this, and the boy asked what was required of him. The chairman snapped her fingers. Suddenly, something bright blue appeared in the room. There was a blinding light behind the woman. She smiled and explained that it was a mana cube. The huge vessel was behind them, and the chairman said that Jaehyun needed to handle it. The boy sweated in fear as he looked up. Sunun turned around and explained that since a mage was signing a contract with the Lotus, he needed to be able to do at least this much. The boy frowned and thought that a mana cube was usually used by B-rank mages to test their sensitivity to mana, and for him, such a test would not be easy, and out of all the magic class raiders, only 7% could handle this test. The chairman looked at the protagonist when he said that she wanted to break him. She smiled and replied that even if he lost, the contract would still be signed and the conditions would not change. Jaehyun frowned and decided that there was no way out, and he could not retreat. He closed his eyes and thought that he could only move forward. The chairman approached the assistant and asked him to prepare everything. The man broke out in a sweat and asked if Sunun was sure because even the current raider mages had a hard time dealing with the mana club, and the protagonist was only a teenager. The boy approached the cube. The chairman looked away and said that this guy was not an ordinary teenager, so it was worth a try. Sungjae closed his eyes and nodded silently. He brought his hand to the wall. There, he pressed the button. Suddenly, the cube glowed brightly. The protagonist looked up and thought that he had heard about this device before the time transfer. But in real life, its magical power was simply monstrous. Sunun raised her hand and wished the mage good luck. He silently looked at the cube. Then, he closed his eyes and sighed. Jaehyun entered the device. Mana was absorbed into his body. The guild representatives watched him. Sungjae looked away and said that he was a little worried and he understood the chairman's interest, but he was still a child. Sunun chuckled and replied that he could do it. The assistant looked at her and asked why she was so sure of that. The woman smiled. She raised one finger and replied that it was just a feeling. Then she looked to the side and asked how long it would take Jaehyun to get out of the cube. The protagonist dove into the mana. He looked down. There were bubbles around him, and he thought it was an ocean of mana. The young man raised his hand and thought that he was breathing normally, but he was afraid that he would get poisoned. He swam forward and thought that mana in this world was like oxygen, and without it, it was impossible to use skills and abilities. But if you overdo it, your lungs and heart may fail, which will lead to inevitable death. The protagonist looked to the side and decided that there was no point in wasting time because the symptoms of poisoning might not have appeared yet. The boy swam forward, thinking that he just needed to find a way out, and if his memory served him right, there was only one way out of this device. Blue streaks of mana were visible, and the protagonist thought that he needed to find a door that was connected to the outside inside the endless whirlpools. The protagonist closed his eyes and tried to concentrate, and then felt waves of energy. He was in the middle of the whirlpools, thinking that the path would lead him outside. He looked straight ahead. Suddenly, Jaehyun looked to the side. He was floating in an ocean of mana, feeling something strange. He turned to the side. Something bright was visible in the distance. It was a crystal emitting a pink glow. The mage's eyes widened in shock and felt an incredible magical power. The beams of light passed through the thickness of the mana, as if all the power of this place was locked in this crystal. Sungjae looked at the chairman and asked if the boy would get out of the cube, and the woman answered positively with a smile. The man looked down and thought that this was too much. He remembered his excited face and the smirk on Jaehyun's face. Then he imagined the boy holding a bright light in his hand and thought that everything he showed before was stunning. The assistant looked away and asked how long such a test takes. Sungjin closed her eyes and answered that it took her 40 minutes personally, and this is the best result in the country. The man frowned. He opened his mouth and said that the boy had two options. He and the woman looked straight ahead. Sunjae said with a serious face that the protagonist might not get out at all. A stream of mana was visible, and the man added that otherwise, Jaehyun would set a new record. The chairman smiled and replied that she thought so too, but for some reason she thought the mage would come out faster. The assistant closed his eyes and nodded. Suddenly, the woman's face showed shock. She raised her hand to her face and screamed for the man to look at it. Sunjae turned around. His eyes widened in surprise. The glass of the cube cracked. More and more cracks appeared. The man sweated when he saw it. He and Sunhoon looked at each other in silence and horror. Sunjae reached his hand down. He gritted his teeth while looking at the phone screen. The assistant frowned and opened his mouth in shock when he realized that the boy had completed the test in just 10 minutes, and a rift had opened in the cube. They watched closely as the test was going on. Cracks covered the surface of the cube. Jae-hyun approached the purple light. There was a crystal, and the boy thought that a powerful energy was spreading from this thing. He assumed that it was the core of the cube. He smiled and thought that in this case, he could destroy this and get out of here, and then he wouldn't have to look for a way out. The protagonist swam forward. He grabbed the crystal in his hand. The treasure was shining brightly in his hand. He clenched the crystal in his fist. Cracks appeared around the youth. He smiled. Looking up, the system notified that he had acquired the passive skill. Mana Control Essence. The glass was completely covered in cracks. The chairman and her assistant looked forward in shock. The man's mouth opened in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. A dark silhouette of a guy was visible in the middle of the fog, and Sung-jae thought that only 7% of the mage raiders get out of the cube. But it takes them about 3 hours. Raiders above B rank need about 2, and for A rank it takes 1.5. The youth brought his hand to his face. The man was covered in sweat. He imagined a girl in the middle of the mana and thought that the previous record was set by Camilla from the European Union. She is a genius in magical practices. But it took her 36 minutes to complete this challenge. The protagonist shook the dust off his shirt. He had just broken this record. The assistant widened his eyes when he realized that the difference was 26 minutes. He walked forward. Sung-jae grabbed the boy's hands and shouted that he had completed it in only 10 minutes. They turned around when the chairman brought it to them. The woman closed her eyes and asked how he was able to get out so quickly. The boy rubbed his wrist and replied that he found some kind of crystal inside and broke it. Sunun grabbed his hands and screamed in shock when she heard this. She widened her eyes and thought that the mana cube crystal had a vessel that stored all the energy of the magical space, and an ordinary awakened one would not be able to even find it, much less destroy it. The protagonist folded his hands and the chairman concluded that if this guy could break the crystal, it meant that his mana was much greater than the energy of the cube. The chairman held his hands. Then she turned around and smiled. The magician looked at her in surprise. Sunun extended her hand forward and said that she would become the boy's teacher. She smiled and asked if he was ready. 2 girls stood near the stairs. Yu-young frowned, saying that the protagonist still had not arrived. The boy's mother said with a sad face that he was late and did not answer the phone. A black car drove down the street. The 2 girls silently looked at the car. The wheels braked with a squeal. The protagonist got out of the car. The girl brought her hand to her face, asking why her friend was getting out of such an expensive car. The guy looked away and said goodbye to Sung-jae. He waved his hand and smiled. The woman turned pale and asked if her son had started doing something bad. The blonde sat on the bed with her arms crossed. She frowned and asked if the protagonist had decided to enroll in a magic class because martial arts weren't for him. The boy sat on a chair, saying that it was true and that he had already finished his preparations and signed everything. He closed his eyes and said that he was already sick of the martial arts class. Yu-jong raised an eyebrow and said that just a few days ago, the boy had been saying that magicians had no future prospects, and she asked if he had a fever. The protagonist raised his hand and said that a man was like a chameleon, and the girl replied that she didn't expect to hear something like that from him. She looked away and said that he chose the martial arts class because of his mother, despite his magical talents. She opened her mouth and added that being a magician was unprofitable and took a lot of strength. The guy with glasses said that raider warriors have a hard time finding work because the chance of getting injured is too high and employers are reluctant to pay the costs. The boy looked down. He closed his eyes and asked his friend to drop the subject. The protagonist looked straight ahead and asked how Yu-jong's parents were doing. The girl fell onto the pillow and said that they were on a business trip, and that's why she came to visit because her aunt allowed her to stay overnight. While she was lying on the bed, the protagonist looked at her and asked why she liked it here so much, because her house was a real expanse, unlike their small apartment. Yu-jong smiled, and the mage thought that she was the only daughter of a very wealthy business family. He imagined 2 people in white medical coats and thought that his friend's parents were engaged in processing the remains of monsters and then selling them on world markets, and because new monsters sometimes appeared in other countries, they had to arrange labor voyages. The blonde was lying on the bed, which was the reason she was often alone. The guy introduced his mother and Yu-jong's family. Their parents were friends, and it was common for the girl to spend the night at his house. He smiled and asked her to teach him the basics of magic. The girl turned around and asked if he wanted it for free. Jae-hyun closed his eyes and asked what she wanted. She touched her face and said that she hadn't thought about it at all. She sat up on the bed. Her cheeks turned red. She turned around and said that the main character must grant her a wish, absolutely any wish. The boy looked away and said that their deal lasted for a year, and if she did not come up with a wish, then their deal would be over. Yu-jung frowned and called her friend a cheapskate. The magician smiled and thought that in a year she would probably forget about it. The girl grabbed a pillow when he asked if she had come up with something indecent. She frowned and screamed that it was time to die. Yujung swung the pillow and the boy asked why she was hitting him on the head. She hit him many times. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and the mother called the boys to eat. The woman was standing in the kitchen, holding a pot in her hand. The blonde frowned, raising her hands to attack. Then she smiled and hit the boy with the pillow. He covered his face with his hand and smiled. He closed his eyes and thought that he could not say that he was not pleased. Birds were flying in the red sky. Crows were sitting on the branches, screaming loudly. The blade pierced the head of the snake. The man was dressed in black clothes. He stood in front of a huge monster. The warrior in armor called Sono. He smiled and said that they did it quickly thanks to him, and they had not had such a fun raid for a long time. The man turned around and thanked his partner. He pulled the weapon out of the head of the snake. The man with the sword on his back offered Sono to join their guild, which could form a strong and powerful alliance. He approached his partner with a smile, but the latter replied that he had no such plans yet. The knight grabbed his shoulder. The protagonist's father looked away. The partner smiled, saying that the Scarlet Guild would provide him with better conditions. Sono gritted his teeth and said that he had gotten to him. The man sweated in shock. Black feathers appeared around the mage. Chains wrapped around the knight's body, who opened his mouth in fear. Sono created a bright light and asked if this vile greed was unique to humans. He looked straight ahead and decided that not only humans were infected with this. The mage's body was disintegrating into many crows. The knight opened his eyes in shock. He stood in front of the snake, not understanding what it was doing here. The chairwoman smiled and said that before they started training, she wanted to see Jaehyun's fighting skills. He stood in front of her, and she said that they would have a practice duel. He smirked and asked if that was too much. The woman closed her eyes and said that she didn't think that the man who had dealt with the mana cube in 10 minutes should worry about such a trivial thing. She turned around and told the protagonist to try attacking her. The young man furrowed his brows and thought that he had noticed Sunyeon's fighting outfit for a reason. She had planned this from the beginning. He sighed. Then, he took a fighting stance. The chairwoman narrowed her eyes. The protagonist put his left leg forward. He bent his knee. Then, he brought his fist to his face and lowered his shoulders as much as possible. His eyes shone brightly, and he took a typical warrior stance, with which one can dodge an opponent's attack and counterattack. The boy clenched his fist. The woman looked at him with a smile. The protagonist attacked her. She grabbed his fist. The boy opened his mouth in shock. The opponent smiled mysteriously. The boy pulled his fist out of the chairman's hand. He jumped back. He frowned and thought that he expected to be able to land at least one hit, but Seonun was an S-rank raider and a healer. The woman walked forward to the boy, asking if he wanted to choose a martial arts class. Jaehyun looked at her and confirmed it. She closed her eyes and said that the boy had not gotten rid of his old habits, and a mage could not attack so thoughtlessly. She crossed her arms and asked if the boy knew the difference between a martial arts class and a magic class in the first place. He looked to the side and replied that the difference was in the distance between close and long-range combat. The chairman nodded and replied that this was correct. She imagined a red circle and said that raiding mages weaken the enemy from a distance, and only then rush in to attack. She then imagined a crowd of monsters and added that Jaehyun was trying to close the distance to the enemy immediately, and with such a tactic, any mage was doomed to defeat. Sunyoon raised her hand and said that she was not serious, and now she would make things a little more difficult. The young man frowned when the woman said that he needed a visual example to understand how real mages should fight. A blue light appeared around her, and she said that this time she would also begin to attack the protagonist, but not so much that he would get hurt. She smiled and added that as a last resort, she would patch up his injuries with a recovery skill. The protagonist smiled. The woman extended her hand forward and said that her opponent was capable of more. She raised one finger and told the young mage to fight with all his might. Jaehyun furrowed his brows in shock. He fell to his knees, dodging the blow. He then rolled to the side. The chairman stood in the distance, saying that it was his turn. Yellow sparks appeared around the boy. He was kneeling when the system notified that the super speed target skill had been activated. Golden rays shot towards the chairman. An explosion thundered in the distance. The woman appeared to the side of the boy, saying that her opponent was full of surprises since he used an A-rank skill. A blue arrow appeared in front of her. The projectile flew towards the protagonist's body. He widened his eyes and thought that it was too fast. Sunyoon looked at the dust raised by the explosion. She smiled and said that no matter what spell Jaehyun knew, it was useless if he couldn't hit the target. A black silhouette of a boy could be seen in the middle of the fog. He held his hand on his stomach, looking forward. In front of him stood the opponent, who said that she did not expect the boy to remain standing, despite the fact that she did not put even a fifth of her energy into the attack. She raised her hand and asked how he felt then. The protagonist was breathing heavily. His eyes turned bright yellow. Blue streams of energy rushed from the chairman to her opponent. The projectiles shone brightly. The skill of absolute calculation was activated, but then the sacred arrows were destroyed. The woman opened her mouth in surprise, not believing that the boy was able to reverse her spell and destroy it. They stood opposite each other. The chairman smiled and said that the boy made her surprised again. She asked what else he had in his arsenal. The protagonist grinned. Lightning struck the floor next to the woman. She looked down in surprise. The chairman created a protective barrier against the boy's attacks. A bead of sweat appeared on her face, and she thought that the guy was fast for someone who had not learned magic and had such power. Her hand was shaking. She clenched her fist and looked at the protagonist. There were yellow lightning bolts around him. The woman closed her eyes, not understanding how the boy could do magic without casting a spell, since it was a mandatory ritual for a mage. The protagonist was sweating profusely while the chairman thought that only skilled mages could cast spells silently. She widened her eyes, not understanding how he could use magic without casting a spell if he was still unskilled as a mage. Jaehyun clenched his fist and thought that he had almost no mana left, and that his opponent was a real monster. The woman smiled and said that the boy had many talents hidden in him. The protagonist widened his eyes in shock. Steam appeared in the room. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Sunhoon pushed him back and said that he was still too illiterate. The boy was lying on the floor. He looked up in horror. Sunhoon leaned over him and asked if he really thought he could defeat her. The protagonist took her hand. He remembered how he was in the air. Then he remembered how the chairman pushed him back and thought that he didn't even notice her last blow. He looked down and thought that this was the S-rank raider. Sunhoon looked at the young mage with a smile. He remembered his first attack and thought that when you dedicate yourself to martial arts classes, you only gain experience in close combat. Then he remembered how yellow lightning appeared around him and thought that here he was faced with endless magical attacks and their incredible speed. The chairman smiled slightly and thought that the boy could really do it. She put her hands on her waist and said that she remembered something during the fight. She smiled and explained that everyone had thought about it at least once. She was referring to a fighting style that no one could master, but she felt that the protagonist was incapable of it. The boy looked at her silently, and she asked if she intrigued him. Sunhoon crossed her arms and said that the protagonist could call her teacher. She looked at him with a slight smile. Jaehyun was holding a pen in his hand. His eyes widened when someone called him. Yoo-young frowned and asked if he was listening to her. The girl was eating a sweet, while the mage asked her not to talk with her mouth full. He looked away and sweat dropped when his friend started talking about tuition. There were several tubs of ice cream on the table, and the protagonist asked if she was tired of eating it. The blonde smiled and replied that it was not so. She drew a monster running away from an explosion, a muscular guy, and a beautiful girl in her notebook, each drawing representing a category of magic. The guy carefully watched what Yoo-young wrote on the paper. He looked away when the system notified him that his magic proficiency and efficiency had increased. Orange system windows hung in the air, appearing whenever he made progress. The protagonist thought that the system seemed to be happy with his success. Yoo-young lay down on the table and asked if her friend really belonged to the martial arts class, because in 2 days he learned spells that take more than a month to learn. The boy twirled the pen in his hand and replied that he did not understand Yoo-young's surprise, because she herself learned everything in 3 days. The girl frowned and shouted at Jaehyun to call her teacher. She crossed her arms and asked if it could be any other way. She lay down on the table again and shouted that she had started mastering the magical arts earlier than the boy, and at this rate he would catch up with her in no time. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed and said that he had a predisposition. He remembered Hell's face and thought that it couldn't be any other way, because his life was at stake. The girl took the jar from the table. She began to stir the ice cream with a spoon, saying that she was very surprised when the protagonist said that he was choosing a martial arts class. She licked the spoon and added that it didn't matter that the magic class was not in demand. Yoo-young asked with an angry expression how her friend could bury his talent in the ground. The boy looked at the spoon and replied that she herself knew how magicians were treated now. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Many huge chains appeared near him. The long-haired man held his hand to his face. He leaned towards Jaehyun's ear, who asked if he had truly chosen the path of a warrior of his own free will. The blonde adjusted her glasses and asked if the protagonist practiced magic. The boy turned to her and said that he did it with another teacher, and Yoo-young said that something was missing at the end of the sentence. The boy looked away and added an address to her as a teacher. He remembered his vision and thought that it was as if he heard someone's voice. He frowned his dark eyebrows. The boy remembered Hell, who gave him a deadline of 2 months. He closed his eyes and decided that he should not be distracted. He brought a pen to his face. The protagonist imagined a man sitting on the couch. He was wearing glasses. The boy touched his lip and thought that something like a potion that solves all problems was needed. A pattern was visible on the glass. The raiders were actively training. Sung Jae frowned and looked away. He looked at the fighter and shouted that his back had bent when he swung his sword. He then turned to Raider Gina and yelled that her spell casting was too slow and if she didn't use healing in time, her comrades might die. Seonun was standing in the distance. The man turned around and said that these trainees were quite good and the average was higher than last year. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was thinking about something. The assistant smiled and asked if she was thinking about Jaehyun. The woman brought her fist to her face and said that she was. They stood next to each other. Seon Jae looked down and said that Seonun wanted to teach this guy something that many raiders had tried to master before him, but none of them had ever achieved significant results. The woman closed her eyes and asked if her assistant had seen the protagonist's abilities. She smiled and said that if an S-rank raider appeared among the mages, it would definitely be the protagonist. She looked straight ahead and thought that in Korea, only she had managed to reach the S rank of magic, but she was still a healer, and her combat magic was weak. The chairman remembered the boy standing in the middle of the mana, and thought that he could join their ranks. She smiled and said that the magic class would be in for a major change. The magic ball was lying on a red pillow. The protagonist looked at his hands and thought that this was a powerful elixir that increased the awakened's mana infinitely. He looked at the brew in the fire, thinking that the raider mage would probably be interested in this. The boy scooped up some of the potion, slightly tensing up from its purple color. Then he threw it against the wall with all his might, angry that it didn't turn out as he wanted. He touched his forehead with his hand, upset, saying that he didn't remember how many times this happened. A mountain of unwashed dishes had piled up in the sink. The guy was upset that he had used up too many ingredients. He bit his finger, grinning sadly that he would run out of money, arguing that the first step was for the liquid to turn white. Jaehyun looked at the pot full of black liquid and frustratedly concluded that there was no one to even ask what was wrong. He squatted down, looking up at the pot burning on the stove. The hero looked ahead and thought that it was November of 2020 and at the moment no one knew how to make a mana-increasing potion, because it would only be created in 5 years. The ladle with the spilled liquid lay on the floor. The kitchen was splashed with what should have been a potion. The guy continued to reason that now only he knew what components were needed and how to mix them. He remembered the guy standing in a black cloak and thought that before he returned to the past, the recipe was published by one of the world-class alchemists. He, sitting on the couch, once said that he would really like the elixir to become a reliable support for raiders from all over the world, and looked at him over his glasses with his bright green eyes. Jaehyun leaned forward slightly, summing up that it was useless, he was only wasting raw materials. The guy smiled slightly and decided to change his approach. An image of Jason appeared in his head. The hero was standing in the middle of the room and making an important decision that he needed to find the creator, concluding that even if the potion failed to brew, it would not be superfluous to meet him, and there would definitely be nothing to regret. Jaehyun put on his jacket, arguing that the guy was a first-year student at Millis Academy. An image of a first-year student appeared in his head. The guy looked away, arguing that he would visit him then. The academy was a huge ball of hexagonal slots. The doorbell rang. A silhouette behind it informed Jaehyun that someone had returned. The pot stank of potion. The dirty dishes were still lying in the sink. The ladle was still lying on the floor. Yujing stood, covering herself with a small bag, not understanding what had happened and debating whether to call the police. She looked around carefully, concluding that nothing seemed to be missing. The girl picked up the frying pan, continuing to reason that thieves could not have caused a commotion in the kitchen without taking anything. She stood in the middle of the mess, not knowing what to do. The protagonist thought about the white dragon and that there were several individuals who, with the appearance of Yggdrasil, took the leading positions faster than others. He thought about Sunun and a few other people. An image of a man nicknamed Swift Sword, namely Jason, appeared in his head. He remembered the card with a portrait of a blonde boy. This place of the first awakened after his disappearance was taken by the first South Korean S-rank raider. Jason is the father of the guy the hero needs to meet. The girl in formal clothes, looking at the guy, asked where he was going. Jaehyun, standing behind the glass, politely asked for a portal to Taegu. This place is considered a closed territory due to the threat of monster attacks. The guy was at the counter, reminiscent of the ticket office of a train station. Images of the area where he was supposed to go appeared in his head. All sorts of creatures appear there all the time and every step he takes could be his last. So this is not a place for fun, and if someone goes there, it is only for one reason. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked if he was a student of Millis Academy. He said with a smile that he was not, but he was preparing to enter. Jaehyun exhaled. He stood in front of the dome with hexagonal slots, thinking that he had little time left to see the main gate of the academy. The protagonist looked ahead carefully, thinking that there were many memories associated with this place, but now there was no point in them. He put his hands in his pockets and resolutely walked forward, telling himself that there was no time for chatter, because the surroundings were unsafe, and monsters were waiting at every corner. The streets were deserted, the stars were visible in the sky. Jaehyun walked along the corridors of the academy. A temporary pass hung around his neck. The guy wondered where Jason could be. He imagined the future alchemist in his martial arts class, but clarified that the guy had no martial talents. An image of him fighting off opponents appeared in his head and concluded that it was unlikely that he would use combat combinations. The guy stopped and, thinking, put his hand to his chin. then confidently walked forward, deciding to look in the lecture hall. Strange sounds reached his ear. Jae-hyun turned his head in that direction and saw a crowd. The guy came closer and heard a conversation between two students. One was talking to the other, offering to intervene and stop everything. The other said that then they would switch to them when they found out that they helped that stutterer, and he was already failing his grades this semester. Jae-hyun looked to the side, silently asking which stutterer. His bangs covered his eyes. He looked to the side, thinking that he could make a little noise, and pushed the two, thinking that everyone here was rooted to the spot anyway. Then he glanced down slightly, and went to the door. Under the surprised looks of the students he pushed, Jae-sang flew back into his chest. Jae-hyun held him back. The student immediately stood up straight and apologized. Jae-hyun looked in front of him carefully. The guy in blue clothes standing in front of him asked who he was and if he had business with their friend. Jae-hyun turned his gaze to him. Jae-san was making coughing sounds. Then he looked at the newcomer with his clear green eyes, tears in the corners of which were visible. Jae-hyun thought that he finally found him. The two were standing opposite each other. Jae-san was between them. The freshman looked at the newcomer in surprise. The protagonist asked if he was okay. His eyebrows rose high then, without answering the question, asked who he was. A hand fell on Jae-hyun's shoulder, and a voice behind him suggested that this was the little brother of their stutterer. The guy hung on him from behind and continued, addressing Jae-san, that he did not know that he had a relative, noting that for some reason they did not look alike. The freshman darkened and shrank again, and the guy continued that he thought that he did not talk about his family because they all died. Jae-hyun let out an irritated breath. The guy behind him continued calling him a kid, that the Hyungs were talking now and told him to leave if he didn't want to get it, but didn't finish the sentence. Jae-hyun decisively threw his hand off his shoulder. The offender did not expect this and slightly tensed up. Jae-san was surprised. Jae-hyun said that the freshman should go to the infirmary. He seemed to be under hypnosis and did not understand the question about whether he could walk on his own. The offender smiled sadly. Then he grabbed Jae-hyun by the collar of his t-shirt. Their faces were opposite each other. He continued, asking the guy why he was tired of living, clarifying that he tried to do it in a good way, but they did not understand him. Jae-hyun looked at the hand holding him, concluding that this was the second time. Jae-san stood at a distance thinking about how to help his failed savior. The guy, raising his hand, calmly continued that they began to grab him by the collar too often. An image of a spoon appeared in his head and advised that you first need to imagine the image, then come up with a formula, construct it, and put it into action. Yujun gave this advice while playing with water. The stream came out of the spoon in her hand and wrapped around. The girl concluded out loud that this was the basics of magic. Then the image of Sunun appeared in his head, as if she was telling him what to do. The guy decided to imagine the image of a flash of light, a flying arrow. Sunun extended her hand, offering the protagonist to attack, after which the holy arrow skill was activated. Jae-hyun only touched the enemy with his finger, as a flash of light appeared. The offender received a rebuff. He screamed, and Jae-sang raised his hand in confusion, as if trying to stop everything. The guy was surprised. Cold sweat ran down his cheek. He did not believe his eyes that the one who came to his aid used a spell without words. The students who were watching everything crowded at the door, not understanding what happened. Someone asked if anyone saw that guy's cast. One of the students told the other two that it was impossible to break the arm of someone who was going to become a raider of the martial arts class with a simple holy arrow. The wounded guy, in complete confusion, was thinking to himself whether this arrogant guy could actually be an absolute weakling. Then he bared his teeth. Under someone's remark that he liked to show off, the guy reasoned that at this rate he would lose his authority, and even though he didn't know who his offender was, he wouldn't let it go so easily. The opponents stood opposite each other. The offender Jae-san was very tense. A magic weapon appeared from his sleeve. Jae-san, wide-eyed, warned his new friend about the danger. The opponent attacked with a sword. Its blade was right at Jae-hyun's cheek, who looked at him excitedly. The guy's gaze was full of tension. The image of Sunun and her advice appeared in his head again, when she showed and explained that for a force field, you need to evenly envelop your body in mana, and then sharply throw out power. The guy raised his hand, activating the force mana field skill. The sword flew out of the opponent's hands. Jae-hyun stood with his hand raised above his head, enveloped in a force field. The opponent's face was covered in cold sweat. The hand lay on his face. He only stared ahead with unseeing eyes and made strange sounds. Jae-hyun approached his face, asking if the guy was finished. The hand was still on his face, while the opponent was about to curse, but the holy arrow was used in his direction again. Blood spurted from his nose. From the blow, he fell on his back. Jae-hyun towered over him, still holding his hand ready. Jae-san looked at the guy who came, not understanding who he was. He only shook his hands. Then, looking sideways at the freshman, Jae-san flinched in fear. Jae-hyun looked away and walked past. The offender could not come to his senses. Jae-hyun approached him and looked down, satisfied that he hit the opponent as he should have. having put Jason into a state of absolute shock with the phrase that it was almost like before. The protagonist raised his hand, shimmering golden sparks appeared in his palm. And then in their place there was a bottle with a red liquid. The protagonist said that he bought this thing for another occasion, but nothing can be done. The golden icon on the bottle sparkled brightly. Jason's eyes widened infinitely. Jaehyun uncorked the bottle. Then he poured the liquid in front of Jae-san, who was covered in sweat. The elixir hit the enemy's face. Red lights reflected in Jason's eyes. The offender looked like the fight went without damage for him, and Jaehyun said with satisfaction that although he did not know who made this potion, the effect was worthy of admiration. Then, turning to Jae-san, who was trembling from everything that was happening, he suggested that he leave. Slightly squinting at the guy, he added that they would go to the medical center. Jae-san looked at him in confusion. Jae-san was catching up with the magician walking ahead on the landing. Out of breath, the hero stopped, asking him to slow down. The young man in front stopped, and Jae-san, still out of breath, noticed that the medical center was on the other side. The guy didn't let him finish his thought, clarifying that there was no one nearby and they wouldn't be heard. Jae-san immediately tensed up. Gritting his teeth, he thought that the guy knew who he was. Jaehyun just turned to the alchemist, who in turn began to stutter and justify himself and ask if his father had sent the savior. He looked straight into the eyes of the magician, who thought that there was a misunderstanding between them and that he shouldn't irritate the boy even more with his vigilance. Standing half-turned, the young man firmly answered no and, completely not understanding, asked how he could know the alchemist's father. The dejected Jason thought that the guy would definitely not believe him. Still nervous and hesitant, he asked why the guy who saved him needed him. The protagonist approached Jason and said with a smile that he had a favor to ask. Continuing to smile slyly, Jaehyun said that he needed one potion, but he didn't have time to say more, because Jason interrupted him with a scream, not understanding what kind of potion. He raised his hands up in fear, moving away from Jaehyun and declaring that he didn't know how to brew potions. The magician's hand was already going into his pocket when he said that Jason understood alchemy. Taking a bottle out of his pocket, he showed it and made it clear that he knew about the sale of this potion on the black market. The frightened Jason covered his mouth with his hand in surprise, not understanding how this stranger knew everything. His eyes widened in horror, and thoughts began to swarm in his head, how the young man standing in front of him knew, because he could not be identified through the black market. Looking at Jason, Jaehyun thought that it was written on his forehead. The student looked down, clutching his tie, when the protagonist thought about how he really could not be identified through the black market, since it is a system that carefully hides the names of its participants, both buyers and sellers. Everything is carried out using the Escher system, so confidentiality is completely maintained. Scratching his cheek, he thought that if this were not the case, he would not have thought to sell the eye. Images of the past appeared in front of him. Removing his hand from his face, he realized that there was no point in talking about it anymore. The protagonist switched his attention to Jae-san, who was standing in front of him. The guy continued to shake in fear, while the mage thought about the fact that in general, the black market also functions in the Norner system. Looking at the bottle in his hand, he thought that if he hadn't bought the potion, things would have been worse. Stretching out his hand with the potion and forcing a smile, the protagonist asked if it was Jason's work, although he already knew the answer. The frightened boy, unable to bear it, turned away, could no longer look him in the eyes, pretended not to understand what he was talking about, to which the magician noted that Jason did not know how to lie. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he understood that the guy would like to remain in the shadows, but said that he did not have time for this. The student swallowed nervously. Jason remembered the past, where he sat in front of 3 vials of potions. Then he opened the system window and registered them in the program, on the black market site, and thought that, it seems, he made a mistake by putting everything up for sale. Sighing, he remembered that he did not want this, but he urgently needed money. Returning from his memories, Jason thought out a plan in his head. He closed his eyes and firmly decided that if his father found out, it would be the end for him. Looking at the magician standing there waiting, he thought that he needed to do something. Bowing, the alchemist asked to keep the information about him a secret from the others. Jaehyun touched Jason's shoulder. He looked at the bottle in his hand again and said that he did not bring up this topic for threats. And then he handed the bottle to the surprised Jason. He looked at his creation in amazement, and the magician continued his speech, clarifying that he just needed an excellent alchemist to brew something for him. In the alchemist's hands lay an elegant glass bottle with a magical glow, and a symbol of the all-seeing eye inside. Jason looked in front of him, thinking about the words about an excellent alchemist. He looked at the guy and began to think about Jaehyun's words. It did not seem like he was lying, but the alchemist did not believe that this was not his father's messenger. Looking at the stranger in front of him, he confidently addressed him. Jason looked lost when he asked who was standing in front of him. The mage said with a smile that he was a future student of Millis Academy, calling Jason Sunbae. Embarrassed, Jason asked to call him by his name. He held the bottle of potion tighter to himself, squeezing it in his hand. Having agreed, the alchemist turned around and began to leave. But he turned around, saying that he was ready to listen to Jaehyun's proposal. The guys came to the apartment where the young alchemist worked. Looking around, Jaehyun noticed that it was a rather cozy workplace. Embarrassed, Jae-san thanked him. Sitting opposite each other, the guys did not know how to start this conversation, and an awkward pause hung. Still worried, Jae-san spoke up first. He looked away and again clarified what the mage sitting in front of him needed. The latter smiled, saying that it was a secret means for increasing mana. Hearing this, Jae-san froze in shock, and Jaehyun continued talking about how he needed a potion that would allow raiders to replenish their energy without stopping. The excited alchemist jumped up and shouted that such a thing was impossible. But the magician stubbornly looked at his interlocutor, because he was sure that it was quite possible. Before his eyes appeared the image of an adult Jae-san in the future, who had just created this thing. Meanwhile, the alchemist was scratching his chin, thinking about what ingredients should be used to achieve this effect. Before Jaehyun's eyes appeared the image of a young alchemist, and behind him an adult who had the same habit of thinking and scratching his chin. Jae-san meanwhile was going over the ingredients in his thoughts. Suddenly, something dawned on the magician, because the atmosphere changed dramatically. In front of him stood a guy who stopped stuttering, thinking about the idea, and also named most of the required ingredients. Smiling, Jaehyun once again noted to himself that Jae-san was a genius, and his followers needed to make him. Suddenly, the alchemist returned to his previous state. Stuttering, he suggested asking another alchemist to create this masterpiece, but received only a firm denial in response. Grabbing the dumbfounded student by the shoulders, Jaehyun stated that he wanted Jae-san to make the potion and that he would provide everything he needed. The mage smiled and thought that maybe other alchemists could also create the potion if they had the recipe. Sweat began to roll down the student's face as the protagonist thought that the other alchemist's skills were not even close to this guy's. The protagonist narrowed his eyes as he was determined to fight for this guy. He patted the alchemist on the shoulder again, asking if he could help, and the latter hesitantly but agreed. He also said with a downcast expression that he would not promise that everything would be successful, but the mage only said that failure was a stepping stone to success. Jae-san looked up at Jaehyun and said that if nothing worked out, the mage would lose a lot of money. The latter closed his eyes and scratched his head, confident in the abilities of the guy sitting in front of him. He said that investing is not easy, and he is ready to take a risk. Hope appeared in Jason's eyes. The magician smiled again and thought that he would never be able to create such a potion, and he would rely on Jae-san. The alchemist's eyes sparkled with tears. He realized that for the first time someone believed in him. The protagonist grinned and was glad that he had new connections. Morning light softly penetrated through the thin wooden slats of the window, filling the room with a warm, almost fairy tale glow of a new day. Jae-san sat on the edge of the bed. His gaze was focused. He remembered yesterday's scene with Jaehyun, who offered him a business, invested in him because he trusted him, and who said that investing is not easy and he is ready to take a risk, after which Jae-san tried to remember when anyone ever relied on him. He recalled Jaehyun's smile, who had counted on him. And most importantly, he thought back to the hope he had gained from someone believing in him. The alchemist remembered the blow with a stick and how, unlike his other brothers, he lacked talent, so he was always cowardly and lonely. The boy often sat alone and burst into bitter tears, because his mother passed away early. The image of a man appeared before his eyes. It was his father Lee Jae-sin, who had never recognized him as a son, because he was no different from the others. Returning to reality, he remembered that the magician even allowed him to make mistakes. Tears rushed from Jason's eyes again, because for the first time such trust was shown to him. He did not understand why. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the alchemist fell to the floor, clutching his head with his hands, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Such trust touched his heart to the depths of his soul. Space exploded with an icy blade. Jaehyun dodged the blow flying at him. Sun-un suddenly appeared, directing hasty blows. The mage dodged, and then rushed forward. A stream of new magic arrows rushed towards the guy. Jaehyun used a shield and the arrows could not pierce him, they only crashed and immediately died out. The player felt that the holy arrow skill was activated. He launched them at Sun-un, who borrowed the mage's method and also took cover behind the shield. Suddenly, she saw a crack. Looking more closely, she thought that a crack had formed in the barrier, which meant that the player was making very fast progress. Meanwhile, Jaehyun was rubbing his face, already sweaty from the fight. The opponents stood opposite each other, not taking action for a few moments. Their eyes met. The mage decided to act first. He was enveloped in a blinding flash of green lightning, magic pulsating around, tearing the air. Opposite him, a calm and confident Sun-un, who was hovering among the swirls of water, her eyes shining with a cold light, and in a slight smile, one could read strength. Jaehyun raised his hand, his eyes blazing with a fiery amber light. In response, Sun-un stretched her palm forward, and in her fingers a sparkling sphere of water swirled, shrinking and pulsating from concentrated magic. At such a seemingly decisive moment, Sun-un's assistant gave a voice, saying that time was up and both fighters had worked hard. After which he looked away, not daring to look at his opponents. The protagonist looked at the floor, where traces of the fight remained, and thought that this was surprising, because the training ground, made of a special metal, had become almost unusable. It was difficult to leave even a scratch on these stones. After such a battle, Jaehyun also needed a drink, and a thermos appeared in front of him, but he continued to think that if it were not for him, beautiful ruins would have emerged. Sun Noon noted with a smile that the mage had an incredible speed of development. He could already use different spells, and their power sometimes surprised the girl. Jaehyun, wiping his mouth after a few sips, glanced towards Sun Noon, who was interested in whether someone was teaching the mage theory in addition to their training, to which the guy replied that his friend was teaching him. The girl, glowing with happiness, said that Jaehyun exceeded all expectations. She was worried about this, because she had no time left for lectures, and praised his friend for her intelligence. The main character, folding his arms on his chest, answered with displeasure that this was true. He remembered Eugene. You can't argue with her intelligence, but she has a self-confident character. Sun Noon approached her assistant, and called out to the mage, because she heard that he was going to the dungeon again. Jaehyun nodded and said that he wanted to test his skills. Smiling, the girl noted that an E-rank dungeon would be within his power and wished him luck, but the girl's words made the mage think that this dungeon would be ideal. His brows furrowed, because he needed to remain cool. He thought about Nightshade and whether he had managed to defeat it, because in the past he would never have defeated this monster alone. He clasped his head with his hands, because thoughts about the serious preparation and the fight ahead were rushing through Jaehyun's head. The confidence in his gaze said that he was ready, he could do it. After a while, he was met by a tired Jae-san. In his hands was a box. Already knowing that the alchemist was in his hands, Jaehyun became more cheerful. Looking at the box, he asked how hard it was for Jae-san. In the hands of the young alchemist was a potion to increase mana, and without a second of hesitation, Jaehyun decided to immediately use the potion. The protagonist felt the energy filling his body. He was even surprised by what was happening. It was just a great effect. Jae-san was practically losing consciousness in the meantime, but continued to stand in front of Jaehyun, who continued to think about how this bitter pill now looked like a lollipop, and that alchemy was a very complex science. Jae-san had already started to yawn, but the magician continued his thoughts. The effect of the same potion can change depending on the skills of the alchemist himself. Smiling, he thought that if he had given the ingredients to someone else, and asked them to make something similar, they would have brought him a remedy that would increase his characteristics by 1 or 2 points, but not by 15. Smiling, the protagonist encouraged the young alchemist, saying that he had talent. Jae-san smiled shyly in response, and said that it was all thanks to the magician, thanking him. Jaehyun scratched his head and was sure that he should be the one thanking him, not the other way around, and also suggested that Jae-san take a rest. It seemed that he had not slept well in the last few days. Scratching his eyes, the alchemist was about to leave, but before that he said that if he needed anything, he could call. Still smiling, Jaehyun turned around and headed for the exit. This was the end of the preparation. Turning away from the alchemist, who waved his hand to the mage in farewell, the smile disappeared from his face. He was determined to crush his main enemy Nightshade tomorrow, because he only had 9 days left to do this. At this time, far from here, a gloomy, scarred hand gently and carefully slid over the thick fur of the pet. She had a premonition. Hel was communicating with her beast, whose name was Garm. Continuing to stroke it, she said that they should expect guests today. The protagonist stood in front of the entrance to the dungeon. He touched Sergei's ear, as he had just sorted out his equipment, deciding that it would be enough since he felt fine. The boy turned to look at Sunyan's assistant. He shook his head with a sigh. The doors of the dungeon glowed with blue light. The light enveloped the boy's body. Jaehyun fell into the dungeon, while the system reported that the Norner system was transporting the user to a certain place, and the current location was Helheim, the land of the withered. Finally, the boy's feet touched the ground. He found himself in front of the cemetery again. His eyes sparkled, as he hadn't realized last time, but this evil energy was everywhere. The protagonist saw flashes of purple mana. He looked at the tombstone and thought that it seemed like the mana belonged to Nightshade. Jason thought about the monster and how by destroying it, he would be able to meet Hel again. Her image popped up in the boy's mind. He lowered his head sullenly and thought about Loki. At that moment, one of the monsters attacked him. The arrow flew straight to the target, but only hit the protective dome. The protagonist did not even turn around, thinking that he had accumulated a lot of questions. The guy looked back. Monsters were raging behind him. Snow flew up into the air when the protagonist thought that he would teach the enemy the battle of a battle mage. Jaehyun remembered Seonin, who said with a smile that the martial arts class calls such people magic swordsmen. But this is not the main thing, since the hybrid position itself is important, in which the guy combines magic with martial arts. Then she took a step towards the protagonist. The girl sighed and explained that no one had managed to do this yet. Dodging the arrows, the protagonist thought that the long distance is not suitable for the magic class. Another enemy attacked him. Jae-hyun extended his hand forward, thinking that the short distance was not enough for the martial arts class. He slammed his opponent's head into the ground. There were still a few monsters in front of him. When the guy thought about it, this was a kind of middle position, in which either of the two directions was specialized. Jae-hyun remembered how Sung-eun touched his chest. With a sweet smile, the girl reported that if they were talking about him, then this was a different matter. Several beams of light pierced the space. The system's EY reported that he defeated his enemies, gaining experience points. It was quiet around the dungeon. Sunjin's assistant looked at the phone. Suddenly, his hands trembled. The man listened to the surrounding reality. He squinted and thought that someone was nearby. Sunjin's assistant materialized a weapon, thinking that he had not heard that someone else would come here besides him. The car sped along the forest road. The wheels kicked up road dust. The girl behind the wheel said that her teacher had gone far away. She got out of the car and said that she had already looked for him when the man recognized her as Yeonju. Tanya deftly touched her hair and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Assistant Seonun dispelled the weapon and asked what the girl was doing here and whether her guild didn't have enough work. Yeonjin looked at her phone screen and explained that she was also sorting out her work. The girl looked at the teacher and explained that she wanted to see him. However, she had to come here because the guild itself couldn't find him. The man closed his eyes and thought that this was nonsense, since he hadn't heard from this girl since graduating from university. But he said out loud that he was also glad to see her. At home I thought to myself that she wouldn't have come all this way just to say hello. Yeonjin approached the gate and asked if he was monitoring this dungeon, to which the man replied that there was no need for outsiders to know about it. The girl took a step towards the gate and said that it was strange since this was not her teacher's jurisdiction. Did he get demoted? She sighed and said that, to be honest, she was curious about something here. Yeonjin looked at the man. She turned to him and said that she was curious about the rumors about Chairman Seonun's illness, and whether they were true. The teacher's face darkened. He turned to his former student with displeasure and said that it was obviously not true, then asked where she heard about it in the first place. Yeonjin turned away and explained that there were many ears around, and as her teacher knew, you in the Curator Guild are full of such things. Sung Jae narrowed his eyes and thought that his student was talking like that she had planted a spy among them. He exhaled and thanked her for telling him about it, and thanks to her, he would have more work when he returned. Yeonji, not looking up from her phone, listened to the man saying that it was time to go clean up, but she had one last question. She opened the main character's photo on her phone and asked if her teacher knew this guy. Sungji's eyes widened in surprise. The girl smiled and said that she imagined it. He had started dropping by their guild quite often lately. It seemed that he had met with the chairman more than once. She sighed and said that she thought that maybe her teacher knew what was going on. Sung Jae looked at the girl tensely, saying that she, as an outsider, should not poke her nose into this. She only exhaled in displeasure. Yeonji went to her car saying something that, to be honest, she didn't expect to be told. She turned around at the end and said that she knew very well how prim and unyielding her teacher was. The man was displeased to hear that the guild paid her to come here, so she wouldn't pretend. Yeonji, already sitting in the car, said that she was leaving, and then said goodbye. The wheels raised blue dust. Sung Jae scratched his head, saying that he should report this to the chairman first. Jaehyun was sitting on a stone. He raised his head and said that someone had finally arrived. Nightshade stood in front of him in a scarlet flame. A white beam brought space. The protagonist grinned, saying that they hadn't seen the dungeon boss for a long time. The monster's eyes were burning with scarlet flames. Many cubes and light burned above the protagonist as he said that this time it would be different. Scarlet flames exploded on the monster's body at the waist. The protagonist dodged the attack. Arrows began to shoot out from the light cubes. These arrows began to pierce Nightshade's body. He grabbed his head as the protagonist landed on the ground. A moment later, the monster's eyes lit up with flames of rage again. He rushed to attack. Scarlet rays pierced the space, causing snow to fly into the air. Jaehyun's eyes lit up with excitement. He took one step to the left. The guy turned his body to the side. Nightshade, throw you into another stage. Jaehyun sighed, evening out her breathing. He took another step to the side. The monster was rushing at him with all possible speed. Nightshade swung for a strike, and the protagonist took 2 steps to the right. He tilted his head. Jaehyun made a wide lunge to the side. Nightshade froze for a moment. Jaehyun summoned a golden beam of light, asked if the monster was confused. Since everything was not going as his opponent had planned, the system reported that the super speed chain skill was activated. Lightning began to turn into chains around the protagonist. These chains enveloped the space, attacking the enemy with an arrow. Nightshade was unable to dodge these chains. The sharp tip of the chain rushed to attack again. Jaehyun folded his hands into a lock, calling for more lightning. The sharp tip soared upward. The chains seemed to pierce the space like lightning. They twisted, and now his victim. It turned out that Nightshade was surrounded by these chains. Finally, they called a lightning discharge struck the monster. The protagonist silently watched this, thinking that this was not enough. While the enemy's body was smoking, blue arrows attacked him from above. He looked at them, and they were aiming straight at his eye. Nightshade's twisted body began to collapse. Still getting electric shocks, the monster fell on its back. Jaehyun narrowed his eyes. He looked at the defeated enemy. The guy covered his face with his hands. Lightning continued to hit Nightshade. The monster managed to break the shackles. The system warned that he was furious, that he was eaten, and agility increased. The protagonist looked at this warning with surprise. He was startled by the unexpectedness. When the death seal began to swirl behind the guy, the system reported that if the user did not remove this seal within 10 minutes, he would be given an instant death penalty, and the condition for removing the seal was the destruction of Nightshade. Jaehyun turned around and thought instant death, since he had never heard of such a thing. At this time the system activated the absolute counting skill. The purple power filled the entire space. It continued to swirl, folding into the image of a skeleton. The system reported the death seal again. The power began to overwhelm the protagonist. The image of a smiling hell appeared before the protagonist's eyes. He furiously shouted the goddess's name and asked why she was interfering, after which the system displayed that the instant death penalty would be carried out in 9.5 minutes. The guy rushed to attack, thinking that there was no choice, he needed to end this quickly. The eyes of the twisted monster were still burning with rage. Suddenly, it turned around and began to run away. Jaehyun stretched out his hand forward, sending arrows to attack. They attacked the enemy. Several explosions were born, and the system reported that there were 8.5 minutes left before the instant death penalty. Even more damage appeared on Nightshade's body. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, and he mentally cursed, realizing that his opponent just wanted to drag out the fight. He grimaced in rage and said that then it was necessary to deliver a muscular blow that he would not be able to dodge. At that moment, something began to happen from the monster's body. The space surrounding it began to vibrate. Jaehyun stared in surprise at the suddenly exploded fragments. The guy grabbed his throat. The system reported that the resistance did not work. He felt the effect of fear. The protagonist frowned, and then passed out. Nightshade attacked him. Jaehyun grimaced, not understanding what to do. He cleared his throat. The system reported the effect of fear, which was dispelled. Suddenly, the guy jumped back. He carefully examined the space when the system reported that there were 7 minutes left before the penalty of instant death. The protagonist stood in front of the monster, thinking about the fact that the boss is not able to use SS several times in a row. He looked at the furious opponent and thought that he was not sure, but he could interfere with him again if he tries to use the essence of light. The space around Nightshade began to vibrate again. The protagonist thought that he could eventually simply spend mana and be disarmed. Jaehyun frowned, reasoning that in this case, if he recalled, he would hit the boss in the eyes, and his vision should deteriorate. He looked at the alluring eyes of the monster. The guy sighed. He activated his Wonder Boost skill again, thinking about turning off the light of this good monster first. The system reported that wind energy passes through the user's body. Agility is temporarily increased. Nightshade's body was thrown back. Dark energy began to curl around him. Mana swirled while the protagonist called for a golden color. He attracted eyes and said that the boss was at home, that just rushed at him. From his hands and went golden glow, when the system reported that the flash bomb skill was activated. Light filled the surrounding space, causing pain to the monster. Golden chains with sharp tips rushed to attack again. They pierced Nightshade. The protagonist rested on the ground. His silhouette was glowing because of magic. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when he realized that his opponent was finally dead. He looked at the monster and cursed. However, at that moment, Nightshade's silhouette rose again, and the system reported that there were 4 minutes left before the instant death penalties. Jaehyun turned around with displeasure, saying that the enemy had already gotten to him, and then asked what else he could do. He looked up with a smile and said that it was a pity that it was too late, and then the system reported that the sacrifice skill had been activated. The system found the dead, who looked at the golden light in surprise. Nightshade tilted his head when the system reported that the sacrifice had switched to attack mode, and then the Judgment of Light skill was activated. The space exploded with bright light, and the system reported that there was less and less time left before the instant death penalties. The countdown finally began, and the protagonist looked in front of him. He approached the enemy closely, listening to how little time he had left. Finally, the guy smiled and said that he succeeded. Nightshade was starting to puff up when the system reported that it had been destroyed, so the title of First Sufferer was given. Hel touched her chin with a smile, and said that it seemed like this guy wasn't chosen by chance. She extended her hand forward and called Jaehyun to come to her, as she would be waiting for him at her temple. The protagonist stood surrounded by dark mana as the system reported that Nightshade had been destroyed, and the death seal effect had been lifted. Puffs were rising from the ground. There were still fragments hanging in the air as the system checked the user's qualifications. Suddenly, the guy's body tensed up as the system reported that the check was complete, and the Hell Temple was calling the user. The protagonist stood in front of the temple gates. His expression was surprised. At the entrance, he was met by a beast. Jaehyun froze in fear. The beast came out of the temple, attacking the guy with such furious power. The protagonist immediately summoned his power, cursing. The beast froze for a moment. The next moment, a scarlet flame flared around him, like a pure paw stretched out to the protagonist. Suddenly, someone called Garm. He froze when it sounded that he should accompany the guests. The protagonist's beasts stood opposite each other, not ready to let go of the power. Garm turned around displeased. Jaehyun looked after the door and thought that he was finally here. He went after the guide. White light appeared through the windows of the temple. The protagonist stubbornly looked forward and called the goddess, saying that he came to her. Like a pure paw on the floor. Garm lay down near the throne when Hel said that she did not think that the guy would be able to do this. Surrounded by white light, the goddess appeared. She smiled and congratulated the protagonist as an opponent of evil, saying that he brilliantly coped with her test. Jaehyun just exhaled heavily and asked why he received the Norner system. The guy looked straight at the beast and asked why he was forced to go through all this. His eyebrows closed on the bridge of his nose when the protagonist asked, what was the reason? Hel looked at the guy with a smile. She waved her hand, saying that in her own in order to make him an opponent of evil. Jaehyun looked up and asked again about the opponent of evil. The light of the goddess filled the entire space when the guy asked why him. Hel smiled again and said that it was because such was his destiny. Jaehyun stared at the goddess, pondering fate. Hel extended her hand up, talking about the enemy of Ace, and the one who will kill Odin. She extended her hand towards the guy, saying that this is what Loki and they want. Jaehyun looked at the interlocutor with displeasure, saying that he does not understand about Odin's murders. The goddess closed her eyes, saying that she didn't need to understand. It was like they didn't expect him to understand. The protagonist frowned when he heard that he must feel some kind of injustice. A cold finger touched the protagonist's lips. He looked down at the goddess and heard that the reasons why a human had to play by the god's rules were incomprehensible to his mind. Suddenly, they froze in front of each other. Hel became serious when she asked the protagonist to remember that this wasn't just about the gods who were Asur's opponents. She lowered her hand. Suddenly, a dark aura began to swirl around the surprised protagonist. As if through a tunnel, he saw Garm and Hel, who was saying that the world was on the brink of an apocalypse, and Odin wanted to take over everything, and in order to stop him, they needed the protagonist's power. Jaehyun extended his hand to the girl and asked him to wait, since he hadn't asked something yet. Then she smiled and asked the boy to become stronger for their next meeting. Moments later, the beast goddess became alone. The girl was surrounded by icy dust. She became serious, asking how long someone would be watching them, since she did not remember inviting an uninvited guest here. The sun's rays broke through the foliage. Jaehyun looked up with displeasure. He touched his face with his hand and muttered that some nonsense was happening again, since there were only questions and no answers. He looked through his fingers when the system reported that a gift from Hel was received in the form of a passive skill of the goddess's patronage. A bright ball of light filled the space when an apology for rudeness sounded, but the voice explained that when he learned of their meetings, he could not resist. The beast's eyes flared with scarlet light. Hel and Garm exchanged displeased glances. The goddess looked at the ball of light when the voice said that she had a loyal friend, and then asked how it was to meet the protagonist in person. The girl smiled and explained that there was no need to rush to conclusions, since he had only made the first step. The voice expressed doubt, and Hel frowned warily. The image of a man appeared, who said that he thought that the guy clearly liked her. The goddess looked at him and chuckled. She smiled cheerfully and admitted that this guy exceeded all expectations. She thought about the protagonist, and said that he managed to pass the test and appear before her. The girl's eyes dropped to the floor when she said that it was quite pleasant and a misunderstanding. The ball of light said that he was glad then, since he somehow felt calmer in his soul. Hel narrowed her eyes with pleasure and asked if that was why her guest came, since she was sure that he had something else to say. Mimir flared with light and said that he did not understand what was being said. The goddess's eyes darkened as she called the guest a cunning old man who plays the fool and who hides his cunning under the guise of a simpleton, thus resembling her older brother. She thought about the protagonist and that the principle of the enemy of evil had been changed, and she noticed it, and if so, then she was sorry, since the world could no longer be called a giant of wisdom. Hel looked at the exploding heat of light and said that it was annoying, to which she heard that she should not get excited, since she could not be fooled. The goddess again presented the smiling hero and said that it was not over yet, since the protagonist's left eye was the source of wisdom, to which Odin dedicated the eye. Hel raised her head and asked what her interlocutor would answer to this. She narrowed her eyes, asking what the plan would be. However, Mimir was in no hurry to answer. They stood opposite each other when an apology was made, as the guest wanted to tell, but it was too early, such was his fate. The goddess smiled and agreed, as she was used to waiting, but she would not sit idly by either. The girl went to the window, listened, and then, it seemed, a good idea came to her mind. She approached the glass and began to talk about how the enemy of evil was still weak. If the prophecy was to be believed, many trials awaited him. A purple sphere broke away from Hell's hand when the girl said that he would need a guide. The girl stretched out her hand forward, saying that the protagonist needed someone who would always show him the right path, even if this path was full of danger. The hall was filled with people, when there were 7 days left before entering the Milice Academy. Jaehyun exhaled heavily. He put his hands in his pocket, listened and there, that he was somehow puzzled. The girl in strict clothes frowned and asked what was bothering the guy. He looked at the interlocutor and hurried to explain that nothing special had happened, to which he heard that in that case they would be waiting for purchases. The guy scratched the back of his head and thought, and then that if anxiety can be considered that after everything that happened, there were many more questions. He looked to the side and thought that although some catch still existed, after which he remembered his new passive skill. Jaehyun shook a speck of dust from his shoulder, thinking about the fact that he had several more skills with this rank. The guy called up the system windows, thinking about the fact that in the Escher system there were no such ranks, and in other words, EX rank skills are beyond Escher. He followed the guide, thinking that since the other skills are so cool, then the eye of the absolute god must be the same. Meanwhile, the girl stopped near the store manager. The protagonist was thinking that the opponent of the gods Asa did not just stuff him with all this for nothing. He remembered how Hell told him that Loki and they wanted this. Jaehyun involuntarily exhaled when he heard that his guide thought that this would do. He perked up and began to watch the girl. They reached out for a weapon with a huge amount of money. Then she showed the card and asked him to pay with it, while the dissatisfied protagonist was with a hammer, that this amount was too much for a man and knife, and why spend a fortune on something that you will throw away anyway. The guide took a paper bag and said that the Milice Academy mainly provides only such goods, but the quality of the equipment of freshmen does not cease to be better, so it will be necessary to buy sacred equipment. She looked at the list on the phone. Seeing it, the protagonist sweated, thinking that this is the entire shopping list. He remembered how the girl introduced herself as Hannah, an employee of the Lotus Guild. Looking at the protagonist, she said that the chairman wanted to give a paired gift in honor of entering the academy. Jaehyun looked at the Lotus representative in surprise, listened to whether he could spare some time. After a while, he carried a lot of packages, thinking that she thought it would be something like a couple of miracle drugs or artifacts. His eyes narrowed when the guy thought that the Lotus Guild was on a completely different level. Hannah walked forward, saying that now the guys need armor. He called up the system window, causing the packages to disappear, and said that there was no need for armor, since he already had a set. His gaze came across the B-class protective equipment, better armor than which could not be found. In addition, with it he could use concealment. Hannah glanced at the protagonist in surprise. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked if he needed an artifact with a concealment effect. She touched her chin and explained that every raider would want such an item, and it would be difficult to get here. The protagonist waved his hand and asked not to think about it, since he said it just like that, and besides, there are not many raiders who study concealments. He looked at the Lotus representative, and said that such things can be found in the dungeons, and even then, if you are very lucky. Hannah frowned. I agreed with this, since in their country only her older brother has the discovery. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise and asked again about her older brother. Hannah turned to her and said the name Sung Jae. The protagonist immediately remembered Sunun's assistant. Hannah went ahead saying there that they can skip the armor. Gradually, the girl disappeared into the crowd. The protagonist tried to understand if she was serious about her brother. He took a step forward, realizing that he would never have thought about it. At this moment, Jaehyun stopped because he felt a resonance with the user. He touched his head, trying to overcome the resonance. The guy froze in the crowd. His face looked tense when he thought about the lights he saw, similar to those of the treasure brother. Hannah called out to the protagonist, who suddenly broke away somewhere. The guy's eye glowed gold. He thought of a rock that emitted a bright light. The silhouette of the guy looked at the rocks. The system reported that the eye of the absolute god looks through complex vision and recognizes the truth. Jaehyun read the system windows in surprise, which reported that the Norner system activated the recognition skill. At this moment, the guy tensely repelled the attack. He bit his teeth and cursed. The young man with white hair looked terrifying. He swung and attacked the enemy several times. Hoyoung, who was the winner of this duel, was breathing heavily. The man's glasses flashed as he praised the boy's amazing skill, saying that he wanted an opponent and that he had pretty good skills. It was all down to the difference in talent. Hoyoung stood next to his defeated opponent. He looked down sadly when he heard that it was not for nothing that he was called a new generation S-class raider. A man who looked like him praised the boy, who thanked his father. The man looked back at him and asked him not to be happy, since his son was obliged to win this fight. Hoyoung sighed and said that he knew this. His father walked away, saying that the robbery was over, it was time for them to do other things, so the boy should take a shower, but quickly, since he needed to go somewhere, and the young man himself felt uncomfortable. Water came out of the shower. His wounded fingers slid along the tiles. Hoyoung leaned against the wall, feeling disgusted, since he did not feel like a person, but rather a robot. Drops of water trickled down the boy's forehead as he muttered that this was not the kind of raider he wanted to be, and he wondered when everything changed. Jaehyun asked about Mistletoe with a satisfied smile. The rock continued to shine brightly. He took a step towards the wall, asking if this was another joke of the Norner system. Hon and Jaehyun passed each other for a moment. A building with office space was visible. Lowering her head, Hon asked her father why he was buying so many things. Frowning, the old man explained that a future S-rank raider could not skimp on equipment. Sweating, the boy asked what to do about his mother's hospital bills, to which the man told him to shut up. Looking at the boy, his father said that he would take care of the bills, and that he should continue training. Looking ahead, the young man agreed with the head of the family. Looking down, the boy could not understand what he was doing here. Walking behind his father, Hon listened to the conversations of passers-by about why he was here. Adjusting his cap, the schoolboy decided that this was not the life he dreamed of. Remembering the day when he discovered his abilities, the young man was unhappy with the fact that he felt like a monkey in a zoo cage. Remembering his mother's face, the boy thought about how even after he discovered his abilities, the woman did not stop stroking his head and smiling. Remembering how his mother stroked his head, the boy realized that it was at that moment that he wanted to become a raider. Spreading his arms, the little boy realized that he was a light in the pitch darkness. As he imagined his father's face, the boy thought that the man had quickly found a proper use for his abilities. Lowering his head, Hon realized that he was more of a robot than a man now, because he was nothing more than a tool in his father's hands. Looking at the floor, the young man doubted that he would be able to last 3 years at the academy. A hissing sound was heard throughout the hall. Raising his head, the young man listened to the announcement that a rift had occurred nearby, causing dangerous monsters to emerge onto the streets. Opening his mouth, the young man was surprised that the monsters were now in the city. With a worried expression on her face, the girl called the visitors to follow her. Sweating, the guard shouted that the raiders would arrive soon, so there was no need to panic. Continuing to move, the father asked his son why he had stopped. Looking ahead, the man said that his son was a genius who would hold all of South Korea in his fist, but if he got injured, his position in the academy would be shaken, so he would have nothing to gain by intervening. The boy looked at his father in silence. Imagining the hordes of monsters, the young man thought that the old man was right, because the raiders from the association would deal with the monsters themselves, but it was unknown what would happen to the civilians before they arrived. With his eyes widened, the boy realized that this was his chance. Hon began to turn around. As he ran away, the boy listened to his father screaming for him to come back right now. As he walked down the street, the schoolboy decided that he had to prove to himself that he was a real raider. Looking ahead, the boy wanted to make sure that he chose the right path. Remembering his mother's hospital room, the boy began to doubt his choice. Hon saw something ahead. A green monster stood in front of him. Many goblins were looking at the man. The boy stood still. Sweating, the young man noticed that he couldn't move. Looking at one of the invaders opening his mouth, the boy realized that he couldn't move even a finger. Looking at his trembling hand, the boy hoped that he could move his limb, because he knew where he was going. The horde rushed towards the man. Looking at one monster jumping, Hon thought about how he always dreamed of becoming a raider. Looking up, the young man was annoyed that he was afraid of the lesser monsters. Jaehyun slammed the goblin into the ground. The boy made a surprised expression. A moment later, the boy was sitting on the ground. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked if Hon was sitting in front of him. The young man silently looked at his savior. Holding a stone in his hands, the protagonist heard someone calling him. Running up to the boy, Hannah asked why he went towards the unidentified objects. Looking at the stone, the girl asked what the boulder in the boy's hands was. Looking at the system window, Jaehyun realized that those around him saw this object as a simple stone, after which he realized that it would be strange if everyone could see the system's structure. Looking at his interlocutor, the protagonist said that he could not buy a weapon. Raising his head, the protagonist heard an announcement that said about the invasion of monsters. The guy opened his eyes wide. Looking at her companion running away, Hannah called out to him. The young man jumped out the window. The boy was flying down. Below, Jaehyun saw a crowd of goblins. The monsters looked at the man from above. The young man watched the monsters intently. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. The boy ran towards the enemies. Frowning, the fighter realized that there were more of them than he thought, but everything should go without losses. A wave of lightning covered the goblins. A moment later, the monsters flew in different directions. The protagonist jumped between the buildings. The protagonist prepared to deliver another blow to the fleeing opponents. A kick slammed the monster into the ground. Looking ahead, the guy realized that Hon was standing in front of him. The young man silently looked at his savior. Looking back, the boy realized that he had lost his cap. Looking at the floor, Jaehyun did not expect to see this man here. Looking at the young man, the protagonist remembered that he was also entering Millis Academy. Standing in front of his new acquaintance, the protagonist said that he needed help. Looking at how the goblin was about to hit the guy in the back, Hon shouted to him that there was someone behind him. Tearing the attacker to pieces, the raider said that he knew it. With wide eyes, the young man listened to the words of the savior about not letting the monsters get to residential buildings. Jae-hyun opened his mouth and asked the boy how long he was going to sit there. Looking ahead, the young man listened to the words about how he should get ready and take his weapon. Frowning, Hon said that he understood. Looking at his hand, the boy noticed that it had stopped shaking. Looking at his comrade, the boy realized that a real raider was standing in front of him. Clenching his fists, the student realized that his task at the moment was to save people. The young man resolutely looked ahead. The guys were standing on a street filled with goblins. Frowning, Jae-hyun asked his comrade if he could make a provocation. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that there were a lot of goblins, so they should try not to let anyone in. Using the ability, Hon thought about not hesitating. Grabbing the sword, the student decided that he should do what he can do. The young man took the hilt with both hands. Mimicking the knight's defensive stance, the fighter activated a skill called the Cry of Provocation. The goblins looked towards the warrior, while the system notified that all monsters within a 50-meter radius had turned their attention to him, and the damage from their attacks was reduced by 30%. The monsters looked at the raiders, and the system notified about the skill called the Cry of Provocation. A moment later, the next group of monsters fell under the effect of the skill. With their eyes wide open, the remaining invaders were affected by the Cry of Provocation. Looking away, Jae-hyun thought about how this ability was much more effective than the classic provocation and not everyone could use it several times in a row. Imagining the knight in front of him, the protagonist realized that he was annoyed that he only managed to become a B-rank knight. Looking at the face of his companion, the protagonist remembered that fame quickly destroyed Hon's personality, which is why he was called a genius with a sad fate. The boy's eyes widened as he realized that his weak character could be improved. Looking at the tip of the weapon, the boy decided that his ally was an extremely useful fighter. Jae-hyun extended his finger, declaring that it was time to finish. The blow struck the goblin's body. Hon made a sweeping strike with his sword. The boys looked around the battlefield. Holding a cigarette in his hand, the stranger asked what all this meant. The students looked at the man. The stranger made an indifferent expression. With his hand in his pocket, the man introduced himself as Ken-hoon from the Raider Association office, and then asked the boys if they had destroyed all the monsters. Hon looked away, and replied that they had indeed. Raising his eyebrows, Ken-hoon realized that Hon, who was already considered a genius, was standing in front of him, and the boy next to him looked like his peer. Scratching the back of his head, the raider could not understand what he should report to the management. Jae-hyun opened his mouth and said that he wanted to talk about that. Tilting his head, the protagonist said that it would be better if everyone thought that the association had dealt with the monsters, since no one would believe the boys anyway. Putting his hand to his chin, the employee explained that this was an offense. Looking back, the protagonist said that there were no eyewitnesses or CCTV evidence for this offense. Raising his hand, the man explained that he could not act outside the regulations. Looking down, the young man heard that they would be given a reward. Pointing his finger, Jae-hyun said that it would be better to give the money to his partner, and it would be better to keep his involvement quiet. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he had enough money from Lotus anyway, and it was better not to show himself in public now, since the academy admissions would begin soon. Looking at the people in front of him discussing the terms of the reward, Hon yelled at them to stop. Opening his mouth, the young man declared that all the monsters were killed by his savior. The man made a surprised expression. Looking at his partner, the young man explained that he had his own circumstances. Smiling, the boy thought about how he shouldn't have let his father see him before entering the academy. Imagining his sworn enemy, the protagonist was glad that he didn't know that he had changed his class to magic. Raising his hand, the protagonist thought about how it would be better to stay in the shadows. Imagining the face of the offender, the boy decided that his revenge would be quiet and cold. Imagining the splashes of blood, the boy dreamed of delivering a fatal blow. Looking down, Hon couldn't figure out what to do, because he couldn't do everything alone. Looking at his savior, Juno knew that he shouldn't take credit for the achievements of others. Remembering his mother, the boy realized that money could help her. Looking down, the young man dreamed of becoming a raider that his mother could be proud of, but if he missed a moment, she would be gone. Looking at the floor, Hon wasn't sure he could stand it. Looking sideways, Jae-hyun realized that his ally wasn't thinking about pride, because there was too much sadness in his eyes, so he should help him with his choice. Looking at his comrade, the protagonist asked him to think carefully. Opening his mouth, the boy listened to his friend's words that if it weren't for his determination, one of them would have lost their lives. Lowering his head, Hon heard from his partner that everything was fair. Opening his mouth, the young man declared that he was right. Looking at the protagonist's face, the guy promised that he would definitely pay him back someday. Kyung-hoon silently watched the guy's conversation. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that he would do everything as they asked. Turning his head, Jae-hyun thanked the others. Opening his mouth, Hon asked the name of his new acquaintance. Smiling, he said that he would find out everything soon. The boy listened with wide eyes as they were told that they were going to the same academy. The young genius couldn't believe that they were the same age, with his legs spread wide. On the day of their entrance exams, the boys stood in the large hall. The students saw someone with their mouths open. Looking at Hone, the students said that she was a genius of the martial arts class. Looking at the girl, the group of teenagers couldn't figure out who it was. Aina was looking at the floor. Looking at the young lady, Jaehyun thought that she would soon be at the top of the raider list. Looking at the lady's face, the protagonist decided that if he could persuade Aina to his side, he would have more aces up his sleeve. However, she was a difficult case. Remembering his friends, the protagonist decided that now was not the time to overdo it. Frowning, Yujung scolded her friend for staring at a stranger like that. The girl shifted her gaze. Standing behind the podium, the man greeted the applicants to Millis Academy. Smiling, the director introduced himself by the name of Chang. Looking from under his brows, the young man remembered the director's face. The guy looked at his friend. Jaehyun remembered how the girl was lying on the floor in her own blood. Opening his mouth, the young man told Yujung to be extremely careful. Smiling, the young lady promised that she would handle everything. Looking away, the protagonist remembered that his friend took third place in the ranking of magicians, and he cannot let her die this time. Holding papers in his hands, the director announced the beginning of the entrance ceremony. Putting the papers on the table, the man said that he did not want to give formal speeches. Raising his hand, Chain was about to say something. Frowning, the director said that something special was prepared for the entrance ceremony. Frowning, the man said that the applicants must steal their comrades' badges. The floor beneath the students' feet began to glow. Looking at their feet, the students realized that it was a magic circle. Yuyun, open-mouthed, was at a loss as to what to do. The girl tripped over her own foot. Jaehyun reached out and called out to his friend. The young lady grabbed her friend's hand. Something fell out of her pocket. The light from the floor rose higher. Looking away, Sungjae said that today was the day that Jaehyun would enter the academy. Sunun, closing her eyes, was surprised that time had passed so quickly, as she had wanted to wish the boy good luck before entering. Sitting at the table, the girl asked how long the hunt would last, to which the assistant replied that it would last 3 days and would take place in a subspace. Leaning on her hand, the lady realized that she would not be able to contact the main character. Open-mouthed, the driver said that he had foreseen this and sent the guy a message on Sunyeon's behalf. Smiling, the man took out his phone. The sun was shining outside. Jaehyun asked his friend if she was okay while sweating. Aina was getting up. The protagonist looked back. Looking at the girl's face, the young man noticed that she had black hair and hazel eyes, which meant that her affinity for magic was 92%, which would allow her to change the perception of the current magic class. Looking at the girl in full height, the young man realized that in front of him stood a future S-class raider who would become Seonun's follower. Showing the phone, Seonjae said that there was no need to worry about the guy. Aina looked ahead. The central office of Millis Academy. Everyone gathered behind the director. The man looked at the screens and noticed that many talented students had entered this year, and the promising Ho Young, who was also famous abroad. He frowned and listed the names of Aina, Yujung and Suyuk, each of whom had a predisposition of about 90%. Saki bowed his head and reported that the profiles of students who decided to change their direction were not being updated yet. The director asked him to shut up. He sat down in a chair, took out a remote control and said that if the students decided to change classes now, then everything is clear. Such students do not study with them for a long time. Basically, all applicants to the Millis Academy have outstanding skills, and however, among them there will be those who are many times superior to the rest. The hero introduced Hone, who was looking him straight in the eyes. Chain smiled. The instructor said that raiders of average talent become like servants for real geniuses, so they should give them a chance. His finger fell on the button. Sometimes the awakened, faced with mortal danger, have a lucky chance, reawakening. People were drawn to one single person. Bloody darkness was flying around him. They said that he must make one A-rank raider, even if it requires sacrificing 100 C ranks. A raider must constantly prove himself, and those who fell are obviously not capable of this. Light hit the man's face. His role is to find the jade that he will dedicate to him. His ring reflected the light. The director understood that he could not delay any longer. A star exploded in space. The field where the rookie hunt takes place is created using subspace magic. Time stops inside it and spatial restrictions are removed. The hero looked around sullenly. What is impossible in reality has become real here. About 5% of applicants fail in the hunt every year. Yujung suddenly jumped up. This is how difficult this stage is. It makes you understand the limit of your capabilities. The couple looked at it. It was impossible to relax. The girl looked away detachedly. Especially you can't do this in front of her. The man smiled contentedly. His image appeared in the sky. His voice asked to let him explain the rules of hunting. All the students looked at the giant man. He explained that this subspace was created in such a way that it only allows the use of skills up to rank C. The three stood silently and listened. For each badge they took off they were awarded points. If a student takes a badge from a newbie, he is given 10,000 points. If a newbie takes it, he gets 100,000 points. Since points are used everywhere in the academy, the more the better. Jaehyun frowned at the director. Since only skills of rank C and below can be used, then his super fast A rank chain is blocked. His eyes lit up. By the way, nothing was said about unique skills. Chain smiled contentedly and said that for everyone's safety. His face distorted in anticipation. He said that they reduced the power of their spells by 10%, so let them not worry, they will not suffer much, let them have fun. The guy sighed heavily and thought that the man was talking complete nonsense. Aina deigned to look at the sky. The director did not say anything about unique skills or limitations of characteristics. Everyone understood that they wanted to filter out those who were weak in this way. Yujong looked at the sky in surprise. The management wanted to identify the most talented. The hero looked at her and said that it was time for them to go. They would have to spend 3 days here, and therefore the first thing they needed to do was find shelter. In this subspace there were different zones with surprises. Traps, a source of healing, and a forest of nightmares, an ecosystem that provided food, shelters, and so on. In order to survive, first of all, you need shelter with a stronghold. It is much easier to prepare for battle. The partner leaned towards her friend, pointed at Aina and offered to take her with them. The dark-haired girl looked at the sky with a detached expression, while Yujung said that she seemed to be from the magic class, and wouldn't it be better if there was one more person on the team? Jaehyun looked at her warily and asked himself why she only said reasonable things at important moments. He understood that teaming up with Aina would be most beneficial. He remembered her in a different guise and thought about how she was a variable that could not be calculated. Once he read about an incident involving her. It was reported that she lost her mind and went berserk and endangered a huge number of people. The guy looked down and said that such a decision cannot be made hastily. Is she sure that they will not be betrayed? Aina turned around boredly. Jaehyun added that judging by her look, she did not trust them. The hero saw himself as a little one behind Aina. Yujung looked at the stranger thoughtfully and added that she looked like the hero in childhood. After these words, she went to the stranger. She smiled at her and asked if she wanted to join her team, because she and that guy were mages. Aina looked at her silently. The mage turned away and looked at the rear, while his friend said that in this hunt, the beginners were in a bad situation, and it was easier for mages to fight in a team. Gloomy looked at the sky and said that she thought this issue should be postponed. Something flew very close. 2 people appeared in the dust. The big guy noticed that they had already found 3 newbies. June, San, and Soil were slowly approaching. The big guy felt that this year their piggy banks would be filled with points. His partner looked ahead irritably and said that she only smelled 2. She shuddered and looked at the hero. He looked back gloomily, and the girl noted to herself that she did not sense anything from him. His eyes slowly slid over the enemies. He remembered them. Yujung looked at him with fear and said that the couple were from the martial arts class. Wouldn't it be better to just run away? Jaehyun looked at the enemies and said that they would have to catch them, because they couldn't hide from them. He looked at Soil. She had an interesting ability. She could lock onto a target at a distance of 300 kilometers. Her eyes began to glow warmly. If she didn't remove it now, serious problems would begin later. Ju Sen smiled nastily and decided that now he would earn points and eat his fill. His friend advised him not to lose his vigilance, because that handsome man was not simple. The bully summoned a sword, not taking into account his victims. After all, it was not their first time participating in a hunt. He rushed forward and ordered to watch carefully as he dealt with them in no time. Jaehyun slightly narrowed his eyes and easily dodged the attack. The big guy's eyes opened wide. Soil looked forward in surprise and asked, "What is this pig doing?" Jaehyun looked at the enemy and said that no one had swung a sword at him for a long time. The big guy gritted his teeth and decided that it was just an accident. He pulled the blade back and rushed to attack again. He couldn't help but know the face of a newbie who was able to dodge his blade. A blow and the boy simply steps back. Another dodge and so many times. Ju-san was covered in sweat. He didn't understand what kind of crap it was. He couldn't even touch it. Suddenly Jaehyun caught a blow. Sparks jumped out from under his fingers. The hero leaned towards the enemy's face and asked how he survived with such a carcass. The blade shattered into many pieces. Aina looked at the guys in amazement. Jaehyun made a frightening expression and said that he would not hurt if he gave him his badge. He had 3 seconds to give him his badge and run away. Ju-san pressed his lips in fear. He told himself it was impossible. His sword kept falling. He didn't understand why some young mage was looking at him with such eyes. The hero pulled his hand back and said that he gave him an opportunity, but he missed it. The blow flew into the enemy's face. Soil turned around in fear towards her flying comrade. Blue particles rose into the air. Participant Jun-san was eliminated. The speaker on the wall hissed. The instructor frowned and said finally an invader appeared among the newcomers. Participant Jaehyun earned 100,000 points. The girl looked away in surprise. She turned around, realizing that she heard not Hone, but Jaehyun. She asked who it was. Is Hajun sure that everything is correct? Hajun turned away and said that the calculations are the most accurate. Instructor Kim looked at the screen in amazement and said that everything is fine with her too. She glanced at the director, his lips were trembling. He smiled contentedly and said the name of the hero. Soil screamed in fear at Jaehyun, asking who he was. The guy froze in place. He told Jung to get ready. Because now he needed to deal with her, he sent her an invitation, so let her accept it. The girl summoned a weapon, asking herself, was her friend always this strong? Aina glanced at her briefly and summoned her weapon. Soil frowned, cursed, and thought that her partner had ruined everything. She looked at the three and noted that even if their leader was not such a monster, a fight of 3 against 1 was too risky. Her hand reached for the throwing knives. She decided that she would take out one of them and run from here. She made a dash. Immediately approached Ji-young. The girl pointed her staff at her and screamed. Jaehyun glanced at them briefly and noted that this was a good decision. Soil looked at her prey cruelly. She had planned to create chaos with a surprise attack to open a corridor for retreat, and for her this was the best option. An explosion occurred. Soil jumped back and noticed that the redhead had created a barrier, surprised that she had time to react. The newcomer glared at her with glowing eyes. Such a tactic would only work if Yujung was an ordinary person. She pointed her staff at the fleeing one and used bind. The rival in response took out a bunch of knives. She turned and threw them at the mages. The weapons bounced off the protective barrier. Jaehyun called for yellow lightning. He knew that her partner would not be able to cope with the academy student anyway. He had to help her. His hand trembled when he heard the sacred light of Alfheim. Ayane's eyes lit up. She commanded the light to become a radiant sword. The hero looked at her in surprise. 2 swords appeared in the air. It was Ayane's unique skill. It was called the Alfheim sword. Soil tried to dodge the attacks, but she was pierced through. Blood spurted from her mouth. The girl only managed to curse at the end. The 3 looked forward. The opponent began to consider them real monsters. Participant Soil was eliminated. Yujung looked at the swords in fear. Based on the amount of damage inflicted, the Academy awards participant Yujung 50,000 points. Aina looked at her and asked if she had interfered with her. The redhead smiled and said that the girl had helped her a lot. Jaehyun looked coldly at the girl. She asked if their offer was still valid. He decided that it was worth slightly adjusting the assessment of Ayane's person. She is quiet, distrustful, and... Her gaze immediately slid over the guy. She was too curious. A little later the system reported the formation of a team with Jaehyun as leader. A little later in the Forest of Nightmares, in the vicinity of the shelter. There were footprints on the ground. 2 hunters were walking along the path. The tracker said that someone had passed here. He noted that the tracks led to the shelter. The guy looked around and thought that the newcomers who knocked out Soil and Jun-san. He ordered to stop searching and stay to watch. The dome was burning in the middle of the dark forest. The hunt was going to last 3 days. Even this crazy trio would not be able to hide until it was over. A large detachment concentrated in the forest. It was time to get to know the newcomers better. Yujong stood behind one of the trees. The beam pierced one of the rivals. His partner saw that Sung-hoon was out. He turned and was scared by what he saw. Among the trees, he noticed a girl with red hair. Yujong smiled. A whole group of hunters was already chasing her. She glanced back and noted that there were about 5 people. She sighed and told herself that everything was going smoothly. The sorceress smiled and shouted, "Aren't they ashamed to attack one person in a crowd?" One of the guys looked ahead angrily and told everyone to stop. The redhead galloped ahead, noting that they were all naive. Jaehyun looked at everyone and told them to listen to him carefully. They were all sitting inside the cave. The hero said that the shelter was a safe place, but they wouldn't be able to sit it out. He looked at the girls and said that they needed to get food and earn points. The partners looked at him tiredly. Jaehyun interrupted their thoughts and said yes. Now a whole group was chasing Yujung. Now they would hunt the students. The mage ran past the glowing mushrooms. They emitted strange spores into the air. The system reported the presence of a living creature with anomalies nearby. The redhead looked to the side. She found her target. The boys ran after her. Each one had a warning. The girl managed to lure the students into a trap, as the hero had planned. But the girl's stamina was running out. Otherwise she decided to rely on the hero. Glowing mushrooms were growing everywhere. Yujong mentally said that if he couldn't handle it, she would beat him up. The system reported that the students had entered the area of spore-like paralyzing mushrooms. The student looked at the mentor and asked how to deal with paralyzing mushrooms during the hunt. There were many vials with different reagents around. The boy put his hand to his face and said that ash tree juice would be best. It can be found in the nightmare forest. He looked at the hero and said that it would only be possible to cure it, but the paralysis itself cannot be removed. The hero smiled and said that this was enough. Now the hunter looked at his team and ordered them to stop. Everyone froze. The magician continued to hide behind the horizon. The system reported that the players had entered the area of spore-like paralyzing mushrooms. Everyone looked at each other. Jin-hyuk said that it was dangerous, and so they suggested turning back. The guy looked ahead in fear. The system reported that there was a chance of ending up in an abnormal state. The pathfinder looked after the running girl. Mushrooms were growing everywhere and emitting particles. The men discussed that if something went wrong, they would be finished. Jin Hyuk looked at his comrades and suggested ending the pursuit. His partner looked menacingly at him and said that he the hell killed Sung-hoon. What kind of nonsense is he talking about? The leader looked away in confusion and said that if they were paralyzed, everything else would be pointless. The student looked around and thought that the paralysis radius was about 50 meters and therefore that girl would be affected too. He looked at one of the team members. They turned to him. Sung Hyuk looked around. He was told to stay here and cover the team. Jin Hyuk followed and led the others. Everyone followed. The guy thought that the hero would definitely not be able to deceive him. He assumed that he made bait out of his gang, to drive them into a trap and attack. The student nervously looked ahead, expecting paralysis. The others did not keep up with their commander. He wanted to tell the newcomer that he underestimated him. The squad ran out to a large clearing, in the middle of which stood the sorceress. Yujung turned around in fear. The pursuers found her again. They came out to the edge of the clearing. Jin Hyuk cursed that he only had trouble with insects. The redhead smiled slyly and said welcome. A bunch of mushrooms grew around her. The magician shouted that the hunters were finished, who just said nasty things about her. The guys took out their weapons and rushed to the attack. Yujung smiled contentedly. It was time to act. She touched the mushrooms with her staff. The mushrooms began to explode and now all living beings within a radius of 50 meters are paralyzed for 2 hours. Before that, the girl looked at the hero and reminded him that he said that there was something important here, but she saw nothing but trees. Jaehyun took out a flask and said that they were already there. He was collecting the flowing ash tree sap. He asked if they noticed that the conditions for the martial arts class had improved. Aina lowered her head and said that they were given the opportunity to use skills of rank C and below. This was a serious limitation for magicians. The commander added that for students with good physical training, this does not matter. Yujung yawned and screamed that all her attack skills were blocked, but now she can use at least unique ones, while she only had basic abilities. The girls looked at each other. The guy said that they would have to use their entire arsenal. He asked if she knew the replacement skill. The redhead was indignant and reminded that she was the one who taught him magic. Aina looked at the young man and asked why the skill for changing the location was needed now. Jaehyun smiled and looked at the collected ash juice. He said that if you combine it with the replacement skill, you can come up with interesting manipulations. A bright flash lit up the night clearing. Now the hero looked forward and said that it was time. Aina glanced at him and hummed softly. Jin Hyuk covered himself from the bright flash of the mushroom explosion. He waved his hand and shouted that this creature blew up the mushrooms. Yujung activated the skill and began to teleport. At the end she apologized and said that she had already played her role. Suddenly, a leg appeared in front of the group leader, which hit him in the face. Jaehyun teleported to the clearing and said that it was his turn. The guy fell to the ground from the blow. His body dented the mushrooms lying under him, but he did not let go of the sword. His hand reached up, covered in spores. Jin Hyuk froze. He glared at the guy and asked, "Does he really think that everything will be as he wants? What kind of fool would jump into paralyzing mushrooms?" Jaehyun looked at him darkly. The opponent shouted that he left his fighter outside. His eyes were filling with blood. He shouted that when the effect of the mushrooms wears off. Then the newcomer sighed tiredly, apologized and said that his partner will not come. Screams were heard behind the smoke that rose. The system reported that the participant Sun Hyuk was eliminated. 2 glowing swords were stuck into his body. Aina twirled the stick in her hands and returned them back, after which the system reported that she earned 100,000 points. Jin Hyuk froze in surprise, reading this information. The newcomer in front of him looked at him and said not to wait for help from the guard anymore. The opponent gritted his teeth. He fluttered and screamed that no matter what, they were in the same position for 2 hours and as soon as the paralysis subsided, he would kill him with his bare hands. Jaehyun took a step and asked venomously. He took a few more steps and asked why he assumed they were in the same position. Jin Hyuk stared at the newcomer in fear, trying to understand why he was moving. The hero looked at him and sarcastically said that it was impossible. He raised his leg over the guy's head. Spores fell from the toe. Before the blow he ordered all his claims to be directed to the god. His patronage helped protected the user from abnormal states. The shadow of the boot fell on the paralyzed man's face. He ordered not to approach. But blood spurted. The team members looked at the death of their leader in fear. His body began to disintegrate into particles, and the system sent accompanying notifications. Jaehyun smiled menacingly and counted 3 remaining enemies. A cruel spectacle began on the screens. A newbie earned himself hundreds of points, killing the motionless. The instructor watched this with fear and said that she did not believe her eyes. The system reflected the rating of newbies. Yujong drank tree juice. She cleared her throat and said that she felt a little better. She looked at the gloomy Aina with satisfaction. She suggested moving to the designated place. The partners went forward. The redhead simultaneously warmed up her frozen body. The dark-haired looked at her and noticed that it seemed to her that the hero knew a lot about magic. She noted that even in textbooks they do not write about this method of using substitution. Yujong turned and said that this is unlikely, because the hero changed direction only 3 months ago, and she helped him with the theory. Aina bowed her head and clarified, Did the hero really want to get into the martial arts class? The partner shuddered and said that just recently he was obsessed with the warrior class, and showed no interest in magic at all. She looked away. She was more surprised that the guy knew about the ash juice. She continued to warm up her body and asked how he knew about it. Jaehyun at this time epically propped up the tree trunk. He looked contentedly at the teammates who had arrived and noted that they seemed fine, and Yujung directed the entire flow of her emotions at him. Having finished, she looked at the surprised Aina and asked how she was. She was completely fine. Aina awkwardly stepped back while the redhead courted the hero and said how cool he came up with his tactics. Jaehyun could not stand it and squeezed the chatterbox's face and began to be indignant. The dark-haired girl bowed her head and thought that she would not call him stupid. He was smart and even cute. Jaehyun was irritably tormenting the giggling girl who called him a blockhead who managed to show off his intelligence. Suddenly, a blush appeared on the gloomy girl's cheeks. The wind lifted her hair, and a question arose in her head. What was she thinking about? Blushing, Aina turned away and decided that she should be careful. The dome went out. It was still night. The guy put a few leaves in the pot. Aina approached him, fixed his hair and asked what he was brewing. He answered that it was an energy recovery potion. He remembered the anxious scientist and said that he learned it from a young he knew. However, several hundred failures preceded his success. Yujung leaned on her hands and asked where the hero got the young he knew. After all, he never had any friends. Jaehyun replied, without looking up from his bowler hat, that she was talking as if she had a ton of them. The redhead grabbed her heart and said that it was low on his part. Aina looked thoughtfully into the void and said that the hero was incredible. She would never have thought that they were the same age. The guy looked away in embarrassment. The girl said that she felt like he had lived 10 years longer than them. He was surprised to himself that she was very perceptive and even guessed the time. Yujung stood up and stretched and said that if they wanted to continue hunting, they needed to eat. She pointed her finger at the leader and said that now Chef Yujung would cook something for them. The guy objected, saying that they would be better off chewing on fruit. Aina looked at her partner. She was indignant in response, asking if the hero really didn't trust her. Now she looked at the leader. He asked the redhead to answer the question. What color were the cookies that she made in middle school? Yujung scratched her chin and said purple. The dark-haired girl asked if she really added blueberry jam. Jaehyun looked away in irritation and said that she just couldn't cook like him. Aina looked at him and said that she could cook. What should they do? The guy looked at her and asked if she really could cook well. She replied that when she lived with her grandmother, she had to cook every day. She tucked her hair into a ponytail. Jaehyun frowned at her. He didn't know much about Ayane's family. The partner began to peel potatoes, since she said that she lived with her grandmother. She poured food into the pot, while the hero thought about where her parents were. After a while, Aina tried the broth. There was an appetizing brew in the pot, which was already cooked. The team members tried it. They looked in front of them in amazement. Yujung even covered her mouth. The redhead rushed to hug the cook and shouted that it was delicious. The leader smiled sarcastically and said that it was very tasty. He did not think that in such conditions he would eat quality cooking. Aina looked away embarrassedly. A blush appeared on her cheeks again. She had not visited this feeling for a long time. The leaders continued to monitor the progress of the test. Saki closed his eyes and said that Hon, who had high hopes, was only fourth in the ranking. He looked at Isa. He was surprised that the first 2 places were taken by magicians. The girl assumed that there was a mistake, or there was another explanation for this. The director smiled madly. All this was unthinkable. Only raiders of the martial arts class could achieve such results. He stared at the screen and asked himself, what do they see? His head was thrown back slightly. He thought that a group of 3 magicians crushed them all and broke through. Chain smiled. Jiyeon approached him. He ordered to display the image from the fields of paralyzing mushrooms on the screen. A kick to the face appeared on the screen. The hero stood in front of the defeated enemy. His decisions, skills and absolute calmness are capable of incapacitating a raider warrior. Chain folded his fingers into a house. He did not believe that this guy was an ordinary mage, but it was even harder to believe that he was a newbie. The hero's personal file was placed on his table. The man looked closely at his characteristics. At this time, Jaehyun was about to finish off the first opponent on the screen, but the director was called. The instructor ran up to him and reported that they had received Jaehyun's profile, but he was not sure if everything was indicated correctly. Chain turned around in confusion and asked, in what sense? The guy broke out in a sweat and turned away. The man frowned, told him to calm down and tell him what the problem was. He handed him a folder and said 97%. Chain reached for the folder and asked again in surprise. He looked at the hero's file, and the instructor explained that his predisposition to magic was 97%. The director covered his mouth with his hand in surprise. Jiyeon looked at him with excitement. Under his hand, the gentleman was smiling a terrible smile. He growled and said that this was simply wonderful. He raised the folder up and said simply amazing. The man smiled contentedly and said that now he wanted to check him personally. What Jaehyun was made of. The instructor asked if the gentleman really wanted to interfere in the competition. Chain looked ahead and said yes. Huiyan was leisurely walking through the forest at that moment. The instructors turned the camera on him. Saki said that he would prepare everything. Several blows occurred. The defeated student disintegrated into particles and screamed. The hero's team earned 100,000 points. Yujung happily walked forward and said that they had a little more than 1,000,000 points. The hero said that first place was now guaranteed for them. The mage spread her arms and asked if they had to leave the shelter. The young man explained that there was no other choice. No one would come to the Nightmare Forest anymore. Aina looked at him and said that he was right. They needed to take matters into their own hands and earn points. The redhead stretched tiredly and told them to get ready. She turned to the team and asked what the record was among newcomers. Aina said that 1,140,000. The hero looked at her. He was surprised at how curious and greedy she was. A smile appeared on his face. He decided that he needed to remember this, after which he suggested that they move on. A barely perceptible noise was heard over the forest. Jaehyun froze in fear. He turned back and told them to get ready, because something was approaching them now. He dodged. A powerful cut began to destroy everything at a long distance. The wave from the blow lifted everything into the air. A powerful clap was heard. The young man looked angrily at their pursuer. He added to himself that this was something that greatly exceeded the power of the C rank. The system reported an unstable connection with the subspace. The restrictions imposed on the participants were lifted. Aina looked ahead in surprise. Yujung shuddered. She did not understand why the newcomer attacked his comrades. The hero looked ahead carefully. He did not think that they would meet under such circumstances. Hone stood in front of him with a shield and sword in his hand. He was asked what to understand this. The young man continued to stand with his eyes downcast. The guy studied the new enemy and concluded that he did not hear him. A bead of sweat ran down Ayane's face. The leader told them to be on guard, because Hone seemed to be hypnotized. Jaehyun's eyes opened wide. He understood what was going on. All this was Jane's tricks. Something similar happened in a previous life, the Millis Academy Festival. A day that should have been a warm memory for the newly arrived students turned into a bloodbath. The cause of the tragedy was Chain's unique skill called brainwashing. The students killed each other. After Chain's crimes were exposed, he was threatened with imprisonment, but even under the close attention of the public, he still managed to escape. Now Hone's eyes were slightly glowing pink, and the pupils were dim. As a result, many students died, and Chain was missed. Yujong cautiously pointed her staff at the enemy. That day she gave her life for the hero. The sword was covered in blue flames. Hone slowly looked around at everyone. Jaehyun angrily looked away and thought that the first thing he needed to do was bring his comrade to his senses. A window of the system opened in front of him. The young man shuddered in surprise. The system sent him a side quest to save a student from a hypnotic trance. Below him was an empty map. A sarcastic smile appeared on his face. Yujung was about to help him behind him. The hero took a step forward and ordered them to leave. The assistant froze. The leader ordered them to go as far away as possible, and if possible, they should earn more points. Jaehyun pointed at the shielder and asked if she really didn't know who he was. This was Hone, a genius of the martial arts class. A girl couldn't handle him. Jaehyun smiled and asked if she really thought he couldn't. Aina looked at him in surprise. Her lips pursed. She turned to her partner and said that they were leaving now, but the redhead began to get indignant. The dark-haired girl looked at her coldly. Yujin grabbed her head and cursed. She turned around, lowered her staff and reluctantly agreed, adding that they would figure out something about the glasses. She turned away and finally asked the hero not to get hurt. Suddenly, she grabbed him by the hood and dragged him along, shouting after him that Jaehyun should do whatever he wanted, but he simply had to come back. The young man smiled warmly and said okay. He was quick. Hone had recently cut down one of the students. He turned around and asked, did he really earn 600,000? He sat down under a tree and talked to himself that he had been able to hold out for 2 days. There were only one more day and the hunt was over. The system showed an updated ranking of the participants. The guy hugged his shield. He thought that he was giving it his all. Now it would be hard to get to first place. The blonde sighed and said that even with the restrictions, the lead in the race belonged to the magician. Moreover, his team occupied the entire top 3. He remembered how the hero fought. He looked at the sky and noted that Jaehyun was an amazing guy. His eyes closed. Afterwards, Hone stood up and said that he couldn't lose. As the young man walked forward, a system window began to open near him. Chain smiled at him and said hello. The student looked at the director in surprise. The man's eyes turned a frightening purple. He said that he would be glad if the boy would do him a small favor. The light from those eyes was transmitted to the eyes of the young man and he froze. The shield and sword fell to the ground from his hands. Hone grabbed his head. The system sent him a warning that an unknown person had invaded his mind. The student looked ahead in horror and did not understand what he was doing here. The system reported that his consciousness had been captured. A few minutes later, the blonde adjusted the hair from his forehead and looked coldly to the side. Now he rushed to attack. A blue slash rushed towards the hero. He easily dodged with his hands in his pockets. He looked at what was happening with an empty gaze. He imagined a man with a sword and thought about the A-rank skill, Ultra Instinct. Hone made a powerful dash. His blow flew past again. Jaehyun jumped and noted that a few days ago, when they met, everything was different. The blonde followed the movements of his target. He had become so strong that he was not even recognizable. In response to the jump, he swung his shield. He was winning in physical abilities. Jaehyun put his feet on the shield. This time he had an awkward opponent. He threw him far back. The mage did a somersault and dampened his flight speed. The system activated the wind enhancement skill. Jaehyun sat on his knee. A tornado-like thing began to form around him. A powerful stream of wind hit the shielder. He looked forward in surprise. At that moment the hero appeared behind him. His fingers began to emit a yellow current. Having cast a bunch of magic, the guy rushed into a sudden attack. Hone turned and dashed back. The hero looked at him coldly. The wind from the magic raised walls of dust. The blonde swung his sword. His body reacted even before he noticed the movement. The young man put his shield in front of him. The hero sighed tiredly, noting the innate sense of combat in his opponent. He said that it would be damn difficult. He looked ahead and his eyes filled with light. He understood that with the absolute calculation skill he would have figured it out in 2 counts. But the problem was that they were being watched, and it was obvious. Chain smiled contentedly. Probably, as the hero guessed, he was waiting for his battle against Hone. Jaehyun smiled from realization. His face became more insane. He realized that the culmination of the hunt should be interesting, and if he wanted a spectacle, then so be it. The entire battlefield was strewn with a bunch of lightning. The hero understood that the price for this would be high. Isa smiled nervously and asked again, "Are her eyes deceiving her?" Jaehyun rushed to attack with glowing chains. Not only does the mage fight like a martial arts raider, but he also surpasses his opponent. Hone dodged in fear. The genius himself was surpassed by some mage. The instructor nervously grabbed her hand. All the leaders shouted that this was nonsense and unthinkable. The fingers literally dug into their own hand in amazement. Isa gritted her teeth, thinking that a mage could not win in an open fight against a warrior. The director was quite close, admiring the spectacle. Isa thought that this was the truth that she realized while walking the path of magic. But why did it work for him? The director slid his gaze across the screen. He said that it was interesting. The sword stuck into the ground. The young man began to cough up blood. He sat on one knee without a shield. Jaehyun looked at him tiredly. He did not want it to come to this, but the blonde looked down. The hero called him a tough guy and said that he would recover quickly. The mage looked straight into the camera with satisfaction. He looked straight into the faces of the leaders. The system activated the flash bomb skill. A bright light poured out of the screens. Everyone jumped up abruptly, not understanding what was happening to the screen. The director abruptly snatched the remote control. He pressed the button. His forehead wrinkled and turned red from anger. Every screen was down. Jiyeon looked ahead with a frown. It was obvious to her that the participant had cast a spell blocking the broadcast. The director broke the remote and cursed. Saki approached him after the request. Chain could barely contain himself. He said that as soon as the event was over, Jaehyun should be standing in his office. The man nodded tensely and asked if Mr. Director was rushing the event. Chain approached him and smiled. His hand fell on the man's shoulder. He looked away in confusion. The gentleman asked what the instructor thought. Why did the participant cast a flashbang spell when his victory was obvious to everyone? The veins on the director's hand bulged. He said that the student knows. Chain's face distorted with genuine rage. He said that the student knows how to raise his price. The screen glowed brightly as the system notified that the flash bomb skill had been activated. Someone was holding the hilt of a sword. The warrior was kneeling, leaning on his weapon. The protagonist smiled and looked up. He lowered his head as the wind blew around him. He walked over to his comrade who was sitting on the ground. Jaehyun placed his hand on Hoyen's head. A golden glow appeared around them as the protagonist activated the absolute calculation skill. The blonde opened his eyes slightly, and the system reported that the brainwashing effect had been removed from the subject. The guy's light eyes widened in fear. The protagonist smiled and asked if he had regained consciousness. The raider stood up. He wanted to say that everything was fine, when he suddenly groaned in pain. He then fell to the ground and began to scream that his body hurt. The mage smirked and said that his comrade had simply attacked him. Hone looked up and asked why he attacked the protagonist. He scratched his temple and said it was because of the mind control spell. A bead of sweat appeared on the raider's cheek. He remembered the blurry image of the man and said that he heard someone's voice. The stranger's eyes were purple, and the blonde said that he did not remember anything else. The protagonist listened attentively to his friend, who said that most of the spells of this kind belong to the A class, but in the subspace, there are restrictions on the use of skills of the C class and below. Jaehyun smiled and assumed that there was some kind of problem, or someone did it on purpose. The raider's eyes widened and thought that even if the space was glitched, there was no one among the students who could use A-class magic so professionally. The guy opened his mouth and assumed that someone interfered with the competition. He lay on the ground, trying to figure out who it could be then, and why this scoundrel would do something like this. The protagonist smiled. He looked at his comrade and replied that it was unlikely. Then he put his hand in his jacket pocket and added that it was probably some big shot that they could never get their hands on. The mage looked down. He imagined the face of the academy director and thought that Hone would study in this place and understand what Chain really was like. An orange system window appeared, where there was a message about the completion of the task, as well as the receipt of the reward. Hone leaned on his elbow, trying to get up, although he felt bad. He turned around and looked at the protagonist. While the guy was smiling, the blonde thought that his comrade did not have a single scratch. He squeezed the fabric of the jacket and assumed that this was his limit. Leaning his hand on the hilt of his sword, the raider apologized to the protagonist. The mage turned around and said that everything was fine, and then said goodbye and wished his comrade good luck. Suddenly, he raised his clenched fist. The boy opened it. On his palm was a badge with the name and Hone. He frowned and asked what the blonde was doing, since participants without badges were eliminated. The raider smiled and said that it did not matter because he had already earned enough points, although it was not much compared to how much Jaehyun got. The magician looked ahead in shock while his comrade said that he lost the duel, and therefore the badge rightfully belonged to the one who won the fight. The protagonist looked up, and the system reported that participant Hone was eliminated, and Jaehyun's team earned 10,000 points. The boy looked at his hand and thought that the badge was worth 10,000. He clenched his hand into a fist. The boy imagined himself watching TV. His arms were crossed. He had a talent for martial arts that he had been chasing before. The protagonist smiled and thought that many things had happened to him since returning to the past, but he had never felt such confidence before, and everything was just beginning. There was sand on the ground. The young man took a step forward and thought that for the first time he felt like he was moving forward and had chosen the right path. There was a forest in front of him, and he decided that in this case, he would continue his progress. The system announced the end of the rookie hunt. After calculating the results, a new record was set. Jaehyun received over 1.5 million points, and then the return to reality began. Blue lights flickered in the air. The raiders were lying on the floor. The magician looked up and said that he did well. Yoo-jung stood behind him, shouting that he was not very happy, considering that they broke the record. She turned around and asked if her friend agreed. Aina looked down and answered that if they had another hour to spare, they would have managed to get 1,600,000 points. The blonde smiled and said that with that many points, they could still live life to the fullest for a while. The guy raised his finger and said that if they multiplied the points by 10, they would get the equivalent in money, so they had earned more than 15 million won. The girl's mouth fell open in shock. Aina looked at the protagonist in shock, who said that he was in first place, and his partners were tied for second. Yoo-jung's sweat dropped when she said that they could even get extra points. Jaehyun furrowed his brows when she screamed in surprise. He explained that it should be another million. He touched the girl's cheek, who smiled happily. The two friends grabbed each other's hands, shouting happily that they had earned so much. The protagonist looked away and told his partners to stop, because the others were looking at them unkindly. He covered his face with his hand and turned away from the girls. The man walked through the crowd, everyone turning to look at him. The protagonist's team also turned their attention to him. Saki frowned and introduced himself. The girls looked at him and said hello. The instructor looked at the crowd of other raiders and said that he had something to talk about, but it would be awkward in a place like this. Jaehyun looked down. Then he turned to the man and asked if this conversation had anything to do with the points he had earned. The instructor closed his eyes. The boy walked past him and said that they could begin. He stopped when the man said that he hadn't said where they were going, and Jaehyun assumed that they were going to the principal's office. He turned around and asked if his assumption was correct. Saki looked at him silently. He confirmed it with a calm face. The boy frowned, looking at him. Aina and Yoo-jung looked carefully at the man, who said that the principal of Millis Academy wanted to see them. There was someone sitting in the principal's office with one leg crossed over the other. The protagonist looked to the side and asked where Chain was, since he had called them here and he wasn't there. The instructor frowned angrily. The girls looked at each other, not understanding what was wrong with the man. Saki looked down and told them to sit down because the principal would be here soon. Aina and Yoo-jung sat down next to their partner. The door opened. The man entered the office and said that he was a little late. The girls immediately stood up and introduced themselves to the principal. Chain smiled and said that he knew their names. Jaehyun rested his cheek on his hand and said that the head of the academy was really late so much that he almost fell asleep. Yoo-jung and Aina looked at their partner in fear. Saki was covered in sweat and decided that the young man had gone crazy. The protagonist was the only one sitting on the couch. Chain smiled, but a vein appeared on his forehead. He put his hand on the couch and said that it was awkward. He then sat up and said that he needed to prepare for their conversation, to which the protagonist replied that it was awkward for him and his team now. He held up 3 fingers and said that the man didn't even give them time to recover from several days in the subspace. Chain narrowed his eyes when the boy said that he didn't even let them take a shower. While the protagonist rested his cheek on his fist, the director laughed and said that he was really impolite. Jaehyun looked away and thought that he expected the director to act like that, but he obviously didn't feel sorry for anyone. Chain clapped his hands and said that he had a proposition for the guy. He smiled politely and added that there was no reason to worry. The man extended his hand to the side and congratulated the team on taking the top 3 places in the participant rankings, with the protagonist especially standing out for securing the first place. The boy looked away and said that it was all thanks to his team, and he could never have done it alone. The director looked at him and realized that he was not a boastful man. He put his hand on his chest and said that he personally observed the boy's actions during the hunt. A silver ring sparkled on his finger. Chain leaned forward and said that the team had broken the scoring record that had been set almost since the founding of the academy. He began clapping his hands, saying that it was so amazing that he could hardly believe it. Aina closed her eyes and thanked the headmaster, and the boy asked why they had been called here. The director smiled. He raised his hand and said that for the Raiders' success, he would like to grant them several privileges. While the boys looked at him, he said that each of them would be given access to the deluxe dorm rooms. Then Chain introduced Jaehyun with the sword and said that the 3 of them could use the academy's reserved attributes first. Yoo-young and the protagonist looked in different directions while the academy's headmaster said that if someone was not satisfied with the exam result, they could dispute it and retake it. Aina was sweating and looked scared. The man took the paper from the assistant's hands and asked what the Raiders thought about it, since by accepting these privileges, they would be obliged to sign a partnership agreement with the academy. He smiled while looking at the document in his hands. The youth answered with a serious face that he had to refuse. The director held a stack of papers in his hand. Jaehyun looked away and said that it was a good offer. All of this could be obtained on his own in a month. Chain's face looked incredibly furious. The protagonist covered his smile with his hand and added that skill was valued in millis, so he didn't see the point in signing any kind of contract. He took the documents from the director's hands. The young man began to examine them. He leafed through the sheets, reading that after signing a contract with the Milas Academy and from the moment of starting his raiding activities, he would have to give up 30% of his income for 5 whole years. Chain looked at the young man silently. The magician threw the papers on the table and said that he had the impression that the man wanted to force his team to work for the academy like pack animals. The protagonist frowned angrily and asked if he understood everything correctly. The leader covered his face with his hands and replied that he was not forcing anyone to sign the contract. The trio silently looked at the director, who said that each of their opinions were important to him. The girls exchanged silent glances. Then they awkwardly looked at the leader and said that they would also refuse. The veins appeared on Chain's hands. He clenched his teeth and said that he was very sorry. The young man frowned when the director said that this was the only option he could offer them. The protagonist looked straight ahead. The man's face twisted in anger as he advised Jaehyun to think carefully about the terms and reconsider his decision. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. A woman's hand appeared, and the system reported that someone was trying to invade the boy's mind, and Hell's passive patronage skill was counteracting the abnormal state. Hell was behind him, and the boy thought that he had provoked the villain for a reason. He looked straight ahead, stunned. The woman's hand began to disappear, and the system reported that the boy had learned the brainwashing skill. The orange window showed information about this skill. Jaehyun turned around and told his friends with a smile that it was time for them to go, because they were probably tired after hunting. He passed by Sokka, who was dripping with sweat. Yoo-jung bowed to the instructor and said goodbye to him. Aina turned around and also said goodbye. The man stood in front of the director. He intertwined his fingers and called out to his subordinate. Beads of sweat were running down Sokka's face. The principal asked him to leave the room. He put his hand on the couch, amazed that some kid could resist his unique ability. Chain smiled widely and said that he was an interesting guy. There were stars in the night sky. The protagonist looked straight ahead and asked if his partners were sure. Yoo-jung looked at him and asked what he meant, and he replied that they also refused the principal's offer. The girl touched her face and said that at first everything seemed very tempting, but after the guy's words, they decided not to sign anything. The blonde raised her hands and said that Kane was counting on catching them on the hook, referring to youthful naivety, and Aina added that she was also embarrassed by this conversation, but they did the right thing. She looked away and said that besides, the other students would be constrained by such privileges. The protagonist turned around when his partner added that she agreed that they would earn all these amenities themselves after some time. Jaehyun smiled and thought that Aina now seemed less cold than he remembered her before returning to the past. Yoo-jung frowned and asked if her friends thought that Chain was acting strange because his face twisted like that when they refused him the contract. Aina looked at her and agreed with her, adding that there was a serious problem in the subspace, but neither the director nor Sokka's instructor even said a word about it. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he never ceased to be amazed by the girl's intuition. Aina looked at her partner and asked if he knew anything about Chain. The guy did not turn around. He asked her with a calm face why she decided so. Aina looked straight ahead and explained that Jaehyun was surprisingly calm, and that it didn't look like a newbie at all. She remembered the guy's angry face and added that when he met the director, his face was filled with rage. Young smiled, shouting for the protagonist to confess, but he replied that it was difficult for him to say anything now. He looked up and said that he was absolutely sure of one thing. The magician turned around and asked his friends not to trust anyone within the academy, not even the director and instructors. Aina approached the guy and asked what about him. The protagonist's mouth fell open. Young approached her friend with wide eyes and told her not to trust even him. The blonde hid behind her partner, saying that Jaehyun not only looked angry, but also abandoned her alone in the very center of the city, and he asked why she was so vindictive. Yoojung grabbed her friend by the hair and screamed that she was not like that, but it was hard for her then. The protagonist pushed her head away from him and told her to stop. They looked at the dark sky and realized that the sun had already set. Aina looked down and said that they would have to split up here. The blonde looked at the two comrades. She hugged them and asked what kind of love they had here, which she also wanted to join. The guy pushed his friend away from him and said that the girls' dorm was on the left side and the boys' on the right, and it was time for them to rest. She walked away, and Aina turned around and told the protagonist to get a good night's sleep. There was a golden light around the mage. He wished his friends good luck. The door opened. The young man entered the room and said that he had not been here for a long time. The walls were dark, there was a nasty smell of mold. It was dark, there was a creaky floor. Jaehyun lay down on the bed and thought that the student's sorrows and dreams had been shattered by the harsh reality. He put his hand on his forehead and said that he missed them, but he would have to find a normal room for himself after classes. The lights were on in the tall buildings. A park appeared. The young man was jogging. Suddenly, he stopped. Putting his hand on his side, the guy noted that his warm-up was finally over. As he left the park, he also said that it was time for him to go back. The students were standing in a certain room. The three friends were also among them. A woman entered the room and greeted all the students of the magic class. Jiyeon, raising her hand, introduced herself and explained that she was their new instructor in the basics of mana adaptation. The hero, looking ahead, realized that he did not know this woman well. Looking at her, he guessed that it was because of his involvement in the martial arts class in his past life. That was why he knew little about this person, and maybe she was one of the instructors who would soon leave this academy. All the students began to clap for the new teacher. One of his friends smiled widely. While he thought that most awakened ones should know that an instructor in Milis is a hellishly difficult position. Having introduced the director of the academy, the young man understood that those who still remained in this academy were only counting on significant handouts from Chain. Suddenly, the woman clenched her fist. Holding her hands behind her back, she began to talk about something. Opening her mouth, she noted that today the class was not taking place in a cramped classroom, but in a more spacious room. Suddenly, the doors began to open. The students, wide-eyed, watched what was happening. Standing in front of the open doors, the instructor explained that today the students' mana would be tested. The students looked at the open doors, assuming that they would have to climb inside for such a dimension and that it would be too difficult for the first lesson. The hero, raising his head, also looked at the open doors. Remembering a similar place, he realized that he had seen one before, but the concentration of mana in it was much lower. The instructor, with her mouth slightly open, asked everyone to remain silent. Standing in front of the students, she explained that this was a mana room, or a converted mana cube, which is often used in guilds. Looking away, the protagonist listened to her words about how it would be almost impossible for the students to cope with the mana cube. Pointing with her hand, the teacher explained that this was why the academy converted the cube into a mana room. Looking at her, she said that the students could notice that the space in this room was divided into several segments, and in the first one the concentration of mana was close to the Earth's atmosphere. But the further they moved, the stronger the magical pressure would be. Imagining a person pushing the wall, she said that as a rule, first-year students reached the third room. Imagining the same person again, she added that graduates could already reach the seventh room. Opening her mouth, Jiyeon said that on this day they would find out what concentration of mana the students could withstand. The girl, bowing her head, said that in this room she would finally be able to test her abilities. The instructor, coming closer, ordered all the students to line up in a column and follow her. Opening her mouth, she also ordered them to raise their hand if anything happened, because the exit from the room is only carried out with the help of the academy instructors. Entering, she said that it was time for them to begin. The student left the room. The instructor, standing in front of them, noted that apparently everyone had managed to get through the first room. Looking at the second door, the girl ordered everyone to go to the next one. The students, breathing heavily, were leaving it. Several more people were heading to the third room. The hero and his friends successfully got out of it. The instructor, turning around at them, said that the fourth room was waiting for them ahead and realized that half of the students in the class had raised their hands. They raised them again when the teacher said that it was now time for the fifth room. Hands also rose after her words that now they had to get to the sixth room. Many students were standing in front of the room. The girl, looking ahead, asked the protagonist if it was hard for him to breathe. He answered negatively. Aina, looking at the hero, realized that he was still okay. She lowered her gaze, thinking that she should also try. The instructor looked to the side, realizing that there were still 4 people left. One of them was Jae-hyun. His friend Yujung was also there. Aina stayed with them. But Suak also stayed. Remembering the ranking table for the newbies, the teacher realized that they were the ones who showed high results during the hunt. Looking at the hero, she realized that he was the best among them. Without opening her mouth, Ji-yeon thought that it was not for nothing that the director gave them the order to keep an eye on these students. But she also realized that she had no desire to follow this order. Looking at the entrance to the next room, she said that it was time for them to go to the 7th. 4 students were standing in front of the instructor. The other students, with their mouths open, tried to understand who these people were, because even the teacher said that only graduates could go to the 7th room. Turning around, Ji-yeon explained that it was time for them to move on to the 8th room and also asked if anyone was feeling unwell. The 4 students silently looked at her. She went inside. All the students also followed her, while the others were talking about those people already entering the 8th room. The instructor was the first to exit the room. 3 more students appeared behind her. The protagonist also began to exit the room. The instructor turned around to look at them, realizing that starting from this room, the mana concentration in the space would fluctuate every second, like in a real dungeon, and therefore even geniuses would have a hard time. Suak, gritting his teeth, raised his hand. Yujung did the same. Aina looked at the floor. The instructor's mouth opened slightly. Standing in front of the entrance, she informed the others about the entrance to the 9th room. Someone began to exit it. Aina, covering her mouth with her hand, exited the room. The protagonist, exiting after her, called out to her. The instructor, wide-eyed, turned around. The protagonist raised his hand. Memories of the principal appeared in Ji-yeon's mind, telling her that no matter what the situation, you can't be the first to lend a helping hand. Putting the pawn on the board, Chain explained that for them, danger was an opportunity. He took another piece in his hand. Grinning, the director asked if she would feel sorry if she took this chance away right in front of the guys. Biting her lip, she realized that this was just beautifully formulated nonsense. The hero, putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, asked if she was okay, and she answered affirmatively. Suddenly, her gaze began to cloud over. Her eyes stared at one point. Remembering a certain cartoon, she remembered that someone had told her that only the strongest survive in the world, and no matter how talented she was in magic, one day she would have to bow before the martial arts class. Frames from this miniature appeared in her head. Someone was holding her cheek. Her eyes began to close from the realization that weaklings will have no future, and if she is not recognized here, then there will definitely be no more chances. Holding her head on the guy's hand, she realized that she had lost this time too. They started carrying her out of the room on a stretcher. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, asked again. He went into the next room while the instructor tried to stop him. The woman, leaving it, realized that even she had trouble breathing in the 10th room and asked if the student was okay. The young man, standing with his back to her, replied that he was starting to feel sick. Grinning, he added that it was probably time for them to finish. The girl, turning to the exit, told him to leave with her. Looking away, she thought about his last words. The hero, looking down, stood behind her, and she realized that there was not even a hint of fatigue in his condition. Standing in front of the students, the girl asked everyone to applaud, because student Jaehyun had managed to overcome the 10th room. The protagonist looked down as he listened to the teacher say that his performance was comparable to a B-rank raider, and that he was likely capable of more. Suak glanced at him as the girl said that she hoped that the other students would work hard to keep up with their comrade. Aina stood among the students with her eyes closed. The protagonist opened her mouth and asked if she was okay. Opening her eyes, she answered affirmatively and apologized for making him worry, while Yujung noted that these were the usual symptoms of mana intoxication, considering that her friend had exhausted herself greatly on the first day. Looking at them, the protagonist said that it was good, and one of them asked if he was okay. Smiling, the guy answered affirmatively and asked her to remove the towel from her neck. Taking it off, she screamed that she was actually worried, and the same guy asked about her condition. She listened to his question with her mouth slightly open as he asked her if she was in pain. She raised her head proudly and said that she was fine. Squinting, he said that was great. Aina stood there with her eyes closed. He remembered her empty gaze and realized that she had not been thirsty for victory, because it was something completely different. He remembered how he held her and realized that it was pressure. Raising his hand to his face, he realized that it was good that she got off easy this time, but with such a character, it would be difficult for her to control herself in the future. Images of Sunun, Jae-sin, Hwaeyeon, and Aina herself appeared in his head, and he realized that this did not mean that he needed to hold her back, and also realized that since he had to interfere with current events, there was a high probability that her future would change along with the future of all these people. Looking at Yujung, he also realized that her future would change too. While adjusting his hair, the girl asked him why he was looking, and the boy asked her if everything would be okay, because she was doing strange things. He put his hand to his chin, not realizing that no one knew how much his actions would change the subsequent events, because in a situation where everything changes very quickly, you need to be prepared. Opening his mouth, the boy said that he would have to tighten the deadlines, realizing that it was time to make the first move. Suddenly, a towel appeared above his head. The girl, wrapping it around his neck, asked him what he was saying under his breath and added that everyone else could hear it too. Smirking, the boy thought about his girlfriend's extremely sensitive hearing. Throwing the towel over her head, he also realized that he shouldn't say anything in front of her. The boy removed it from her head. His girlfriend's hair was disheveled. Clenching her fist, she called him names. She gritted her teeth in anger. Yu-young raised her hand and shouted if he knew how much time she spent on her hair, and the hero apologized and added that he couldn't even tell the difference. Her eyes lit up with anger when she asked him if he was hinting at her ugly appearance. Looking away, the hero realized that he was in an unfortunate situation. The girl rushed after him, shouting something. Aina, covering her mouth with her hand, noted that she had just returned from the infirmary, but Jaehyun would most likely need it more than she did. A smile appeared on her face. Looking after them, she said that they were quite close to each other. Suak also looked at them. Frowning, he did not understand how this boy managed to reach the 10th room. One of the students standing behind him called out to him and asked him what he was thinking. Yu-young was hitting the boy while Suyak ordered the student to tell him everything he knew about the hero. Minsu smirked and asked if the other student didn't know the protagonist. He put his hands in his pockets and explained that analyzing the strength of other students was an important task at the academy, and added that Jaehyun was the first mage to take leadership among the hunters. Suak opened his mouth wide and said that he was interested in where this person came from. The boy made a gesture indicating that he didn't know anything about this. Frowning, the student said that there was definitely something wrong with this guy, because this person was most likely hiding something from them. Minsu, remembering the hero as a child, noted that there had already been 2 checks. Looking at Suyak, the student wondered how this young man could fool everyone. After all, this was Millis Academy. Gritting his teeth, the interlocutor asked why this man was stronger than him then. Suddenly, an idea came to the guy's mind. Standing in front of his comrade, he realized that he was also inferior to Yujung and Aina. Raising his hands, the guy asked his friend not to overestimate his capabilities, because they definitely could not get around the hero. Suak had already left. Grinning, he noted that he was just a fool with 8th grader syndrome. The guy ran after him. Night had already fallen. The hero, smiling, greeted the teacher and asked how his hunt went. Smiling, the girl said that she would be interested to hear from him personally. Looking at her, he noted that most likely the result would not surprise her. She continued to smile, listening to the boy's words about how he managed to take first place. Looking at the tablet, he asked if manager Sung Jae was with her, to which she answered affirmatively and added that her assistant even became more cheerful after such news. Sitting in front of the tablet, he listened to the words of the interlocutor that she also thought about how luxurious his apartment was for a first-year student, and also the question of how many points he earned. Smiling, the woman congratulated him and noted that he showed the best start even at Millis Academy, which is known for its learning difficulties. Looking at the screen, the guy thanked her and explained that he was afraid because of the thoughts about the second place. Closing her eyes, the interlocutor asked if anyone interested him in hunting. Looking at the tablet, the young man asked if she wanted to take him on as an intern. She explained that she was already thinking about it, because if he shared information, then there would definitely be a reward for it. Smiling, the hero explained that it was not difficult for him to talk about it, because it was nothing, and also asked if she was being too generous. The woman opened her mouth, starting to say something. Closing her eyes, the guy listened to her words about how she knew that next time he would not agree to a reward that would be tens of times greater. Remembering all his comrades, he told her their names. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist explained that they were the ones who could be taken into Lotus and added that there was someone else. Smiling, he explained that there was another person who was not a first-year student. Smiling, the woman replied that she would be happy to accept him too. Looking at the young man, she said goodbye. Sunwoon closed her eyes, thinking about Jae-san. She remembered how she told the hero that this name was familiar to her, because this person was most likely the youngest son of the S-rank raider Jae-sin. Smiling, the young man answered affirmatively. Putting her hand to her chin, she explained that she had heard that this guy was not given attention in the raider's family because of his lack of talent. Opening her eyes, the teacher also added that after all, blood is blood. Remembering this man, she said that if they took him to them, there might be a conflict with the Wind God Guild, which his father led. Opening her mouth, she asked if it was worth the risk. The hero, also opening his mouth, answered affirmatively. Smiling, he explained that he would soon become a world-class alchemist. The girl lowered her gaze, smiling. The assistant, approaching her, said that the protagonist's mother had arrived. She fixed her hair and asked to be let into the office. The door opened. A girl entered the office. Yanju raised her hand. The assistant glanced at her. Smiling, the chairwoman noted that they were not a second late. The woman standing in front of her desk explained that time was worth its weight in gold for a merchant. Extending her hand, she also noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Grinning, the chairwoman said that she always thought that there had never been friendly relations between them. Without getting up from her chair, she invited the guest to sit down. Smiling, Sun Noon asked about the business of the master of the Curator Guild. Adjusting her glasses, she explained that she would get straight to the point, since it would really be difficult for them to become friends. Taking them off, she also noted that she did not need such a friendship at all. Sitting in front of Sun Noon, the guild master also added that she would like to avoid idle chatter, and Sun Noon asked about what brought him to her. A smile appeared on the guest's face. Opening her mouth, she explained that she had heard rumors that a very interesting specimen had come to the Lotus Guild and immediately asked about its price. A smile also appeared on Sun Noon's face. Opening her eyes, she chuckled. They were still sitting in the office. Closing her eyes, Sun Noon explained that the people of her guild were not a commodity at all and therefore there could be no talk of selling, and also suggested that her interlocutor go somewhere else. Grinning, the master asked if the same guy thought the same. Raising her hand to her face, the chairwoman noted that not everything in the world can be bought with money. Opening her eyes, she also added that the interlocutor, apparently, did not understand this at all. Grinning, the guest was still sitting in the chair. She bowed her head. Having risen, the interlocutor noted that she did not expect to hear a different answer. Yanju looked away as the chairman said that her intention was only to make small talk as a gesture of goodwill. The assistant also listened to these words with a frown. Sun Noon, with her mouth slightly open, noted that such gestures made her uncomfortable. A smile appeared on the face of the interlocutor. Getting up from her chair, she said that in that case, it would be better for her to leave, since she had a lot of things to do and Sun Noon was not looking for a conversation with her. Smiling, the chairman noted that she was surprisingly perceptive. The guest picked up her glasses. She put them on, saying that a merchant cannot live without them. The students stood in front of the table where the results of their endurance tests were supposed to appear. They all watched intently. The hero, looking up, was breathing heavily. The screen said that the results were still being calculated. Home was in first place, right in front of the protagonist. The youth, with his mouth slightly open, said something. Wiping the sweat from his face, he realized that he still wasn't up to the level of a martial arts genius. Closing his mouth, the guy thought that second place was still a result. His gaze dropped. An image of this person appeared in his head, and the thought that he didn't need to rush now, even though he didn't have the opportunity to achieve his goal yet. The hero looked at Hone. He turned to him. The girl also looked at him. Yujung, standing in front of her friend, asked about what happened to him. Standing in front of her, the hero asked again. She asked how a mage could get so close to Hone. With her mouth wide open, she said that it was illegal to be so close to this student in terms of endurance. Raising his hand, the guy asked what was strange about it, and explained that he had previously been in a martial arts class. Patting the girl on the head, he advised her not to rely on magic alone, because hadn't she heard the expression that endurance is the main strength of the state? The girl looked at him with wide eyes. Yujung raised her hand and shouted that she would definitely rip off his rooster beak someday. The man frowned, thinking that the director was right and Jaehyun really was a dangerous student. Looking at the smiling guy, he understood that a magician would never be able to show such physical endurance. Aina looked up. The protagonist looked away when she said that apparently the second period was starting. Yujung, wide-eyed, was still looking at him. The teacher, standing in front of the students, explained that they should move on to the next endurance test. Opening his eyes, he said that the AR room was waiting for them all. Frowning, the guy realized that this was the very test with which the students determined the limits of their capabilities. Raising his hand, the instructor explained that this was the room in front of them, built using the Academy's advanced technology. The protagonist looked at him, listening to him say that their evasiveness would be tested here. Yujong, her eyes widening, asked again. Looking at her, the instructor said that this measurement system simulated battles with virtual enemies. The young man looked at the teacher with a frown. He raised his hand to his face and realized that this would not be easy at all. Standing in front of the students, the instructor explained that in any other case, they would simply be required to destroy monsters and analyze the situation, but since they were measuring endurance today, they would only be evaluating evasion skills. Opening his mouth, he also added that eliminating a monster could earn them extra points. Looking away, the young man realized that this man was right. Imagining the monster and the various raiders, he remembered that the hunter profession involved hunting monsters and finding potions, equipment, and artifacts, and that was why a raider could not be called a professional if he did not attack the enemy. Suddenly, the three of them were given something. Yujong, looking at the object, asked what it was. The hero, putting it in his ear, explained that it was a transmitter that helped the combat system project monsters into reality. The man, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that the young man apparently already knew this, and the latter answered affirmatively. Looking at two such transmitters, The instructor explained that they all received them and that they were necessary for the projection of additional reality, because they stimulate the brain, convincing them that monsters really exist. Having imagined the monster, the hero understood that this was only a projector that superimposed a three-dimensional image on the background, making the monster seem more real. A shield also appeared, which meant safety. When he thought that many students might have a question about the purpose of this device, having imagined the fighter in front of such a monster, the young man knew that although the monsters materialize in their heads, they still remain virtual and therefore do not pose any threat. Looking at the two girlfriends, the protagonist also remembered that the wearer receives about 20% damage from each monster attack due to the stimulation of the transmitters. Hon also stuck the device in his ear, while the guy was thinking that this was not done to intimidate the students. Suyuk also followed the example of the others, while the boy thought that all this was done to concentrate the raiders and prepare them for the dungeon expeditions. With his hands on his hips, the man explained that they could set any level for themselves, from 1 to 100, but also added that this lesson would be assessed within 10. Looking at the tablet, he also said that there would be 4 people on each team and added that he would now begin to call out the team numbers and the names of the students who would begin the test in order. Opening his mouth, he began to say something. Suddenly, the space began to change. 4 people appeared in a 3-dimensional dimension. The girl, standing in front of the boys, asked them to try hard. Also on their team were Suyuk and Jaehyun. The hero, looking up, thought that it was extremely balanced. He looked at his ally when he called out to him. The guy, frowning, asked the protagonist for his name. The same one, opening his mouth, introduced himself. Looking at him, the raider explained that he had heard rumors that the other man had managed to take first place in the hunt. Frowning, the guy noted that it sounded extremely strange to him, because how could a mage become a leader? A smirk appeared on his face. Opening his mouth, he said that most likely there was some special reason for this and asked him if he wanted to reveal his secret. The hero, opening his mouth, asked what would happen if there was no such secret at all. Smirking, Suyuk explained that he would then have to find out for himself by force. His hand was tense. Smirking, the hero asked why he had hidden the fact that he wanted to fight him for so long. Jaehyun looked at him. Suyuk, smirking, noted that it was good that his opponent was not afraid of this. The guys on the same team chuckled, while the girls standing behind were worried. Jaehyun turned to Suyuk, who, in his opinion, was dragging her feet. The mage realized that his partner wanted to fight him. Suyuk smiled, because he felt the excitement. He was glad that the mage quickly understood. The girls watching this scene began to whisper. They did not understand what was happening to them, because they were all members of the same team. Jaehyun hoped that everything would end well. Running up to the guys, she wanted to calm them down, but she was interrupted. Instructor Saki called the third team, ordering them to get up on the field. Jaehyun turned away from Suyuk, who was now standing behind. The latter sighed wearily. The whole team rushed forward. The guys stood behind without weapons. The girls came forward. Jihyun had a sword in her hands, and Han had a sword and a shield. Hannah inserted an earphone into her ear, which immediately started a countdown. The first stage of the test would begin in 5 seconds. Jihyun frowned. A weapon began to materialize in the guy's hand. Suyuk threw the staff onto his shoulder. A skeleton knight with a weapon and a shield appeared in front of them. Suyuk took a step back and began to think of a plan. But someone nearby had already rushed away, leaving a cloud of dust. Suyuk did not have time to understand anything and was surprised. Hannah perked up. Jaehyun moved from his place at great speed. The student barely had time to turn around. The team was left behind, and the mage could only hear them shouting after him that it was too dangerous. Suyuk was unhappy, did not understand what this player was doing. But suddenly it dawned on him. Jaehyun continued to move forward, not expecting anyone to want to challenge him. He looked away and thought that he had no other options left. A blue sphere appeared in his hand. He realized that he would have to show his abilities. A stream of powerful energy gathered in Jaehyun's palm, continuing to run forward. With all his might, he released a blow straight into the skull of the skeleton knight. The magician threw back the head of the enemy left behind. He looked tensely at what he had just done. The team watching the protagonist's actions opened their mouths in surprise. Sokka's instructor was not indifferent either. As well as the other teams watching the actions on the field, everyone was amazed. The system began to continue projecting opponents one after another. The skeleton knight opened his mouth trying to attack Jaehyun. The guy kicked his skull with his foot. He stopped to look at the defeated one. The protagonist did not linger long and rushed forward. He ran as fast as he could. The protagonist clenched his fingers and felt that a new skill, Magician's Weapon, was activated. Continuing to run and gathering new streams of power in his palms, he remembered that this was a special skill that ordinary mages could not use. Meanwhile, the energy had already enveloped Jaehyun, but he was only thinking about the fact that the skill was painful for others and, in addition, could cause them physical damage. Jaehyun released all the energy that had gathered in front of him directly at his opponents. He stopped and took a fighting stance. he continued to think that in his case, things were different. Suyuk, looking at him, could not stand it, calling the mage sick. The girls were completely shocked. The system issued that the first stage of the evasiveness test was successfully completed, all enemies were defeated, additional points were awarded, and the efficiency of Jaehyun's student was 100%. A new monster appeared in front of the protagonist when the system announced the beginning of the second stage. Bowing down, the mage realized that a draugr was in front of him. The player grinned, because he had not seen this monster for a long time. After some time, only the marks of the battle remained on the field. In some places, the tiles darkened, and the system reported that the 10th stage of the test was successfully completed. Jaehyun stood in the devastation, and the system announced a new record was set. Suyuk watched and did not understand how this was even possible. The protagonist looked at his palm. Squeezing it, he thought that it turned out well. After he changed the method of fighting according to the instructions of the teacher Sunun, his body immediately became light. Smiling at his thoughts, Jaehyun was pleased with the result. But remembering his mentor, he was embarrassed by the fact that she came into some kind of strange delight every time he succeeded. He felt a little uneasy about it, but still, Sunun's skill was undeniable. Suyuk, who was standing behind him, called out to the mage. The player turned to him. Suyuk, displeased, clarified what Jaehyun did, to which the latter turned to face his interlocutor and calmly replied that the guy had seen everything himself. But Suyuk did not calm down. He did not like that the magician rushed to the front rows and then chopped everyone up single-handedly. He could not believe it. The raider screamed in anger that this was simply impossible. Jaehyun could not answer anything, because his partner saw everything with his own eyes and there was no point in convincing him. The raider grinned. Now Jaehyun was angry. He was not going to repeat it. Having moved almost closely to Suyuk, he offered to find out everything right now. The latter could not stand it and moved away, speaking out in the address of Jaehyun. Instructor Saka drew their attention to himself, trying to find out what was going on. Suyuk looked at the man with displeasure. He clenched his fists in anger because they were interrupted. He thought that if it weren't for the instructor, he would have taught the mage a lesson. The protagonist turned around to walk away. Suyuk shouted after him, telling him not to even think that he had won. Jaehyun stopped. Looking at his partner, he said that it didn't look like he had lost. Frowning, the raider resolutely offered to fight him at the Academy Festival. Jaehyun calmly looked ahead, saying that he couldn't do it. Suyuk frowned even more, not satisfied with such an answer. The protagonist chuckled and said that this did not fit into his plans. After some time, the sun rose over the city again, illuminating the houses in the area. His rays woke up Ho-young. He remembered how Jaehyun refused to fight Suyuk because it did not fit into his plans. Looking at the ceiling, Ho-young thought that the protagonist still considered him a competitor. Now he remembered his promise to beat the mage at the Academy Festival and get his badge back. He continued to stare at the ceiling as he thought. Then he stood up, declaring that it was not the time to chill. The guy reached for his jacket to go to the gym. Putting it on as he walked, he thought that he couldn't disappoint Jaehyun. Soon the sun began to set. The room was empty. Instructor Saka and the men in gas masks were walking down the hall. The masked men began to discuss what had happened the day before, noting that the newcomers this year were no slouch. One of them remembered how Jaehyun had shown himself, who had managed to set a new record. The only thing was unclear how. The instructor frowned and remembered the guy and thought that it wasn't just talent. He saw the power with which Jaehyun had fought, the experience he had demonstrated in battle. The man froze for a moment. Instructor Saka and his men approached the door. They opened it and went inside. The director appeared in front of them, sitting in a chair facing them. Back. The director of the academy spoke up, noting that they had done an excellent job. Chain turned to them and suggested listening to the test results. There were many screens on the panel. Instructor Saki began his report, noting those who had received the highest score, among them Hon, Yuan and Jaehyun, with the latter having distinguished himself greatly with his result. The director of the academy turned around and grinned, thanking the instructor. Then he looked away. In front of him was a huge screen, on which the participants were depicted, but all his attention was riveted to the main character. He looked at Jaehyun from all angles for a long time. Then he smiled from ear to ear. Chain asked to continue reporting on the mage's activities, and if they noticed anything strange, they would know what to do. Inspector Saki bowed and accepted the order. The director, without opening his eyes from the monitors, said that with the instructor it was like behind a stone wall. The other men also bowed, and the director gave the order to begin preparing for the next event. The men turned around and left the office. Director Chain continued to dreamily watch the monitors where Jaehyun was reflected. The system announced the 27th stage of the test, which was completed. Jaehyun sighed tiredly, rubbing his chin. He thought about his situation. Brushing away the dust, he thought about the fact that the stage is within the power of half a dozen C-rank raiders, that is, his level today, and next on the agenda is practice in the Dungeon X. Jaehyun decided to stretch a little. Hands. As he continued training, he thought he needed to get ready. And also, I remembered the incident in the dungeon exit was one of the most shameful episodes in history of the academy. The guy still remembered the dust that fell from the ceiling. The monster and screaming partners appeared before his eyes, this tragic event that took many human lives. The main character remembered how he himself was screaming at the top of his lungs at that moment. Only he remained alive out of the whole team. The picture of memories in front of him changed, and he saw many looks directed at him. But he himself was alone. He had to listen to insults addressed to him, curses and threats. But despite all this, he did not drop out of school. Now he remembered how his mother stroked the little magician on the head. He did not want to disappoint those who believed in him. Now he was left completely alone. Jaehyun sadly lowered his gaze to the floor. He looked at the potions in front of him and heard the voice of the seller, who thanked the buyer for the purchase and wished him a good day. The protagonist left the store, wondering if this time would be different. He frowned, remembering how he had been called pathetic and useless before that unable to protect anyone. Looking at the sky, the magician thought that he was the material and not a person. However, he has no desire to repeat his mistake. He already has no regrets. Enough. Morning came, and with it the day of practice in the X dungeon. The academy auditorium was filled with students, and the teacher was just finishing the lesson. Jaehyun, who was bored, heard someone calling him. It was Yujung, holding Aina took him by the hand, who invited him to come with her. The magician grinned. The main character rose from his chair, and the girls came up in the meantime, and his childhood friend expressed her worries about tomorrow, because she had never been in the dungeons before. Aina was also worried and complained that she couldn't sleep normally. Jaehyun looked at his interlocutor, and said that the first time is always like this. Yuzdan grinned, sarcastically asking if her friend was there. Maybe he went for a walk. The main character did not lag behind and said that he had definitely met monsters and one, by the way, was right in front of him now. Yuzian was angered by his joke and she began to beat the laughing player with screams, and Aina watched from the side. She was surprised by such behavior of her classmates. But Yuzian did not stop being angry, which amused Jaehyun. Aina, grinning, looked away. The guy sighed. He took a bottle of potion from his jacket and showed it to the girls, who complained of severe nervousness. Yuzian looked at the potion in her hands, fascinated, and Aina calmly clarified what it was and reached out to take it. Heading to the exit of the classroom, Jaehyun said that he took some for his friends when he bought it for himself, and ordered them to use it at their discretion. Yujung pressed herself against Aina and said that this time she forgives Jaehyun, and her friend thanked the magician. Looking at them, he thought that if luck had affected survival before, now everything would depend only on skills. With a new sunrise, the day of practice in the X dungeon arrived. Jaehyun breathed deeply. He meditated, sitting on the floor, and magic was pouring out around him. Somewhere inside, he felt a ball of his energy. Sitting with his eyes closed, he thought that before penetrating the energy core, it was necessary to warm up. Before his eyes appeared the silhouette of a magician who was pierced by energy, because even if a person is a strong magician, the sudden use of higher spells can lead to mana giving. The man flashed with a bright white light, which meant that at the moment, the application of magic mana will flow in the opposite direction, then the user's body will begin to collapse. He imagined this energy inside himself, thinking that the magicians, who often have to use higher spells, are unstable to mana return. Now he imagined airplanes with chains flying in different directions. On the other hand, these are the skills super speed chain and sacrifice, which are just belong to the high class. He chuckled, thinking that if he didn't develop mana, would face this problem himself. As he continued his meditation, he did not know to what extent a dangerous situation can develop in the dungeon. The energy core in it is practically filled with power. He felt it and sighed. Opening his eyes, he thought that either he or his comrades could die. Jaehyun sat down on the bed. Touched your belly, seeing mana. If you concentrate it in the core in advance, you can instantly use it to enhance physical abilities or spells. It's quite a useful feature. Thinking about it, he became more serious than ever. A system window suddenly appeared in front of him, informing him that when loading the system, the user moves to a point in the past to which he wants to return. Jaehyun wondered what kind of time point he would like to return to. A new system window appeared in front of him. He was surprised, and the system reported that this was the main quest, where it was necessary to resolve several crossroads of fate and choose what to do. The protagonist rubbed his chin, noticing that this was some kind of strange thing again. The guy looked again at the reward offered by the system. The protagonist was deep in thought. Sitting on the couch and looking ahead, he thought that the system definitely wanted him to develop. He was needed for some purpose. Folding his arms across his chest, the player reread the conditions, where it was said to choose a route, but the protagonist still did not understand what the catch was. Meanwhile, at Millis Academy, Dungeon X, everyone's eyes were fixed on the automatic fences. Ji-yeon stood in front of the crowd and warned them before entering the dungeon. She announced that everyone would be divided into teams by lot. People panicked. Jae-hyun didn't even bat an eyelid. He understood that this was an expected reaction, and the teams would be unbalanced, and real monsters were waiting for them in the dungeon. He saw Hone, and thought that if he was lucky, he would easily cope with the task, and if not, he would have to rotate among the low-ranking students. The students looked at each other. Ji-yeon raised her hand up, forcing people to shut up. She clenched her other hand into a fist and said the practice was part of an official test that affects. For ratings, in the Dungeon X they will meet only low-ranking monsters, which everyone can handle on their own, so there is no need worry. The girl took a step forward. Jae-hyun listened carefully. The protagonist realized that these words were an absolute lie. Fences appeared in front of him, and he imagined how they would be stained with blood, because in this dungeon, most of the monsters really belong to the lower rank, as the instructor said, but if we rely on his past experience, then not the best ones come to mind. The image of the monster that destroyed his entire team appeared before his eyes. You can also stumble upon a boss there. The protagonist looked away and remembered that it was a Kobold Lord, a D-rank boss. It was no problem for him to deal with him, but he thought about his friends. He glanced at In and Yejung, not intending to play by Director Chain's rules. His gaze fell on the concentrated Hone. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist thought that in this dungeon the director of the academy will make a mistake that can be used against him. He looked at the students. Instructor Ji-yeon spotted Jae-hyun in the crowd. The girl glanced at her watch. Ji-yeon put her hands behind her back in order to begin. Shouting, she asked the named student to come forward and draw lots. The crowd of people continued to chat among themselves. Jae-hyun stood next to the dejected Aina. He looked at her and said that it was good when there were familiar faces on the team. The embarrassed Aina replied that he was right. The protagonist looked away and thought that the girl had excellent skills and they understood each other well. Frowning, he also noted that it would be easier to strategize this way. Unnoticed by him, footsteps were heard behind him. Jae-hyun turned around. His eyes widened in surprise. A girl and a man appeared in front of him, smiling welcomingly and waving their hands. They were Gina and Sunwoo from the martial arts class. Sunwoo, continuing to smile, clarified whether this was the third team. Looking at them before his eyes, the members of his previous team, who were very similar to the newcomers, appeared again and while fighting the boss, offered to detain him. Jae-hyun froze in surprise. He remembered the conditions of the task, where he had to choose a route, where the decision depended on him, where the choice could either save or destroy other people. The picture before his eyes changed and behind these friendly guys appeared the D-rank boss, then the main. The hero realized what kind of choice it was. A group of students were standing in a cave. Jae-hyun stood as if opposite the others. He frowned and thought about what it turned out to be. The Norner system had been aimed at this from the very beginning. He exhaled heavily. Finally, he extended his hand to the guy and shook it, introducing himself. The protagonist glanced sideways at his partner. Inu stood behind him, and the protagonist immediately introduced her, explaining that the girl was a little shy. Sunwoo awkwardly ran his hand through his hair and said that they would become friends. Gina smiled cheerfully, saying that they were sociable guys, so she asked not to worry. Jae-hyun instantly became serious and thought about how these two were the same as in the past. The guys stood next to each other and smiled. Jae-hyun was happy, looking at them. The students turned to the guy when he said that since they had met, they should discuss strategy. Jae-hyun smiled as he heard the question about who would be the leader and whether the protagonist wanted to take that place. He remembered the recent system information window. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The vaults of the dungeon were high. The students were sitting on the ground and discussing strategy. The protagonist frowned and asked the others to remember that no matter what creature appeared in front of them, they couldn't stick to it, especially the warriors in the vanguard. Gina and Sunwoo looked at him in surprise. The guy thoughtfully scratched his chin and said that this was exactly what meant first place in the rookie rankings, since everything was thought out to the smallest detail. And then Gina heard that he remembered everything. Someone clapped their hands. The instructor looked at the students and shouted that the time for discussing strategy was over. Now they needed to move on to practice, so she asked the teams to come forward. Sunwoo looked at the protagonist and said that they had sorted out the plans. Jae-hyun looked away. There stood Ho-young, surrounded by his team. The protagonist smiled at him and thought that Ho-young was the leader of the fourth group, which was good since Yejung would not be harmed in that case. The instructor looked at the students and addressed the team members, saying that they could go down to the designated dungeon. Ho-young and Yejung looked ahead tensely, listening to the good luck wishes. The protagonist's team looked pleased. Jae-hyun closed his eyes. He turned to face his team. The protagonist smiled and suggested that they go. The sand under their feet was trampled. Crystals could be found in the walls of the dungeon. Hang's team moved forward. The mage girl turned around and muttered that it was damp and smelled bad, and it was a revelation that dungeons looked like this. Yu Zhong turned to her and asked the others if she thought the kobolds would appear since the dungeon looked like a mine. One of the students approached them from behind, saying that he had heard that there was plenty of ore in such dungeons. The girls smiled when they heard him talk about diamonds. Yu Zhong raised her finger and asked how her comrade knew about this. Suddenly, she sensed danger. Hone stood tensely and warned those around him that something was approaching, so everyone needed to take their positions. Yu Zhong gripped her staff tighter. The others also froze tensely in their places. The kobolds appeared a moment later. The opponents froze in front of each other. Hone raised his sword and said that their opponents were weak alone, but if they attacked in a pack, they would have to try harder. The guy rushed to attack, saying that they should finish the job quickly. Yu Zhong closed her eyes, deciding to use the holy light. An explosion was heard. The fire burned the opponents. The shock wave raised dust into the air. White beams pierced the kobolds. Hone looked back in surprise. His partner was fighting the monster. The girl put her staff forward, using the swoop. Yu Zhong froze for a moment. He swung his staff, using the Helheim wind. A green whirlwind began to swirl in space. Green arrows went to attack. They attacked the kobolds. The fourth group stood in front of the defeated opponents. Hone exhaled tiredly. He turned to the students, asking if anyone was injured, but everyone was fine. However, one of the boys was in pain. He was breathing heavily and clenching his fist. Yu Zhong immediately turned to him. She leaned over to Siho and asked what happened to him, then said that she did not know that kobolds could use poison. A clawed paw fell to the ground. Yu Zhong looked up in fear. Her eyes widened in horror, saying that it was not the poison. The enemy was pressing the students with powerful mana. Hone looked at the enemy in fear, wondering why and where the kobold lord was here. At the same time, the third team was making their way inside the dungeon. Gina turned around with a smile and said that she understood that Jaehyun was strong, but she didn't think that he was that strong, after which she asked how many monsters he killed. The protagonist looked at her with embarrassment and explained that everything happened by itself. Inu silently followed them, listening to Jinu's lamentations about how such things don't happen by themselves, and at this rate, they are guaranteed a clean run. Jaehyun listened. He took Inu's hand. The guy looked at his friend with a smile, saying that she might be uncomfortable with the other guys. She nodded embarrassedly. Jaehyun looked closely at his friend, thinking that she was a very shy girl. He thought about her in the future and how before he returned to the past, there were rumors that Aina could only say 3 or 4 words a day, no more. Suddenly, Sianun stopped. The third group came out into the crystal caves. Jaehyun saw a sign in the form of a raven, thinking that this place was different from how he remembered it. The protagonist began to look around, thinking that it was immediately obvious that Chain had tried, so in this case, it could be said that the protagonist was a very interesting figure to him. A monster appeared in front of the students. A clawed paw reached out to the protagonist. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that the enemy was approaching. His face was hidden by his bangs when the guy warned the others that the monster was close, so they would use Plan C, and after repelling the attack, they would go on the counterattack. Gina gripped her sword tighter when she heard that the approaching creature was much stronger than the ones they had encountered before, so they needed to be careful. Sunwoo raised his shield, thinking about the enemy's strength. He looked to the side, thinking about what he heard, that only weak monsters appeared here. An explosion was heard in front of him. A huge monster appeared, surrounded by its subordinates. Gina and Sunwoo opened their mouths in fear, realizing that the Kobold Lord was in front of them. Aina took a step back. Jaehyun remembered his past self, saying that his orders were especially for the vanguard. Inu grimaced in nervousness. Gina and Sunwoo saw the shield rise around them. Sunwoo cursed, as he was distracted by the activation of the taunt skill. The boy abruptly raised his shield, as the enemy's pickaxe attacked him. Jaehyun immediately rushed into battle. His eyes narrowed slyly. The boy clenched his fist. He attacked the Kobold Lord. Blue flames shot up into the air. Inu stared ahead, thinking about the incredible power that the monster must have suffered. Blue eyes glowed through the clouds of dust. Jaehyun stopped in confusion. Suddenly, he smiled. Streams of blood spilled onto the floor as he muttered that he knew there would be surprises. The monster's tissues were growing together. The Kobold Lord turned out to be alive when Jaehyun said that he never expected to meet a Kobold Lord with regeneration. The protagonist smirked, saying that they were treated harshly when the system reported that it recognized the creature behind the Kobold Lord as Odin's Raven. Thus, the protagonist received the quest Raven Hunter. Under the hood, the creature seemed to be nothing. Suddenly, a red eye glowed, and the system reported that Odin's ravens, which were putting pressure on the protagonist and Ace's opponents, must be destroyed. There was silence near the doors. The instructor looked at the tablet. There was a photo of the main character on the device. The girl looked at the screen thoughtfully, wondering how an apprentice mage could do something like that, because even she, an A rank, couldn't do that, and the third team would probably take first place. At that moment, there was a noise from behind the door. They opened. The instructor turned around at the door. The girl froze in fear. Yujong ran forward, shouting that their team was in trouble. Jiyeon froze, asking what happened. Hoyoung, holding his comrade on himself, said that a Cobalt Lord had appeared in the dungeon. The instructor exclaimed in surprise since that couldn't be. The assistants treated Siho, saying that it was just mana poisoning and that she just needed to breathe. Jiyeon looked thoughtfully ahead when she was called out. Yujong approached the girl, asking if the third team had returned. She just shook her head. Hoyoung looked down, saying that it was impossible. He looked at the door, saying that with Jaehyun and In skills, they would have finished long ago. Jiyeon froze. The phone on the table rang. The man picked up the phone. He sat on the chair, saying that he was listening. The director recognized the instructor with a smile, asking what was going on. The girl, pressing the phone to her ear, answered that a B-rank monster had just been discovered in the dungeon, so emergency help was needed, but the man interrupted her, saying that he had already understood her. The girl turned away from the students, listening to the fact that there was no need to worry about this, since the director would send his people. He leaned back in his chair, listening to the words of gratitude. Jiyeon disconnected. She looked at the screen, not understanding what was happening. The man, putting his finger to his lips, smiled. He looked at the ring, while the instructor at this time felt anxious. Crystals were growing even on the ceiling of the cave. An explosion was heard. Yujung and her were sitting on the ground. Sunwoo was on all fours and coughing. Jaehyun looked ahead. At this moment, the Cobalt Lord raised his mace. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He thought about Odin's ravens and how there were two of them, namely Hugin, thinking, and Munin, remembering. The protagonist thought about Odin and how they were used by the god to gather knowledge about the world and rule Asgard. The boy looked at the Kobold Lord and thought that this meant that Odin's follower was behind the fight. Jaehyun smiled contentedly. The raven's scarlet eyes sparkled. The monster raised its mace, and the protagonist thought that the mana here felt like it was B rank. In addition, there was a regenerating Kobold Lord in front of them, which was not easy to deal with. Jaehyun stood with his back straight and wondered if they should retreat, as running away would be the smartest decision. The defenses began to crack. Jaehyun stood over Aina and protected her, as he had done so before, justifying his cowardice with the desire to live. The boy looked behind him, thinking that his whole life was now one big regret. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that he was given a second chance, and he didn't care if it was a test. Jaehyun looked at his opponent seriously, deciding that he would protect his comrades this time. Inu's sweat dropped when it was said that they should listen carefully. Yu-young and Sunwoo stood back to back when the protagonist said that he would hold off this creature, and they should make their way to the exit. Sunwoo was surprised, not understanding how their leader would do this alone. Suddenly, several arrows of light flew towards him at once. The protagonist raised his hand, calling for magic. He frowned, shouting for everyone to run silently. The Kobold Lord swung from behind him when Jaehyun said that he could not fight and protect at the same time. Suddenly, someone called out to the protagonist, forcing him to turn around. A wall appeared between Jaehyun and the Kobold Lord. The protagonist turned around in surprise. The monster was also taken aback. Inu stood with her hands outstretched. She looked serious when she said she could help. Jaehyun turned back to her and saw her eyes full of determination. His lips closed, as the protagonist did not understand whether he had influenced her as well. He approached his comrades and said that Aina would stay with him, and that Yujung and Sunwoo should get to the exit and report what happened to the instructor. Jaehyun glared at them. Yujung looked down. She and Sunwoo turned around, promising not to let the guy down. The comrades headed for the exit. Jaehyun and Aina were left alone. The protagonist turned to face the enemy. The Kobold Lord loomed over them. Jaehyun called out her friend's name. She took a step forward. Two magic swords appeared behind the girl as she promised to cover the rear. She waved her hand, summoning the holy sword. The beam that came from In's hands pierced the space. Jaehyun's eye flashed gold. The Lord Kobold went on the attack. The protagonist rushed into battle with all possible speed. Suddenly, something caught his attention. At that moment, the monster attacked. The protagonist looked at the creature's skin and realized that his skin was melting. Jaehyun stopped and thought that the amount of mana that the body takes in from the outside has its limit. He smiled, thinking that behind the monster's back there is a creature that controls and feeds the kobold with energy that destroys its body. Golden hoops appeared on the protagonist's hands when he said that the raven Odin likes to hide from behind. The bracelets closed on the guy's hand, and the system reported the use of mistletoe. Jaehyun was surrounded by golden light and muttered that it was time to stop hesitating. The threads to the kobold were drawn from the bird's claw. Jaehyun grinned and said that he had found them. The raven's claw tightened its grip on the azure threads of mana. The Kobold Lord swung his arm again, attacking. Lightning began to flash around the boy. Suddenly, chains surrounded him and Jaehyun promised to tear the raven to pieces. Clouds floated across the pink sky. In the hall, an Annals article asked Hugin what was going on. Odin sat on the throne and listened to the news that the location of the mistletoe that had disappeared from the god's treasury had been determined. The man was kneeling before the Lord God. One of the goddesses looked at the servant and asked where the mistletoe was. He bowed his head and said that the artifact was in Midgard, and it seemed to have fallen into the hands of the enemy of evil. The goddess grimaced with displeasure, echoing about the enemy of evil, after which she realized that this was the work of old Mimir. The red-haired god grinned, saying that there was no need to worry, because hadn't a treaty been made with the stupid creatures from the enemies of the Aesir? The goddess in armor said that Thor was acting frivolously, since he had forgotten that in the last war they had lost Balder, who was killed by a branch of mistletoe. Odin stroked his beard and turned to Hugin. He looked down at the servant and demanded to find out if the enemy of evil had contacted the enemies of the Aesir. The shadow of a raven swirled in the hall. The man bowed to the god. The events take us to Chain's room. The man, rubbing his ring, asked what the situation was. The man bowed. The subordinate, frowning, said that no one noticed anything. The chains formed near Jaehyun and rushed towards the enemy. Chain, sighing, said that it was excellent. His lips stretched into a smile. It was good that he managed to borrow his strength. The tips of the chains instantly appeared in front of the monster's body. The man put on his ring. Smiling widely, he said that all this was for Odin and the Aesir. The monster clenched his jaw, seeing many chains approaching. He grabbed one of the chains and deflected the rest with a club. The protagonist ducked, dodging the attack. A small wound formed under his right eye. The guy immediately did a somersault, increasing the distance. Standing next to Aina, Jaehyun asked her to block the enemy's attacks so that they wouldn't reach him. The girl, breathing heavily and sweating, said that she would try to do so. The protagonist, narrowing his eyes, mentally said that he was completely sure that Aina understood the situation she was in. The girl had a mana recoil. Even if she killed the kobold, she would most likely die. Despite the raging energy, she still decided to help. Jaehyun, looking at the girl's face, tried to understand why she was doing this. Aina, imagining Jason, said that when she was given a second chance, she promised herself that she would not trust anyone again. She remembered that smirk and the disdainful look of the guy. The protagonist, looking at the enemy, said that it was time for them to finish. He frowned. The monster tore the chain with his hand. New mana portals formed near Jaehyun. The tip of the chain came out of the portal. A moment later, the chains rushed towards the enemy. The wolf sharply lowered its head, dodging the projectile. Aina raised her hands. The protagonist rushed forward, activating a force mana field. The girl pursed her lips, feeling tired. Her hands trembled from the strain. The monster's blow was blocked by the barrier. The kobold struck furiously. A circle of mana formed near Jaehyun. Once, Myungo, sitting next to the guy, said that there is no worse death than death without faith in comrades. The guy stepped forward. He jumped onto his chain. Jaehyun began to run along the chain, moving away from the monster. His pupils shone as he looked into the distance. Ayane's mouth fell open. She could not even imagine that this skill could be used for movement. The kobold roared and rushed towards the guy. The monster's eyes shone brightly. The protagonist flew above it. He turned his head, watching the monster. The muscles in the monster's arm bulged. The mace touched the ground. A moment later, the kobold was enveloped in a creepy aura. Aina, clenching her fist, screamed, saying that the monster had accelerated. The mace rushed towards the boy's head. Jaehyun grinned. Lightning flashed on the chain. The protagonist jumped, dodging the attack. The boy summoned his weapon to his hand. As he had been taught, he needed to strike with the sword from left to right. A sword formed in Jaehyun's hand. He honed his techniques, swinging the sword. The sword was enveloped in bright golden mana. Lightning ran along the hilt. The honed sword skill was activated. The boy screamed, saying that this time he would not recover so easily. A moment later, he swung the sword. He raised his blade. A second later, he plunged it into the back of the monster's head. The boy's sword shattered into pieces. Jaehyun looked at the monster calmly. Aina, who was standing to the side, was shocked. When Jaehyun landed, the system reported that the magical connection between Odin's raven and the Kobold Lord was severed. Jaehyun froze for a moment, absorbing the information. He stood up, starting to walk forward. Opening his eyes, he said that it was time for them to look at that mug. The chains dug into the wall. The protagonist walked through the hole he created. Inside was the creature that was trying to leave through the portal. Jaehyun kicked the raven. Looking at it, he asked what Odin's goal was. The raven's eye turned red. The guy noticed a pendant on the floor. He squinted. The monster's paw trembled, and it screamed in pain. The protagonist, who stood still, asked how chain was connected to it. The raven's eye widened. Jaehyun narrowed his eyes, realizing that the monster simply had no intelligence. His foot was enveloped in mana. A moment later, he stepped on the raven again. Dust rose from his magic. Aina raised her hand and began to call out to Jaehyun. The guy turned around abruptly. Starting to approach her, he said that this was not the end, the mana return could be stopped. Suddenly, mana from the surroundings began to flow into the girl's body. The protagonist grabbed his chest, dirty mana began to accumulate in his body. Aina also grabbed her chest, experiencing pain, Thus, the filtering of mana began in the mana core. Jaehyun sweated, enduring the pain. The amount of mana in standby mode was increased by 5%. Closing his eyes and sighing, he said that he did it. A system window appeared in front of him. The system issued a reward for the destruction of the first target of the task. The guy, frowning, said that now everything is fine. Coming to his senses, he turned his head sharply. The girl was lying on the floor, in critical condition. Aina closed her eyes, fighting the pain. Untimely assistance could lead to her death. The girl opened her eyes. She began to slowly get up. Looking at Jaehyun next to her, she asked what happened. The guy yawned. Stretching, he asked how she was feeling. Aina, calling the system panel, was surprised. On the system panel, she saw that her mana and life force were completely restored. Looking at the guy, she said that she was fine. He, starting to get up, said that he was also fine. He just dozed off from fatigue. Aina pursed her lips, not believing his words. Looking at the monster in front of her, she asked why it was still there if the monster was dead. When she stood next to it, Jaehyun said that he was just waiting for her to talk. Aina looked at him worriedly. The guy nodded. Nervously and looking intently at Jaehyun, she asked what he wanted to discuss. The protagonist, looking at the girl next to him, said that he wanted to share something with her. Aina froze. She blushed slightly, misunderstanding Jaehyun's words. The events take us to the entrance of the dungeon. Yujung, standing near the entrance, screamed, asking why they were the only ones who came out. Jiyeon, barely holding the lady back, asked her to stop acting like that. Hoyoung, standing to the side, was in thought. His whole body shuddered when the gate opened. A bright light filled the room. Yujin, barely holding back her tears, screamed at Hoyoung. The couple walked out of the gate. The girl and the boy calmly walked towards their acquaintances. Jaehyun, rubbing the back of his head, asked if they were making such a fuss because of them. Jiyeon's eyes widened. Mentally she said that it was simply impossible, because the research team reported their deaths. Imagining a kobold, she said that she understood from the mana reaction that there was a boss of at least A rank in the dungeon. Eugene began to sob. She rushed towards her friends with tears. Pressing herself against them and crying, she said that the instructor and researchers told her that they were both dead. Aina, smiling, hugged her friend. The protagonist, feeling irritated, closed his eyes and asked them to leave him alone. Gina and Sunwoo bowed their heads, feeling guilty. The protagonist, raising his head, looked at them. Both flinched when he called them. Smiling, he thanked them for trusting them. Sonu raised his head and wanted to say something. The protagonist, standing in front of him, interrupted him, saying that it was he who ordered them to run so that they could call for help. Gina began to cry. Eugene looked at them angrily, saying that it was wrong to treat comrades like that. The protagonist, smiling, said that he did the same, so she should stop grumbling. Eugene abruptly moved away from the guy when he said not to be so angry because of him. Eugene hugged Aina, saying that she was actually angry because of her. The instructor, standing to the side, watched everything. Jiyeon stood silently to the side. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Raising his hand, he said that he understood that he had greatly confused them, but he could not tell everything. It was better for people not to know about his abilities. Blushing and looking away, she asked why he was hiding his abilities at all. Aina glared at Jaehyun when he asked her if she wanted to know why a kobold lord had appeared in the dungeon. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was because of Principal Chang. He was a real scumbag who used the students as puppets. The lady's eyes widened, surprised. Jaehyun, imagining Chang, said that he was not at all a saint like the media made him out to be. He could easily get rid of someone who was no longer useful to him. Hearing his words, Aina asked if that was why he hated him so much and hid his power. The guy, tilting his head, said that it was exactly like that. The girl frowned slightly. Raising her head, she asked if he remembered what he said when they left the principal's office. Then he, smiling, said that no one should be trusted within the walls of Niles, neither the principal nor the instructors. Jaehyun stared at the girl who asked him how much he knew about the principal. Turning to him, she said that he knew who Chang was from the beginning and acted as if he knew what was going to happen today. Parting her lips, she asked how he knew everything. The protagonist froze. He didn't expect such a reaction. Narrowing his eyes, he mentally said that it was dangerous to drag him into all this. He should probably use brainwashing. Looking at the girl, he mentally said that her mana and spirit were too high. His skill might not work. Jaehyun clenched his fist, mentally saying that he didn't want to build camaraderie like this. Aina, who was standing in front of him, was surprised when he said that was all he could say for now, otherwise her life would be in danger. Parting his lips, he asked if they had an agreement. The protagonist now stood near the gate, observing everything. Jian bowed to him and apologized for not being able to free them from the dungeon. The protagonist, looking at her, said that everything was fine, and it was not she who drove them into a trap. The instructor raised her head and was surprised. Turning around, the protagonist said that he would go. He wanted to rest. Aina ran after him. Approaching the guy, she asked if he really did not want to tell her anything. Looking at him worriedly, she said that something like this could happen. The protagonist, smiling, said that he believed that she would keep her promise. Ina froze, remaining behind the guy, and so the protagonist completed the main quest and received ODIN'S golden apple as a reward. Chain, sitting in his chair, told Sokka that he had greatly disappointed him. The man, closing his eyes, asked the director for forgiveness. Suki started to sweat in fear when Chayan said that he would forgive him for the first time, but he did not want people who did not do his bidding. Frowning, the director asked if he understood. Suki bowed, saying that he would not let him down again. Sweat dripped from the instructor's face. Throwing the papers on the floor, the director said that at the next event, he must train this puppy properly. Extending his hand, he said that it would be bad if his patience ran out. The room was perfectly clean. Jaehyun was wiping his head with a towel. His gaze stopped. On the floor, near his feet, lay crumpled clothes. He put the towel around his neck and remembered the images of Inu when she was casting a spell and looking at him. He sighed heavily. The hero picked up the clothes from the floor, remembering that in the past, Yu Young died and Ho Young was never able to reach his full potential. Jaehyun threw the thing into the trash, concluding that in order to change the future, he had to intervene in what was happening. The image of Inu appeared in his head again. He thought that things were different with her, and that she could handle everything on her own. The guy sat down on the couch and said out loud that they needed to be careful. It was unclear how and what would affect the future. He decided to distract himself and turned on the TV, surprised that nothing interesting was on. On the screen, 3 people were sitting at a round table. Jaehyun's thoughts again returned to the strategy. He needed to figure out how Chain was connected to Asami. The guy looked straight ahead, concluding that the incident in the dungeon was just the beginning. Images of Odin, a wolf, a raven, Chain and himself appeared in his head. He thought that real adventures awaited him ahead, and in order to be prepared for anything, he should speed up the learning process. Suddenly, he heard something from the TV that interested him. One of the men asked his interlocutor again what he said, that in addition to the usual ones, there are other dungeons, and asked to give examples. The gray-haired man, adjusting his glasses, said that there are themed dungeons in them. An unusual method of action is used, unlike those dungeons that can only be cleared by defeating the boss. Jaehyun listened attentively. The man was asked to be more specific, and he continued that the main feature of such dungeons is that you can't get out in the middle of the raid. The guy got up from the couch, looking towards the desk. Then he resolutely took a few steps towards it. And resting his hands on the table, he hung over the calendar. He smiled, saying that he remembered something. The man on the screen continued to say that the raiders who got there must fulfill certain conditions, becoming dungeon characters. This is a kind of role-playing game. In a themed dungeon, raiders pay attention to rare rewards, hidden items. Jaehyun headed for the exit. Images of magical artifacts appeared in his head. The man continued the story that such things are also called God's gifts. Because of them, everyone strives to get into thematic dungeons, despite the intricate conditions of clearing. The host was still on the screen. The guy smiled, looking ahead, and concluded that he would be able to get what he needed. The multi-story building was illuminated by the bright sun. The kitchen was bathed in its rays. Hans hugged a mug with a hot drink. Inu apologized to the interlocutor for making her worry. Yujin waved it off, saying that everything was fine and the main thing was that everyone was alive. Then, a little more seriously, she added that Jaehyun was an idiot, to be honest, and she was afraid that he would behave like a pig with her companion. Inu looked at the girl in surprise. She added that he behaved like that with her. Her friend looked away, feeling awkward. Yoon looked at her, confused. Then, slamming her hands on the table, she shouted, asking if he had said anything to Inwoo, who raised her hand, protesting. Then, slightly lowering her head, she said that she thought he trusted his friend. Her gaze was lowered. A memory appeared in her mind, an image of Jaehyun. The girl thought that it would be great if he relied on her more. Inwoo looked at her hands holding the mug. Finally, she straightened her back, suggesting that she was not strong enough. Yoon looked at her, feeling a little tense. Then she resolutely stood up from the table, leaning her hands on it. She extended her hand to her friend. And smiling, she told her to forget about that guy and suggested that they go get some snacks, adding that she had one place in mind. Inwoo was confused. But she extended her hand to her friend in response. She enthusiastically raised her hand and said that they were going to cheer up her friend. Inu was awkward at first. But then she smiled, agreeing with her friend. The hand was holding the golden apple of Idun, a mythical class consumer item, otherwise known as the apple of youth, grown by the goddess Idun, helps the aces maintain eternal youth, slowing down aging and improving magical abilities. Jaehyun looked at it, thinking that the artifact had rare qualities that could earn billions, then remembered the note at the end of the system notification that the item could not be given away or sold, because it was bound to the owner. The guy sat in the chair, deciding that, be that as it may, he needed to count the trophies. Then he looked at the apple again, remembering that very soon an A-rank themed dungeon would open in one of the amusement parks in Seoul. An image of the park in ultraviolet light appeared in his head. The guy imagined the picture before his eyes, the image of Thor, the thunderous steps of Jalfi. This is the place where you can find the boots of speed of the servant of Thor named Jalfi. Then he saw an advertisement for the black market. Because of the colossal effect on the level of agility, all the raiders of the martial arts class would like to get them. Jaehyun wiped the apple with his t-shirt, reasoning that with such an artifact, he would be able to achieve a balance between agility points, mana and tenacity. He pulled the apple to his mouth and took a bite, feeling fireworks around him. But after chewing a little, he stopped in confusion. The fireworks disappeared. He continued to chew it, realizing that it tasted like an ordinary apple, but the system notified him that the level of magical abilities had changed and the effect of the Iden apple began to affect the body. The guy grinned, looking at the fruit, and noted that it was good that the effect was not the same as the taste. He stood up from his chair and touched his arm, concluding that even moving had become easier, and deciding that it was time to try his luck. Jaehyun took the phone and put it to his ear, calling the teacher. The domes of the amusement park castle sparkled with bright colors. Music was playing in the fairy tale land of Neverland. Many children were going there with their parents. The guy in the hoodie concluded that it was 3 times worse here now, and resolutely went to the ticket office. A girl with a cute red bow in her hair politely greeted him and asked what kind of ticket the visitor needed. But a moment later she was confused. The stranger handed over his ID, introducing himself as Raider Jaehyun from the Lotus Guild. He looked seriously into her eyes and added that a themed dungeon would appear here very soon. The corridors of the academy were not crowded. Ji-yeon clarified at the reception that Jaehyun was not at the academy. The girl behind the counter confirmed, slightly tense, that he had come the night before to take a day off and asked if there had been any problems. The instructor waved her hands, saying that there were no problems. She, slightly lowering her head, thought to herself how only an incoming student could quickly recover from the incident in the dungeon. His image appeared in her head. The girl continued to reason. It turns out that he copes with psychological trauma quickly. She involuntarily smiled, concluding that Jaehyun was strong-willed. The girl behind the counter looked attentively at the visitor. Waiting for instructions, she asked to tell the guy to find her. Hannah, smiling, accepted the request. The instructor, leaving, thanked her for this. Ji-yeon went outside. Her gaze slid over the nearest building, then along the junction of 2 neighboring houses. She walked along the alley and the wind fluttered her jacket, throwing leaves under her feet. The instructor brought the earphone to her ear, looking around. Then she inserted it into her ear, and holding it with 2 fingers, she announced that Ji-yeon was on the line, turning to the boss Jisik, asking if he could hear. She stood on the sidewalk, listening to the boss's answer. He ordered her to speak. The girl, having collected her thoughts, said that she found out that Director Chain was involved in what happened. The boss was sitting in a chair behind the monitors. He clarified whether she had interrogated the head of the dungeon Sokka, and assumed that he was in danger, then ordered the instructor to monitor them and contact the boss if anything came to light. The instructor stood in place, attentively listening to the instructions, and then added that there was something else. The wind tousled her hair, tied in a ponytail, and she said that Jaehyun, about whom she had already reported, also knew something. Snow-white clouds floated across the bright blue sky. There were no visitors in the amusement park. Jaehyun walked along one of the paths of the park, while the loudspeakers asked all visitors to leave the Neverland Park, clarifying that this was not a drill. The guy stopped, happy with the prompt intervention of the administration, thanking the name of his guild Lotus, whose word was a weighty argument. He looked at the phone, concluding that everything was already starting. Then he moved the screen even closer. Memories of how he had spoken on the phone before coming to the park appeared in his head. The voice on the phone agreed with him, saying that his confidence was probably backed up by something and allowing him to use the authority of the guild. Jaehyun was glad to hear this and thanked her. Sunun, holding the phone to her ear, continued that she had a condition that if the situation got out of control, he should first take care of his own safety. Steam was rising from the cup on the saucer, and the voice on the phone asked her again. The girl explained that she trusted the student's skills. Then, bringing the cup to her face, she added that he would not find a teacher who would wish death on his student, because no one knows what can happen in a dungeon. Jaehyun listened carefully to the end of her story. A system window about creating a themed dungeon abandoned Neverland popped up. The Ferris wheel took on the appropriate appearance. A reward in the form of a special item was assigned for successfully completing 3 missions. The Big 3 quest was opened. This is a special quest, with a difficulty level of A and a reward in the form of Jalfi's Thundersteps, S. The completion time is 24 hours. During the time the hero was reading this, the park began to look scary. But Jaehyun decided that nothing had changed. He remembered Hyen, the conqueror of themed dungeons. She told how she found out about that place, explaining that in the case of the ghost house and the pyramid it was easy. Her eyes glowed blue and purple. The girl clarified that, as her listener knew, the skill of accelerated thinking was incredible. She put her hand on her belt, continuing that if you work your head correctly, then there are no difficulties, and added sadly that the dungeon was boring. Jaehyun exhaled. And again he imagined the image of the girl, calling her a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150 points, regretting that Hyen's bragging led her to a bloodbath that ended in death. Because of this, Jalfi's Thundersteps went to another raider. The guy put his hands in his pockets and took a few steps forward. The sky darkened. Somewhere in the middle, a black hole appeared, shrouded in red light. Everything around was painted in red and blue tones. The raider took a couple of steps forward and decided that it was time to take the initiative. A sign appeared in front of his eyes, and the system window announced the first mission and asked if the player wanted to start a raid on the Vikings. He enthusiastically agreed. The system announced a move to the Viking dungeon, a portal opened, and a goal was assigned, which was to change the ending of the story, while Jaehyun confidently looked ahead. The portal became narrower, and finally it collapsed. Ah-hyun watched this from a distance. Jaehyun began to go through synchronization, after which the system announced that he would be playing as the warrior Jalfi, who survived the Viking attack. The mission was received. Jaehyun opened his eyes. The system informed him that Thor, the god of thunder, wanted to have the same fast legs as Jalfi, and in order to make the young man his servant, he kidnapped his younger sister Roskva. It is necessary to find the girl and take revenge. Difficulty level B. The penalty for failure is death. Its conditions are the death of Roskva or Jalfi himself. The village was on fire. Jalfi, holding his sister in his arms, looked ahead. He was Thor's servant and the fastest man in the 9 worlds. The hero remembered, imagining his character, that he, having lost his family in a Viking raid, hated the AES, who were revered by the attacking sea wolves. A memory from his childhood came into his head. When his mother read him this story, he did not understand what it meant. Did Thialfi really hate the gods as? But initially it was not so. The boy was thinking, is it true that the split of Az and Nornir was to blame for everything? The deck of the ship was dimly visible in his eyes. Someone was calling him, demanding that he come to his senses. Jaehyun opened his eyes in the form of Thialfi, and looked around. On the left, a crew of sailors was pulling a rope. On the right were the prisoners and the people guarding them. And in front of him stood Frederick, the boy who had come up with the plan to seize the ship to save Roskva. He put his hand on his friend's shoulder, asking if he was okay. He wanted to touch it. But suddenly there was a cracking sound in the wood. The whole crew bent down from a strong gust of wind. Their ship was surrounded. Vikings had boarded. Jaehyun and Frederick stood ready. One of them cursed. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that he didn't know what was going on, but he was sure of one thing, that the search for Roskva would have to be postponed. He turned to Frederick and announced that he should rely on him. The protagonist pushed off hard, under the shouts of his friend, who tried to stop him. But he was already in the air. There was a large distance between the two ships, but the protagonist confidently covered it. The sailors of the enemy ship were confused. For just a moment, they looked at Jaehyun. Then, one of them, pointing a finger at the player, laughed, explaining that he should have hid in a corner like a rat, and not climbed onto the enemy ship. The guy landed under the shouts of the other sailors, who called him names and claimed that he had brought his own death closer. Jaehyun mentally stopped himself in confusion. A girl was tied to the mast. She had pink hair, just like Aekion. The protagonist remembered her smile. The girl's incredible eyes floated into his mind. The cheeky expression on her face wouldn't leave his mind, and he couldn't understand what she was doing there when the system announced that this girl was his younger sister Roskva. She was tied to the mast. The stranger with long pink hair was standing with her back turned. Her name was Aekion. She put her hand to her head, declaring that she was the owner of a genius mind, and stamped her foot, adding that in the future she would become the greatest raider. Then, putting her hand on her belt, she concluded that in other words, she could be called a cool thing. A smile froze on her face. She closed her eyes in pleasure, but suddenly sank to the ground, screaming to herself, not understanding why she was trapped here, remembering that 3 minutes ago, during an emergency broadcast, she needed to go to the toilet, which she told her friends. They said that she could have just said that she did not want to go to the haunted house. The girl bent her arms at the elbows, imagining in percentages that the probability of the gate opening and that a person would be sucked into the dungeon was 0.6, and the probability that the dungeon would be themed and not let out was 0.310,000ths. She wondered what the probability was that she was that loser. Akayan began to cry, ordering herself to stop and stop thinking about it. She tilted her head forward slightly, thinking about how to get out, because dying here was not in her plans. The girl decided to walk, thinking that she was about to stumble upon the task force, begging at least someone to show up. Suddenly she noticed a guy, and decided to follow him. He was standing with his back to her. She understood that the guy was not one of the operatives and could not understand who he was. Aiken, plucking up her courage and thinking twice, decided to follow him. The girl tied to the mast was unconscious. The hero cursed, looking at her. He put his hand to his face, reasoning that everyone had been told to leave and did not understand how he managed to stay with her. Meanwhile, the sailors pulled their bows, offering to let Jalfi try their arrows. The bowstring was released. The hero set up a protective field. His hand was at chest level and radiated blue energy, and he could not understand why there were always only blockheads around him. Then he clenched his hand into a fist, and rushed to attack. The protagonist quickly changed his location. The protective field was still glowing behind him. The raider tilted his head forward slightly, deciding that he should think more optimistically. Despite the fact that Ian was an upstart, he could still help in clearing the dungeon. Suddenly, a thug with an axe appeared in front of him. His weapon fell exactly at the place where Jaehyun had stood a moment ago, but the hero dodged. The guy looked to the side, thinking that since he couldn't throw the girl away, he should use her. He resolutely walked forward, and he attacked the thug with his fist, hitting him in the face. The enemy fell, and the protagonist resolutely walked forward, concluding that he needed to deal with the enemies first. He turned sharply to face the sailors of the enemy ship. And tiredly rubbing his neck, he announced that he was running out of time, so let them all attack at once. Then he looked seriously at his opponents. The ship's sails whitened in the sun. The sounds of dull blows were heard on the deck. The player managed to deal with all the sailors of the enemy ship. The guy approached the girl and suggested that she no longer pretend to be asleep. Aiken got angry, beads of sweat appeared on her face, but she tried not to show it. The raider looked at her carefully, asking if she was Roskva. The girl hissed angrily. And finally she looked at the guy with her clear eyes, assuming that she had been exposed, in response specifying that her savior was Jalfi. The player squatted down, finding himself face to face with the captive, agreeing with her words. But suddenly he slammed his fist into the mast, greatly frightening Aiken. He looked into her eyes and said that he saw right through her, so she should throw out of her head the idea of probing him. The girl hiccuped in fear, actively nodding her head. At the same time a system window popped up, notifying that the first task was successfully completed, the reward was being calculated and the transfer was taking place. The amusement park was painted like a photo in a negative. The two were sitting at a table outside a cafe. Jaehyun was looking at the girl carefully. She was sitting with her head slightly down. The raider clearly saw that she was a mage, but her movements were like those of a martial arts raider. She was the same age with a bad character. Ahayan thought dejectedly that it was as if she had gotten some idiot out of spite, and she did not have the strength to understand who this guy was. She raised her head sharply, from his question about her skills. The girl embarrassedly said that she could increase the level of sword mastery of another raider. And mentally teasing him, she added that among the middle school students there were few awakened ones, so her move should work, and this guy was unbearable, so she should just use him and run away. Jaehyun, folding his arms on his chest, said that he was sure that this was not all and that he did not like it when he was lied to. The girl, raising her finger, with even greater enthusiasm said that it was true, she had a D-rank skill, initial sword mastery compensation. The guy, leaning forward slightly, interrupted her, calling her acceleration of thought. Ahayan was unpleasantly surprised. The raider's face darkened as he continued that it seemed to slow down time and speed up the user's thought process, adding that it was usually used to make quick decisions, but was most effective in analyzing an opponent. He smiled slightly, asking the other girl if he was right. The girl was dejected by these words, stuttering as she tried to ask how he knew. Jaehyun stood up resolutely and said that it didn't matter, because he couldn't take her with him anyway, because she was just looking for an opportunity to take advantage of him. He looked her straight in the eyes and added that she shouldn't think that the people around her were that stupid. The raider walked away, but Ahayan ran after him, asking him to wait. She grabbed onto him, with tears in her eyes, saying that he was right, but she was sorry and asking for forgiveness and begging him not to leave her alone, because otherwise she would die. Jaehyun, looking at her carefully, asked why he should trust her. The girl assured him that she would prove her words. The raider chuckled and stated that they would then make a contract. Ahayan was again unpleasantly surprised and asked about it again. The sky was purple with burgundy splashes. The girl nervously reread the contract, where she had no right to cause harm, was obliged to obey orders, must remain silent about conversations with Jaehyun, but as a bonus she would be under his protection until the dungeon was cleared. She grabbed her hair in indecision. Jaehyun waited calmly. An image of an old parchment wrapped in chains appeared in his head. He reasoned to himself that submission was a subspecies of the brainwashing skill, and with the help of a contract he retained power over her. The raider smiled slightly, realizing that this was the optimal way to keep his companion on a short leash. In the end, she signed, sadly declaring that she understood and agreed to all the conditions. A gold chain immediately appeared on her neck. Then on her wrist, a notification announced her subjugation status, and informed her that the subjugation would not be removed after clearing the dungeon, since it was related to the contract. Jaehyun, grinning, tried to encourage his companion that these were normal conditions, since he had not taken her soul. The girl angrily replied that no one wanted to get into his head. The guy turned around, offering to terminate the contract, since he did not force her to do anything. Only then she would have to cope on her own, and went forward again. The girl shouted after him that she promised to spare no effort. The raider exhaled, mentally labeling her as a simpleton. In the Temple of Hell, everything was still dark. Loki's daughter's hand fell on the cold stone. Hel concluded that their friend was trying hard, since Ace's looks became even more evil. She slightly lowered her head and smiled. The divine dog lay at a distance. The goddess continued to think that if she left her place, they would definitely make a noise and could not decide what to do. Then she leaned on her pet and asked Hel to be her eyes. The animal took a step forward. An unkind fire appeared in the goddess's gaze. Loki's daughter concluded that she would have to buy time until the child was ready. A view of the amusement park opened up in front of them. Jaehyun walked ahead of Aiken, not paying attention to the girl. Looking at the magician, she asked where they were going. Jaehyun stopped and said that he wanted to look into the haunted house. Aiken at that moment got scared and jumped. Looking more closely at the girl, the protagonist realized that she was afraid. But the girl, shaking with fear, did not understand why she would be afraid. She sweated a little from fear, but forced a smile and said that the guy would not find a schoolgirl who would be scared of such a thing. Jaehyun smiled because one of them was standing right in front of him, but Aiken continued to say that she was not afraid. Aiken frowned from displeasure, and the protagonist accepted her words. At this time, they had already approached the haunted house, which stood behind Jaehyun. He ordered to get ready, because now they were going inside. Aiken even opened her mouth in fear, looking at the castle. The guys were standing in front of the entrance, which began to open. Jaehyun stole a glance at the girl, who asked to stop, because she had not yet taken a deep enough breath. And so they found themselves in a location with ghosts. Jaehyun did not express concern, putting his hands in his pockets, and Aiken was worried and opened the camera for recording. In front of them they saw a door. Several towers around. They found themselves right in front of an ominous castle. The main character turned to the girl, clarifying what her role was. Aiken was the operator. Turning away from the girl, he said that he played the role of a horror streamer. A man appeared behind, whom none of the guys noticed. He gave a voice, saying that they had not had guests for a long time. The man came up close to the stunned guys and greeted them. They turned around in fear to see who was in front of them. Without blinking, the man introduced himself. It was Alfred, the butler of Countess Flander. He was ordered to meet the guests, and the system reported that the partners received the mission Flander Mansion, in which they must uncover the secret of the old mansion and capture the whole truth on camera and find a way out. The wind rose around, swaying the branches of the trees. The butler took hold of the door handle. The guys looked at him with apprehension. Aiken was completely scared and hid behind Jaehyun. Alfred invited them inside. The magician sweated. Aiken was shaking with fear, listening to Alfred's speech, who said that the Countess ordered to provide them with everything they needed. Having entered, Aiken examined the castle, and Jaehyun did not take his eyes off the butler, who was standing by the stairs and offering to take them to the refectory, because they were probably hungry from the road. The girl, without leaving the main character, began filming and looked around, and the guy noticed a vase in the distance. He looked more closely. There were lilies in the vase. The player tensed up. He turned around at the words of his friend, who was touched by the painting hanging nearby. It depicted a little girl with a dog. Jaehyun glanced at Alfred, who had already started talking about the painting. It turned out that it was a portrait of the Countess with her favorite dog, whose name was Sean. Looking at the painting again, the guy thought that the Countess looked about 12 years old. He again turned his gaze to the butler, and said that obviously the mistress cherished her childhood very much, since she hung this painting. The butler did not deign to glance at the magician and replied that it was so. After which he turned to the guys and seemed even scarier than before, said that the lady had many memories of childhood, happy memories. The aura of this place was intimidating to Aiken. She was almost crying, while Jaehyun was just tense. Alfred stood in the middle of the dark corridor and offered to go with him. He turned around and moved forward, and the guys followed him. Jaehyun frowned and thought that he needed to concentrate. He imagined himself alone and thought that in the previous mission, the system explained the situation, but not this time. He would have to dig everything up himself. Aiken pressed herself even closer to Jaehyun. Tears froze in her eyes. The guy looked at her. With a smile, he asked if she was okay, because she said that she was not afraid. But Aiken got angry and said that she was just not used to it yet, she needed more time. The guys stopped abruptly, because the butler also stopped and turned to them. With a detached look, he announced that they had arrived at the place. In front of the friends appeared a dining room with a huge table and a bunch of dishes. Standing practically behind the door, Alfred announced that the Countess had prepared treats for them. As he left, he wished them a pleasant appetite. Already behind the door, which the guys were looking at, the butler announced that he would return as soon as they finished their meal. The friends looked at the door with a displeased look. Looking at the table, Aiken knew one detail. She looked straight at the plate with food, warning not to eat it. The protagonist was examining the room, and Aiken was already looking at him. The guy said that it was worth getting into another place while the butler was distracted. Jaehyun turned to the girl who suggested collecting information here first. Aiken closed her eyes and bent down. With the help of energy, she flew into the air, activating the accelerated thinking skill. With its help, she examined the cabinet. Then she collected information about the chairs, food and utensils. Aiken looked extremely focused. She stopped the flow of energy with wide open eyes. Exulting and looking at Jaehyun, who was also looking at the girl, she said that she managed to find out something about this mansion. Scratching his chin, the mage thought she was fast, this was a unique skill, and ordered her to lay out the information. The girl from the picture appeared before his eyes. Aiken said that it was the owner of this place, Jaehyun. Continuing to scratch his chin, clarified why she decided so. Aiken went to one of the chairs and ordered to take a closer look. The girl was standing near two chairs and one of them was much higher than the others. Approaching the shelf, she said that this indicates that the Countess has a small build. Besides, the shelves in the lobby are located very low. She pointed to the handle, where dirt is visible only from below. Jaehyun remembered the cabinet with a vase he saw earlier. Scratching his chin, he agreed, because many things in the mansion are quite specific. The protagonist approached his friend and suggested that they move on. He was already ahead, and Aiken took the camera again, noting that it was very expensive. Following the magician, she would have liked to take the camera with her. Jaehyun stopped abruptly. Aiken walked around him, looked into his eyes and asked what was wrong with him. With a predatory look, the guy said that now was not the time to be happy about some camera. Frowning, he reminded the girl that they were locked here. Meanwhile, helicopters were flying around the thematic dungeon outside. Events were also announced. The reporter, standing in front of the cameraman, stated that according to witness testimony, a raider from the Lotus Guild and a middle school student, Aiken, were inside. Not far from the wall were Jisuk and Kyung-hoon, to whom the last words were heard that it was unknown whether the guys inside would be able to get out alive. Jisuk tensed up, scratching his neck, saying that his promotion was coming, and then some nonsense was happening again. Kyung-hoon, who was sitting next to him, spoke up and Jisuk glanced at him. The guy agreed and noted that no one knew that a themed dungeon would appear in an amusement park. Kyung-hoon glanced at his partner, who bowed his head from fatigue and continued his speech about how their raiding could go down at the civil council. He looked at the police near the dungeon and said that despite that incident with the goblins, Kyung-hoon would still be demoted back. Just like him, Kyung-hoon sarcastically stated that these words instilled confidence. Jisuk lit a cigarette and continued talking about how everything would be blamed on them again and asked to check the profiles of those teenagers inside the dungeon. Kyung-hoon got to work and was surprised, looking at the tablet. He saw Jaehyun's profile. Opening his eyes in surprise, he could not believe his eyes. Was this guy really in a lotus? A picture of the past appeared in front of him, where Jaehyun dealt with the monster, leaving it in the ruins. The guy remembered that he heard about the guy who entered the Milice Academy. But did the guild really hire him so quickly? Jisuk threw the cigarette out of his hands with screams, thinking that there was someone else in the dungeon, but his partner said that was not the case. He looked up at his colleague and said that there was such a possibility. Jaehyun's image appeared in front of him again, and the man thought that this was a possibility to clear the dungeon. The guys looked at the locked door. A hen, frightened, backed away. Jaehyun frowned, thinking that they decided to act in the old way here. He looked at the handle and thought that this was too tedious. The guy glanced at his friend, who was almost crying, and thought that they would stay here until their death. The boys looked at each other and Jaehyun began to calm the girl down, saying that the dungeon had an exit. Still with tears in her eyes, Aiken smiled and agreed. She turned around and ran to look around, and Jaehyun looked after her. He instantly became serious and thought that they already had. Looking at the door, he thought that it was obvious that the lady of the house was not happy with them, and he could easily open this door. Aiken was examining the room at this time, and the guy continued to think that Aiken had managed to get out at some point, which meant that the strength requirements here were simple. Frowning, he thought that in that case there should be some turn of events. He was pulled out of his thoughts by the girl. The player turned around at her voice. She was calling him. Approaching her, he saw that Aiken was again in fear, saying that something was wrong with this camera. They looked at the camera. Jaehyun already thought that his girlfriend was blowing a mountain out of a molehill again. But suddenly he was surprised. Sweat appeared on his face. On the recording, they saw that the butler Alfred was dead. The table was covered in blood. Aiken nervously looked at the butler. Jaehyun got angry, calling Alfred a fake, and the system reported that they had solved the first mystery of the Circuit Alfred Mansion by 70%. The protagonist was surprised that this was only the beginning. The guys stood in front of the table and watched the video again. The magician said that the camera shows what is inaccessible to the human eye. Aiken looked at Jaehyun in surprise, saying that she was leaving and the operator had a role in the quest, and their camera was the key to understanding what was happening. Jaehyun praised her with a smirk. Looking at his friend, he thought that until this moment the player did not understand how this coward cleared the dungeon. It seems she calms down during the thought process. Aiken froze in shock, because the protagonist took the camera from her. The question was what exactly the camera shows. Jaehyun pointed the camera and said that Alfred is not real, therefore, the screen displays either the past or the present, one of the two. Aiken clapped her fist into her palm in agreement. She remembered what the castle looked like and stated that the dungeon theme was a secret mansion, and there was no reason to show them the future. The girl frowned. Looking at the camera, she saw the hand of the dead butler, saying that it was the past. Thanks to the camera, the table seemed to be torn between the past and the present. The girl looked at the steak. Then she looked at another dish. Aiken was scared again. Standing by the table, she whispered about the food on it. Jae-hyun turned to the girl and stated that food is not for eating. A memory of the dead butler appeared in front of him. The guy frowned. He turned to the girl, who was starting to feel sick just thinking about it all. He turned around and threw the camera to her. Returning it, Aiken jumped up to grab it. Jae-hyun looked away and thought about the fact that he had recently started to feel a weak flow of mana. The room around him blurred, and he realized that this was all a vision or an illusion, in other words, one of the common mana traps. He took his hand out of his pocket. He touched the table with his fingers, wanting to activate absolute calculation, but the system prohibited the use of this skill. He removed his hand from the drain with displeasure. Aiken decided to look under the table, and Jae-hyun called out to her, asking what she was doing. Looking under the tabletop, the girl said that there was a device for unlocking the door. Standing up and brushing off the dust from her clothes, she continued the thought that it was clear from the camera that the food on the table represented Alfred's corpse. She raised one finger up, saying that most likely, there should be something like a key in this room. Jae-hyun brought his hand to his chin. A moment later, he removed it with a smirk on his face. Now he knew what to do, and activated the Mage Locator skill, due to which a new object appeared in the room. It was jelly. Jae-hyun looked at it, and confirmed his guess. He looked ahead with disappointment. A chest appeared in front of his eyes and he thought that the locking spell was usually associated with some objects, or formulas. The guy saw a lock on the chest that needed to be removed. Gears appeared in front of his eyes and he realized that he needed to get rid of the object. The guys looked at the jelly. Jae-hyun noted that there should be a key inside it. Aiken froze in shock. Her eyes widened. The girl looked at the camera. The butler's head was reflected on the screen. Aiken felt hot. Jae-hyun looked at her and smiled, noticing that she was scared, but the girl desperately screamed that she was not. Aiken rolled up her sleeves and said that she just needed to get the key. It was a trifle. She touched the jelly. Through the camera, it looked like the girl was touching the butler's head. Aiken bumped into something and was surprised. The key was in her hand. She was able to get it. They successfully destroyed the illusionary lock spell. But the butler was watching them. In front of him was a magic ball. He saw everything that was happening in the room and noticed that it seemed like the food had not arrived and the guests did not taste good. Looking at them, he thought that negligence should not be allowed, because it was impolite. With glassy eyes, the man remembered that he was a butler who could not disappoint the hostess. Alfred turned to the exit. The guys went out into the corridor, hung with lanterns. They walked forward. Aiken looked through the camera at the room around. She saw scattered toys and blood. The friends stopped. A door appeared in front of them. Jae-hyun noticed that this was a guest room. Aiken, looking at it, agreed, because usually after dinner guests are escorted to their bedroom and traces of blood led in this direction. She pointed the camera at the door, where there was a lot of blood. Jae-hyun opened the door, intending to go in and search everything there, which scared the girl. The protagonist turned to her, reminding her that it was necessary to clear the dungeon, because she did not want to hang around here until old age. With a dejected look, Aiken agreed. Going inside, Jae-hyun ordered the girl to shut up and follow him, and tell him if something suddenly happened. The guy went into a dark room. He saw a window. Looking around the room, he suggested looking for some more clues. Suddenly, something white moved. The guy heard sounds behind him. He turned around. The protagonist saw a silhouette in a white dress. It was a girl with a sewn-up mouth. She pointed her finger behind the player. Behind the protagonist was the dead butler. The building was dark. The ghost glowed with an eerie red light. Jae-hyun recoiled from it in fear. Aiken squatted down and called the protagonist. The guys were sitting in the dungeon when the girl asked if the protagonist was okay, to which he asked not to scream, since his ears were ringing. He touched his head and cursed. Jae-hyun looked around the dungeon filled with chains and thought that although he expected this, he could not even react. The boy stood up, leaning on the wall, when Onion said that while the protagonist was unconscious, she used accelerated thinking and looked around. The girl told about the situation and that from the moss and dampness you can tell that this is an underground prison, and there are even traces of torture. She looked at the shackles. Onion turned away, asking displeasedly how there was such a creepy place in the mansion of a young countess. Jae-hyun thoughtfully grabbed the bars. He waved his hand, saying that there should be a key somewhere here when the system activated the skill's silence. The boy's hand began to glow. He hit the bars with force, causing an explosion. Onion opened her mouth in surprise. Cracks ran along the wall of the dungeon. It turned out that the protagonist made a hole in the wall. Jae-hyun leaned on the remains of the bars and said that they should move as quietly as possible, since it would be bad if Alfred or anyone else noticed them, to which the girl asked discontentedly, saying that it was for these very reasons that he had torn the bars to shreds. The protagonist turned around and said that instead of chatting in vain, it would be better for his companion to think about how they could get out. Suddenly, a blurry silhouette flashed behind the guy. Jae-hyun immediately turned around. A strange creature crashed into him, forcing him to take a step back. The protagonist looked down in surprise and asked what just happened. It turned out that he was holding a puppy with keys in his hands. Anyun exhaled in fear. She looked at her companion and demanded that he immediately let go of the puppy. Jaehyun lifted the animal higher and said that judging by the manner he felt, it was an ordinary puppy, and judging by the key in its teeth, it was also stuck here. The girl came closer to the protagonist, saying that he should know that keys are not easily found in a dungeon, and the puppy could be a trap. The dog immediately growled in displeasure. Anyun recoiled from the dog, and the system reported that they received a new quest, Flanders' Diary, and they needed to get into the Countess's room on the 4th floor and read her diary. Jaehyun looked up with displeasure. He smiled, thinking that this must be related to the secret of the estate quests. The door opened silently. Jaehyun and Anyun quietly entered the corridor. The protagonist looked around and said that they reached the 3rd floor, but the mansion was so big that he had no idea where to go next. The couple stood in the middle of the dark corridor. Anyun exhaled and said that her camera had also been taken away, so they could only look around. Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's attention. He looked ahead warily. Anyun turned around, saying that she suddenly felt uneasy. At the end of the corridor, the ghost of the Countess was visible. The ghost's mouth was sewn up with threads. Jaehyun stood in front of her, not daring to address her. Suddenly, his sleeve was grabbed. Anyun stared at her partner, asking him to leave here, since now was not the time to communicate with the ghost. However, Jaehyun freed his hand and asked the ghost why she was still here. He frowned, asking if the soul was holding something in this mansion. The ghost seemed to smile. The protagonist stood in front of her, continuing to ask about whether the soul was perhaps here to help him. This time, it was clear that the Countess was smiling. Jaehyun took a step forward and asked where Countess Flanders' chambers were. The ghost raised her bloody hand. The protagonist saw a finger pointing behind him and thought that it seemed like the ghost was pointing to the end of that flight of stairs. The soul stopped moving when it heard the words of gratitude. Jaehyun wanted to leave, but promised that if the opportunity arose, he would send the soul to heaven. Anyun looked at the ghost one last time. It was dark at the end of the flight of stairs. The arches of the park were illuminated by electric lamps. The two men were sitting at a table opposite each other. Jisuk clasped his hands, asking if the Lotus Guild would take responsibility for the incident in the dungeon. Sungjae looked at his interlocutor carefully, answering that it was correct. He leaned back in his chair, saying that Jisuk could avoid the public's and the civil council's wrath directed at the Raiders Association by using the Lotus Guild's responsibility as a shield. The man thought of Sunun, then said that in exchange, he asked for information about Jaehyun to be kept secret, as that was what the Lotus Guild master had requested. Jisuk also leaned back in his chair, saying that it would take some effort to believe that Lotus was acting for the sake of a newbie who was still studying at Millis Academy. Sungjae closed his eyes and explained that he couldn't give a reason. His interlocutor frowned in displeasure. He rubbed his neck tiredly and concluded that it was better for their side, so they would go along with Lotus's terms. Sungjae looked ahead, asking him not to worry about the failure of the dungeon raid. He thought of the amusement park, then said that if the protagonist wasn't capable of handling something like that, Lotus wouldn't have stepped in and helped him. The swing cut through the air. The opponent's head flew off. Anyun watched the battle in surprise, saying that it was impossible. The defeated C-class living armor monsters lay around the protagonist. The puppy approached Jaehyun when it was said that this was the shortest route, and the protagonist was capable of handling it. They opened one of the doors, and the system reported that they had entered Flanders' room. The room looked creepy. Anyun said with a smile that she would start with the table, when the boy's hand fell on her shoulder. Jaehyun looked around the room warily, saying that it was obvious that the diary should be there, but still asked his partner to check for other clues. He walked deeper into the room when Anyun promised to do so. The puppy leaned on the shelves of the table. Daehoon picked up the book, and the system told him that it was Flanders' diary. The protagonist smiled as he thought about what he had found. He quickly flipped through the pages of the diary, which said that on May 7, 1474, the Countess's skin was getting paler and paler, and the doctor had already come to examine her at the mansion several times. But he couldn't do anything, so would she really die without ever leaving the mansion? Jaehyun imagined the Countess sitting at the table, writing on May 10, 1474, that her mom and dad said they would buy her the doll she always wanted, and that her parents were the best, so she was excitedly waiting for her trip to the city, which was 2 days away. The doll was lying on the table, while the little Countess wrote on May 12, 1474 that her parents had died because someone had attacked them on the road, so the girl's tears did not stop, and perhaps if it were not for the doll, her mother and father would have survived. Jaehyun seemed to see a funeral procession. In his imagination, the Countess looked behind her, after which she wrote on May 15, 1474 about the funeral of her parents, and since she was the only heir to Count Flander, the mansion became hers, but the girl did not feel joy, since she was left alone forever. The Countess wrote on the 4th of July 1474 that she had caught a strange girl in the garden, and the thief said that she had come into the manor to pick some lilies, and the Countess liked her because she looked like one of her dolls and they were the same age, so the girl asked her to stay in the manor. The girls were playing together when on the 20th of July 1474 an entry was made in the diary that the thief had no name, and the Countess called her Sally, and the girl was happy to have a friend, and she wanted it to go on like this forever. Night had fallen on the castle when on the 8th of September 1474 an entry was made that Alfred had left the manor without saying a word, and Sally said that he had gone to town in a hurry, and the Countess became worried. Alfred and Sally were standing next to each other in the hallway. The Countess was clutching a teddy bear when she wrote on September 10, 1474 that Alfred had returned, but the girl felt that he had changed, and she felt like Sally was hiding something from her. The space was stained with blood, and the entry from November 10, 1474 stated that screams were constantly heard outside the room, as Selina, the kitchen mistress, and the maid Mizelle were screaming again on the first floor, and the Countess did not understand whether it was a dream or reality, as she was scared because of what was happening, and Alfred and Sally were knocking on her door right now, as they wanted to kill her. Jae-hyun slammed the diary shut when the system reported that the restrictions on using skills were lifted. The protagonist frowned, as it became clear to him that Countess Flander had been killed. He thought about the little girl and that it must be the work of a demonic beast that had entered the mansion. At that moment, strange things began to happen to a hen's body. Jae-hyun turned around. The girl's head had stretched out greatly, and the protagonist thought that it seemed to be the work of a double. Only a skull remained of a hen's face. A noise was heard in the room. Many Alfred doubles appeared at the threshold. Doubles with red eyes stood in a row. Behind the monster's back was an army of Alfred clones, and the system reported that the first secret of the mansion, Alf's identity, had been revealed. The side quest, Flander's Diary, had been completed, and the protagonist had managed to uncover all the secrets of the mansion, but now he needed to get out. Jae-hyun clenched his hands into fists. A clawed paw reached out to the enemy. Several scarlet veins stretched out from the monster. Jae-hyun dodged the attack. Grabbing the puppy, he dodged the blow. The protagonist slammed on the brakes. He stood in front of the enemy and said that the monster had finally shown its true face. The protagonist chuckled, saying that his patience had run out. The monster wriggled and said that the raider was pretty smart for a human. Jae-hyun lowered his head and asked the enemy to stop saying such things. He remembered looking at a hen and saying that he just had brains. The monster turned into a red spot. The protagonist chuckled, saying that in fact, it was not about brains, but about the stupidity of his opponent. The monster seemed to melt. He rushed to attack, calling the guy a stupid human. The stairs were lit by two scarlet lamps. A chandelier hung from the ceiling. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Jae-hyun dodged the attack. Several more heads grew on the monster. Lightning began to electrify around Jae-hyun. Stepping back, the guy threw forward several tips with chains. They hit the target, making several holes in the brand. A white light rose up in front of the protagonist like a wall. The puppy looked terrible. Jae-hyun hugged the dog tightly, thinking that in front of him was a B-class monster, a double. The creature hung from the ceiling as if its body was liquid, and the protagonist thought that he had a high danger level since he could copy the skills and appearance of others. But this creature was no more than a C-class. The guy stood at the door, listening to his opponent take his body. Jae-hyun looked focused. The monster continued to flow, demanding that he give it his body. Several tentacles immediately rushed to attack the protagonist. Jae-hyun looked at them without moving. He frowned and asked how it felt. The monster, entangled in chains, asked what the protagonist meant. The chains grew more and more as Jae-hyun said that it was about his opponent first playing with children and then accepting humiliating ridicule from a human. The creature raised its head. A golden light exploded where it stood. Jae-hyun watched it indifferently. The monster melted and screamed that it hated and envied everyone. Its eyes looked in different directions. He remembered Countess Flander. The image of Sally appeared in his mind. The space exploded into a cloud of dust. Jae-hyun stood in the middle of the destroyed hall. He grinned, looking at the dog, recognizing it as Onion, said that it barked loudly, so maybe it would be better for it to remain a dog. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and to the indignant barking of the puppy, replied that she did a good job with the key, so he would count it to her. Jae-hyun pushed the door. However, something made him turn around. Countess Flander stood on the steps where there used to be traces of destruction. The girl waved her hand with a kind smile. Jae-hyun smiled back contentedly. The doors flashed brightly as the protagonist said goodbye, and the system reported the completion of the second mission Flander Mansion, the issuance of a reward for completing the hidden mission, and then returned the raiders to the real world. The amusement park was still in darkness. The partners were sitting on the bench. Jae-hyun peered into the eye of the system with concentration. Two windows were immediately opened in front of him, when the guy thought that it was a pity that he rarely used support skills, but the illusion was not bad at all. He looked at Onion and thought that depending on how he used these two skills, the course of the battle could change dramatically. Onion looked around displeasedly, saying that if the protagonist knew that she was that puppy, he could have at least hinted because she was scared. Jae-hyun stood up from the bench, saying that it was already good that they got out alive, but the girl still thought it was unfair. The protagonist took a few steps forward, saying that it was time for the team to go to the next destination, to which Anyun was indignant that they had closed 2 quests, so they could afford to take a break. Jaehyun looked at his partner in surprise, saying that the girl did not strain herself much in the underground prison, after which she asked if he had heard anything about mental fatigue. The protagonist smiled and pointed his finger at the place next to him, and said that he knew very well what it was. Besides, it quickly passes when you move. Anyun saw her partner wave his finger, and use submission. The girl rushed far ahead, shouting that she would never forgive her partner for this. The sky was unnaturally green. Anyun and Jaehyun approached the edge of the sidewalk. The girl leaned tiredly on her feet, asking if there was a parade. The protagonist took out a bottle of potion, saying that it was unknown what would happen next, so he had to be on guard. Suddenly, a sound came from the loudspeaker. Anyun and Jaehyun were standing among the ghostly bushes when the Welcome to Neverland sounded. Far ahead, a man in a carnival costume stood, introducing himself as Brin. Fireworks burst into flames in the sky. The crowd in masks began to dance cheerfully. Brin picked up the microphone and invited everyone to the parade. He jumped up to the protagonist and told his partner to arrive just in time, then praised them for their good work in completing the mission. Jaehyun felt sweat running down his face, then asked point blank what the last mission would be. Brin raised his finger and said that the last mission was hide and seek. Anyun looked at the host in surprise and asked again about hide and seek. The man continued to smile and pointed to the gate behind him. The gate was glowing with an azure aura as the man explained that both of them had to hide from the monsters that would appear from there, and then reach their destination. Jaehyun folded his hands on his hands, muttering that he didn't think it would be that easy. Brin clapped his hands in satisfaction, saying that the guy was very observant. He gestured towards the raiders, saying that this hide and seek was all about their skills, and in other words, the monsters that would appear in Neverland would be directly related to the number of participants and their abilities. Jaehyun frowned and thought that because of his skills, there was a high probability that someone stronger than the previous creation would come out. He glanced sideways at Anyun, who he planned to protect. Brin, meanwhile, put his hand to his chest and said that he needed to determine the strength of the raiders. He extended his mana-glowing palm to his partner and apologized for it. A handkerchief appeared in the man's hands. Suddenly he clapped his hands and congratulated the raiders on having S-class. Both partners were shocked. Brin slapped his forehead, saying that it was the first time he had guests with such a level, and it was incredible. But Jaehyun began to be indignant, calling the results nonsense. Brin's eyes flashed red. Suddenly, a fiery hand appeared from the door, and Brin's voice wished them good luck. Anyun opened her mouth in surprise. Jaehyun, on the contrary, clenched his teeth from tension, after which the system notified that the quest The Last Festival had been received, in which it was necessary to defeat the Cert particle, or reach the key point. The gate opened slowly, releasing the monster's head, when the system said that it was necessary to enjoy the last Neverland event, and also notified of a hidden place in which it was necessary to kill the Cert particle and eliminate potential threats. The number of participants was 3. Sweat trickled down Jaehyun's cheek as there was no way there were 3 participants, and he realized that something had gone wrong. Cert had finally made it onto the playing field. Cert was the guardian of Muspelheim, the land of the fire giants. Even before the birth of Amur, the first giant, Cert had lived with one goal in mind, namely to engulf the entire world in flames. The fire sword he held in his hand was so hot that it could burn the world in an instant. Cert swung his weapon. Jaehyun cursed. Anyun screamed as the boy tugged at her hand. The girl was crying and asking what they should do. The protagonist was running away with a concentrated expression, saying what he thought about it, and if she didn't want to turn into a Pele, she should shut her mouth and run. The amusement park was engulfed in flames. The cat was sitting on the sphere when it was announced that all of this was because of him, and maybe the raiders should help a little. The animal licked its paws. The cat continued to sit on the sphere when asked if she was making fun of him, since she had no intention of helping. Hel waved her hand and asked her interlocutor to leave it. The goddess smiled, saying that she was interested in what the guy would accept this time. The fire was blazing all around. The monster's sword immediately set everything on fire. Jaehyun barely dodged the attack. While Cert was advancing, the protagonist thought that it was dangerous to fight him in open combat, and if possible, he should avoid a direct attack and find a checkpoint. Aiken turned around and pointed to something off to the side. The arrow pointed to a carousel 300 meters away from them. Jaehyun rushed in that direction, shouting that they had a little more to run. The guy's jacket flew up from his fast run. Anchun ran after the protagonist, holding his hand. Jaehyun stared ahead tensely, thinking that this was a simple quest where he just needed to get to the checkpoint. He looked at the flames and thought that it would be a good idea to distract the monster. Anyun ran after him, breathing heavily, while the protagonist reasoned that with her help it would be possible. Suddenly, Cert looked up at the sky and menacingly asked who dared to call him. He stretched out his hand with fire blazing on it. The volley of flames almost hit his partners. Jaehyun, covering his face with his hand, asked Anyun to pull herself together and listen to him carefully. The girl only breathed tensely when she heard that they needed to split up and run separately from each other. He looked at the carousel and said that they needed to head for it. The protagonist with a menacing expression heard the question of whether he would distract the monster, to which he immediately asked if his partner wanted to be bait. Anyun rushed to run. Jihyun grimaced, looking ahead. Surt emerged from the wall of fire. The protagonist looked at the monster and shouted that he was here, thereby drawing attention to himself. Surt bowed his head. At that moment, he immediately struck at the place where the protagonist had just stood. Jihyun, dodging, jumped back onto one of the towers. Standing almost in front of the opponent's head, the guy shouted that he was moving too slowly, then asked if the monster hoped to catch him. Flames jumped out of Surt's mouth. He angrily struck the tower. The giant angrily clenched his teeth. Anyun ran along the cobblestones. Running across the square, the girl muttered that she was almost there. However, at that moment, the space in front of her exploded with fire. Anyun froze in place. Jaehyun immediately turned to her, asking what happened, and at that moment, the system announced that the final checkpoint had been destroyed, and the quest status, except for hidden quests, would be changed to unable to complete. Anyun stood in front of a wall of flames devouring the checkpoint. Surt smiled, saying that his opponents who dared to oppose him were just insects. Jaehyun froze tiredly and thought that since things turned out like this, there was only one option left. He grimaced. The guy's eye flashed gold when he said murder as one of the methods. A fireball flew towards the opponents. Jaehyun raised his hand and took the blow. Surt looked at the guy with pleasure and said that in all this time, only a few people were able to block his attack. The giant raised his sword above his head. Surt attacked again, offering the protagonist to block it. Jaehyun put his hand forward. Anyun watched the battle from behind the corner. She looked up and thought that Jaehyun wouldn't last long like this. She frowned, realizing that there had to be a way. The protagonist bent down, taking another attack on himself. At that moment, Anyun called out from behind his eyes, saying that she had found a way. The girl smiled contentedly. The amusement park was ablaze. Jaehyun ran away, hurrying to his partner. Surt immediately smirked, asking how his opponent dared to run away. Anyun opened her mouth. She ran parallel to the protagonist, shouting that he should take 5 steps forward. Jaehyun abruptly changed direction. A fiery core exploded in the place where he had just been standing. Anyun raised her finger and said something about a water reservoir. The protagonist, breathing heavily, asked again what she was talking about. The girl waved her hand, explaining that there was a water tank outside of Neverland, and they could lure the monster there, because if they removed the flames protecting it, they could attack. Jaehyun turned around, realizing that his partner was right. He imagined a fiery heart, thinking that no matter how mythical the giant was, it could be defeated if they managed to pierce the vital points in its body. Anyun looked at her partner carefully and said that she would predict Surt's movements with accelerated thinking and tell him, and he should dodge. Jaehyun looked back, hearing the command to take 3 steps to the left and duck. He stopped abruptly. Surt was catching up with the guy. The giant frowned and asked what he meant. One of the protagonist's eyes glowed gold when he asked if the giant was afraid of a commoner now. Surt immediately flared with fire and asked how his opponent dared to say such a thing. The 2 men merged into one stream. Surt froze in surprise, and the system reported the activation of the illusion skill. Water immediately gushed out of the reservoir. The giant tried to block the water. Anyun opened his mouth wide in order to act now. He jumped on the bike, preparing his sword to attack. Jaehyun struck the extinct volcano in the chest. Surt closed his eyes, talking about a low trick. The protagonist asked with a smile what was wrong with that, because the main thing for him was victory. The giant's eyes flashed with light when he demanded that the enemy not be so arrogant. He poked a finger at the protagonist and explained that he fought him with a fraction of his strength, and Jaehyun had no chance against his true appearance and power. The protagonist watched as the giant's body dissipated, after which the system reported that they had passed the last festival and the last mission of the Big 3, also successfully completed the hidden missions, accomplished an incredible feat, and received the artifact Unquenchable Flame of Urt. Anyun looked ahead tiredly. She leaned against the wall, thinking that it was all over. The cat sat on a hill. Wagging her tail, she noted that she had thought that the hero would not need help. The young man stood next to his friend, when the observer suggested that this was most likely why the higher powers chose him. Opening her mouth, the cat said that Jaehyun was an extremely interesting person, because he looked like he was constantly striving to become stronger. Lowering her head, the animal asked Hell's opinion. The cloud of energy, standing nearby, noted that this person still had a lot to learn. The cat, tilting her head, asked if Hell was the one most interested in news about the protagonist. Looking to the side, the animal thought that it was not yet possible to reveal him as an opponent of the throne of the Aesir, even taking into account the fact that war was inevitable. The hero looked to the side. With her eyes wide open, the cat realized that he was the only one who could kill the highest among the Aesir. 2 windows with the characteristics of the obtained artifacts appeared before the young man's eyes. Smiling, the boy realized that they were truly incredible. An image of an S-class artifact appeared before his eyes and he realized that this was not a simple thing at all. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to his companion. The girl looked at him with wide eyes. Looking down, the guy assumed that she was trying to think of something again. Looking at her, he used the subjugation skill, and she began to talk about how she had received an artifact that increased strength by 50 points and allowed her to acquire the courage skill. Smiling, she explained that the skill removed the effects of fear and increased agility. Raising his hand to his chin, the hero thought that he did not need immunity to the abnormal status, since it would be preferable for him to have a thought acceleration, which would be more useful, and therefore decided to leave everything as is and call Aiken when the need arose. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him and asked if the young man liked the reward. Turning to him, the guy noted that they had been through a lot and added that it was time for them to go. The observer, without opening his mouth, stood in front of the guy. Suddenly, he moved towards him. Taking him by the shoulder, he said that he hoped for their safe return and called the hero born with the fate of the enemy of evil. Suddenly, the young man turned his gaze to him. Opening his mouth wide, he asked the man to wait. The same man, grinning, looked at the boy. Suddenly, the exit from the dungeon appeared. Many people crowded at the entrance. Suddenly, the gates began to crack. They completely broke. The host, holding the microphone to her mouth, shouted for everyone to pay attention to the fact that the survivors were already leaving. The hero and his companion came out of the dungeon, and the reporter shouted that they came out completely unharmed. Suddenly, they were surrounded by reporters from all sides. The man, pushing people aside, shouted for everyone to disperse, because he needed to talk to the survivors in order. Suddenly, his mouth opened in surprise. The protagonist disappeared from sight. The girl, her eyes wide open, listened to the reporters shouting that they now needed to interview the girl and also that they needed to check her condition first. One of the men, looking away, asked if he had disappeared by simply hiding himself. Frowning, the detective answered in the negative and added that according to Agent Ji-yoon's report, this guy was listed as a mage. Opening his mouth, Kyung-hoon tried to understand how this man, not being an assassin, could disappear so silently. Opening his mouth, his partner explained that he was a combat mage, but the guy asked again. Smiling, the man repeated the name of the protagonist's class. The building of Chairman Seonin appeared. The girl, holding the phone to her face, noted that the interlocutor did a good job and added that they could go back. Closing her eyes, she also added that they would see each other later. She held the phone in front of her. Putting her hand to her face, the chairman noted that he had done something wrong again and simply disappeared. There was a folder on the table in front of her. Looking at it, she realized that he was not the type to speak first, and that she should meet him in person. There was something written on the book. Jaehyun's apartment appeared. The young man stared at the TV screen. Looking at it, he was listening to the news about the dungeon that had been successfully cleared and realized that there were no articles about it, and assumed that this was the work of the Lotus Guild. Looking down, he realized that he should not underestimate the influence of such a large guild. Looking ahead, the boy realized that he had not even counted on the number of people that were there, and it was thanks to this that he was able to feel the effect of one of the artifacts. He remembered standing in front of a crowd of reporters and realized that when he equipped this equipment, his running speed increased more than 4 times. Then he simply disappeared right from the sight of everyone there. Passing by everyone, he was curious about how many times the speed would increase if he activated this ability. Stretching, he noted that everything had not gone so badly, despite the fact that it was extremely difficult. The guy leaned back in his chair. The hero opened the system window, saying that the harvest was extremely good. The system window said about a consumable artifact that, when used, strengthened the weapon to the limit and gave it the property of flame. The young man clenched his fist with force. Frowning, he realized that this fight made him clearly understand all his weakness. Imagining a certain weapon, the young man knew that he needed the strength to defeat his opponent without using cheap tricks. Imagining his main enemy, he also realized that he needed the strength that would make him someone who was impossible to touch. The guy pursed his lips. Images of friends appeared in his head and he realized that such a strength would have to rid him of the past and allow him to protect his family and comrades, and this is the path he needs to follow. Looking ahead, he knew that he had to become stronger with each passing second. The door to the principal's office appeared. The man, sitting on a chair, told his subordinate to try harder. The new instructor ISU stood in front of him. With her mouth wide open, she said that she would not disappoint him and would report on every step of Jengyeon during the upcoming classes. She was walking towards the exit of the office. The man had a malicious grin on his face. He glanced to the side. There were many monitors installed in front of the principal, and he said that in order to grow a good flower bed, it was necessary to uproot all the weeds. Shane brought his hand to his face. Looking at the ring, he said that he was looking forward to the upcoming event, because then he would be able to completely get rid of the dirt that irritated him. The principal looked to the side. There were many crossed-out papers on the floor. On one of them was a photo of a certain student. The same was on the others. Yujung, with her hands on her hips, asked her friend if it was true. Opening her mouth, she immediately added that now it was clear why she couldn't get through to him this weekend. Closing his eyes, the guy explained that he meant that he hadn't ignored the calls at all. Lowering his head, he also added that he should have known when to stop. Closing one eye, the girl asked him if he could imagine how worried a certain woman was. Raising her finger, she immediately added that she had covered it, and that's why she now needed to repay him with something tasty. Bending over, Aina asked the hero if he was okay. Smiling, the guy explained that he was okay and asked his friend not to worry. Looking at him, Yujung noted that the protagonist had been unlucky for a long time and assumed that some god hated him. Having imagined the gods, the boy thought that this was not the case at all, since he was rather blessed by the gods. Suddenly, someone approached them. The boy, standing in front of the students, noted that he felt some irritation and asked if it was the hero. The young man looked at him from under his brows. The girls also looked at this person. Suyuk, smiling, explained that if he was going to do something strange again, then he should be prepared for the consequences. Yujung, leaning towards the hero and asked if he knew this person, he said that he did not know anything about him at all. Then the student shouted that his name was Suyuk. Suddenly, the boy looked away when he heard someone say that he needed to remain silent. The instructor entered the room. Suyuk, gritting his teeth, looked at the hero. The boy calmly looked at his classmate. The woman stood behind the counter in front of the audience. With her mouth slightly open, she explained that she would be teaching them the understanding of the first level of magic operations from now on. The students looked at her as she explained that she would do her best to improve their abilities. Standing in front of the microphone, she asked everyone present to study hard. The hero, looking at her, realized that she looked extremely young and guessed that there was no better place for a teacher to gain experience than Millis Academy. Raising her hand, ISU explained that her class would be teaching the fundamental understanding of magic, and they would mainly be dealing with magic expressions. There was something written on the board. With her mouth slightly open, she asked the audience about how much they knew about magic. Suyuk immediately raised his hand and answered that magic was a supernatural thing that manifested from the direction of mana according to a magic formula. Standing in front of the counter, the instructor noted that he said everything correctly and added that magic was the science of deriving a phenomenon from a magic expression. Suyuk looked at the hero with a grin. Suddenly, two more teachers appeared when ISU said that now each of them would be given one book. While they were handing out the textbooks to the students, the instructor said that such books contained the basic magic formulas that could be used by D-rank magicians and also contained aspects of using magic and asked the students to master it, because it was an assignment for the entire semester. One of the students, holding the book in his hand, exclaimed that there was nothing written on the cover at all, while the second added that the pages of this book were also empty. One book was also redone for the protagonist. His eyes widened. Immediately after, a smile appeared on his face. The instructor glanced at him, frowning. Standing in front of the audience, she said that she wanted to ask one question now. The hero looked at her when she said his name. Opening her mouth, she asked him to explain to everyone what kind of letters were written in the books. The young man, putting his hands in his pockets, replied that there were runes written there. Gritting his teeth in anger, Suyuk listened to the instructor's words that he said everything correctly. Frowning, the girl thought about the fact that this book was magical, the information in which could only be seen by deciphering the formula, and he managed to do what first-year students usually take a week to do, and he was much more talented than the chairman said. Opening her mouth, she added that she wanted to ask one more question. Frowning, she asked if he knew about the runic words written on the cover of the book. The hero, looking at her, assumed that it was a joke of the Norner system. A smirk appeared on his face. There were some runes written on the book. Opening his mouth, he said that this was Odin's life and the basics of runes. His eye glowed like the eye of this god. The girl's room appeared and her scream was heard that this was just madness. Holding her leg, she said that she had to go through all this because of the protagonist. Frowning, she wondered if he even knew how much these reporters had pestered her with questions. Covering her face with her hand, she heard a question about what the themed dungeon was like. She also sat at the table in front of the reporters when they asked about what happened there and what artifacts they were able to obtain. The hero, standing next to her, explained that he had an urgent matter, so he had to leave the reporters to her. Menacingly looking at her, he also ordered her not to say anything about his skills. The chains bound the girl's body after such an order. She sat clenching her fists tightly. She slammed them on the bed, screaming that it was time for him to remove her subordination. Suddenly, she stopped. Raising her head, the girl realized that if he disappeared on his own, then it would be enough for her to simply rush to him first. Her house appeared. The academy library was visible. Reading the book, the guy thought that it was more interesting than expected. One of the runes appeared in his head and he realized that all magic expressions change their characteristics depending on how they are used. A yellow chain surrounded by lightning also appeared. He immediately imagined it in blue and realized that it can be created by combining the lightning attribute and the mana chain into one formula. Suddenly, the guy slammed the book. Looking down, the young man thought that if you stick to the basics, the range of using low-rank magic becomes more diverse. Imagining a person with a sword, he realized that it works in the same way when a person improves basic swordsmanship, along with which the martial arts skill grows. An image of a mage also appeared in his head, the essence of which is that the better you understand the concept of the formula, the higher you can rise. Suddenly, he looked up. In front of him were two girls. Smiling, the guy noted that they still managed to somehow read the cover of the textbook. Lying on the book, Yujin said that this was already annoying her, because she clearly remembered how she taught Jaehyun magic from the very basics. Grinning, the guy noted that an outstanding student usually surpasses his teacher, which is what eventually happened. Aina, smiling, exclaimed that she finally succeeded. Holding the book in her hands, she explained that she finally managed to read the first page. Looking at her, the guy said that she still tried and she finally succeeded, and he congratulated her on it. The girl blushed from embarrassment. She immediately covered her face with the book. Looking ahead, he realized that she had been acting strangely before and assumed that it was because of the lion he had drawn in the dungeon. Jumping up from her chair, Yujong screamed that she alone couldn't see anything. She was burning with anger. Grinning, the guy said that it was not his fault. A certain bird was sitting outside the window. Its eyes were bright red. Suddenly, it soared above the academy building. A message appeared stating that the first contest to choose the best potion shop name had begun, for the winner of which one box of premium potion was given. Hone looked at it. 4 students were looking at this message. The hero, biting his lip, could not say anything. Sitting at the alchemy table, he said that it was much more difficult than originally calculated. Aina, with her mouth slightly open, noted that the shop still did not exist. Then the second student asked if they would go broke before it opened. Hone, also sitting at the table, explained that survival was the most important thing for a raider and therefore the potion business could not go bankrupt. Opening his mouth, he added that she had tried it herself and should know this. The 2 girls looked at him, listening to his words about this being a revolution. The bed in the protagonist's apartment appeared. Smiling, he said that the test on magic theory was passed without problems and therefore he should not worry about exams in the near future. The guy twisted his hand in his hand, saying that he only had one thing left. He turned his gaze to the screen. Looking at the system window with the auction, the young man understood that if a raider needed to become stronger, then such a person would need to be ready to spend hundreds of millions. Even though hard work and perseverance are certainly good, but money is an indispensable element of leveling up. Grinning, the young man also added that the raider's main strength was not in money, but he simply could not miss such an opportunity. Turning the handle once more, he realized that his choice should fall on business and stocks. Remembering his friend the alchemist, the hero knew that this was ideal for attracting money if the future was known. Jae-san, opening his eyes, looked at his comrades. Looking down, the protagonist understood that this man was the one who would take half of the world's potion making and therefore he needed to get it now, and then he would definitely have the opportunity to earn a lot of money. Aiken was walking towards the audience. She, gritting her teeth, threw open the door. Standing in front of everyone, she shouted that the hero should first keep his promise before running away. Opening his eyes wider, the guy tried to ask her what she was doing here. With her hands on her hips, she told him not to interrupt her, and added that he used a strange skill on her, and simply ran away. Gritting his teeth, Nosha realized that this was a passing by past. One of the girls, frowning, asked about whether he was blackmailing this raider. Opening his mouth, the guy said that she could sit down since she came and added that he would lend her head for a while. Standing in front of them, Aiken asked again. Suddenly, she raised her hand. Smiling, she suggested calling the store Heavenly Dragon Potions. Closing his eyes, the boy used the submission skill while she said that she had already heard that the Heavenly Demon was the best in martial arts, and therefore they should choose at that level. She, raising her hands, tried to say something while the others suggested their names. Covering his eyes with his hands, the hero understood that this would not work, because it was just some kind of pit, since even the monsters from the dungeons would have suggested better options. The girl, with her mouth wide open, asked the hero why he did not ask her options, and the guy asked her to name what she came up with. Suddenly, his eyes opened wider when she said the name of her store, which sounded like the Elixir Workshop. Raising her hand, the student asked his opinion. Imagining the alchemists of the past, the young man realized that elixir was another name for the Philosopher's Stone, which was created by alchemists in the past, and this is the mysterious elixir that, according to rumors, heals wounds and even brings back to life. Smiling, Jason noted that this was a suitable name for promoting the potion and increasing the value of the brand. The hero, smiling, told the girl that she simply saved him, but she screamed that he was disgusting. Standing in front of the table, the guy said that everything is fine now. Raising his fist, he explained that from now on their shop would be called just that. They were all already sitting in the classroom. The protagonist, standing up, explained that runes were just the language of magic, and if you interpret this sentence, then the language of runes is the framework that makes up magic, and it is the basis of magic as a device based on magical expressions. Opening her mouth, the instructor said that Jaehyun's answer was excellent. Frowning, Suyuk listened to these words. Putting her hands on the counter, the girl explained that they would end here and added that they all tried hard. All the students stood up from their seats. Suddenly, the instructor turned around when someone called out to her. The protagonist, handing her a textbook, explained that he wanted to ask her something. In his hands was a certain blue book. Looking at it, the girl realized that it was a magic book of the 4th highest rank. Looking at the student, she understood that such a book was difficult to read even for instructors and tried to understand what kind of person he was. The academy library appeared. Putting his hand on the book, the young man said that it was a failure. Looking at it, he realized that even asking ISA, he had not managed to get any useful information. Getting up from his chair, the guy decided to start from the basics. He passed by a certain person. This man was closely watching the hero. The man was writing down all the boy's actions on a piece of paper. A certain office appeared. There were 2 cups of tea on the table. The girl, bowing her head, noted that the guest had arrived earlier than she expected. Sitting in front of her, the guy explained that he wanted to come even earlier and added that it was all about exams and other things that prevented him from coming. She took the mug in her hand. Bringing it to his face, she clarified whether he was asking for help with understanding a magic book of the 4th highest rank. Looking at it, the protagonist answered affirmatively. A bright blue sphere appeared in his head, which characterized the creation that created magic. A purple sphere also appeared, which was destruction that destroyed magic and turned everything into nothing. A bright red sphere also appeared, which meant reinforcement that made magic stronger. Sitting in front of the woman, the young man explained that it contained high-level formulas and theories and that it was very difficult for him to understand it himself. One of his eyes glowed orange, and he realized that until now he had only relied on it, and therefore he needed a deeper understanding of magic. The girl brought a mug of tea to her lips. Sunun, smiling, explained that she would not be able to help the guest with this. The hero, open-mouthed in surprise, asked her why she could not do this. Putting the mug on the table, she began to say something. The chairman, closing her eyes, explained that the concepts that appeared in the 4-rank magic books were meaningless unless he studied them himself. Looking at him, she also added that he should be able to do it himself to put himself on par with A-rank raiders. Imagining his father, he understood what she was talking about. Raising her hand to her face, the girl noted that since he had come for advice, she would at least show him the method of studying. Seonin extended his hand to him. Something appeared in her other hand. The hero, looking at this thing, asked again. Smiling, she explained that this was training that would allow him to understand the strengthening technique. The protagonist looked at this object. He took the thing from her hand. Smiling, the guy explained that anything would do for him, as long as it helped him become stronger. The AR combat system was visible. The protagonist was sweating and sighed heavily. He had a bright orange bandage on his arm. He frowned and looked straight ahead. Several arrows shot forward. The projectiles flew towards the monsters. The enemy deflected the arrow with his hand. The projectiles hit the floor and flew up. Jaehyun looked down and cursed. He was sweating, saying that when this item is used, he uses the same magic. Information about Gleipnir was visible on the orange window. The ribbon was lying on the floor. The guy looked at the woman and asked if this was all. Sunun smiled and told him to continue learning only one magic formula. The protagonist sat in the chair, asking how the enhancement was related to this training. The chairman brought her hand to her mouth and said that he needed to pick it up himself, but it was difficult to get an enhancement for such an important magic. He frowned when she said that the magic arrow would do. The boy raised his hand and thought that his body had become heavy and slow. He clenched his teeth from the tension, and the system reported that his characteristics had been temporarily reduced by 50%. The boy raised his hand and realized that everything was more difficult than he expected. A school classroom was visible. Yuying raised her eyebrows and asked if her friend was okay. He scratched the back of his head and answered positively. They were sitting at desks, and the blonde said that she could smell the bandages from 100 meters away, and that Jaehyun had been living in the testing room for a week. Aina put her hand on her chest and advised him not to strain himself. The boy stood up and thanked them for their concern. He adjusted his backpack and asked if they knew that they had a test in 2 days. Yuying furrowed her brows angrily when he said that she had not even finished transcribing the tasks for the upcoming exam. Aina's sweat dropped when the protagonist said that if she got a failing grade, she would have to stay and make up for it. Yujung smiled and said that she had to go to the library. She dragged her friend along with her and said goodbye to the guy. He smiled and sighed. The training room was bright. The protagonist was dressed in sportswear. He wiped the sweat from his face. A system notification appeared above him, stating that he had passed the 41st stage of the test perfectly. The system sent many notifications about the boy's ability improvement. He smiled and thought that now he finally understood that the meaning of the enhancement was written in the 4th magic book. He imagined a yellow light and thought that the enhancement meant a leap in skill mastery. In other words, it was an increase in level. Jaehyun imagined the pages of the books and thought that how deep the understanding of the magic formulas, how excellent the mastery of the skill itself, so much the enhancement depended. The mage raised his hand, a notification about the active skill of the magic arrow appeared. He clenched his fists and thought that for now it was only B rank, or somewhere in the A rank raider range. Beads of sweat were running down his cheeks. Sunun closed her eyes and said that the concepts described in the magic books of the 4 ranks were meaningless unless you studied them yourself. The boy smiled and thought that at first they only wanted to take advantage of each other, but now their relationship had reached another level. Chain furrowed his brows when he heard the instructor's voice. He looked at the door and told his subordinate to come in. Saki walked inside. The headmaster looked at the document. He was covered in sweat and thought that his reputation had been damaged due to the incident in the dungeon and he needed to rehabilitate himself. Saki bowed and reported that the preparations for the event were complete. The headmaster looked up and laughed. While the instructor was bowing, he said that they finished faster than he thought. The headmaster smiled when Saki said that this time everything was definitely ready. Chain said with a smirk that all things can be used, even if the thing is currently useless. The instructor bowed. He gritted his teeth and a bead of sweat appeared on his cheek. It was light above the city. Jaehyun was looking at his phone. In front of him was a green forest. The trees grew close to each other. The guy walked forward. Faint sunlight was visible through the crown. The mage came to the clearing. He slightly looked to the side and told someone to show themselves. He furrowed his brows angrily and asked if he should come himself. Suddenly, a bright blue light appeared around him. The beams rushed towards the stranger. The hooded man tried to run to the side. Then the stranger looked straight ahead. The protagonist smirked. A black cloth appeared. The enemy jumped high into the air. Jaehyun took a step to the side. He dodged the villain's attacks. Black feathers appeared in the air. The protagonist raised his hand, looking down. Suddenly, the stranger was right in front of the guy. A powerful explosion thundered. The magician smirked and assumed that the enemy had not heard about what had happened to his comrade earlier. Suddenly, he looked up. The young man frowned and thought that these guys were completely brainless if they decided to attack the academy. Streams of energy appeared under the hero's feet. He assumed that the director had already begun to act. Blue crystals were shining next to him. He looked straight ahead and said that the enemy had made a big mistake. The magic arrow skill was activated. The shells rushed forward. A large explosion thundered. The magician narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he widened them in surprise. The young man was enclosed in a transparent dome. A drop of sweat appeared on his cheek. Black feathers were floating next to the enemy. Jaehyun frowned in rage. The villain was dressed in black clothes. The young man's eyes shone brightly. Sono stood in front of him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Yellow lightning flashed around the protagonist's face. The chains of arrows were heading towards his father. The man easily dodged the attack. There was a bright light behind the protagonist. 3 more arrows were heading towards Sono. He clenched his hand into a fist. Then he swung his weapon. Jaehyun gritted his teeth. He jumped high into the air. Blood gushed out from the fresh wound. He frowned and thought that he hadn't even noticed the enemy's sword. A long trench appeared on the ground. The trail on the ground was smoking. Sono stood in the distance, saying that he had finally come to see his son, whose character had become even worse. The boy pressed his hand to the wound and replied that this man was not a father to him. They stood in front of each other. The young man asked what the enemy was doing here. Sono looked away. He looked at his son and thought that there must be a limit to how strong he could become. The man walked forward. His body was emitting a purple aura, and he asked if Ace's enemies were related to the protagonist. The boy's sweat dropped in amazement. The enemy's eyes shone brightly. Everything became clear to him. The sharp blade of the sword flashed. Purple stripes appeared in the air. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He raised his hands, creating a protective barrier. The surface immediately became covered with cracks. Then the barrier burst. The boy's clothes were smoking. He was amazed that a simple blow affected him so much. He assumed that this was the power of an A-rank raider. Sona looked straight ahead and said that his son had become stronger. The magician smiled, not understanding how his father knew about Ace's enemies, and asked if the villain wanted to kill him. The man's cloak fluttered in the wind. He thought that Jaehyun's growth rate was incredibly high, and at this rate, the boy would quickly become a serious obstacle. A black and white silhouette of an experienced raider was visible, who decided to first limit the amount of divine power and stop his son's growth. He opened his eyes wide and said that he would take a couple of the protagonist's limbs with him. A dark fog appeared behind Sono. It rushed forward. The protagonist's eyes were filled with purple glare. The guy was enveloped in a green fog. The black cat was looking at the magician. Sona looked down and asked if the treaty between the gods and Ace's enemies was not broken. Then how dare they disrespect the great Odin? The cat grinned and replied that it did not understand what he meant at all. The protagonist was sweating. He was surprised that the animal had just said something. The cat jumped down. Human feet appeared. White hair was floating in the air. The girl was dressed in a black dress. She opened her eyes and said that she had plans for this child. The protagonist frowned and thought that, judging by the magical energy he felt, this woman was stronger than his father, but he did not understand what it all meant. The stranger approached the man, who asked if it was necessary to go so far for this. She smiled and raised her hand. Then she cut her hand with her sharp nails, and blood gushed out in the air. The red liquid fell to the ground. The drops turned into a puddle. Suddenly, many hands emerged from the ground and rushed towards Sono. The man took out his sword to protect himself. The witch said with a smile that he knew very well that this was their only option. A huge black hand pressed against the mage's head. He swung the sword, and green circles appeared around him. The protagonist raised his hand, trying to stay on his feet. His father raised the sword and said that Loki had really lost his mind, since they wanted to end the war of the gods with a mere man. The girl smiled and asked how this was any different from Odin trying to kill a commoner. The mage put his sword away and said that they would be done for today. He looked straight at her and said that if the goddess interfered so unceremoniously next time, he would hold her accountable according to the treaty with the Asa. Black hands grew out of the ground again, and the girl said that if he stood in her way again, his head could fly off his shoulders at any moment. The limb rushed towards Sono's face. A scratch appeared on his neck, and the goddess said that the treaty was made between the gods and the enemies of Asa. She looked down and added that there was no clause in the treaty that forbade killing Odin's raven. The man looked forward seriously. A black mist appeared around him. The goddess watched in silence as the enemy evaporated. She smiled and looked away. Jaehyun fell to his knees. He coughed up blood. The stranger approached him and greeted him. Then she smiled and introduced herself as Hela, the alter ego of Hel, who was watching the boy. The protagonist looked at her silently. He was kneeling, pressing his hand to the wound. He remembered how Hel had extended her hand to him. Hela placed her hand on his chest and said that she was a guide who would lead the magician through 5 trials. The room was empty. The guy pressed a brightly shining hand to his stomach. He frowned and closed his eyes. The goddess stood in front of him, saying that she could answer all of the protagonist's questions. She smiled. The girl sat on a bright ball, and the protagonist asked who Sono was. Hela stood up and answered that the man's real name was Hugin, and he was not the guy's father. She looked away and added that he was one of Odin's ravens. The goddess presented the face of the mage and said that he was able to manipulate the human mind and memory thanks to the power of another raven, Munin. Jaehyun furrowed his brows when the girl said that Sono had been by his side all this time to restrain the enemy of evil from the prophecy. Hela raised her hand and said that it would be easier for him to understand if he saw it with his own eyes. She snapped her fingers. The boy's mouth opened in shock and a notification appeared stating that the Noir system was retrieving the user's memory backups. A beam of light fell on the boy's face, and he assumed that he was in the house he lived in. In the distance, a clothes rack could be seen. The mage looked ahead. A boy was crying on the floor while a man standing next to him told him that his birth was useless. The man looked down and asked if his son had hoped for any changes if he had discovered the ability to use magic. Jaehyun remembered his younger self and thought that his father hated him for being an awakened being, and the violence that had befallen him had made his childhood a living hell. A woman stood in front of the child and screamed for her husband to stop. She covered her son with her hand and asked why the man was beating him again. The boy's eyes were wide open. A bright hallway was visible in the distance. Smoke was coming out of a bowl, and someone was telling Jaehyun that everything was okay. Someone was hugging the boy. The woman was crying and trying to comfort her son. The protagonist was looking down. His eyes were wide open. There was a picture of a man on the wall. There were flowers all around, and the protagonist thought he was starting to choke. He clenched his hands into fists, and thought that it wasn't because the incense smoke was so thick. The mage looked away and thought that it was as if he had forgotten something he should have always remembered. Someone was holding an ice cream in their hand. The man was smiling with his finger to his mouth. The boy's mother crossed her arms and said that she had forbidden him to eat more sweets. The son smiled happily. His father carried him on his shoulders as they walked through the park. A drop fell on the floor. The boy began to cry. He placed his hand on the photo of his father. Jaehyun stretched his hand forward while tears were streaming down his face. The system reported that all the backup data had been loaded. The protagonist leaned down and coughed loudly. He clenched his fingers on the floor, and the goddess said that he was finally freed from the memory manipulation. The boy gritted his teeth and asked why this was happening. Hela looked down and said that he was destined to be an opponent of evil. The mage rose to one knee. With an angry face, he asked why all this was ruining his life. The girl looked straight ahead. Then she created a yellow light in her hands and mentioned that 10,000 years ago was the first Ragnarok. The goddess created many glowing balls. Her eyes were different colors. She said that everything began then. Hela imagined a crowd of warriors and said that this was the last chapter of history and the end of everything, the apocalypse. Between the woman's hands were multicolored balls, and she said that in the last war, a coalition of the enemies of the Aesir fought fiercely, but in the end they were defeated by an army led by the Aesir and the Valkyries. The warrior held a staff in his hand. Hela said that after the war, Odin forced the enemies of the Aesir to conclude a treaty in exchange for the lives of the gods and giants who were captured. The document said that the opponents of the Aesir were defeated, and from now on their forces could not cause any harm to the gods and they must submit to the power of the great Odin. The goddess clasped her knees and said that this treaty further strengthened Odin's power. She imagined a long-haired warrior and said that many substances suffered because of them, endlessly calling for help. In the middle of the rocks lay the wounded. The girl walked to the tree. Jaehyun's face was angry. The goddess looked straight ahead and said that a new prophecy was given by the Norn sisters about 10 years from now, when the next Ragnarok would come. She introduced the three goddesses. One of them extended her hand forward and said that the weakest being would destroy Odin and create a new world. They sat opposite each other, and the girl explained that the person in the prophecy was the protagonist. The boy frowned when Hela called him their hope. The mage's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that she was going to use it to kill Odin. He frowned, concluding that this was their plan. The girl hugged her knee and replied that it was correct. The protagonist looked at her and asked what Odin's goal was. The goddess answered with a serious face that he wanted the top of the 9 worlds. The protagonist looked down. The girl created a tree on her hand and said that Odin wanted to get all 9 worlds. The magician clenched his teeth in anger. Hela looked at him with her different eyes and added that he also wanted to get the world of people. There was golden smoke around the planet. Birds flew past the tower. Someone with blonde hair said that because of some prophecy they had to watch over an insignificant creature. Another person approached the old man and said that he was just a man and a waste of time. Dark silhouettes were visible behind the door. The deities stood nearby, saying that the enemies of the Aesir were getting stronger, and they should not show even a hint of weakness. The old man turned to the guy and said that he would give him strength. Heimdall smiled. He tightened the fabric of his outfit and said that he understood everything and was leaving Asgard immediately. There were exercise machines in the room. The barbell fell down. The main character sat down on the bench and closed his eyes. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He remembered the conversation with Hela in his room about conquering the 9 worlds. The girl looked straight at him and said that this was Odin's ultimate goal. She imagined a large tree and said that 4 worlds were currently under the villain's control: Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalheim, and Muspelheim. The young man frowned and asked if he was now trying to enslave the remaining worlds. The goddess closed her eyes and confirmed this. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked why Odin hadn't killed him earlier. The girl stretched her arms out to the side and explained that it was because of the power of the prophecy, and even a god couldn't resist it. She looked at the protagonist and added that it was a great flood. Jaehyun sweated when he heard that even a god was powerless. Hela had a green glow around her and said that the boy was protected from Odin's power, but that there was no such thing as eternal protection. She raised her hand and said that when the next Ragnarok comes and all the shackles fall from the world, the powers that patronize the protagonist now will disappear. The goddess placed her hand on the boy's chest and added that he will die when that moment comes. There was light under her palm. The protagonist frowned in shock when the girl said that he had already been killed once. He smiled and thought that now everything became clear to him. He remembered how blood flowed down his face and thought that his death before returning was a trick of Odin, who let Sono go first. The man clenched his teeth tightly, and the magician came to the conclusion that they had been playing with him from the very beginning, because they killed his family and manipulated his memory. Hela removed her hand from the boy's chest. He clenched his hands into fists, and she asked if he wanted revenge. The magician frowned. The girl looked at him and asked if he wanted to take revenge on them and protect what was dear to him. An orange glow appeared around her, and she said that she was the conductor of the 5 trials. She extended her hand to the protagonist, and added that she would give him a test. Her hair rose up and she said that Jaehyun would become the god's slayer who would overthrow Odin. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly as the system notification for the main quest appeared in the air. Hela opened her mouth and said that the protagonist must become stronger before the beginning of the end. The room was bright. Hoyam was stretching his arms. He walked over to the bench and said that he had been doing special training lately, and because of that, his body was sore. He thought about asking Jason for a potion to restore his stamina. The boy sat down and sighed. He held a bottle of water in his hand, thinking that thanks to the special training, he managed to obtain an S-class skill, but his body was still too weak. The blonde sweated. He imagined the protagonist's face and thought that he was already at a much higher level. Hone looked down and thought about how he was still far from winning the Millis Academy School Festival. He smiled and sighed. He then stood up and decided that he still had time to train. He turned around. A voice echoed through the gym, announcing that Chain was calling for a student. The raider looked up, his mouth open in surprise. Light was visible in the windows. The director was talking on the phone about how if they got rid of the low-ranked cadets, the support would return to the favorites. He smiled and asked if Congressman Park could block out all the noise. The man was sitting in a chair, saying that there was already a lot of dirt to clean up in the last fake dungeon, and the guys from the Raider Command headquarters would soon take action. The director looked away, thinking that his comrade couldn't hear him. He said that everything was ready. His interlocutor's mouth opened in shock. Shane said with a grin that in a few days there would be an artificial breakthrough through the gate. The interlocutor smiled widely and said that the head of the academy was trying to solve everything with someone else's hands. Shane stood facing the wall. His hand was holding the phone. His comrade said that now he would like to discuss the plan in more detail. The director smiled. He extended his hand forward. The blonde froze, extending his hand to the door. He was covered in sweat from fear. The guy remembered how the main character looked down and asked if there were any problems in the subspace during this time. He imagined someone's purple eyes. The raider covered his face with his hands. He realized who it was that invaded his consciousness on the day of the freshman's hunt. The young man clenched his teeth. He grabbed the door handle. His gaze was determined. Then he closed his eyes. Hone stood in front of the door, thinking that it was dangerous for him to interfere now. He looked down and thought that he could not solve this problem alone. Then the guy opened his mouth and called the director. He was standing in the corridor, and Shane told him to come inside. The student opened the door and thought that he needed people he could trust. The classroom was bright. The girls were looking down. The student was looking forward. The protagonist rested his cheek on his hand, twirling his pen with his fingers. There was boredom in his eyes. He remembered talking to Hela about how Odin should already know that he was in contact with the faction against the Aesir, which meant that Ragnarok could be arranged earlier than expected. The goddess looked at the boy seriously. The students slammed their books shut when the lesson was over. ISU frowned and said that she had an announcement to make, but first she needed to wake up the cadets. Aina was sitting at her desk. Jaehyun frowned and thought about the start of the next event. The instructor stood in front of them, saying that the guild experience would be in 3 days. She looked away and said that this would be a good opportunity for the students to understand how the Raider Guild operated and how it hunted monsters. The protagonist rested his elbow on the desk and the professor said that this was a unique opportunity that Director Chain had given him. The boy smirked and thought that before they returned, they had gone to the E-Rank Guild and sat on a moldy-smelling sofa. He turned around and thought that now, thanks to the Academy's achievements, they could go anywhere. The youth imagined a tall building. ISU frowned and said that there were several cadets who had priority in choosing a guild. She introduced 3 young men and explained that the guild's priority nomination was an offer to practice in the guild for a specific cadet, and if they accepted, the guild would give the cadets special points. The mage sweated and thought that everything was actually not like that. The instructor looked at the students and said that cadets Jaehyun, Yujung, and Aina had received an offer from the Lotus Guild. Suyuk narrowed his eyes when he heard that he had received an offer from the Sea God Guild. The blonde stood up, surprised by this. The protagonist imagined a smiling Sunun and thought that it was no wonder that the girl was asking who stood out from everyone else that day. The woman looked straight ahead and asked the cadets to make a decision before midnight, prepare all the documents, and send it to her as a file. The students stood up from their seats. Yuyung hugged her friend and shouted that she would be able to see the Lotus Guild master in person. The protagonist smiled and sighed. He put his hand on the desk and thought that Hoyoung would also be nominated. Suddenly, Ina's eyes widened in shock. Yuyung turned around. Jaehyun also looked away. They took out their phones, which received a call at the same time. The blonde looked at the screen. She was holding the phone in one hand. Hoyoung sent a message that they should urgently gather at the Jason workshop. The students were sitting at a round table. The boy placed his elbow on the surface. Yujung furrowed her brows and asked if it was true that the principal was planning to kill all the low-ranking students to awaken the others. Hoyoung looked at her and said that it was true. Jason bit his thumb and said that the principal's corrupt schemes had been talked about for years. Ina's sweat dropped and said that it was too much to gamble with people's lives. Jaehyun looked straight ahead and thought that the guild experience was much more dangerous than he thought. His face was serious, and he thought that in the past he had heard that several students had died in the event. The blonde man sat next to him, saying that no one knew about it except them. He said with a stern expression that it meant that they were the only ones who could somehow oppose Chain. The mage crossed his arms and thought that it was too early to jump to conclusions. He looked down and came to the conclusion that they could all die if they interfered in this matter. He clenched his fist and said that he couldn't pretend that he didn't know anything for the rest of his life. The guy closed his eyes and thought that caring for others was truly noble, but he had to distinguish between bravery and recklessness. Yujung was sweating. She stood up and asked loudly if it was okay to even think about it. She opened her eyes wide and shouted that the lives of other students depended on it. Jason raised his hand and said that he was scared, but he was in it. Ina, with a calm expression, said that if there was a chance to save someone's life, she would not sit idly by. The protagonist's eyes widened in fear. Then he smiled. He imagined the crowd of his comrades and thought that being a raider was a job that involved finding treasure, hunting monsters, and protecting people. The system reported accepting the main quest. Jae-hyun stood up and said that they would then come up with a plan to frame the principal. His comrades smiled enthusiastically. The girls looked at him attentively. The mage stood in the center of the table. The classroom was empty. ISU frowned and asked how she was supposed to believe that the boy had already mastered the 4th rank magic book. The protagonist looked at her. The woman was covered in sweat. She imagined a chessboard and thought that this student was dangerous, and he was definitely hiding something, but the principal was going to make him his next piece on the chessboard. The boy stood in front of the professor, saying that she had a gloomy expression. She gritted her teeth and a drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. The boy smiled and asked if ISU was going to pass on all the information about him to the principal this time too. Her eyes widened in fear. The instructor frowned and asked how he knew about it. The boy put his hand on her face and said that there was something he wanted to ask her. Purple smoke appeared around him and the mage asked if the teacher would listen to him. ISU's mouth fell open in shock. Her eyes turned purple. The system reported the activation of the brainwashing skill. The boy frowned and thought that he was much stronger than the woman. He smiled. While the instructor stood still, he thought that the most effective way to attack the enemy was to attack from the inside. He walked up to her. Then he raised one finger and said that the professor would be his closest comrade for the next few days. They stood opposite each other, and Jae-hyun said that they could talk now. He put his hand on the woman's shoulder and asked her to listen to him. His eyes shone brightly as he said that the director was planning something terrible. 3 days later, a large building was visible. Yoo-jung opened her mouth wide, her cheeks flushed with admiration for the Lotus Guild. The others turned around when they heard someone's voice. Sung-jae bowed and introduced himself to the guys. He was their escort for today's event. He turned around and asked them to follow him. There were many bright screens on the wall. The crowd was walking through the room. They entered a spacious hall. The man stopped. He pointed to the last seat with his hand. Someone came out to them. Sun-noon smiled and greeted the raiders. There were treats and tea on the table. The woman closed her eyes and asked the guests to sit down. Aina looked at Yoo-jung in surprise, who lowered her head down. The blonde stood up and shouted that she really couldn't believe that she got to see the master of the Lotus Guild up close. She asked for her autograph. Sun-noon took the paper and said with a smile that thanks to such fans, she is always full of energy. The protagonist smiled and thought that his friend had always been a big fan of his mentor. The guild master noted with a smile that the boy had made many friends. Hone turned around in surprise and asked if the mage knew Seonim. The woman touched her face and replied that he was her student. Yoo-jung narrowed her eyes. Then she turned to her friend and shouted loudly at her friend. There was a cup of tea on the table. The boys simultaneously looked at the guild master, who said that she already knew everything, and that was why she called them here. She looked at them and added that Lotus and several other guilds had long known about Chain's dirty deeds. She imagined the man covering his face with his hands and said that his power was so strong that it was extremely difficult to resist his plans. The mage frowned and said that otherwise the director could not act so openly, and it seemed that he had the ability to open dungeons. There was a white hair clip in Sun-noon's hair. She said that most of the villain's abilities were unknown and a closely guarded secret, and that all possible options needed to be weighed before continuing. The man extended his hand to the table and said that this was a display of the magic fields of all the guilds that were participating in the event. A holographic image appeared. Then a blue screen appeared in front of the young raider's eyes. There were 2 red dots on the map, and Sun-jae said that they were much stronger and denser here than anywhere else. He frowned and added that if the dungeon really did appear, it would most likely be in one of these 2 places. The woman turned around and said that the Lotus people should keep a close eye on these places, and if anything happened, they would immediately close the area and evacuate the residents. The mage covered his mouth with his hand and said that it was a good plan, but their enemy would be prepared. Sung-hoon looked closely at the student who said that if Chaein knew that Lotus was involved, he would act more aggressively. The teacher smiled and asked the boy if he had an idea. The boy remained silent. Sitting on the couch, he said that they would save the students. An elevator was visible in the hallway. Someone was walking forward. A crowd of raiders were following the manager. The boy smiled and thought that these scoundrels had written him off, but now everything would be different. A bead of sweat appeared on his cheek, and he came to the conclusion that the reason the director nominated him for the main candidate was because he recognized his ability as a raider. They walked silently behind the teacher. The boy turned around when someone put a hand on his shoulder. Sung-hoon looked at him, and he asked if something was wrong. She looked away and asked if he thought it was strange. Her friend looked at her and asked what she meant. Glass doors were visible, and the girl said that if this was a raider guild, it should have all the amenities. But this place seemed abandoned. The guy sweated in fear when his friend suggested that this place might be abandoned. Boxes were visible. The raider looked to the side. There was a spider web on the ceiling. The guys started looking around with fear on their faces. They followed the man who said that they had arrived. Gina put her hand on her chest and opened her mouth. Saki turned around, his body emitting bright smoke. He brought his hand to his cheek and said that he didn't expect the skills effect to end so quickly. He turned to the raiders and said that it was a bit early, but he couldn't help it. Suddenly, a bright circle appeared under the crowd. They looked down in fear and the instructor said that they would say goodbye here. The boy raised his hand and opened his mouth wide. The man clenched his fist and said that this was their last lesson. Then he smiled and added that they could try to come back alive from this hell. Hoyam was holding a phone in his hand. They were standing on the street. A voice came from the gadget, saying that they had arrived at their destination. Yujung raised her eyebrows in shock and said that it looked like an abandoned building. Jaehyun stood behind his comrades. He frowned his black eyebrows and asked if someone was following them. A tree was visible in the distance. A man in a suit was hiding behind it. Sung Jae turned around and said that the raiders should not worry. The boy looked away, and the instructor asked when they had managed to learn telepathy. The mage smiled and said that he had read a couple of magic books. The man looked at him and said that it was incredible. Aina, Yujung, and Hoyam were chatting. The protagonist smiled when Sung Jae wished them luck. He closed his eyes, standing behind a tree. The sunlight fell on the shelves. Sunyun held a cup of tea in her hand, saying that her student was copying her behavior like a shameless child. Hannah closed her eyes and hoped that the manager could do something. The master smiled and asked her subordinate to be more lenient with Sung Jae, although that was the beauty of a brother and sister relationship. Her hand touched the porcelain cup. Suddenly, she looked down. The drink began to ripple with movement, and the woman felt aggressive magic very close. She turned around abruptly. Sunyun looked out the window. The youth looked straight ahead and said that the guild in which the director would open the dungeon would be Kane. The master sat opposite him, saying that this guild was founded by Chain himself. The protagonist nodded and confirmed this. The supervisor touched her mouth and said that it was strange and if it was Kane, it would be in the center of Seoul. She imagined 2 red dots on the map and said that it would be very close to the Lotus Guild. The woman closed her eyes and added that a scoundrel couldn't act so openly because it wasn't like him. Jaehyun furrowed his brows and said that he had received the information from reliable sources and that the director might have something else in mind. Sunun turned around. Hannah was standing behind her and the supervisor asked her to find out something about the Kane Guild. The girl accepted the order with a serious face. She stood in front of the supervisor's desk, saying that the guild was actually a ghost. Sunun raised her eyebrows in surprise. Her subordinate looked straight at her and confirmed it. She imagined a huge hand taking over the building and said that some guilds don't leave records of their activities and are used to evade taxes. Her gaze was stern, and she said that now it was clear why Chain had started all this. The master lowered her head and came to the conclusion that her student was right. She opened her green eyes, not understanding what this scoundrel was planning. Then she placed her hands on the table. Sunun stood up and walked away, asking Hannah to prepare her equipment just in case. The girls walked forward and the master thought that they had made a plan for unforeseen situations. She touched her earring and mentally wished the guys luck. There were trees growing along the road. Someone opened the door to a dark room. A crowd of raiders were walking forward. Yujong looked to the side and asked if what they needed was here. The protagonist turned around and replied that they had arrived. He smiled and added that a stream was coming from here. The guy looked ahead and said that there was a very dark aura here. His 3 friends looked at him silently. Then they followed him. Jaehyun furrowed his black eyebrows and thought that he felt unusual mana, and it would be good to send everyone back and stay with only the manager. The girls followed each other. Suddenly, purple smoke appeared. Aina looked straight ahead and said that she felt a magical response. The mage sat down and said that high-ranking magic was activated in this area. He frowned and added that there should be traces of the spell activation somewhere. Suddenly, his amber eyes widened in shock. There was black smoke under the ceiling. The boys began to look around in fear. Jaehyun turned around and shouted for them to leave here right now. A purple circle appeared under them. Hon sweated and shouted that he could not move. Yujong opened her mouth in fear when someone said that they would enter the world of the Dark Elves' Svartalfheim. Aina froze in fear. The system notified that there was a transfer to another world with a high level of danger. It asked the raiders to leave this place immediately. A dark room was visible. In the distance, light fell on someone on a throne. The monster smiled and said that fresh meat had arrived. Then, it raised its hand and said that it was time to hunt. Bright crystals grew on the walls. Svartalfheim was where the Dark Elves lived. The protagonist's team looked around. The boy frowned and cursed. Yujong turned around and asked if they were in Svartalfheim. Jaehyun frowned and thought that in Norse mythology, the Dark Elves were described as warriors who possessed the power of the gods, and since this place had become a dungeon, their power should have weakened. The boy gritted his teeth. He looked straight ahead and realized that this was the headmaster's plan to get rid of the students. Hon turned around and asked how Chain was able to use such a high-level transfer magic. The protagonist frowned and thought that his friend was right. He imagined the director standing in the middle of the bright light, and thought that he was just a person who was participating in the transfer ceremony between the 9 worlds. He touched his chin and concluded that this scoundrel was definitely in contact with the Asami gods. The crowd stood in the middle of the cave and the situation was not going well. Someone walked forward. Sung Jae frowned. The 3 raiders opened their mouths in shock when they saw him. Yujung ran to the manager. Hoyoung's sweat dropped and asked how the man was here. The assistant of the Lotus Guild looked away and said that he came because he needed a skilled raider, and Sunhoon was unable to act on her own because she was being followed. The blonde put her hand on her chest and said that she thought they would all die here. The man stood by the raiders, saying that it was too early to draw such conclusions, but even if he was here, the situation had not changed much for the better. He frowned and explained that it was hard for even A-rank raiders to survive in the Dark Elf world. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, and Sung Jae said that they would all be killed here if they acted recklessly. Aina raised her eyebrows in worry. The protagonist looked straight ahead and thought that the strategy for attacking Svartalfheim probably hadn't been worked out yet. There were bright crystals in the cave. He smiled and thought that he had seen countless attacks on the Dark Elf world before returning. The 3 raiders were standing nearby. They turned around when their friend said that he would do everything to ensure that they all survived. Sung Jae looked at the students carefully. The protagonist cracked his knuckles. He smiled and said that they would find the dropouts first. There were 2 people in the spacious room. There was a cup on the table, and Suku said that the principal had promised him to take care of his son. The man furrowed his fair eyebrows. Chaeyoung smiled and replied with a laugh that there was nothing to worry about because Ho-young would easily take first place in the next event. The old man scrunched up his face and asked who the student was who had won first place in the hunt and beaten his son. The principal drank his tea and replied that if Suku had seen the broadcast, he should have known. He placed the cup on the table. Then, with a slight smile, he said that it was Jaehyun, a genius with a 97% affinity for magic. The old man's eyes widened in shock. He stood up from his chair in shock. The principal raised his eyebrows at him. There was a drink in the mug and Chaeyoung offered to warm it up again. Suku opened his mouth. He furrowed his brows, not understanding how someone whose name no one knew dared to do this. He stood up and bid farewell to the head of the academy. The old man then walked away. His white hair was slicked back. He was a military officer. Chaeyoung crossed his arms and thought that Ho-young's father was only useful because he had fairly good connections in the central government. There were 2 mugs left on the table, and the man concluded that he had no reason to interfere. He smiled widely. The lamps illuminated the room, and the director said that he was not interested in obviously losing games. Crystals were growing in the cave. The raiders were walking in a crowd. Aina turned to the side and said that it was too dark in here, so she would use the flash. The protagonist stood next to her and said that they should use this instead. A blue orb appeared on his hand. Everyone looked up. The system notified that the flash skill was activated. Blue orbs of light hung above the heroes. Yujung looked up, her mouth hanging open in shock. Jaehyun smiled and replied that he had increased the level of D-rank magic. Aina's sweat dropped and said that increasing your skill level is only possible when you become an A-rank raider. Hoyoung looked straight ahead and thought that it was impossible. The protagonist turned around and asked why his friends weren't following him. Sung Jae furrowed his brows and said that they were coming. He looked at the raiders and ordered them to move out. A drop of sweat appeared on his cheek, and he thought that he had trained many new raiders, but none of them were worth a finger from the protagonist. The boy walked forward. The rocks were shining brightly. The boy walked forward. The crowd moved deeper into the cave, and someone suggested that they take a break. The manager said with a serious face that they had been on the road for a long time and needed to replenish their stamina. They stopped when it suddenly became dark. Yujong turned around and asked why the lights went out. The protagonist extended his hand to her and replied that the dark elves were used to the darkness, and the flash could be easily extinguished, but they needed to get used to pitch darkness. The blonde looked down and decided that nothing could be done then. She also mentioned that they had brought potions. Hone smiled and said that it was not for nothing that he asked Jae-san to prepare more. The guys were standing by the arch. The blonde looked to the side and said that there should be survivors on one of these roads. He looked at the protagonist in surprise, who replied that he had a way to find out. He closed his eyes. A blue light appeared around the guy. Without opening his eyes, Jaehyun said that the path leads to the boss room. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. An arrow flew forward. Aina opened her mouth in fear. Her partner caught the arrow right in front of her. The guy frowned, activating the absolute counting skill. A golden glow appeared around his fist. Yoon and Hoyoung took out their weapons. Sung Jae furrowed his brows and told everyone to get into position. In the darkness, a monster could be seen smiling. The elf had a spear in his hand. Hoyoung sweated as he looked at the enemy. The crowd prepared to fight. Aina took out a knife. The mage's eyes turned orange. The guy stretched his hand out to the side. The girl opened her mouth in fear. Hoyoung turned around. A drop of sweat appeared on the manager's face. Yujung's blonde hair fluttered in the wind. She raised her weapon up. Dark elves appeared in front of the raiders, and the skill, Mana Field, was activated. Green smoke appeared around Aina as she activated Slow. Light surrounded the enemies. Blue streaks of light were visible above the girl. Hoyeon looked straight ahead, activating the skill Ultra Instinct. A silver shield appeared in front of him. The blonde opened his mouth wide and shouted that they need to attack the enemies now. Sung Jae took out his knives as he fought the dark elf. The man swung his weapons so fast that white streaks were left in the air. The villain raised his sword and defended himself from the attack. The protagonist smiled and said that he couldn't give in to them. The two enemies were sweating profusely, and one of them was blindfolded. A golden light appeared behind the mage as he activated the super fast chain skill. Sharp tips emerged from the yellow circles. The chains rushed towards the monsters, piercing their bodies through. The blade of the sword slowly evaporated. The youth put his hand in his pocket and thought that thanks to the attacks on this world from the past, it was discovered that all the dark elves' weapons were made with magic. He opened his mouth slightly and concluded that this meant that he would be able to destroy all the enemies with absolute counting. He looked to the side, his right eye turning bright yellow. The monster was holding a shining weapon in his hand. The youth turned around and shouted for his comrades to listen carefully. Yujung furrowed her brows as her friend asked her and Aina to only use fire magic. The dark-haired girl looked straight ahead and replied that she understood. A purple beam of light reached out to the mage. He opened his mouth and told Hone to use the provocation shout skill to make the enemy's movements easier. Jaehyun raised his hand, deflecting the attack. The blonde crossed swords with the monster. His eyes shone brightly as he used the provocation shout skill. The elves froze, looking forward. The youth turned around and ordered the manager to kill the slowed-down bastards. The man furrowed his brows, mentally wondering that the young mage knew anything about the dark elves. Everything around him turned white as he activated the stealth skill, his presence completely disappearing. The dark elf gritted his teeth and looked forward. A blue flash appeared in the air. The guild assistant cut the monster's body with swings of his knife. Two bright stripes appeared in front of the other enemy. The protagonist lowered his head. Then he clenched his fist, activating a fire strike. He took a step to the side. Then the guy approached the enemy from behind and attacked him. A powerful explosion thundered in front of him. The system reported that he killed the dark elf. The other monsters froze, looking at the raiders. Yujong raised her hands and screamed loudly, using the eternal flame technique. Fire appeared in the air above her. The blindfolded elf rushed forward. A large explosion thundered. Sparks were visible in the air. The enemies quickly moved forward, holding weapons in their hands. Aina swung her knife. Then she raised the weapon up, calling for a fiery arrow. The projectiles pierced the bodies of the villains, who screamed in pain. The dark elf gritted his teeth, not understanding how humans knew so much about them. There was black smoke around the blade. The monster's eyes shone brightly. Hone pierced him with a sharp weapon. The enemy turned around and asked how dare he do this. Suddenly, a golden arrow pierced his neck. Black fog gathered in front of Hone. Yujong held the weapon in her hands, and her friend looked away. The blonde boy was sweating and asked if they had succeeded. The protagonist turned to his friends and said that they were running out of time, so they should move on. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked about the way to the left. The boy looked at her and said that he could feel the mana of the survivors in that direction. A thick black fog was visible. The protagonist looked away and said that they couldn't be late even a little. He frowned his dark eyebrows. The door was closed while someone was yelling, asking why things had turned out this way. Saki was sweating, apologizing to the principal. The man slammed his fist on the table. While the subordinate was bowing to him, he asked if he had to listen to all this. The instructor smiled and said that there was no need to worry because they could cover up the situation. The head of the academy wrinkled his face with anger and yelled at the assistant not to make fun of him. Saki fell to the floor. Blood flew out of his mouth. Chain turned around and said that the transfer ceremony wouldn't activate because of people without magical abilities, which meant that there was a rat in the building that could handle magic. The instructor sat on the floor, apologizing to the boss. The director opened his mouth and said that this matter was supposed to be done quietly. The assistant's face was covered in blood. Chain said with a furious expression that Saki knew what would happen if even one survivor came out of there. The girls walked down the hallway. Hannah looked away and asked if everything would be okay. Sunun turned around and said that it was an emergency, but if she went alone, she wouldn't attract attention. She frowned and thought that at this wavelength, it meant that S-rank magic had been used and the children and Sung Jae were in danger. She had a gold earring on her ear, and the woman thought that there were no casualties yet because there was no reaction from the jewelry. They reached the door, and she decided that there was no need to rush. The director came outside and said that if she was not back by morning, then Hannah should immediately request help from the association and send reinforcements, and also check all the cameras around. She got on the motorcycle. Then she put on the helmet. Hannah looked at the director and told her to be careful. Sunun turned around and told the girl not to worry. Then she rode forward. Her green eyes were shining brightly, and she thought that if something happened to her people because of the director, she would not let it go. The woman rode along the road. Crystals were visible in the cave. Sunchen was dragging her partner. She threw his arm over her shoulder, telling them that they needed to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, her foot caught on a rock. The raiders began to fall down. The girl closed her eyes and screamed in pain. Tears flowed from her eyes. Drops fell on the floor. She looked down and said that if she was of any use, this would not have happened. Suddenly, Sunchen looked forward. Someone put a hand on her shoulder. She turned around while lying on the ground. It was Jae-hyun and his team. The guy looked down and said that they did a good job, but he and his comrades would handle the rest. The injured girl looked up at him silently. In her eyes, the image of the crowd was cloudy. Then, she fell face down, exhausted. The white stones were shining brightly. Yujong poured a potion into the injured girl's mouth. Meanwhile, Hoyeon was healing the guy. He opened one eye and frowned. The blonde helped him sit up. The raiders' eyes widened in shock when the protagonist said that they were in the lands of the Dark Elves. The raiders looked at the injured with a smile, and Jae-hyun said that they came to save them. Sunchen looked down. The mage approached the boy and asked what had happened. He gritted his teeth and replied that everyone who had come to the Kane Guild had been captured. The girl stood in front of the protagonist, saying that they had been attacked by dark elves after they had come to this world. She remembered how they had been hiding from the enemies who had set a trap. She began to sweat and added that the enemies had poisoned them with mana. The boy looked away. Jae-hyun looked closely at the boys and concluded that the girl blamed herself. Frowning, he assumed that she thought she should have died fighting with her comrades. The mage imagined the 4 raiders and thought that it was reckless to fight an enemy that could not be defeated. A huge dragon screamed loudly, raising its wings. The boy frowned and decided that only movies could show such a thing. He remembered breathing heavily through clenched teeth. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that it wasn't the raiders' fault that the others were captured. Sunchen and her partner looked at him in surprise. The mage looked straight ahead and asked where they were taken. The boy sweated, hesitating to answer. Jae-hyun asked with a serious look if they wanted their comrades to be killed. The girl put her hand on the boy's shoulder. Then she looked at the protagonist and said that the Dark Elves had a king. She turned around and added that the students were taken to him. The boy touched his chin and assumed that this was the boss. They stood in the middle of the cave. The protagonist asked who brought the raiders here. The boy opened his mouth. Then he gritted his teeth in anger and answered that it was sake. Minerals grew on the surface of the cave. The crowd stood in the middle of an empty space. The mage looked straight ahead and asked them to wait here. Yujong's eyes widened and asked where her friend was going. He pointed his hand behind him and explained that he felt dark magic power because the boss was there, and the guy's mana was also coming from there. But it was fading fast, and they needed to be saved as soon as possible. The blonde frowned, shouting that the guy had gone crazy and could die, and Aina agreed with her friend. Hoyeon was silent, frowning. Then he raised his hand and said that he agreed with the protagonist. The girl glared at the blonde. The mage crossed his arms and said that his friends still couldn't defeat the Dark Elves in an open fight, and someone had to stay behind to protect the wounded. He looked straight ahead and concluded that it would be best if he went there alone. The blonde sweated. She raised her eyebrows and asked if there was another way. Sung-jae closed his eyes. Then he looked at Jae-hyun and told him to come back if the situation got out of hand. The boy smiled and asked the manager to take care of his friends. The protagonist turned around when Hoyeon told him not to worry about them. He smiled and said that he could handle it himself. The mage smiled too. He then walked away and said goodbye to his comrades. They watched the boy leave. Sunchen put her hand on her chest and asked if everything would be okay. Sung-jae looked away and said that the protagonist would be okay because he was strong. Yujong covered one of her eyes with her hand. She then looked at her friend. She took her hand and told them not to worry. Aina smiled. The blonde closed her eyes and added that they would just do what they could. Something flashed in the darkness. The manager strained his ears. The raiders looked around. Fear appeared on the faces of the wounded. The man raised a finger to his mouth and quietly said that the enemies were approaching. He grabbed his weapon. Suddenly, a beam of bright light appeared. Blood gushed out from Sungji's body. Yu-young opened her eyes wide and shouted the manager's name loudly. The monster walked forward, asking how dare those worms crawl on his land. A crowd of dark elves stood in the distance. The boy sweated in fear. The enemy smiled and said that he found where the people were hiding. The boy stood by the large door. He looked straight ahead and thought that something might happen in his absence, and he needed to deal with it as soon as possible. He put his hand on the door. A bright light fell on him. Someone was sitting on the throne. The dark elf smirked and said that he was warned that there would be guests, and for that reason, he prepared something special. Jae-hyun looked up. Suddenly, his earring shone brightly. His amber eyes widened. The boy imagined his pulse turning into a line and thought that the manager's energy was fading. The doors closed loudly. The mage looked away. He was standing in front of the Elven King, who asked him if he liked it. There were enemies behind the doors, and the villain said that the young man would not be able to leave here, although there was one way, if he could survive, of course. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that the others were in danger. He clenched his fist and decided that he had to save them. The boy introduced Hoyoung with a smile, promising to protect his friends. The mage looked down and thought that he had to believe him. His gaze was serious. He came to the conclusion that there was nothing left but faith. The elf raised his hand and asked the boy what he would do. Jaehyun did not turn around, saying that the enemy needed to understand something. The monster's eyes were hidden by a helmet. A ring of fire appeared around the mage. He opened his eyes wide and said that today, all the villains will die. Blood sprayed in the air. Sung Jae was lying on the ground. Hoyoung ran to him and grabbed him under the shoulders. He gritted his teeth and thought that the monsters knew all the weaknesses of the raider assassin. The manager was sweating, his eyes closed. A purple sword was sticking out of the ground. The dark elf's eyes were shining brightly, and he said that only small flies were left. The enemy raised his weapon, black smoke around it. Hoyoung's sweat dropped and thought that the villains had decided to attack them at the exact moment when Jaehyun was not around. He looked away as Aina approached him. She looked straight ahead and said that since the manager was hurt, Sunun should have sensed it by now. Someone gave the protagonist a gold earring. He opened his mouth in surprise. The woman closed her eyes and explained that it was Evaldi's earring. The jewelry was shining brightly, and she said that if someone was in danger, it would give a signal and the master would immediately run to them. Sunun placed her hand on her chest. The protagonist clenched his fist and replied that they could go then. The guy created fire in his hand. Fiery attacks rushed towards the Elf King. The protagonist's eyes were shining brightly. A powerful explosion thundered in front of him. He stood motionless in the middle of the fire. The enemies smiled as they looked at him. One of the elves licked his lips. Jaehyun's eyes widened and he said that he would have to take out everything that the monster had eaten. He remembered looking down and saying that there was very little time. He turned around when Hoyoung asked if 10 minutes would be enough. The protagonist looked at his friend, dumbfounded. The blonde was smiling and he saw approval on his face, which meant that he had already decided everything. The guy imagined the faces of his past partners and thought that he had seen this many times in the past. He imagined Ayane's face and decided that those eyes were trustworthy. His face was calm. The raider placed a hand on his shoulder and told him to go. Hoyoung looked straight ahead and told him to kill the king and save the others, and he would protect his friends until then. Yejung sighed heavily. She raised her hand and activated a mana field. Bright swords appeared around her friend. The raiders grabbed their weapons. The guy frowned and said that if he ran away this time too, he would not be able to look the guys in the eye anymore. The monster held a spear in his hand, saying that the raiders' actions were pointless fuss. The elf jumped up, shouting that the humans would be served to the king for dinner. Aina frowned and thought that the enemy was fast. Hone looked up. The weapon was sharp. The enemy attacked the blonde. The villain grinned. The raider put his shield under his spear. He squeezed the hilt of his sword and used the skill of the extreme of nothingness. A blue stream of energy rushed towards the monster. The dark elf grinned and asked if the raiders wanted to show that they were not a burden. The boy looked at the enemies and thought that they were strong and different from other species. The enemy stood in the distance, and the mage asked who he was. The dark elf held a purple sword in his hand. Kel picked up the weapon and introduced himself as a member of the royal family of noble dark elves, as well as the captain of the royal guard. Yujung grabbed her staff with both hands and thought that the enemy might be even stronger than an A rank. Hoyoung lowered his head down. He remembered his comrade's back and thought that he couldn't forget the moment they first met. The blonde's eyes widened in admiration. There was a large white circle behind Jaehyun. It showed the young raider what a real fighter should be. Hoyoung raised his hand up and decided that the main character was the embodiment of his dream that he wanted to achieve. The guy raised his sword and thought that he couldn't stop now. He remembered his friend's back and decided that he had to get to him. The guy adjusted his clothes. Then, he threw the shield aside. It fell to the floor, raising dust into the air. Ayane's eyes widened in surprise. Yujung looked down in confusion. She raised her hand and asked what their comrade was doing. Her orange eyes were wide. The blonde walked away without turning around. He walked forward silently. He had a long sword in his hand. He closed his eyes and said that he should have done this from the beginning. He imagined the protagonist with his eyes closed saying that raiders had completely different points of feeling. The youth looked down, thinking about the top point. There was a bright light in his chest, this was the middle point. There were sparks in his legs, this was the bottom point. Hone's entire body emitted a blinding light. He looked straight ahead, holding a sword in both hands. The elf frowned in shock, asking what kind of magic this was. Suddenly, the light filled the entire cave. Blood appeared on the enemy's face. Energy swirled like a whirlpool. The raider's eyes emitted a blue glow. Suddenly, a bright blue aura began to emanate from the guy. Blue rays were directed at his opponent. They were already approaching him. Opening his mouth, the monster screamed a question about where he got such power from. Looking down, the raider used the divine sword combination skill. Blood flowed from his mouth. Sweat appeared on his face. He bent down and started coughing up blood. Aina, with her mouth wide open, asked the boy to stop. The boy gripped the blade even tighter when he received multiple notifications that his skill level had critically exceeded the level and that the blood was flowing backwards, and also that the user could die in 7 minutes if he ignored this warning. Standing behind his warriors, Kel ordered them to attack and also ordered them to cut off limbs, but take the opponents alive. The boy raised one hand. A huge amount of energy burst out from his hand. Gritting his teeth, he breathed heavily. Remembering his training, Hone knew that thanks to his special practice, he managed to obtain an S-class skill, but as he thought, the strain on the body was still too great. Imagining the person with the blade, he knew that this was the technique of combining divine swords. The person held the sword in front of him, and the boy realized that this skill was obtained when reaching the highest level of swordsmanship. Hone raised his left hand. Something like a typhoon appeared in front of him. Bright blue beams were attacking straight at the elves. The fighter attacked one of them with an attack from above. Frowning, he realized that despite the limits of his abilities, he would still not be able to defeat this enemy. Kel blocked the attack with his blade, when the young man thought that the only thing left for him was to stall for time. Suddenly, he began to press the opponent's blade. Thanks to this, the guy was able to jump back. They flew to different sides of the cave. The elf made a dash to attack. The guy's gaze was directed straight at him. The guy put the blade behind his back to block the blow. Opening his mouth, Kel said that it was funny for him to watch how hard he tried and he was curious about his condition. Having parried the attack again, the young man knew that he needed to protect his friends. Suddenly, his opponent disappeared from his field of vision. Hone looked ahead. The guy took a quick step forward. Smiling, he noted that the enemy, even after dying and then reviving, could not understand the reason why he was doing this. Suddenly, the fighter stopped. The raider held his blade straight in front of him. He and his blade were covered in a bright blue aura. His blade flew forward quickly. There was only a grin on the elf's face. The enemy dodged such a lightning attack. Suddenly, Kel's sword appeared right behind the fighter. The young man was able to jump back a few times. Lowering the sword, the elf said that he was a real rat. The guy again got into a fighting stance. Suddenly, he disappeared from the opponent's field of vision. Hone appeared above the enemy. Suddenly, he brought down a blow on him. Blocking the attack, Kel looked at him. Suddenly, the young man jumped back again. His eyes opened wide. He lowered the sword to the ground. Gritting his teeth, the boy received messages that his body was beginning to collapse and that he needed to stop using the skill immediately, as his muscle fibers were beginning to tear and his blood vessels were bursting. Suddenly, the elf's attack began to approach the fighter. He turned around, his eyes wide open. The elf made a quick slashing attack. Such a blow struck the wall of the cave. Stone fragments began to fall from the ceiling. The guy made a hole in the wall with his body. Bowing his head, he understood that his body could not withstand it any longer. The fighter grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands. His body was again covered in a bright blue aura. His eyes also filled with such a glow. A bright blue beam burst from the tip of his blade. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose. Blood flowed from the elf's mouth. It dripped onto the floor. The guy's eyes opened wide. Kel stood behind his subordinate. He, bleeding, called out to the leader. The captain grinned and asked him not to worry, because he had been extremely useful after all. Suddenly the elf raised his hand. Blood spurted from the boy's mouth as he tried to say something. Then Kel pierced him with his blade. The boy did not even look up. The elf looked at him, grinning. The boy's sword fell to the ground. Yujung covered her mouth with her hands. The opponent pierced her comrade through as she screamed his name. A column appeared. Suddenly, cracks appeared on it. There were many bright fiery chains all over the room. The hero, exhaling, looked somewhere. His gaze was directed at a certain cage. Several academy students were sitting in it. There were splashes of blood under this cage. Memories of Hone appeared in the boy's head, asking him if 10 minutes would be enough for him, and also when he told him to go and kill the king, save the others, while his comrade would protect them until then. The protagonist's eyes lit up even brighter. Suddenly, one of the elves flew at him from behind. The boy's hand was covered in flames. He made a quick turn. The boy raised his fist to attack. The hero hit the elf right in the face with a punch. His eyes were wide open. The dungeon boss laughed with his mouth wide open. The monster smirked and said that this man's actions were extremely stupid, and did he really think he could handle it alone? There was a large army of elves around the boy. The boy looked up and said that he could do absolutely anything. The boss smirked and said that this was too arrogant for a useless man. The boy thought about the monster's words with his eyes wide open. Rubbing his neck, he explained that he had heard enough of this in his childhood. The protagonist added with his mouth slightly open that he had had enough of this all this time. Suddenly, the monsters widened their eyes when they sensed the hero's aura. It reached the boss as well. The protagonist's aura was burning with a bright flame. Raising his head, he repeated again that he was already tired of this. The monster, with his mouth wide open, shouted at his subordinates to finally do something and kill this man. The elves rushed to attack. The hero opened his mouth. His body began to be enveloped in fiery chains. The monsters continued to attack. Suddenly, the chains began to straighten. They swirled around the young man. All the elves looked up, looking at such a skill. Suddenly, the chains began to hit the enemies. Jaehyun rushed to attack. Suddenly, a bright explosion illuminated the cave. The young man jumped back a little. Opening his mouth, he explained that he just needed guinea pigs for magical practice and thanked them for it. The dungeon boss looked at all this. One of his subordinates was covered in flames. All of them were struck by bright fire. Opening his mouth, the monster screamed that the raider really thought that he would survive after this. The young man was already standing in front of his throne. His eyes were wide open. Images of those cells appeared in his head. He remembered the splashes of blood. Also images of those prisoners. The guy walked over the corpses of elves. The hero's eye burned brightly. The dungeon boss rose from the throne. Without showing his eyes, the monster did not understand how this was possible, because how could an ordinary person have such power? The guy's aura was like a flame. Gritting his teeth, the monster screamed that the raider would regret it, but he realized that he would not be able to win. Looking at the guy, the monster screamed that even if he killed him here, the rest of the king would definitely win. Suddenly, the image of the guy began to disappear. The hero made a quick dash straight to the boss. He attacked the monster right in the face. A bright yellow flash appeared from such a blow. Falling to his feet, the protagonist explained that he did not need this information at all. Opening his mouth, the boy told the boss to tell the other kings that if they wanted to take a chance, they should just come to him. A blade covered in blood appeared. Kel pierced the fighter through. His blood sprayed across the ground. Aina watched with wide eyes, realizing that she hadn't been able to do anything at all. The boy's body lay on the ground as the girl thought about how she hadn't even noticed the movement even after his comrade had fallen. Still wide-eyed, she didn't understand why she was still so weak. Thinking back, Aina realized that she was losing someone again. The elf smirked and said that now there was only useless trash left. He stood right in front of the girl. The monster grabbed her by the neck. Smirking, the monster noted that he wanted to taste her at least a little. The student, gritting her teeth, begged him not to. She opened her mouth and said that there was no way they could lose. Kel watched her closely. Suddenly, Yejung turned around. A bright yellow light appeared in front of her eyes. The elf turned around and tried to understand what kind of magic it was. Someone came out of that portal and asked if the monster had hurt all those people. The girl's hair was fluttering due to the energy flows. Sunun, looking down, told the monster to answer carefully. The other students also stared at her. Kel, baring his teeth, also looked at the new person. Sunun walked through the cave towards them. Opening her mouth, she said that now it was his time to die. Lying on the ground, Hon opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face from the realization that he had managed to stall for time. The girl, opening her mouth, said that she would repeat her question. Her aura struck the elf. He bowed under such pressure. Looking at him, Sunun asked him if he had done this to all those people. The monster bowed his head. One of the students was lying on the ground. Hon was also there, bleeding. The others were watching the savior. Smirking, Kel realized that judging by this person's magic, he had no chance of winning and decided to take one of the students hostage and gain a chance to win thanks to this. Raising his head, he answered affirmatively and added that these people were his masterpiece. The girl looked down at him. Opening her mouth, Sunun explained that she had thought so from the beginning. She stood in front of her opponent. Raising her hand, the fighter said that in any case, she did not intend to deal with the monster. Suddenly, her hand began to glow brightly after using the sacrifice skill. Aina raised her hand, looking at her. Yujong, with her eyes wide open, also could not understand anything. Looking down, Sunun used the skill of healing several targets at once, due to the use of which her life force is absorbed. With his eyes wide open, Kel tried to understand how a person could use healing magic so quickly. The girl walked towards him, saying that a healer would do his job even if there was an enemy in front of him. She stopped right in front of him. He asked her to stop with his mouth open. The fighter smirked and said that she hated it when someone harmed her people. Kel's eyes were wide open. Suddenly, she attacked him with a bright flash of energy. Yujong, watching what was happening, opened her eyes wide. Black energy was emanating from the remains of the captain's body. The girl was covered in a bright yellow aura. Yujong, with her eyes wide open, realized that this was not a skill at all, but a simple shot of condensed mana, which had such destructive power. She picked up one of the people and said that they needed to check the condition of these wounded people first. Sunun raised her hand, which was glowing with a bright yellow light. Energy of the same color was emanating from it. It affected the man's severed hand. Aina, looking at them, asked if the manager was okay. Sitting over him, the chairman explained that there was no need to worry about him. Hoyum was still lying on the ground as the woman said that his condition was much worse than expected. She also began to heal him, but received a message that the target's wounds were too severe and therefore the healing would take a considerable amount of time. Sweat broke out on her face. Looking at the vessels, she realized that the excessive use of force beyond the critical point had twisted all the blood vessels, and the nerves that controlled the magic were severely damaged, and realized that if she was even a little late, this person would not be able to use magic for the rest of his life. Looking at him, Sanun received messages that the healing was complete and that her life force was permanently reduced by 2%. Breathing out, she knew that this skill was too costly for the body, and if it weren't for Jaehyun, she would have died long ago. Yujung leaned over and asked if Hoyung would recover, and the healer answered affirmatively and explained that he would regain consciousness in a few days, so there was no need to worry about him. The student raised her hand and sighed with relief. Sitting on the ground, Sanun asked where the protagonist was. They all looked down and remained silent. One fighter, with his mouth slightly open, explained that the protagonist had gone to the boss's room alone. The healer, with her mouth open, looked at him. A smile appeared on her face. Getting up from the ground, she asked everyone not to worry, because he would be fine. Yujung, with her eyes wide open, objected and said that he had gone to the boss's room after all. Closing her eyes, the woman explained that Jaehyun was not someone who could be easily killed, because dark elves were magical monsters and fought enemies with magic, so they were not even close to him. The young man's fist was smoking. Another blow landed on his opponent's face. The hero stood in a fighting stance and told the monster to tell the other kings to come to him. He smirked and added that if he could get out of here, of course. Suddenly, the boy disappeared from sight. The monster fell to the ground. The elf bowed his head, bleeding. The protagonist stood in front of him, while the boss realized that he was losing to some ordinary person. Getting up from the ground, he realized that now was not the time to try to save his pride, and therefore he needed to tell his brothers about what happened here. The monster got to his feet. He rushed to the other side, trying to avoid the fight. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. Suddenly, the hero's hand appeared. The monster noticed something. The boy attacked him with his chains, appearing right in front of him. Immediately after, the young man pinned the enemy to the ground. Jaehyun, opening his mouth, asked him where he was going. With his hand, he pinned the enemy to the ground. Opening his mouth, the boss asked if the fighter really thought he wouldn't die here. His body began to emit bright energy as he spoke about making him his companion in the world of the dead. Everything around him began to turn into ice as the king thought about how this was the secret skill that was only passed on to the king of the Dark Elves. The entire battlefield was covered in ice. Opening his mouth, the monster said that it was time for the boy to feel what fear was. There was a grin on the hero's face. His hand was still on the opponent's head as he tried to figure out why the boy was smiling. A system window appeared in his hand, asking the hero if he wanted to register the frozen land in the empty map. The map immediately began to burn as the boy agreed. Frowning, he looked straight at his opponent. All the ice began to crack as the boy activated the absolute calculation skill, causing the effect of the frozen land to collapse. The monster opened its mouth, not understanding how this could even happen. The young man picked it up, holding it by the head, and said that before attacking, you need to know who the enemy is. The boss bared his teeth, looking up. The young man's hand caught fire, incinerating the enemy's flesh. Looking down, the boy received a notification that the Dark Elf King had been killed. His body fell to the ground. Putting his hands in his pockets, the young man explained that they were completely different from him, having received the title of the Dark Elf King's killer. The monster's body began to disappear, and immediately system messages appeared that the hero had received an ingredient, as well as an item of equipment from this boss. The young man turned around sharply, continuing to receive messages about various rewards in the form of a blank card, a sealed magic book, as well as receiving an active skill for creating magic items. The boy began to run. He grabbed the cage. The boy immediately broke it. 2 students were still sitting in it. The hero lowered one of them to the ground. Frowning, the boy realized that the man was still breathing. Suddenly, he looked at the other cell. There were also 2 prisoners there. One of them's hand fell to the ground. Pursing his lip, the protagonist used the sacrifice skill. He extended his hand and began to heal the target. A bright glow emanated from his hand. Suddenly, another hand appeared. Sunun crouched behind him. The boy looked at her. Looking down, the girl explained that healing is a harsh job. Helping to heal, she also added that the true happiness for a healer is when no one needs healing. Looking at the hero, the girl also explained that happiness also comes after, when you manage to save someone's life. The protagonist looked down at the wounded man. Their hands were folded together. A bright glow emanated from them. Someone slammed their fists on the steering wheel. A car stood in the middle of the street, and someone's screams came from inside. Gritting his teeth, the man did not understand what happened. A bright glow emanated from his fist. His eyes were wide open. The glow emanated from his face. He opened his mouth and said that in any case, even if they could get out of there alive, it wouldn't matter. A shadow appeared in the window as the instructor said that they would destroy everyone. The hero appeared outside the window. The man looked up at him. Suddenly, the guy grabbed him by the neck. Grinning, the young man asked if he did all this. The entrance to the Cane Guild appeared. Bowing, the raider thanked Sunun. The girl, covering her mouth with her hand, explained that since they were so grateful, they should join her guild. Yujong, smiling widely, shouted that she could join right now, but the hero said that she needed to assess the situation first. She kicked him in the leg. Looking at the guy, the girl reminded him that she told him not to make a sound. The guy did not understand why he was in so much pain, despite his high stats. Smiling, the young man listened to his friend's words about how he made them all worry. Aina, looking down, listened to what her friend was saying. The protagonist stood up. Grinning, Sun Noon noted that a certain person had finally arrived. A car drove up to them. Someone got out of it. The assistant, getting out of it, called out to the chairman. Running up to Sun Noon, she asked if she was okay and explained that she was in a hurry and could not contact her for several hours. Sun Noon apologized and said that she would explain everything later. Standing in front of the assistant, she also asked to take all the wounded and children to the guild building. They were all already inside. Raising her hand, the woman explained that she had some business left to finish. Smiling, she pointed at the hero and added that they would do it together. Closing her eyes, the assistant said that she understood everything. Opening the door, she asked Sungjae to get into the car. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, reminded him of his hand. Raising his hand, the manager asked not to talk about it using telepathy. Looking down, the man listened to Jaehyun's question about whether he was okay and whether he could use telepathy at all. He answered that he was not okay at all, but if his sister found out, everything would be much worse for him. The girl, looking at them, said nothing. Turning away, she explained that if he was going to stand like that, he would have to get there on foot. The man ran towards her. Looking at Sunun, she said that they were already on their way. The car began to move away from them. The hero looked after her, asking the mentor if she felt it. Looking at the guy, she answered affirmatively. A black aura was spreading from a certain place, and the girl explained that it was a dirty emission of huge energy. The man was slammed to the ground. He looked up with wide eyes. Sunun, standing above him, noted that she did not understand why the instructor was here. Gritting his teeth, Saki did not understand how the chairman of the Lotus Guild knew about this. The man ran towards them. A certain sphere appeared in his hand as he shouted that they really thought that he would give up so easily. Using the skill, Saki realized that it was a magical tool given to him by the director. Looking at one of them, the man knew that this skill was most likely not for this, but the situation was emergency. He appeared right behind Sunun, shouting that it was time for them to die. The girl turned around. She dodged his attack. The man turned his gaze to her. With her mouth slightly open, the chairwoman asked if it was a magic tool that could use teleportation and also noted that its effectiveness was extremely low, since it only moved a few dozen meters and it would be impossible to escape with it. There were 2 photographs of the instructors on the table. The director propped his head up with his hand. Raising her hand, the girl asked the instructor why he had sent the students to a deadly place. Looking at him, she ordered him to tell her who was behind him. Grinning, he said that she wanted too much. A purple sphere appeared in front of the man when he said that now it was time to check how strong the chairwoman was. Adjusting her hair, Sunun asked if it was a mana suppressor. The director was sitting in front of the computer. Looking at the monitor, he realized that he had already used this pawn enough. The instructor, his eyes wide, looked at his opponent. There was a smile on the girl's face when she asked about whether they really thought that they could deal with her using something like that. Chain came out of his office. A door appeared. Saki opened his mouth and tried to understand what was going on. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist realized that he had predicted this outcome. Remembering the situation in the dungeon, he realized that it was impossible to read the movement formula because of this skill. Opening his mouth, the guy said that it was stupid. The girl, standing in front of the enemy, explained that he could not say who was behind this. Opening her mouth, she added that she already knew that Chain was to blame for everything and that she had not expected an answer at all. Saki, opening his mouth, looked at her. The sphere was shrinking when Xianyun said that the suppressor would now splash out magic that the device would not be able to withstand, and then he would definitely die here. Chain came out of his room. There was a photo of this instructor in the trash. The girl stood in front of her opponent with her hands raised. Suddenly, the skies above him began to part. A bright yellow glow broke through the clouds. The man raised his head. Everything around was illuminated by a bright yellow light. His face began to burn. His entire body was engulfed in yellow flames. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, watched what was happening. The girl, looking up, used the lightning summoning skill. Looking at the opponent's body, the guy realized that this was an A-rank skill, the magic of which is directly linked to the brain, and the strength of this ability varies up to 1,000 degrees depending on the user's abilities, and although the rank of the skill with its super speed chain is the same, they are at completely different levels. There were fragments of the sphere on the ground. Saki was gone. The girl looked at this device. A certain room appeared. Aina was holding a pillow in her hands. She looked down. Memories of the hero in that dungeon appeared in her head. She remembered how surprised she was. Hugging the pillow, the student realized that the protagonist protected her. She looked down. The memory of him quickly reversing the magic appeared in her mind. Sitting on the bed, Aina said that she was still far from him. Smiling, she realized that she would definitely have to thank him later. The academy building came into view. The reporters standing in front of it shouted questions about what Millis Academy thought about the situation and also shouted out words about how they needed to hear the director's comment. They all crowded in front of the academy's barrier. The director sat at the table with his head bowed, listening to the assistant's words about why public opinion of the academy was currently negative. ISU, standing in the office, explained that there was a theory that the director had created a ghost guild and abandoned the students there. The man slammed his fist against something. He clenched his teeth hard. His gaze was directed downwards in confusion about what had happened. There was a broken tablet on the table. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, added that a whole camp of reporters had set up near the academy and that various media outlets were also contacting them. Chain propped his head up with his hand. With his mouth slightly open, he asked her what she thought and immediately shouted at her to close the academy and start avoiding any interviews and comments. Bowing, she said that she would do everything. The girl left the office. The director bared his teeth. Having imagined a certain image, he realized that there was someone who knew his plan, which meant that there was a snitch inside the academy, and that was why information about such a serious matter was leaking. Sitting at the table, he also assumed that Saki must already be dead, otherwise this instructor would not have disappeared without getting in touch. His phone was lying on the table. He took it in his hand. Grinning, Chain said that an information war should be resolved with the same information war. Bringing the phone to his ear, the man introduced himself and added that he needed to request several articles. The academy building appeared. The students walked along the corridors of the building. Hoyeon was also walking along the corridor. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind him. The hero pushed him, asking if he was okay. A smile appeared on his comrade's face. Rubbing his head, he noted that it was all thanks to Jaehyun and the chairman. The two of them walked while Hoyeon was talking about how if it weren't for the two of them, he wouldn't have been able to get out of there alive. The guy looked at him. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked him why he did it. Opening his eyes wider, Hoyeon looked at him. Looking away, he tried to say something. The hero, smiling, asked his comrade to continue moving in the same direction. Opening his mouth, the student asked again. Standing in front of him, the protagonist was talking about how he could think about the reason later and therefore he could do whatever he wanted, because he was going to do it anyway. He patted the boy on the shoulder. Jaehyun explained that it was time for him to go, since his audience was on the other side. He removed his hand from his shoulder. The hero had already waved his hand. Suddenly appearing from around the corner, the young man asked his friend to take care of his body, since the others were very worried about him. He began to walk away. Hoon silently lowered his gaze. The student clenched his fist. Raising it, the guy repeated the protagonist's words. He looked out the window. There was a smile on his face. Jaehyun's apartment appeared. The young man, raising his hand to his face, looked at the characteristics of the Dark Elf King's assassin title and said that it was a power rank of A, which also had additional attack power when facing monsters with the dark attribute. Rubbing his head, the young man realized that after the Kane Guild, he had a lot of things to take care of. He pointed his finger at the system window. There immediately appeared two windows with the equipment characteristics and information about the material that was obtained from the boss. Looking at them, the hero realized that he always lacked strength and mana and also realized that he would need to ask Jae-san to deal with the essence. Remembering his comrade, he knew that he would most likely be very excited, because he really liked working with new materials. Suddenly, the guy looked at another system, trying to figure out what he had gotten. It said about a new active skill, thanks to which he had the ability to create magic items. Suddenly, the young man's eyes opened wider. He jumped out of bed. Before his eyes was a message that this was a skill that uses mana to create weapons needed for battle. Imagining the weapon, the guy at first could not believe it. Suddenly, his hand began to emit orange light. Something began to appear in it. A small blade appeared in his hand. Smiling, the hero looked at it, realizing that this was not an honest skill at all. The young man held the dagger in his hands, still grinning. He opened his mouth and said that it was simply amazing. Picking it up, the hero realized that it was not about the rank at all, because the real value of this skill was something completely different. Remembering the black market, the young man realized that C-rank equipment would sell for tens of millions of won on such a market. Throwing the dagger in the air, the protagonist said that now he would have the opportunity to constantly create such things. Suddenly, the sword hung in the air. The hero's eyes widened. A certain ring appeared in the air and system messages appeared that the equipment item had reacted, since the user had fulfilled all the conditions and received the passive skill of creating equipment. The blade was covered in a bright glow. The hero watched it closely, receiving a message that now all the equipment he created would be upgraded to the next rank. Smiling, the guy understood that this was just madness. Holding it in front of him, he said that he wanted to try it out right now. A grin appeared on his face again. Memories of what happened in the dungeon appeared in his head. The hero looked at the system's messages that the equipment item only had some effects enabled, since the owner did not fulfill all the conditions for unlocking. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that he had already thought about why the bracelet could even belong to the weapons section, but now everything fell into place. The guy threw the blade over his head. Smiling, he said that if the system was going to give him these advantages, then he had no choice but to use them and decided to start training. The courtyard of the academy appeared. Many students were reading books, because soon the exams were about to begin, which is known for its incredible difficulty, and therefore students often call them their grave. The students were sitting in the audience, and it was said that passing exams at the academy is divided into practice and theory, and the theory is conducted in accordance with the educational material. Students appeared, fighting monsters, and it was explained that the practice included making potions and a raid into a specially created dungeon, the progress of which was watched by the entire country. Hone sat with his head bowed. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, told him to wake up. The young man quickly raised his head from the book. Rubbing his head, he apologized and explained that he involuntarily fell asleep while looking at the book. The girl, looking at him, asked if he knew how many days were left until the midterms and also added that if he failed at least one of them, he would read so much that the books would become his nightmare. Aina was also reading one of the books with them. The hero, smirking, understood that these two were hopeless. Looking at the two comrades, he knew that they would not be able to pass the theory. Remembering how he had agreed to help them, the young man realized that if they had brushed up on their knowledge, it could have been useful. Smiling, Hone said that for him, everything was fine. Holding the book in her hands, Aina supported him and added that they would meet for the retake. Suddenly, Yujong slammed her pointer on the table. They looked at her. Opening her mouth, the girl told them to stand up and stop saying such things. Crossing his arms over his chest, the hero listened to their mentor say that their next subjects were the basics of magic wavelengths and raider behavior. He raised his head. The sky was clear. Many students had gathered in the courtyard of the academy. 3 students were walking along the courtyard, saying that the exam had been very difficult. Suddenly, one of them, with his mouth slightly open, asked them to look somewhere. A girl was walking down the street. It was Aina. Looking at her, they were saying that she had turned out to be one of the best rookies on the hunt. Yujong, waving her hand, called out to her. The 3 students looked at the hero and his friend and said that the 2 of them had made the news after the hunt as the most gifted first years. One of them, putting his hand on his hip, noted that such students would most likely stick together. They walked away, saying that they were all just geniuses and would most likely get the highest grade, even after taking the test with their eyes closed. Sighing, the young man realized how much responsibility this was. Standing next to his friend, he realized that envy was still better than hatred. Smiling, Yujong asked how Aina had done with the test. The girl's eyes immediately turned white. Her friend glanced at the hero. Smiling, she noted that she most likely did her best, but the protagonist answered in the negative and explained that she only looked like that because she was not amenable to any training, just like Hoyoung. Aina looked at them. She puffed out her cheeks, saying nothing. Raising her hands, she said that she heard everything, then Yujong explained that she just needed to try harder. The girl ran away from them. Suyuk, frowning, watched what was happening. Looking somewhere, he said that the hero was too arrogant. His comrade, smirking, listened to the words that he would definitely beat him this time. Rubbing his head, the student hoped that his friend would not look for a fight with Jaehyun again. An alchemy room appeared. Someone was pouring some kind of liquid. The liquid in the vat turned purple. Suddenly, it exploded. Yujong turned black from this. Smiling, the protagonist noted that he did better after all. Looking at his comrade, he asked about his opinion on this matter. Jason opened his mouth and tried to say something. Looking at them, the alchemist explained that they both could not cope. The girl, opening her mouth, asked again. Closing his eyes, the guy began to say something. His words shocked his comrades when he said that they had absolutely no talent for alchemy. Rubbing his head, the hero remembered that he had been practicing potion making for quite a long time, and he needed to get at least a satisfactory grade. Rubbing the back of his head, Jason apologized for such rudeness. Jaehyun, raising his hand, asked him if they had any chance of passing alchemy. The alchemist raised his hand to his mouth and said that it was possible if they used a special ingredient. Suddenly, the comrades looked at each other, not understanding what he was talking about. The academy stairs appeared. A corridor also appeared. Someone was walking along it. The girl was sitting and reading magazines. A door appeared. The guy opened it. Jason, raising his finger, explained that such an ingredient was moonlight fireflies. Introducing one of them, he said that they only live in very clean places and no more than 100 are sold on the black market every year. But if their shell is made into powder and added to a potion, it will be possible to enhance the effects of the potion on the exam. The hero, standing over the girl, greeted her. Smiling, he noted that a lot of time had passed. She closed the book. Looking up, Soil asked them what they needed here at all. Memories of this girl appeared in the protagonist's head. Also, how she fought. Sitting on a chair, she asked them what they were doing there. The protagonist, putting his hand on the table, explained that they needed something from her. The student crossed her arms and said that she was not going to listen to their request. Smiling, the guy asked her why she did not even ask what she could get in return and immediately refused. Looking at him, she asked if they were going to share the points, but the protagonist interrupted her and said that he would give her 30 million won for it. Her eyes widened. A system window appeared when the boy said that he would give her cash and they would sign a contract in advance. Soil hid her eyes. Frowning, she looked up at the interlocutor again. Opening her mouth, the girl began to say something. Jumping up, she said that she agreed. Smiling, the boy was already listening to her question about what they needed from her. The Tokyo mountains appeared. Smiling, Sejong talked about the beautiful view around. The protagonist looked at her and asked if she was there for a walk, but she tried to find out why he was pestering her again. The two companions looked at them silently. Soil sat in front of them. She raised her hand to her chin and explained that it would most likely be possible. Looking at them, she explained that no matter how good her search skills were, she would need traces. Smiling, Jaehyun asked her not to worry about it because they would be taking an excellent alchemist with them. Soil opened her mouth and asked him who he was talking about. The protagonist glanced to the side. Jae-sang was standing at the door. He entered the office. Looking at him, the student asked if he meant this person by the excellent alchemist. The guy looked at her and asked if they knew each other, and the girl answered affirmatively, and added that they were on the same team during their first hunt. Rubbing the back of his head, the student laughed. Smiling, the girl said that she was surprised that she met the alchemist on the first hunt of freshmen, because it seemed to her that he was just an idiot who was forcibly shoved into the world of martial arts. Rubbing his cheek with his finger, the guy explained that he was not particularly useful at that moment. Waving his hand, his comrade said that it was time for them to go. Smiling, she noted that a completely different energy emanated from the young man. With his eyes wide open, the guy listened to her words about how he was definitely enjoying himself now. He ran after them. Leaning his hand against the plants, the alchemist knew that although the moonlight fireflies were monsters, they still belonged to natural creatures. They all walked deeper into the forest. Looking to the side, Jae-san told that there are many opinions about the principle of creation and appearance of monsters, but the main theory is that the mana left in the air and ground after the invasion turned ordinary animals and plants into all sorts of monsters. Turning around, he also added that such a choice of location should be optimal. Raising his head, the hero said that it would be easiest to find fireflies there. Soil, looking to the side, noted that the road was starting to get lost little by little. She looked into the depths of the forest. Yujong, opening her mouth, began to say something. Looking at the alchemist, the student noticed that he clearly liked it here. Turning back to him, the protagonist said that before entering the portal he said that he liked all sorts of bugs. Yujong, opening her mouth, could not believe it. The scientist, smiling broadly, exclaimed. Raising his hand, he said that he finally found it. Looking at a certain trace on the tree, the guy explained that it was a trace of moon fireflies. The hero and Soil exchanged glances. She raised her hand to the trail and said that it was time to try to earn money. Turquoise energy began to emanate from her hand. She held her hand out in front of her. Blue beams began to spread out immediately after using the search skill. The beams went around the animals. Standing in the middle of the lines, the girl received a message that the moonlight firefly had been found. One of the beams was tied to her finger. Looking at it, she said that she had most likely found it, while Yujung exclaimed in surprise. Covering her mouth, Dae-sing explained that loud noises could scare the firefly away. The sky was visible through the leaves. Suddenly they stopped. The hero, looking to the side, did not understand what had happened. Looking back, he said that this road did not look like the one they had come from. Hugging herself, Yujung noted that this place looked extremely creepy. Standing between the bushes, Soil explained that her skill led exactly here. Jae-sang looked around. Leaning down a bit, the protagonist said that there was definitely something wrong with this place. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The water next to them began to glow. Yujong raised her head. Many glowing dots flew up into the air. Smiling, the alchemist said that these were the moonlight fireflies. Yujong's mouth opened wide, not knowing what to do. The hero looked up and noticed that these insects were much larger than normal bugs. They flew right above them. Looking at them, the young man assumed that such an abnormal size could be related to their monstrification. The bugs flew quickly and the hero noticed this, deciding to slow them down first. A gravity sphere began to appear in his hand. It began to affect one of the fireflies. The bug did not give in at all. Looking at it, Soil noted that they were holding on very well for insects. Looking at the hero, she asked if he could strengthen the control of magic, but the young man answered negatively and explained that he did not have enough skills to do it more skillfully. Jason, opening his mouth, said that in this case they would miss them. Smiling, the guy said that they would catch everyone. The sphere began to appear in his hand. Suddenly, it broke into many beams. They began to attach themselves to the tree trunks. Some also attached themselves to the ground. A cube appeared in the air. Soil watched what was happening with her mouth slightly open. There were many fireflies inside. The cube stood behind the hero. Pointing at it, the guy asked why they were standing still, because weren't they going to catch them? Frowning, the girl realized that this was the mana room. Looking at it, she realized that he had just created it. Grinning, Soil remembered someone saying that this man was a monster. Fireflies crawled along the wall of the cube. Jae-sang, smiling, said that it was incredible. He ran into this room. Yu-jong, with her mouth open, said that she couldn't go there, because she simply hated insects. Pushing her in the back, the hero explained that now was not the time to deny it, and that they needed to catch bugs. Standing near the cube, she said that she hated them. Jae-sang held his hand out in front of him. Firefly was being sucked into a device. Soil was holding one in her hands. She glanced to the side. The protagonist was standing by the wall of the cube. She bowed her head, trying to figure out if there was at least one student in the academy who could create something like this, since even third-year students couldn't do it. Looking at him, she couldn't understand where this person could have come from. Suddenly, she turned around when she heard someone scream. Yu-young, touching the bug, was screaming that it was too sticky. The protagonist smirked and exhaled. Jae-sang's laboratory appeared. There was some substance in the cauldron. The two comrades were looking into them. Their friends were watching them. Yu-young, with her mouth slightly open, was saying something. Jae-hyun, raising a spoon, continued her words by saying that they only had to add the ingredient from these bugs. Suddenly, the contents of their cauldrons began to glow brightly. They began to change color. The liquid began to take on a pink hue. Hone, with his mouth open, did not understand what was happening. Covering her mouth with her hand, Aina also wondered about the same thing. The alchemist, smiling, explained that he had worked hard on this ingredient, and added that it was still in the process of being refined. Raising a finger, he said that the comrades would most likely be able to achieve 70% purity. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Looking at their potions, they shouted that they had succeeded. Smiling, the protagonist explained that the potion had turned out to be of perfect quality. Jumping, Yu-jong shouted that she had also succeeded. Looking away, the alchemist realized that the quality of the potion brewed by the protagonist had 51% purity, and the girl's potion had 47% purity. The audience appeared. They sat at the desk with their heads bowed. Smiling, Hone said that they apparently had no talent at all. They were shocked by his words that it was more like some kind of alchemical summoning of monsters. Closing her eyes, Yu-jung said that even with rare ingredients, she managed to take only 42nd place. Raising his hands, his comrade noted that thanks to the alchemist's help, everything was not so bad. Looking up, the hero asked him if this was a consolation. Smiling, Hone noted that it was time for him to go to the lecture. Waving his hand, he said that they would see each other later. Rubbing the back of his head, the young man understood that there was still practice left, and therefore this was not the end yet. Jumping up, Yu-jung shouted that since this happened, she would need to compensate for this in the remaining exams. The hero looked at her, realizing that the difficulty of the second stage was extremely high. Imagining this stage, he knew that there would be a freshman hunt, an AR test, and a dungeon simulation, and that was why the conditions were difficult because these exams were a test of all the knowledge gained in the academy. The guy looked away. Frowning, he remembered that there was another factor that increased the difficulty of the second stage exponentially. Remembering all the other students, the protagonist realized that this was the order of forming a team. Opening her mouth, Aina asked Yu-jung about her value. Holding her head, the girl explained that her value was 14 units, so now she needed to correctly form a team. Imagining several people, Jae-hyun remembered that depending on the student's academic performance, each was assigned a certain value. A circle with a value of 50 in the center appeared, and it was said that the students must form a team of 4 people, whose total value should not exceed this number. The hero's comrades appeared. Hone had a value of 17, In had a value of 15, and Yu-jong had 14. Looking at his hand, the boy knew that no one would have thought that he would be able to score so many points himself. Thinking back to himself earlier, he knew that he only had 6 value points back then. He remembered himself in the dungeon and realized that he was happy about it because he was able to get into a good team, but even then, the result was disastrous. The boy lowered his head. Frowning, the hero realized how bad this method was, because high-ranking people had to choose low-ranking people. Folding his hands on the desk, he did not understand how such people could have the right to do this. A certain student greeted him with a smile. The boy looked up at him. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He clenched his fist tightly when he heard the other man ask about his name. The hero remembered this person before and how he said that the lowest rank should remain low. Raising his hand, Hansen noted that the protagonist was a genius student who had won first place in the freshman hunt and played a leading role in the dungeon simulation. The protagonist's mind once again flashed back to the past, when that person asked him how he could be so bad. That student was smirking and looking at him. Hansen raised his hand and introduced himself. Looking at him, the protagonist asked him what he wanted. Raising his finger, the student asked the protagonist if he wanted to team up with him, but he also didn't understand why he was so hostile towards him. Spreading his arms, the student explained that he had little value compared to his skills. Looking at the protagonist, he also added that he should have about 20 points, so it would be quite difficult for him to find a team. Suddenly, the protagonist stood up. His mouth opened. He understood that such people are everywhere. Both among the strong and among the weak there are their rats. Jae-hyun stood in front of the student and began to speak. He bowed his head and explained that he was not going to team up with someone like this student. Looking at him, the boy added that he was going to choose someone else. Raising his hand, Han Sung asked to hear him out again and repeated his speech about his skills and value. Opening his mouth, the hero said that he knew this but did not care. Looking at the other man, he explained that he could pass this exam alone, and therefore such a person would be completely useless to him due to his weakness. Opening his mouth, the student shouted for him to repeat himself. Suddenly, the boy stopped. Smiling, he asked if anyone had thought about his proposal. Han Sung frowned and looked at him. Sunwoo, opening his mouth, explained that he and Gina had decided to agree. The student gritted his teeth and looked at them. He remembered them earlier and realized that the two of them had thrown the hero into the dungeon and simply ran away. The boy standing in front of them said that he was happy to hear that, because it seemed like they might refuse. Suddenly, he looked to the side. The boy was looking straight at Han Sung. With his head bowed, the student did not understand how he preferred those cowards. He began to walk away from the classroom. Grinning his teeth, the student thought that the protagonist would regret this. A sign for a certain cafe appeared. There was a glass with a drink on the table. The boy and his comrades were sitting at the table. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, asked if Jae-hyun was sure that he needed them, because both of them did not really help him in that dungeon. Looking at them, the hero listened to their words about how they abandoned him there and ran away. Looking away, Sunwoo explained that during the incident with the Cane Guild, they were abandoned because they were useless. Smiling, the boy asked them not to worry about it. He folded his hands on the table and explained that he wouldn't have asked them to work together if he had the intention of losing, because lying about it definitely wouldn't do. The comrades looked at each other. The young man, sipping something from a cup, realized that their grades didn't match their abilities, because they had finished the dungeon very quickly and therefore had much more points than Hansen. Opening his mouth, the comrade said that he was calm then. The girl, holding a drink in her hands, asked who would be the fourth member of their team. Looking away, the young man asked if he had told them about it. Suddenly, the doors swung open and a question was heard about why the hero was with these two. The two comrades looked towards the door. A smile appeared on the guy's face when he said that this person would be the fourth member of the team. Yu-jong entered the cafe. Memories from that dungeon appeared in her head. She also remembered these two students. The girl asked with her mouth open if the hero had called her to join them. The director was sitting in front of the monitors. An article appeared on the internet, which said that the reputation of Millis Academy was under threat and therefore it was losing its status as the best academy in Korea. Another article appeared, which said that a student had died, because of which the director could be dismissed. He smashed several screens with his hand. The shards fell down. The man bowed his head, muttering something under his breath. Opening his eyes wider, he said that he fed these reporters a huge amount of money, and despite this, they continued to print their dirty headlines. He tensed his fist. Suddenly, the man leaned back in his chair. Standing in front of the screens, Chain realized that the media had turned their backs on him. Biting his lip, the man could not believe it. Remembering Sunun, he realized that only her organization could pull off such a thing. Chain kept his hands behind his back. He walked up to the window. The man raised his head. Looking out the window, he was talking about the Lotus Guild chairwoman's hand in the matter. Putting his hand on the glass, he realized that he had no choice but to lie low. Clenching his fist, the man also understood that he would lose something. Looking up, Chain thought that now he needed to wait until the media calmed down, and then return with his original plans. The sign of the cafe appeared. Yu-jong, with her arms crossed over her chest, was sitting at the table. Two students were also sitting in front of her. The girl was clenching her hands tightly. Looking at the hero, she explained that she could turn a blind eye to these two problems, and asked the boy if he brought them here only because he got along well with them. The boy did not open his mouth. Raising his head, he explained that even if he said that he himself asked them to run away then, the girl would still not be satisfied with it. Opening his mouth, the boy explained that she should trust him and understand that their escape was the best decision. Yu-jung tried to argue with her eyes widening. The boy stared at her. Closing her eyes, she said that she would believe it. Looking at Jae-hyun, she asked why he even included them in the team, since he would have been able to get a perfect score without help. Smiling, the boy realized how straightforward she was. Remembering the last dungeon, he knew that there were several conditions that had to be met before forming a team. Imagining these two comrades, the boy realized that the first factor had to be hatred for Chang. Now memories of Yujung appeared in his mind, and the thought that the second factor would be a person who would not blab about what happened in the dungeon. Gina sipped her drink when the hero said that he had a plan. Raising his hand, he explained that he would use the upcoming exam to get rid of Chang. Yujung asked again with her mouth open. The two comrades also looked at him in amazement. The girl, with her eyes wide open, did not understand if he was serious. The young man's face was calm. Frowning, the guy thought that he was interested in seeing how the director could get out of this situation with the help of connections this time. A clear sky was visible. The students were in a spacious room. Someone stood in front of them and greeted them. Hajiwon, approaching the microphone, explained that he was one of the instructors of the academy and would be responsible for conducting the second stage of the practical exam. Looking at him, the protagonist understood that this man was just the director's puppet, and therefore it was not surprising that he became Chang's right hand after Sokka. Standing in front of the counter, the man explained that the practical exam would be broadcast in real time throughout the country. After imagining some people, the hero knew that this was the essence of the second stage. Many eyes appeared, which meant that the students had the opportunity to show the world everything they were capable of, but it also meant that the students would have to act out their roles in front of the public. With his mouth slightly open, Hajiwon asked them to do their best and wished them luck. Suddenly, the entire room began to be covered in a blue glow. Yujong looked down and watched what was happening. The glow was covering Suna as well. It was also covering Jean. Smiling, the hero said that in that case, it was time for them to move out. Their entire team gathered in one place. The surrounding area was covered in magma. Suddenly, a blue portal appeared in the sky. The protagonist began to walk out of it and received a message that the team had been successfully transported to the dungeon. He stepped onto the hot ground. They were all standing in the middle of the dungeon location and received a message that listed their composition and also that they needed to go through all the stages of the dungeon, get the boss core and return to the surface. The guy looked to the side, having received the first task in which they needed to exterminate all the monsters and find the exit to the second stage. Two comrades were also looking around. Sonu, opening his mouth, said that it was extremely hot in this place. The protagonist, looking to the side, suggested that this dungeon was created in the likeness of Muspelheim. A huge amount of magma was flowing around. Yujong, fanning herself with her hand, said that he was right, because they only needed to look beyond all these fiery pillars around. Opening an empty system field, the young man suggested that the others make a map of the area. Looking at it, he explained that they needed to collect as much information as possible in order to act wisely in the future, and besides, there was something here that he would like to take. Gina opened her mouth and asked about this thing. Yujong, looking at her, explained that they were going to find ice grass. Standing in the middle of the location, she also said that prolonged exposure to heat would slow them down, and this could be very dangerous. Sunwoo, smiling, noted that the two of them were very good at such things. Opening his mouth, the protagonist explained that this was only basic knowledge about passing dungeons, because after all, survival is the priority task of any raider. Waves of energy began to diverge around him due to the use of a mana detector. These waves began to spread throughout the dungeon. They went into its very depths. Suddenly, they spotted such grass. Opening his mouth, the guy said that he found it. Opening her mouth wide, Yujong at first could not believe it. Turning to his comrades, the hero noted that it was time for them to go, because they had very little time. The ground appeared, strewn with some plants. Gina looked at them and asked if they were ice grass. After collecting one, the protagonist said that they should take as much as they could carry and also asked Sunwoo if his grades in alchemy were good. While collecting the grass, the guy explained that they were pretty good. Looking at him, the protagonist said that potion making would be left to him then. Suddenly, he looked up, receiving system messages that viewers had entered the viewing room and therefore the raiders needed to watch what they said and did. Something appeared above the boy's head. It was a drone. It had a camera installed on it to transmit the broadcast to the viewers. Imagining the students in the dungeon, Jaehyun understood that the students now had to act out their roles in front of the audience. He immediately imagined the streamer, realizing that they were just like them now. Then, images of people watching them appeared in his head. Looking away, the boy realized that he didn't like this concept, but even it could still be useful. Opening his mouth, he announced the approach of 4 C-rank monsters. Gina immediately raised her head. Sunwoo also stood up, preparing for battle. Yujung, frowning, looked ahead. Opening his mouth, the hero explained that they should act according to Plan B. They all got into fighting stances. Some slimes were crawling towards them. Sunwoo held his blade in front of him, activating the provocation skill. Looking at Jean, the protagonist told them to fight using artifacts, but also remember to keep an eye on the distance, because these enemies can explode if you hit the wrong places on their body. 3 of the 4 monsters appeared in front of them. Yujung pulled her bowstring and was about to use the water spirit. Their enemies were getting closer and closer. The girl, with her eyes wide open, called out to Jaehyun. The same one, opening his mouth, shouted that it was too early. The enemy was already approaching Gina. The same thing happened with Sonu. Suddenly a message appeared that the channel had been successfully created and viewers had connected. Their first messages immediately appeared. The hero, opening his mouth wide, shouted that now was the time to start. The girl fired an arrow, using the water shot skill. The attack made a hole in the monster. Gina also prepared for the attack. She jumped up and threw something at him. Looking at them, the protagonist understood that there was no better place to use the frozen ground. The camera was looking straight at him. Suddenly he smiled. Raising his hand, the young man understood that he should not show all the most spectacular things right now. Magic projectiles appeared above the monsters. Grinning, the guy knew that this was necessary when the atmosphere was heated enough. A multitude of arrows rained down immediately after using the freezing rain skill. The entire dungeon was illuminated with a bright light. The screen also broadcast this explosion. The chat immediately began to display messages asking what it was all about. Hiding his eyes, the protagonist understood that this was just the beginning. He stared at something. Imagining Chain, the young man knew that those idiots at the monitors would be a serious weapon against this man. In a certain office, a monitor was turned on. It was broadcasting the protagonist's dungeon. The chat messages appeared again with many questions. The man stood with his hands in his pockets. Jusuk, holding a toothpick in his teeth, noted that Jaehyun didn't even sweat, although he used A-rank magic. The stream showed the hero. Looking at the monitors, the man understood that based on what Agent Jiyeon reported, this young man's relationship with the director did not work out at all. Frowning, he also knew that the Lotus Guild was behind this guy. Smiling, Jisuk added that if he could use the protagonist, then exposing Chain would not be difficult at all. He broke the toothpick. Grinning, the man asked the hero to show him what he was going to do next. The protagonist watched the explosion with a smile. The others were surprised. Lava plopped onto the stone floor. Yujong, covering her face, stated that for some reason she was not even surprised, although she did not understand when her friend had managed to learn how to do this. Gina wiped the sweat from her forehead and clarified if the guys thought it was getting too hot. Jaehyun turned to them. Making a gesture with his hand, the young man said that since they dealt with all the monsters, they should drink a potion. His friend agreed that it was hell in here. Turning to the others, the girl suggested finding a place where it would be cooler. Sunwoo thought about it. Pointing his finger into the crevice, he suggested going there. There was less energy from underground in that place. Folding his arms across his chest, the group leader admitted he was right. Taking out the artifact, the hero suggested setting up camp there. The wand was pointed forward. Aina waved it. Magic arrows flew at the lava monsters and pierced them through. It seemed that the girl was indifferent to everything around her. Hansen rushed into battle with a sword in his hands. With a determined look, he cut down his opponents. Soon the ground was covered with puddles of hot stone. Boredly looking at the remains of his enemies, the young man asked if that was all. Scratching the back of her head, Inu clarified whether it was too easy. Rubbing his nose, the swordsman said that he expected the monsters to be stronger. Too easy for an artificial dungeon. The third member of the team looked at the leader with confusion, mentally wondering what he was talking about. They would have failed if they made even one mistake. Besides, he was fighting the lava slugs in close combat. It's good that at least he didn't take any damage. Turning to In, the blonde bet that Jaehyun had already dealt with the monsters. To which she agreed, and suggested that they hurry. The others looked at each other in confusion, and at the same time thought that if these two were saying such things, then how strong was Jaehyun? At this time, in another dungeon, Team D set up camp. The guys gathered around the alchemy cauldron. Without taking their eyes off the brew, Sunwoo guessed that it would take about an hour to prepare the potions. The leader smiled and said that this was good, they had enough time, to which the alchemist promised to brew everything as quickly as possible. Leaning her hands on the stone floor, Yujung complained about the heat, adding that, apparently, this place really was created in the likeness of Muspelheim. And she straightened up abruptly when her friend noticed that here she was, the real Yujung, clearly hinting to the alchemist to brew potions faster. She was indignant that she did not mean that at all. Gina laughed into her fist, and noted that these guys were very close while they continued arguing. Folding her arms over her chest, the girl objected that this was not so. Trying to tidy up his disheveled hair, the protagonist mentally expressed confidence that they understood that what happened then in the dungeon was not their mistake. But fear dulls the mind and kills all intellect. The young man raised his palm. The team members turned around, hearing the leader's address. Looking straight at his friends, the magician offered to talk to them about the plan. Peeking out from the tent, Yujung asked if it was possible. The guy turned around and said yes. They both looked at the broadcast drone. Looking sideways at his watch, Jaehyun decided that now would be the best time to make some noise. The young man extended his hand, releasing a chain of magic runes. They filled the entire dungeon, and a notification came about an unstable connection. but the restriction on voice transmission was lifted. Immediately after that, the team became able to chat with viewers, and they expressed concern for the rest of the team. Smiling, the leader said that his team members were fine, there was no need to worry. And the viewers heard his voice, not understanding what was happening. Yujung tensed up as a heated discussion began in the chat about what was happening. Smiling, the protagonist thought that such a reaction was expected. Looking up at the camera, the mage explained that he did a little magic with the formula of the artificial dungeon, and was happy to welcome each of them. Guessing who was watching him, Jaehyun announced the start of the real stream. Throwing up his hands, the guy added that there was no point in broadcasting if they couldn't hear him. The instructor looked at the director in fear and asked if he was sure he was okay. Raising his hand, Chain said that everything was fine, he just had a headache. The man was tense. This couldn't be. How did the student manage to change the shape of the artificial dungeon if this area was created by dozens of raider mages and academy instructors led by him? The director looked at the screen in horror, not understanding how this young man was able to take over everything. Ha-Jun shuddered in horror and said that the boss was obliged to deal with Jaehyun, but in response he heard that he would be glad, but they could not. With a smile, the man reminded that there were no rules according to which they could resolve the current situation. Chain's jaw muscles bulged and he muttered, "Who would have thought that a single student could change the formula of a dungeon created by the best instructors?" Ha-Jun also looked tense. Glancing at the screen again, the principal asked not to worry, the students were not allowed to reveal confidential information about Millis Academy. If this rule was broken, the punishment would be expulsion from the academy. The principal smirked and began to say that as long as this insolent person's signature was on the enrollment documents, he could not do anything. But he immediately frowned when he heard the voice of the young man who began to talk about him. Smiling from the screen, the protagonist noted that everyone already knew how things were, and as for the incident with the guild experience, there were many pitfalls. Sweat ran down Chain's face. At this time, Jaehyun answered the question about the fear of expulsion, that the viewers did not need to worry. With a sly look, the mage suggested saying their principal's favorite phrase. And again throwing up his hands, the guy said, "Only the strongest survive, the one who has power is the law in Millis Academy." Looking at the drone with irony, the hero asked if the viewers thought the director would expel him. Chain's jaw tensed. Then he began to laugh madly. Looking at the screen through his fingers, the man tried to understand why he only now realized everything if Jaehyun was a scumbag from the very beginning. Ha-Jun flinched when the boss addressed him. Leaving dents on the table with his fingers, the director ordered to wait until the exams are over and throw this scoundrel out of the academy. The instructor's face expressed horror when the man added that when the media calms down, let them hire a couple of A-rank raiders with combat experience. Chain's gaze was heavy when he finished that this is how they will remove Jaehyun. Ha-Jun bowed. Resting his palms on the table, the director gloomily thought that he will make the youth pay. The young man put his hands in his pockets and said that Chain would not keep his word if he expelled him with good grades. Could he do such a thing? The viewers immediately began to scribble that if a student said something like that, it meant that the academy really had problems, and in general, the director had been presented with many announcements, but an investigation was never conducted, which meant that the raider's words made sense. The guy smiled contentedly. Looking straight at the camera, Jaehyun realized that the media had already screwed the villain, or did he really think that he could slip away this time? Earlier at the camp, raising his finger, the group leader said that he was going to edit the dungeon formulas. They needed to make sure that the viewers could hear them. Sunwoo looked at him in surprise, asking about his plans. Looking at the guys seriously, the mage explained that the first point in the plan to overthrow Chain was communication. They would be able to persuade the viewers to their side by fulfilling their wishes. Yujung, looking at her friend tensely, asked if he was sure that everything would work out, and what if the villain tried to pull something. Getting to his feet, the guy asked not to worry. With a confident smile, the hero reminded that they had an audience. The director looked at the screen dumbfoundedly. So Jaehyun was right that there were no rules that would prohibit changing the formulas of artificial dungeons. Smiling, the young man announced the start of the real stream. Throwing up his hands, the magician asked the guys to enjoy the show specially prepared for them. His best friend watched tensely as everyone in the chat came to anticipation. She quietly approached the hero, addressing him. Putting her hand to her lips, the girl whispered that she was a little scared of all these people. And then she shuddered with her whole body when they began to actively discuss her, and also to stay away from Jaehyun. From this gossip, Yujung was completely confused. Her face flushed. She immediately turned off the chat for herself. Hugging her shoulders, the raider admitted that the feeling of being seen through was extremely unpleasant. Looking sympathetically at his partner, the young man asked her to be patient for a little while. They needed to go through this for the sake of the plan. The girl lowered her head, admitting that she knew this, but it was still unpleasant. Looking away with a gloomy look, the hero thought that he understood her feelings. Before the regression, he could not even count how many times he wanted to die because of all the hatred that was falling on him. The mage's face reflected his emotions. And when he caught Yujung's worried look, he ordered her to move forward. Turning to her, The guy added that they had a lot of work. The lava continued to spread. The guys headed forward. Raising his gaze to the drone, Jaehyun noticed questions in the chat about where they were going. Soon, the team came to a lava waterfall. Glancing at the camera, the leader explained that they still had things to do here. With a smirk, the young man added that they were planning to show them something interesting. They were going to find a hidden part of the dungeon, and the commentators immediately perked up. Yujong nodded when she heard the command to start. The girl raised her staff, activating the wind acceleration skill. Wind currents engulfed the protagonist. From the gravity skill, his cloak rose. Concentrating on the right spot, the mage mentally decided that it was time to show them how a regressor clears a dungeon. An image from his past life popped into his head. At this time, outside of Millis Academy, Ji-yeon pressed the earphone to her ear, answering the call. Holding her palm in place, the girl said that she would establish contact with Jaehyun right after the exams. Listening to the words of the interlocutor, the instructor clarified whether he was sure about this, because Lotus himself was standing behind him. Jisuk watched the stream through a tablet. He replied with a frown that it was indeed a problem. Ji-yeon heard through the earpiece that this was why she needed to contact him as quickly as possible and get him on their side. Looking at the boy on the screen, the man added that they could let him make any conditions he wanted, and in response, he heard that his subordinate understood. The instructor disconnected. As Ji-yeon walked forward, she thought that if the raider department could get the protagonist, it would be a serious advantage in the long run. Frowning, she mentally added that the problem was that Chain was also standing behind him. As she walked inside, the instructor decided that she would have to keep an eye on the situation. At this time, dust flew up under the protagonist's feet. He rushed forward. His hand grabbed his friend by the waist. Grabbing Yujung, the mage commanded forward. The girl's face flushed. But in the next moment, she had to cling to Jaehyun as he jumped forward. The sorceress hid her face in the guy's shoulder, listening to the comments in the chat. They were flying straight into the lava flow. But then the boy's sneaker rested on the air. He stood on an invisible platform, while the audience wondered what was happening. Yujung smiled, admitting that her friend was right, the hidden plate was really here. Grinning, the hero asked to hold on tight and cast the spell. It was not worth making a mistake in the timing. Frowning, the girl demanded not to let her go, otherwise she would be finished. Mang jumped to the next platform. And so the friends moved higher and higher with jumps. Concentratingly looking ahead, Jaehyun thought that the one who first discovered this place really deserved respect, and so did Chain, who carefully hid it with the support of the state. Apparently, he did not want any student to discover his secret. Soon the young man saw the last platform. The magician carefully landed on it. The friends looked at the secret location. Yujung widened her eyes and asked if this was what he was talking about. Something sparkled brightly on the platform. Amber-like balls were lying in the fire. The hero nodded, confirming this. With triumph in his eyes, Jaehyun announced that these balls would be the key to clearing the dungeon. The confused scoundrel's face was covered in sweat, wondering how this happened. With a triumphant smile, the protagonist admitted that he found out about this item through reconnaissance of the area. Putting his hands in his pockets, the young man added that he did not expect it to be hidden so well. Looking away from the camera, the mage thought that he already knew where and what was in this dungeon. He activated the ice rain skill. Ice shards fell on the flames surrounding the artifact. The fire gave in under the onslaught. Steam rose from the hot stone. Looking back at his partner, the guy suggested going down. And he jumped down first. Yuyung followed him. Jaehyun headed straight for the marbles. He picked one up. Showing the find to the viewers, the hero asked if they knew what it was. But none of the commentators could answer that question. Looking straight at the camera, the young man explained that it was the essence of fire. Smiling, the mage admitted that he was lucky. And squinting, he added that he thought it would be the main artifact needed to pass the dungeon, at the same time receiving information that this thing gave great resistance to fire. Frowning, Jaehyun thought that the point of such artifacts was to create an environment that would be similar to a real dungeon, and then motivate students with a commensurate reward. But ordinary students would never be able to get them. The boy smiled again when he saw the chat room arguing that Millis Academy had gone too far, investing over 100 million in just one team to pass the exam, but others noticed that it was nearly impossible to find the artifact here. Clutching the balls in his palm, the mage announced that they were ready to move on, since they had everything they needed. The boy's face became focused when he thought about having one less task. Imagining the director's face, Jaehyun hoped that he would not be satisfied with just this. Cupping his hands, the hero whispered that he still had many gifts that the scoundrel should have received. On the first night of the midterms, before the second round of practice began, an indignation came from the tent. The cloudy potion in the glass began to swirl. Yujung pushed the bowl away from her, cursing that the brew was too bitter. Taking her portion, her friend reminded her that he knew how awful the potion tasted, but she needed to drink it. It would make clearing the dungeon easier. Indignantly looking at the leader, the girl said that she understood, but it was impossible to swallow this poison. Raising his palms in a conciliatory gesture, the alchemist said that he heard that all healthy food tastes bitter. The raider clenched her teeth. Then she drained the bowl in one gulp and collapsed face down on the floor. Looking sideways at his comrade, Jaehyun clarified whether he had accidentally added poison to her, but he replied that under no circumstances. Seriously looking at his team, the young man announced that since they were almost done with the first stage, it was time to look for a transition to the second, and suggested that they hurry with the preparations. At this time, in the control room, Ha-Ji-won was watching the monitors. He turned around when he heard that he was asked about the current situation. Ji-yeon entered the room. Placing his palm on the control panel, the young man reminded him that he was now in charge of everything here, and clarified what brought his colleague here. Looking mockingly at his rival, the instructor asked if she really didn't believe that he could handle his duties on his own. Smiling in response, Ji-yeon replied that everything was possible. The guy frowned. The instructor seemed calm, but silently called her rival an idiot. With Sokka gone, all the power over administering the second stage of the internship rightfully belonged to Ji-yeon, but this scoundrel managed to take it away from her. Raising his eyebrows, Ha-Ji-won reminded him that they were hired under the same conditions, but he was slightly taller and apologized for it. The instructor looked at him irritably. Then she turned away and expressed regret, but she did not care about such things. With an ironic smile, the instructor asked what she meant. Throwing up his hands, he asked who would not envy such a position, and demanded to be honest. But the opponent didn't react. Ha-Ji-won clenched his fists and teeth. But then he relaxed. With a smirk, he reminded himself that his boss was favoring him. This upstart might have been better than him a couple of years ago, but now things were completely different. Suddenly, Ji-yeon addressed her opponent by name. Turning around, she asked permission to tell him just one thing. To the instructor's displeasure, the girl advised him to watch the rope in his hands. It would break somewhere. Then, with a sweet smile, she said that they would see each other again. And the instructor left the room. Ha-Ji-won cursed through his teeth. This woman was still as arrogant as ever. Lowering his head, the young man reminded himself that Director Jiaying would soon restore her reputation. The obstacles were dust. At this time, Team D continued on their way. They finally managed to find the way to the second stage. Heimdall extended his hand to the protagonist and asked his opinion. Did he look like a creature from a lower realm? Looking at the god with an indifferent gaze, Jaehyun asked if he was heading towards the enemy of evil. The white-haired man rubbed the back of his head, said that the human was so boring, and asked what the rush was. Moving behind the interlocutor, the god added that his enemy was nothing more than a human. It would not take him long to get rid of him. Without turning around, Heimdall suddenly asked what would happen after his destruction. The wind rose, obeying the deity's gesture. When he himself answered that he would be chained to Bifrost again and would do the damn work of a gatekeeper, did the interlocutor understand this? A column of dust rose into the sky when the white-haired man added that he personally took care of the enemy of evil. There was no need to worry about it, because he was nothing more than a non-entity. The protagonist scattered into 100 crows, muttering that the god was a fool. Gods and men. A black-winged angel hugged the young man from behind and whispered something in Scandinavian. Tears welled up in the mage's eyes as he agreed with this. Nothing had changed, nothing would change. The hero whispered that he would show him this very soon. The wind ruffled the cloak of Jaehyun's lonely figure as he called out the name Munin. While everything around was filled with orange light, a new system message came that the heroes had moved to the second level. The four of them stood silently, looking in different directions. The next second a new message appeared that they had a new task to defeat elite monsters and find a hidden treasure. Rubbing her forehead with her hand, Gina said that it was much hotter here than on the first level and added that she was interested in what awaited them. Yujung, standing not far from the girl, raised her hand to her mouth, saying that the task was not easy. Memories of the first stage, with the words that task was to clear the territory and move to the next level. Jaehyun, standing in front of the guys, thought that he knew all the paths. Slightly squinting her eyes, she looked somewhere straight ahead. An hour earlier, the raiders looked into the depths of the cave in surprise. A long dark cave was visible. Stalactites hung from the ceiling. Looking somewhere in surprise, the girl, opening her mouth, said that she did not expect the stairs to be here. Sonu, scratching the back of his head with his hand, looked at the girl, saying that all this time he was thinking where the exit was, and he, to his surprise, found himself underground. Raider, frowning, wondered how the guy found the exit so quickly. The protagonist, putting his hand on the walls of the cave, examined something. Still looking at the young man, she thought even more. Horrified, she saw a centipede on the wall, the next moment jumping with a scream at a person standing next to her. The hero, surprised, turned around, while in the background there were messages from Anons that they were scared by what happened. One of the people said that he found it, looking at the insect, which was in a blue bubble. Smiling, the magician held the ball with the insect in his hand, while in the background messages continued to pop up asking why he caught her. Turning to the dark portal, he said that it would be useful. The young man, looking at the others, slightly opened his mouth. Holding bright balls in front of the guys in his hand, he said that before they all went further, he needed to prepare something. Looking at the balls lying in the guy's hand, the girl, wincing, asked if they really needed to eat them. Holding one of the fireballs with his fingertips, the ranger said that the trick with eating fire was only seen in the circus. Smiling widely, Jaehyun said that they should not be afraid. The next moment, making a scary face, he added that they should eat everything before he got angry. Still standing in the cave, the three guys looked at the fireballs with apprehension, after which one shouted out, "Eat, sir." From somewhere above the cave, a stream of lava was pouring, with words in the background that there are only 3 levels. An evil dragon appeared, continuing the phrase that the so-called boss was on the last level. Standing in the middle of the cave, the protagonist thought that jail would deal with other problems while he was here. Looking into the open portal, he said out loud that he needed to find the boss to clear the second level. Raising one finger up, smiling, he continued the statement he had started about having several thoughts about where the treasure was hidden and asked if they were interested, while in the background messages from Anants were coming in discussing the words about the treasure. Continuing to smile, the guy looked somewhere, thinking that after his words they were on the hook, because this spoiler would only warm up their interest. Slightly closing his eyes, continuing to think about the fact that, however, his goal was different. The hero raised one finger up. A huge lizard appeared, blazing with fire, saying that its name was Salamander, and that people like it were drawn to all sorts of shiny things like crows, so their nests had a lot of useful things. Raising his hand, the magician said that he had studied this topic, while in the background, Anants were discussing the topic of lizards. The guy, sitting on a stone, held a musical instrument in his hands, performing a song that mentioned a sword for killing dragons. Putting his hand to his chin, the hero continued to think that this artifact had great power and, apparently, the original belonged to the German raider Valak, although the replica should be appropriate. Looking at the young man in surprise, Gina asked what the salamander's weakness was. Raising her finger up, Yujung answered that it was her stomach. The huge lizard stuck its long tongue out. The guy raised a scepter that emitted ice magic, because this is the easiest way to deal with lizards. Opening her mouth, the girl asked in surprise how she knew so much, to which she replied that it was better to attack when they had a full belly. The protagonist, standing in front of the girls, said that she was right and they needed to prepare. Smiling, he added that it would be nice to find more treasure along the way. Some sounds scattered around the area. There was also an orange glow everywhere. The team was standing in the middle of an open area. Wiping the accumulated sweat with his hand, Sonu said that if they did not have the essence of fire, they would have already died, because it was hotter here than in all other areas. The guy standing in front of him raised his hand up. Standing with a serious face, he thought about how to pretend to be busy. Standing with his hand raised, he said to stop, because he felt the mana later. The Anants at that time continued to discuss what was happening. The protagonist stood among the stuck swords. The raider, frowning, said that these dreams are not particularly hidden. Looking around, the friend agreed with her, adding that they looked like unregistered treasures. Stopping behind an even larger pile of swords, the boy thought that the hundreds of swords stuck in the rocks were the main treasures of the second level, and Jane clearly tried his best, because the students would not be able to find them just like that. Continuing to look at the swords, one of the hero's eyes changed color, while a system notification appeared in the background that the absolute counting skill was activated. While the young man was counting the unregistered treasures, the Anon explained that the hero was trying to direct mana to his eyes. Smiling, he looked at the sword that stood out from the rest. The next moment, the student grabbed the handle of the stuck sword. When the sword came out of the ground, a new system notification about the found item with all its characteristics appeared. One of the Anants, staring at the computer screens, asked how he knew that this particular sword was a hidden treasure. Sitting in some establishment, the Anon number 6 answered that, it seems, he has his own tactics. Swinging his sword, the magician said that the others should not worry, because he has a plan. Smiling, he looked at the guys, continuing that it would be boring if he told everything at once. Looking at his reflection in the sword, he instantly thought about the fact that the replica can only be used here, and without fulfilling all the conditions, it is useless. Continuing to stare at the sword, he thought that this replica is more valuable to him than anything else. A yellow glow appeared from the sword, with the thought that he would be able to take it out of here. A road in a cave was visible. Leaning her hand against the wall, the raider said that she thought it was somewhere nearby. Adjusting his sleeve with his hand, the commander agreed, saying that they should wait, since the king of the salamanders eats only once a day and only at night. Lava has accumulated somewhere below in the cave. Looking at the walls of the cave, Yujung asked if they had time, because they could all be attacked if they lingered in place, since lizards are sensitive to smells. Taking a couple of steps forward, the interlocutor replied that this option should be excluded. Surprised, staring at the guy leaving, she asked how this should be done. The next moment, the girl was scared. Holding a blue ball with an insect caught earlier, Jaehyun replied that it should be used. He put his hand forward towards the girl. The girl backed away in horror from what she saw. Grabbing her friend by the hand, he said that she was the most important here. Surprised, she looked into his face. Tears came to her eyes. Memories of the centipede he found, which secretes a secret if it feels threatened. Looking at the wandering lizard, the hero thought that this would help them in the hunt. Sun Woo and Gina looked at the enemy in surprise from behind cover. Yujung stood not far from them with a scepter in her hands. Turning to face the guys, she said that they promised. Laughing at what he heard, the guy crossed his arms over his chest, asking who they thought he was. It got dark around him when he thought about the fact that he seemed to be in the ass. The frightened girl looked at the insect. Standing not far from the guy, she cried a little, thinking about the centipede. Leaning over his friend's ear, the guy said that he had Sunyan's staff, which he would give to her when everything was over. A little scared, the young man narrowed his eyes, thinking that he was not going to give the staff back, so he needed to prepare something. A message from Anon 62 popped up in the background saying that this sounded promising. Smiling, the protagonist looked at the squad, telling them not to worry, since they had an air magic specialist. The girl spread her hands in front of the staff. Magic power came out of the staff, with a question from Anon in the background that it seemed to have sent the scent of a centipede to the nest. The lizard smelled the magic power, while Anon 18 wrote that people are ruthless creatures. Tears began to flow from the lizard's eyes. Suddenly, everything in the cave began to shake. The guy looked at what was happening with apprehension, saying that it seemed to have worked. The salamander hit the cave wall with its tail. The lizard, crying, screamed loudly, being close to the magician. Looking at the other heroes, he opened his mouth, asking if they remembered the plan. Without any emotion, Sonu and Jean looked at the guy. Frowning, the blonde opened his mouth, saying that they were waiting here, and on the signal they would run after him. Turning his head, he answered with one word: excellent. The power of ice burst from his hands. Managing his power, a system notification appeared that the skill Ice Spear Level 2 was activated, after which, with one movement of his hand, the young man sent this power to the salamander. With tears in his eyes, the lizard fell to the ground. The protagonist ran away. Angry, Salamander breathed out fire. Holding the sword he had found earlier, the guy thought about how all he had to do was wait for her fiery breath. Smiling, he said out loud, "Ready, set." Saying the last word, fire, the hero threw the sword right into the lizard's mouth. She opened her eyes wide. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and frowned, saying that he was crazy. Standing in place, the lizard cried while the announce in the chat wrote question marks. Looking at the portal, Jaehyun said that the most interesting part was yet to come. Raising his finger up, smiling, he added that the viewers should not switch. The screen showed the moment when the sword flew into the lizard's mouth. The man, angry, leaned both hands on the table. With his eyes bulging, he looked at the screen in surprise, saying that none of the newcomers could know this, because he had deliberately removed all the information from the public domain. The lizard walked around the cave, waving its tail. The entire cave was filled with red light. After shouting the word now, the lizard breathed fire at the people defending themselves with shields. With a loud sound, the sword landed on the floor. The hero grabbed the hilt of the sword. Smiling, the young man picked up the glowing sword, while the announce discussed why it was glowing and what was going on. The tip of the sword stuck into the ground. The guy ran his fingers across the screen, when suddenly a new notification appeared about the purchased item. Smiling, the raider thought about the viewers while they were discussing the sword. Continuing to smile slightly, the hero thought that this was what he was waiting for. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, Jaehyun said that the salamander's power can be used to purify objects. The lizard slowly crawled around the cave, while the young man continued his line about how its purifying fire will only work if it is alive. Clenching his fist, the boy thought about how, considering all this, such a test seemed simple. Dragging a sword, the mage walked forward, while the audience discussed his skills, not understanding why he needed a second sword. Friends silently stared at the approaching boy. While the protagonist stood with the sword in his hands in the fire, Anon number 1 wrote that the boy was a mage with a sword. The lizard stuck its long tongue forward. The raider's eyes changed color again, while he thought that it was too late, after which a system notification appeared about passive skills with the names of Agile Step, Flexible Movements, Wind Force. Thinking that he needed to run, the boy took off with the next movement, running with the sword in his hands towards the enemy. The lizard tried to grab the ground with its claws, after which the protagonist struck. Jaehyun turned around to see the sword, the tip of which was stuck in the ground. The attacker's foot slid across the ground, and then a new notification popped up about activating the Ice Spear skill, as suddenly the guy was already standing among the huge boulders. The salamander was trying to move back from the approaching boulder. Sonu, watching what was happening, shouted with words about its belly. Holding the sword in his right hand, the mage looked ahead in surprise. With the next move, he jumped on top of the lizard, swinging his weapon. In an instant, with nasty sounds everywhere, he plunged the tip into the enemy's belly. Smiling wryly, Yujong watched the scene unfolding. The two partners happily looked forward. The hero stood with a sword stuck into the lizard's skin, while in the background, Anon number 1 asked what he had just seen. The dark-haired man, smiling, looked somewhere down, while Anon number 8 wrote that the mage with the sword was his class. The upper part of the room was visible. The man ran his fingers across the laptop. A girl, sitting at a computer chair with a bag of chips, pulled her legs up to her chest, shouting that the download was complete. A message appeared on the computer that this was a must-read, since it contained the main character's true identity. After reading it, the girl wondered why she was forced to do such nonsense. An article appeared on the screen, with text that many people thought that the guy's actions were just a scam and that the author had not shared information after hearing about the incident in Neverland. The screen lit up white. A cute girl was sitting in front of the computer, her arms crossed over her chest. Putting her hand to her ear, she laughed and asked out loud why someone proposed to her. A little earlier, Jae-hyun, leaning his hands on the table, said that something interesting would happen during the mid-semester stream. Sun-eun, sitting in front of the guy and crossing her arms over her chest, answered that the entire guild should be involved in this, since the risk was too great. Smiling, the young man continued the conversation, adding that she would watch what he was doing, and if she felt that it was necessary to intervene, she could do whatever she thought was necessary. The woman rolled up the sleeve on one arm. Standing in front of the man, she bowed her head slightly, saying that this was why he was confident. Sung-jae, frowning, asked if this was true. Standing in front of the computer desk, the chairman told him to contact the reporters. A little surprised, the driver asked if this was necessary now. Smiling, the Holy Virgin said that she thought that jail would soon come to an end. Continuing to smile, she added that this was what Jae-hyun had planned. Ayan sat in a chair and munched on chips, watching the views of Jae-hyun's real story grow. Of course, she was happy that she would become popular, but she was worried about the question of why the main character told her to do this. The girl remembered how before the second practical test, she asked her friend why he did this. He looked up from his book. He slammed it shut. And lifting it above his head, he said that he wanted to remove chain. Resting her head on her palm, the pink-haired girl asked how he was going to achieve this. Rising to her feet, the young man replied that he would tell her everything a little later. But now there was no time for this. Sighing irritably, the girl muttered that this guy only did what he heated up her interest, instead of just answering her question. Then her attention was drawn to a notification, which anonymous person asked if this was the same girl, because he came to watch her interview, and could tell that she was very smart, and did not know what a beauty she could have grown into during this time. Aiken immediately printed that she had only caught a glimpse of her, but she could confidently say that she was truly charming. The longer she looked, the more she was enchanted by her. Grinning, the blogger stated as if this was true. After which she tensed up and decided that she didn't need to comment on it. But anyway, she needed to calm down, she had to run for something tasty. At this time, in the fiery hell of the dungeon, the protagonist ripped open the lizard's belly. His face lit up with joy, and he said that he found it. Yoo-jung leaned over to her friend and asked what he was talking about. Jae-hyun showed her the Transcendence Ring, which gave the overdrive skill. This was the item that Millis Academy awarded students for passing the midterm exams. He didn't have the Transcendence Stone, so he would have to suffer punishment, although in his situation, this was the last thing worth worrying about. Looking at the guys, the leader asked that there was only one ring, and what to do with it, and he himself suggested playing rock paper scissors. But Gina raised her hands and objected that it would be best to leave it with him, since it was his find, and Sunwoo supported her friend that they shouldn't share it. Folding her arms across her chest, Sajin admitted that he had shown himself well in the battle, so he should consider it a reward and buy himself something sweet later. With a smile, the mage put on the ring, since that's what they all said. At that moment, the team was enveloped in a bright light, and they were transferred to the third level. Jae-hyun immediately looked around, and the system notified that a minute after the transfer, the protective barrier would disappear and the fight with the boss of the level would begin. There really was a barrier in front of the guys. The sorceress knocked on it, and said that it felt like glass. It seemed very fragile, as if it was about to break. Then she looked up in surprise. To her horror, a huge fiery fist hit the barrier. Fear was reflected on her face. But her friend was calm. The others were also shocked. Yoo-jung hesitated, and fell to the floor. In front of her, behind the barrier, stood a huge fire golem. Jae-hyun asked if she was okay. She coughed into her fist and concluded that the glass was quite strong, and Sunwoo agreed with her. Gina looked at the leader and asked what they were going to do. But he replied that nothing. His girlfriend stared at him with wide eyes. The mage explained with a smile that they didn't have to attack. The barrier began to crack when the protagonist added that he wanted to deal with the boss himself, and the system reported the appearance of the boss monster Rivagalum. The monster looked at the future opponents, while the chat discussed its appearance, and wondered if they needed to collect information, whether the leader should have fought on his own, and in general, the stream was becoming more and more interesting. Glancing displeasedly at the drone, Jae-hyun mentally noted that from year to year the number of students decreased. About 70% of the students dropped out of training here. The barrier was cracking at the seams, and the hero's thoughts continued that every year most of the best monsters are distributed among classes B and C. When the shield finally fell, the system reported that the task of this level was to defeat Rivagulum and obtain its core. Jaehyun looked away and thought that he should have thought about the convenience of the audience and removed all the useless items, since their number would seriously increase. Sharply turning around, the young man declared that none of this mattered now. He jumped up. The monster roared. Putting mana into his fist, the mage swung. The guys shouted at him to be very careful, and why he was rushing in such a hurry. The friends immediately looked at Yujung in surprise when she said that everything was fine. Sunwoo looked at her with disbelief. Folding her arms over her chest, the girl said that her friend was already a big boy and never lost. The main character's fist collided with the golem's fist. The guy's strength was enough to make Rivagulum stagger. Gina watched the fight tensely and thought that this monster was at least a B class. It would be a pain in the ass to deal with him alone, but not for their leader, because he was strong and confident. At this time, the golem swung again to strike. The young man's eyes widened, but a magic shield saved him from a direct blow. The hero landed on his feet. Looking resolutely at the enemy, the mage thought that he was finished, when both the wind amplification and the ice path were activated at once. Ice spears burst out from under the mage's feet. They raised the monster to the ceiling of the dungeon, and began to crumble under his feet. The enemy rushed down the ice path. Frowning, Jaehyun activated ability analysis, but he had to jump back from the monster's hand. Spinning his hand, the boss tried to attack, but the guy dodged the downward blow. When the mage jumped to the side, the chat began to discuss what was happening, although opinions were divided. Looking closely at Rivagulum, the young man figured that he was strong, and his attacks were silent, but his strategy was zero. He sent an energy chain down his hand, with which he captured the enemy, after which the ice path came into play. Obeying the magician's hand, ice shards fell on the monster. Lowering his hand, Jaehyun thought that he would be tied up for only a few seconds, but there was one thing. Ice crystals began to grow right on the golem's hot body. Growing, they began to break his joints. The magician controlled the growth of the ice with a grin, and realized that this time would be enough. Then streams of water separated from him, pouring over Rivagul. Steam came out of his body, after which he simply fell apart, and the system announced the victory over the dungeon boss. The young man looked at the mountain of cooling stone left by the golem, and then he looked at the camera, spread his arms, and declared that everything was ready, and the viewers did not even believe that it was the boss. The rest looked at the leader with wide eyes. Shocked, Yujung called her friend a madman. The girl thought, frowning, that each time she was more and more convinced of his strength, he had gone very far behind her, so it was unlikely that she would catch up. The hero put his hand in his pocket while the system reported that the team had passed all 3 levels and received the Rivagulum core. But the guy knew that the test was not over, there was one last one left. Today Chain would lose everything. When the system asked if they were ready to return, Jaehyun answered that no, he refused. The guy frowned when the system clarified whether he really refused to be transferred to the real world, and the chat could not understand anything, but he only confirmed it. With a smirk looking at the camera, the hero asked if they thought the battle was too short, because he still had something to tell them. Some of the viewers would be very disappointed, but they would still try to defeat the hidden boss. There was only one road leading through the lava lake, and when the group moved there, questions began to be asked in the chat. Turning to the drone, the young man explained that he felt strong magic here. Then he looked at the others. The guys were embarrassed. The leader frowned. Yujung looked at her friend with irritation and clarified that this was normal. But he smiled and asked not to worry. The group members immediately winced when Jaehyun reminded them that no matter what pain they felt, they would not die here anyway. But he immediately realized that they most likely misunderstood him. Soon, the hero picked up a blue glowing ball and reported that he found it. Then he looked at the wall in front of him, and the system reported that they had found a hidden level, and now a special task was available to them. The girls looked at the wall with apprehension. The guy looked calm, he was waiting for the task to defeat the main boss of the hidden level and return. Frowning slightly, the magician thought that ordinary students did not even know about the existence of hidden levels. But even if they were lucky enough to find out, they still wouldn't be able to find them. Chain knew that, so he thought this place was the safest. The regressor smirked, reminding himself that he was different. He had seen all the tricks of this dungeon, and the director was probably so surprised that he was glued to the screen. Confidently pointing his finger at the wall behind him, the team leader asked if the viewers thought there was something unusual here, while the chat began to discuss, and no one could understand why everyone else was still having fun on the second floor. Raising his eyebrows, the hero thought he knew how to summon the main boss, but he wanted something new, so he had to try a little. Yujung, pretending to be a naive child, asked what it was. And the guy smiled. His friend asked a good question. Gina looked surprised, having guessed about it. And looking at the line stump in the center, she assumed that this was an altar. And the depression in the center seemed familiar, and Sonu agreed with him. Everyone looked at the leader. He offered to think about it with a wide grin, and asked if they had anything suitable. The sorceress's eyes widened. The shape of the depression gave her an idea. A ball appeared in the palm of her friend's hand before the girl's eyes. Handing them the golem core, Jaehyun asked if she thought it would work. Raising an eyebrow, the redhead said that if it didn't work, it would hardly have such a perfect shape. Getting ready to lower the ball onto the altar, announcing the beginning. The core sank into the depression. After which it began to glow, and all the lines on the platform began to burn. Shuddering, the leader ordered everyone to step back. Fiery wings appeared from the altar, and a fiery dragon appeared, which the system identified as a hidden boss, and now the task was to survive and win the heart of the dragon for a generous reward. A thick tail formed from the flames. The monster opened its mouth with sharp fangs. And having appeared completely, it roared menacingly, and the commentators began a heated discussion of what was happening, wondering if the streamers would be able to cope with it, and whether it was normal to put such a monster in an artificial dungeon for students. Laughing into his fist, Jaehyun realized that he had assumed correctly, that the reaction was sharply negative. It was annoying that the dragon's physical attacks rarely worked on him, but he could freely attack him. True, Gina and Sunwoo panicked. They shouted what the hell a dragon was in such a place, and whether this was normal at all. Yujung glanced at them gloomily. Exhaling tiredly, the girl thought that their acting skills were terrible. I wonder how they lied to their parents in middle school when their pocket money quickly ran out. Then she opened her eyes. Pretending sincere horror, Yujung screamed for the guys to leave quickly. Looking back at his friend, the hero thought that she seemed to be doing well. Yes, her talent had manifested itself at the wrong time and in the wrong place. But it was time to act. Smiling, the hero decided to start the fun, and a green light lit up around him. The system reported that the connection state in the subspace was unstable, and the dragon escaped. At this time, the director really did not leave the screen. Looking at what was happening in horror, the man thought that they were going to conduct these midterms calmly. What went wrong? Because he just wanted to dispel the bad opinion of himself in society. The instructor watched tensely as the boss yelled curses at Jaehyun, who again interfered with the subspace formula. Hajiun looked at Chain in panic, trying to convince him that a simple student could not change the subspace. Turning around, the man said that there was no one else. Gritting his teeth, the director muttered that he was sure that he did it. The instructor swallowed, reminding himself that if this man stayed in his position, he wouldn't have to worry about his career advancement. Pressing his palm to his chest, the boy asked the director not to worry, it couldn't get any worse. But the director didn't turn around, only saying that he should be glad that this was just an obnoxious boy. Hajiun was confused. Smiling grimly, Chain said that if the boy's goal was just to collect items, then it was no problem at all. Glancing at the dragon on the screen, the man added that he would rather give the academy to his assistant than tarnish its honor. Drumming his fingers on the table, the director thought that if the boy just wanted to clear the dungeon, he could minimize his guilt. If he wanted something else, then there was no need to worry about that either. After all, the dragon had escaped. Perhaps the control established over it was very weak. Smiling, Chain assumed that Jaehyun would now want to quickly deal with the fire dragon. But then his face stretched in surprise. He saw on the screen that the hated youth was trying to revive his friend. The pupils in the director's eyes collapsed to dots when he realized that the student was injured. Bleeding, Yujung muttered that she was fine, and the guys helped her up, intending to move with special care. While Sunwoo cursed that the bleeding was too severe, the subspace defense system was broken, and how this was even allowed. Chain's face expressed extreme panic. Because everything was going wrong, something had to be done, otherwise this would definitely be the end of him. The screen went static, and viewers in the chat began to express concern for the teenagers. Because everything was becoming much more dangerous. With a panicked face, the instructor asked what they should do. The man slammed his fist, scolding the little brat, not understanding how he dared. At this time, the screen displayed hundreds of chat messages. Grinning, the young man wondered how things were with Chain. He already felt how his lies and instigation were crumbling. While the chat was scolding the director for no reason, the hero checked with his friend through the chat if she was really okay. Glancing at the leader, Yujin replied that it was natural. Or did he believe her acting that much? The hero smiled. And although the girl pressed her palm to her bloody side, in fact, she repelled the dragon's attack, and then, thanks to the bleeding magic, made them believe in the seriousness of her wounds, and was so good at acting that it was even embarrassing. He looked down. It was all so familiar. Jaehyun remembered how in his past life this brave girl died in his arms. The young man almost fell over when he heard the girl's reasoning through the same chat that maybe she should have gone into acting, although it would probably be difficult. Such a star had disappeared. With a nervous smile, the hero answered that she should soberly assess her capabilities, because it was very difficult to control facial expressions. The magician tried not to show his face, while Yujung asked what he was laughing about, and he answered that he would return to the goal, and let him watch the guys so that they did not cause problems. Looking up at the monster, the hero figured that if he tried, he could deal with it in 1 minute, but then it would not be fun. At this time, the dragon roared, emitting flames. With his paws, he brought down the rock closest to him. The guy barely managed to jump back from the falling stones. The enemy was approaching, and something had to be done. The light of mana embraced Jaehyun's hand when he summoned a weapon from it. Looking forward, the young man told himself that he needed to concentrate. A sparkling portal opened behind him, from which he pulled out the handle of the blade. A wide claymore appeared, and while the magician was strengthening it, the Chad immediately recognized this sword. The hero looked at his opponent and mentally addressed him that the life of a lizard is so short. The dragon breathed out flame. The protagonist used magic. He activated a skill that imitated the effect of the Baltung sword and the dragon slayer, causing a blade to appear in his hands. Jaehyun attacked the dragon with powerful blows. The monster tried to counterattack with its tail. The attack almost hit Sun, but the blonde managed to reflect the attack with his shield. He squinted from the tension. Straightening up, the group leader remembered that the enemy had only 2 weaknesses. He remembered how he read a book in the library. Hansen then tore his gaze from the textbook and asked why the drake's weak spot was a mole on his heel. Ina looked at her classmate and called it strange. Then Yujung simply hit him on the head and said that now is not the time to talk, let them not think about it, just memorize. Then the young man himself laughed, not understanding why they were interested in such things. The mage sent a stream of mana along the blade, after which he rushed at the drake. In response, he began to breathe out flames. The young man exhaled tiredly, after which he jumped high. He swung his sword, carefully looking at the enemy's heels, deciding that it was high time for the finale. With the help of the ring, the hero activated the overdrive skill, which increased the power of all skills by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. The guy landed on his feet. Looking carefully ahead, Jengian activated the Ice Kingdom, causing ice to fly in all directions. While the fiery dungeon froze, viewers in the chat could not believe that the student used an A-class skill. The young man's eye lit up. He exhaled, preparing the final blow. The frozen dragon began to crack. The others gaped. The mage leaned on his sword and read the notifications about defeating a hidden boss and receiving a special reward. Laughing into his palm, he silently hoped that the director liked it. At that moment in the office, Chain was furious, and when the instructor began to justify himself that it was not that, and he did not even intend to do this, he clarified if he did not want to say that he himself did it on purpose, but he shouted that no, it was simply not his fault. The man slapped his palm on the table. Looking in front of him in confusion, the director realized that no one believed him. He was in deep shit, and nothing like this had ever happened before. Without looking at the assistant, Chain asked if he had stopped the reporters. Hajuan showed his phone and said in a trembling voice that he tried to contact the reporters, but they all refused the offer, saying that they no longer trusted the Milice Academy, and he himself thought that someone did it on purpose. The director glared at the boy and attacked him with magic. The instructor was thrown against the wall. The man's gaze was full of madness. He screamed the name of the hated student. There was no way he could have pulled this off alone. There was clearly someone behind him and that someone was helping him. Chain's face expressed sudden realization. He muttered that this couldn't be. At that moment, the secretary burst into the office, shouting at the director that they were in trouble. The man looked at him in horror. He handed over an envelope and said that they had received an official letter from the Lotus Guild. The director snatched the envelope from the boy's hands. His gaze was filled with even more horror when he heard that it was sent by the CEO of Xianian herself. In his hands, Chain held an official document about disciplinary measures against Milice Academy and his own arrest. He began to frantically flip through it. The director wrote that the incident that happened today during the second practical exam at Milice Academy was very serious. To sum it all up, the following could be stated. At the moment when the students' lives were at risk, Director Chain disappointed everyone again, just like during the events of the guild experiment. The man couldn't believe his eyes as he continued reading that he had not kept his word and had once again put the lives of young students at risk, and had also been caught bribing politicians to satisfy his own interests. For violating the 17 provisions of the Raider Law, Chain should be taken into custody. In addition, the authenticity of this official document was directly confirmed by the Lotus Guild and Director Xianan. Clutching the paper, the director shouted that the Lotus Guild had no right. Only the Raider Control Center could issue a warrant. And then his face changed when he read that 29 guilds in Korea, including the 4 main ones, were among those who agreed to the disciplinary measures of the Milice Academy and Chain's punishment. This decision was directly approved by the National Raider Control Center and was not subject to appeal. Sweat ran down the principal's face, realizing that even the Raider Control Center, although he made sure that the management did not know, everything went wrong at once, which meant that there was a rat among them. At that moment, the doors opened and several people walked in. Chain looked at them with despair as they announced that he was arrested for bribery and violating the laws on raiders. A crowd of reporters gathered around the academy, and while Jaehyun walked, supporting his friend, they tried to find out more details. Smiling, the young man realized that the teacher seemed to have succeeded in her task. Then someone shoved a microphone under his nose, begging him to answer just one question. The reporter asked that during the live broadcast, he spoke negatively about Principal Chain, Did he know anything then? But the hero interrupted him by declaring that, according to the Milice Academy's confidentiality regulations, he had no right to answer their questions. The journalist's face expressed surprise for a moment. But glancing sideways at the boy, the mage noted that this was already the third time. And heading away, he added that it was about his friends being in danger. The crowd began to exchange glances. The reporters pounced on the boy, demanding to know what he meant and whether it was related to the incident at the guild experience. Frowning, Jae-hyun reminded them that his girlfriend was injured and demanded that they step aside. The reporters looked at him in confusion. An ambulance was already waiting at the entrance, and the young man thought that it was good that Sunun decided to help with the treatment. If other doctors had examined her, the deception would have surfaced. But suddenly the mage turned around and said that he wanted them to remember something. The raider's gaze was cold as he added that this time it was definitely not a coincidence. The crowd looked at the guy in shock. Then the arrested director appeared, who was just being led away by the authorities. Chain looked confusedly ahead. An egg flew at his head. Someone from the crowd shouted for the villain to confess immediately. Soon, eggs were flying at him from all sides. The crowd shouted for the villain to get out of here. Chain pulled his head into his shoulders from another hit. And looking at the screaming hero assumed that the director thought that it was all an accident. Watching as Yoo-jung was carried into the car, he mentally added that or the villain was just unlucky. He looked back. A triumphant smile appeared on Jae-hyun's face, because of course, this was not an accident. Soon everyone was already gathered in the ambulance. Yoo-jung sneezed. After which a scream was heard from the car. The girl sat down and told her friend that he was certainly not an actor, and he asked if everything was really that bad. While the boy was scratching his head in confusion, his girlfriend began to make excuses, and everyone else laughed. The Lotus leader smiled and scolded the group leader that the incident with the guild experience ended well. But what was he even thinking about this time? The hero looked at the mentor when she added that one mistake and he would have been caught. The raider clasped his fingers and explained that thanks to the guild experience, he understood something. The guys began to smile when they heard from their friend that although his own safety was important, saving people's lives was more important. Lowering his head, the guy thought that of course this was a superficial reason, because Chain would return sooner or later, since he was connected with Asami. Yoo-jung asked with a grin what was wrong with him. Maybe he ate something bad, and he asked her to shut up. Sunun smiled, watching the teenagers, and thought that her student was still a child after all. Jae-hyun looked up at the girl when she announced that there would be a press conference in 3 days. And with a sly smile, the woman added that everything would be decided there, what fate awaited the former director. At this time, in the Raider Control Center, Jisuk clenched his fists triumphantly, muttering that Chan's fall was already close. Then he folded his arms over his chest and asked his assistant what was going on with Agent Jean. The assistant extended his palm and replied that she would join them soon, and the boss was glad that everything was going smoothly. Putting the phone to his ear, the man asked if his interlocutor wanted him to prepare in advance for the arrest of the former director, and he was told that this was exactly the case, and the Lotus Guild would take care of the rest. Jisuk glanced at the phone and reminded him of his request, and he was asked not to worry. He prepared the dough. Standing in the middle of his office, the boss said goodbye. Putting the phone down, he sighed in relief. After which he looked at the monitor, which stated that the reason for the arrest was corruption and embezzlement of funds from the academy. 3 days later, the press conference of the Lotus Guild began. Jae-hyun looked into the hall, and immediately turned around, hearing the question of whether he was worried. Sunun approached him. Looking at the mentor, the young man admitted that he simply could not stand crowds of people. After which he closed his eyes, exhaled and thought that perhaps it was possible to say that it was all over. The hero looked at his palm and clenched it into a fist, mentally adding that the Milice Academy would temporarily pass into his hands. And he also reminded himself that he made a deal with the Raider Control Center, and in the future he would not be limited by anything. At this time, the woman put her hand on the mage's shoulder and said that the time had come. And standing in the doorway, she suggested that they go. The crowd of journalists buzzed. And immediately someone exclaimed that they were coming. And under the flashes of cameras, the faction representatives went inside. The head of the Raider Control Department was gloomy. The Lotus Lady took the microphone, greeted everyone and thanked them for coming to the press conference of the Lotus Guild and the Raider Control Center, and introduced herself. Jisuk also said his name and position, and said that it was nice to meet you. The protagonist introduced himself last. The cameras clicked again. The reporters looked tense, because they had the opportunity to write an article about the person who first signed a partnership with the Lotus Guild, that a student with not only A-class but also S-class skills was a worldwide sensation, and rumors that Sunun personally trained Jae-hyun fueled interest. And the young man himself looked gloomily at the reporters, and thought that they just came to gawk at him. The guild leader closed her eyes and suggested that they move on to questions, and if they wanted to ask, they should raise their hand and follow Manager Songwoo's instructions. The first reporter raised her hand and asked if it was true that the former director of the academy, Chain, had intentionally killed students and disguised them as accidents. Songwoo nodded, admitting that it was true, and besides, they had solid evidence for these cases. The hero smirked at this time, and thought that even if they had to brainwash Instructor Isu to get the information they needed, he was not going to deny it. At the same time, the girl continued that, for their information, this was not the first time the former director had committed crimes. He had pulled off similar cases dozens of times to this day. A huge amount of money was allocated to support the Milice Academy every year, and it was assumed that this was the motive, but there were other possible options that could not be denied. Another reporter raised his hand and asked who else was involved in the corrupt activities besides Chang. The woman looked down and said that an investigation was currently underway. The people present began to whisper. The guild leader looked at them, noticing that they were only asking questions about the incident, and asked if there were any others. A blonde girl immediately raised her hand and asked Jaehyun if it was true that he was Sunyeon's student. He smiled and declared that it was true. While the reporters exchanged glances, the young man said that he had achieved a lot thanks to the principal's lessons and was only here now thanks to her. Another journalist immediately asked the hero that until now he had not been able to find a single article about him in the media, whether he had hidden his abilities from the very beginning, and he replied that he simply did not like to attract unnecessary attention to himself. The same guy asked when exactly he signed a contract with the Lotus Guild. Raising an eyebrow, the raider replied that it was only recently and thought that he was just lucky. And then the cameras started clicking again, and Jaehyun was bombarded with questions about his training, family, and personal life. A shadow fell on the young man's face. Frowning, he reminded himself not to get lost, because in the future, there would be even more media attention. The guild leader raised her hand and asked him to refrain from asking too many questions to her student. Then she looked at him with a smile. He responded with a grateful look. A few days later, the inauguration ceremony of the interim director began. Yoo-jung put her hands behind her head and admitted that so much had happened, to which Han-sung was glad that everyone was safe. In-won knitted her eyebrows and admitted that if they had gotten hurt, she would have been angry. Turning to his friends, Jaehyun reminded them that this was not the end. The brunette nodded. She knew that Chain would not give up so easily. Yoo-jung glanced at her friend and said that for now they would become stronger, and the Lotus Guild and the Raider Control Center had agreed to help them. Hansen clenched his fist and promised to become stronger too. The others turned to look at the guy when he said that after the guild experience, he realized that he was weak. Inu adjusted her collar and agreed with him. She also lacked a lot. The redhead glanced at her friend and thought that she would hardly be able to make up for lost time, but she was not going to lag behind. But the leader of the group looked away, thinking that it would be nice if they became stronger, since he did not intend to involve them in future incidents. Because this was something he had to do himself, he would have to become stronger and face these aces. The hero clenched his fist. At this time, the spotlights illuminated the figure of a woman on the stage. The students whispered excitedly. Yoo-jung's eyes widened and asked why the instructor came out from there. The young man smiled and replied that it was her, but the girl did not understand anything. Grinning, the hero said the name of Instructor Jean. The named one came to the podium, because now she was the new director of the academy. Ji-yeon, clenching her fist, stood in front of the stand with a microphone. Jaehyun, smiling, said out loud that she was the new director. Gina and Yoo-jung, with their mouths open, looked ahead in surprise. Hansen, with her eyes wide open, also looked somewhere straight ahead. Still standing next to the guy in surprise, the girl could not believe what she was seeing, because that woman was very young for a director. The magician, continuing to smile, looked away somewhere to the side, answered the previously asked question that she was the new magic instructor. While he was saying the last phrase, that she was a spy from the Raid Control Center, the girl took a step forward from the stand. 3 people were sitting in the Raid Control Center. Sun-eun, with her hands folded on her knees, sat opposite the man, asking who he was going to appoint as the new director. He smiled when he heard the question asked. Jiziak, still smiling, folded his hands on his legs, telling her not to worry, because he already had someone in mind. Turning around somewhere behind him, he asked the man to call the one they were talking about. The girl took a few steps into the room. The protagonist stared at the man who was entering in surprise. With her hand on the door handle, Ji-yeon was standing in the doorway. The young man, standing in the middle of the other students, crossed his arms over his chest. Frowning, he looked away again, thinking that if Lotus were to start controlling the academy, it would definitely cause a negative reaction. Looking at the girl standing behind the podium, he continued to think that it would be better for him if she did all the dirty work. The student, standing behind the dark-haired man in surprise, said that becoming a director at 20 years old was impressive. The crossed-out photos of the instructors appeared, with the thoughts in the background that she was the only one left, since she was from the center. The instructor put her hand on the microphone standing on the stand. The people standing in the hall heard a greeting from the new director. Looking straight at the audience, she said her name, adding that she would be acting as the acting director and hoped for understanding. The door of the building was visible, behind which the light was on. A smiling girl with a microphone stood near the screen with the score 89. The protagonist tiredly looked somewhere ahead. Looking at the people nearby, he did not understand why he was here. Sitting on the couch, he looked at his classmates in surprise, thinking that he hoped to rest. A few hours ago, someone was pounding on the door. Adjusting his jacket, the hero shouted to the person behind the door to wait, since he was getting dressed. The young man took hold of the door handle. Yujung, Aina and Hone were standing in front of the door. The blonde stood in front of the guy, angry, saying that they had agreed to go to karaoke after exams. The guy, raising his fist with his thumb out, smiling, added that he had booked a room at the best karaoke bar in the area. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist looked at his friends in surprise, asking if they were going now. The young man sat sadly among the guys at the karaoke bar. Frowning, he looked ahead, not understanding how he ended up here. The next moment, getting up from the comfortable sofa with a microphone in his hands, he said that since he was here, he should demonstrate his skills for the first time in a long time. The magician, bringing the microphone to his lips, began to sing a song that began with the words "late at night if you don't mind." Horrified by the singing, the students silently stared at the singer. While Jaehyun was saying the next words of the song into the microphone, conversations were heard in the background about how he should be banned from entering the karaoke bar. Laughing, hearing the girls phrase that their friend, it turns out, is also human, Hone replied that no one is perfect, but the world is still worth living in. Tired, the young man rubbed his head with the back of his hand, standing next to the screen with the number 10. The two friends, breathing a sigh of relief after singing, thought to themselves that they would never make him sing again. Holding the microphone in his hand, the main character moved towards the sofa, asking who would be the next to sing. He passed the microphone to the girl's hand, saying the word "hold." The guy caught the microphone falling from Ayane's hands, asking what was wrong with her, because she was kind of absent-minded. He looked at her palm. Embarrassed, the student clenched her other hand into a fist. Hearing the question of whether she was sick, the student squeezed the microphone tighter in her hands, answering that she was fine. A white projector screen was visible. Holding the microphone tightly in both hands, she added that she was very awkward, so she shouldn't expect too much from her. Smiling, Yujung pointed her finger at the guy sitting behind her, saying that she would be better than him in any case. With her head slightly lowered, the dark-haired girl stood with a sad face, while she heard the guys squabbling in the background. Sitting on the couch, the guy thought that it was interesting how she sang and he would applaud even if everything was bad. With her head lowered, the schoolgirl closed her eyes, starting to sing. Surprised, the protagonist opened his mouth slightly looking at the singer, not understanding why she sang so well. An empty city street. Munin, adjusting his cap on his head, walked down the street. A black cat was sitting on the roof of a tall building. The hero turned around at the sound he heard. There was no one on the roof of the tall building anymore. The fair-haired guy slightly narrowed his eyes. Silently, he continued walking forward. Taking a couple more steps, he walked further and further. Some strange building was visible. Pulling his cap down over his forehead, he wondered if someone dared to follow Heimdall. Taking off his cap completely, smiling, he said stop hiding and for the person to show himself. Suddenly, Hela appeared out of nowhere, answering that it was rude, because she was not following. Smiling, she added that she just wanted to say hello. The man frowned slightly. Putting his hands in his pocket, he stood not far from the girl, saying that this time she had started something very interesting. Smiling, she looked intently at the interlocutor, answering that not only one and the Acer are capable of this. Frowning, the guy smiled, asking if she still hadn't abandoned the meaningless hope. Memories of how the main character offered his hand to a small tree with lights. Smiling slightly, Hela answered who knows. Laughing, the divine being rubbed his hair with his hand. Opening his eyes, he immediately asked her with the same smile if she really thought that a human could destroy the Acer. Taking a couple of steps forward, without giving her a chance to answer, he added that it sounded like nonsense. The girl blocked the man's path with her hand. Frowning, he opened his mouth, telling her to go away. Closing her eyes, she replied that if the hero was going to meet the enemy of the prophecy, then she could not let him go. Enraged by what he heard, he asked if she wanted to die. Looking intently at him, the creature answered that he would not be able to fully use his powers in Midgard anyway. Extending her fingers with long claws, she also added that she had an advantage. Slightly mocking what he heard, the gatekeeper said that if he was going to kill him, then she herself should prepare for death. Raising her eyebrows upward, Hela smiled and replied that she was not here for that now, because she had a slightly different role, because she just wanted to buy time for a little rest. Aina was holding a microphone and singing. The protagonist listened to his friend singing with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, she stopped. Turning around to look at her friend, the student asked them what they thought of her singing. Opening her mouth wide, Yujung asked her where she learned to sing like that, while Hone said that he couldn't believe that their friend hid such a miracle from them. The protagonist, opening his mouth slightly, asked if the girl had taken vocal lessons. Looking at him, she answered negatively. The door to the karaoke appeared. Yujung, opening her eyes wide, told her friend that she was incredibly talented. Tilting her head slightly, she asked if her singing was strange. All three friends, sitting on the couch, said at once that this was not the case at all. Raising the microphone, the student said that Aina sang better than everyone else, then Hon asked her to sing a song. The girl's eyes widened. Suddenly, her face turned red with embarrassment. Smiling, she thanked them and explained that this was the second time in her life that she sang for someone. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, looked somewhere. His gaze was fixed on his comrades. Raising his head, the guy realized how calm everything had become. Closing his eyes, he also realized that such a respite sometimes really helps. Jaehyun's house appeared. Putting something on the table, the young man explained that it was a gift. The mother looked down at this thing. Picking it up, she did not understand what the occasion was for such a gift, because it was extremely unexpected for her. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Looking at the document, she asked if this thing was a savings book. Smiling, the guy answered affirmatively and added that it was for pocket expenses. Looking at the object, she understood that her son had already grown up. Unfolding the sheet of paper, the woman thought that a person of such an age should enjoy life, and the son still thinks about his mother. Suddenly, her mouth fell open in surprise. Looking up, she asked if it was true that the young man had managed to earn so much. Nodding, the guy explained that it was all for her now. Looking at her, he realized that he had finally managed to say everything he had dreamed of before. Imagining his mother, he remembered that he wanted to hug her and show her everything that her son had achieved, but he was always busy and could not take care of her. The guy clenched his fist. Remembering his transition to the past, the young man remembered that he had changed a lot since then and made it his goal to protect his friends and family. An image of Odin also appeared, and the thought that he also needed to be killed and put an end to all this, because he could not be allowed to take away the life that he had only been able to return. Rising from his chair, the hero asked his mother not to worry about money and just live in peace. Suddenly, she also stood up from her chair. Her hands reached out to the guy. She hugged him. The mother lowered her head and said that it was probably hard for her son to achieve all this. A smile appeared on the boy's face. Standing in front of his mother, he answered affirmatively. Opening her mouth, the woman explained that his mother knew everything. The hero stood with her, smiling. Suddenly, tears began to flow from his eyes. A door appeared, from behind which a knock was heard. Wiping away his tears, the boy said that he would go and open it. Opening it, he inquired about who had come here. Aina stood in front of him. Adjusting her hair, she greeted the boy. Opening her mouth, the protagonist looked at her. Suddenly, Yujung approached her and said that most likely the boy did not even understand how Aina found out his address. Looking at them, the boy asked them about what had happened this time. Raising her finger, her friend explained that there would be a barbecue at her house today and invited her friend to join in, since he was also invited. With his mouth slightly open, the young man asked if her parents were returning to Korea. Smiling, she answered affirmatively and added that her mother always asks to call the hero and thank her, and the young man noted that she is usually indebted to him. Aina, with her mouth slightly open, listened to her friend's question about since when she was indebted to the guy, because she was indebted only to his mother. Raising his hand to his face, the hero thought about whether this was the right moment, because 2 months had already passed since entering the academy, and too much had happened. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man listened to the girl's request that he come if he had the opportunity, because her parents would also be glad to see him after a long time. With his mouth slightly open, the protagonist accepted the invitation, and then his friend asked him to come at 6 o'clock in the evening. Turning around, he said goodbye to them. With his mouth slightly open, Aina asked if the hero had cried. Looking at his sleeve, the young man answered negatively and explained that he had most likely just gotten it wet while washing the dishes. The girl lowered her gaze. They looked at each other in silence. Standing in front of her, the guy said goodbye again. He looked after them. Raising his hand, Jaehyun realized that Aina was extremely attentive. His friend's apartment appeared. Looking around, the guy realized that she was definitely from a rich family. Aina, getting up from the sofa, greeted him. Approaching her, the young man noted that he would like to know something. Looking at her, he asked why she came, because did Young really make her? Holding her hand, she explained that she simply had nowhere to go. Looking at his friend, Jaehyun apologized. The girl turned away when the guy remembered that Aina did not have a family right now. Opening her mouth, Young told her father that he should move the meat. Grinning, the young man realized that this was why his friend brought her here, and that she could be sensitive. Suddenly, he turned around when someone called out to him, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Yujung's father was standing behind him. His mother, peeking out from the kitchen, asked if it was Jaehyun. The boy greeted them with a slight bow of his head. Looking at them, the young man remembered that in his past life, they took care of him on the day he lost his mother. Suddenly, the man grabbed the boy in a hold. Grinning, he said that he seemed to have grown up. Closing his eyes, the young man realized that this hold was a family thing. Pushing the hero with his elbow, the man also asked if his daughter was bothering him, because when the protagonist was little, he was constantly beaten, and he told his uncle about it. Rubbing his head, the boy explained that it was such a long time ago. Suddenly, the girlfriend stepped on her father's foot. Frowning, she asked her father to bring the groceries. Looking at her, he also noted that she would definitely not get married anytime soon. Once again nudging the young man with his elbow, the man asked if the guy wanted to marry Yujung. Suddenly, her face turned red with embarrassment. Aina also looked in their direction. Opening her mouth, the hero asked again. Closing her eyes, the girl listened to her father's words about how, although she was difficult to bear, she had a kind heart and a great mind. Suddenly, she grabbed her father and ordered him to quickly bring the meat, and also asked the guy to help him. Gritting his teeth, the father said something about her character. The hero, smiling awkwardly, watched what was happening. A table on the terrace appeared. There was already food on the plates. Looking at the plate, the young man noted that their grilled meat was, as always, beyond all praise. Holding the tongs in his hands, the man explained that he used to be a chef and asked everyone to start eating. While putting food to her mouth, Yuyung said that she wanted to see Hoyoung and Jae-sang here. Sitting at the table, the protagonist explained that they were all very busy and there was nothing they could do about it, so next time they would definitely have to all get together. As he approached the table, the man noted that Jaehyun had surprised him greatly, but he did not understand what he was talking about. Sitting down on a chair, he explained that he meant how he had helped Yuyung during the exam and also thanked him. Smiling, the guy replied that it was nothing special. Looking away, he remembered that it was just an act, because of which he now even felt a little ashamed. The girl put a piece of food in her mouth. Suddenly, she smiled. The hero, looking at her, also smiled. The woman looked at the guy and said that she was glad to see him, and added that she was very surprised when he decided to study magic, because she even thought that it was because he did not want to part with Yujung. Looking to the side, Aina listened to the hero's words of gratitude. Smiling, the woman also noted that the young man was becoming more attractive every day. Looking at her daughter, she said that she should find a guy like Jaehyun, while Yujung asked her mother to stop talking about it and just start eating the meat, because it was already getting cold. Aina put the chopsticks on the table. The hero noticed this. Looking down, his friend was sitting at the table. Opening her mouth, the young man asked her what happened, and she replied that she was fine. Covering his mouth, he wondered if it seemed to him for a second that her expression had changed. Yujung was putting something on her friend's plate when the boy thought that he was probably just imagining it. Some apartments appeared and someone asked what the boy was doing. The old man raised his hands and asked if his son had really taken pity on the dying students and decided to help. Hoyoung looked down, listening to his father's words. Gritting his teeth, the man knew that if he had hesitated even a little, he would have been arrested along with Chaeyoung. Opening his eyes wider, he shouted at his son that he was simply a disgrace. Opening his mouth, the boy called out to his father, but his father told him to shut up. Pointing his finger at him, the old man explained that he had to become the best raider in Korea, because the others were simply not his equal. His eyes turned red. Pointing his finger at the boy, the father continued shouting that Jaehyun was simply an obstacle in his way. Opening his mouth, the boy asked his father to stop. Suddenly, he stopped. Frowning, the fighter realized that no matter how many times he tried to convince him, it was all in vain, because his father always told him to just walk over heads. He imagined many hands reaching out to him. Suddenly, the boy turned around. Behind him, he saw the images of his comrades. The young man clenched his fist tightly. Looking at his father, Hon explained that he was not going to live by his father's instructions. Opening his mouth, he said that this was his life after all. Grabbing his son by the shoulder, the old man asked if he even knew what he was talking about. The boy removed his hand from his shoulder. Looking at him, he asked his father to live his life. The young man turned around while the old man tried to call out to him. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. The boy stood alone in the middle of the kitchen. Frowning, the young man realized that he did not want to defeat Jaehyun using cowardly tricks. Walking deeper into the room, he decided to do everything possible to make their fight completely fair. Yuyoung's house came into view. The hero, smiling, noted that her parents got along very well. Looking at his watch, he added that they had gone to a late-night movie together. Raising her hand, the girl answered affirmatively and added that, despite the fact that they had been married for a long time, they acted like newlyweds. Getting up from the couch, the guy said that it was time for him to go, and his girlfriend asked if he was really leaving already. Looking at her, the protagonist explained that it was already midnight, and her girlfriend asked him since when he had been acting like this, because couldn't he just sit there a little longer? The young man looked at her without saying anything. Rubbing the back of his head, he asked if her father would be angry. Opening his mouth wider, she asked again. Looking up, the hero explained that he was staying for a long time when her parents were not around and wouldn't they scold him for it. The girl smirked and explained that he simply didn't have to do anything that would get him punished. She looked at Aina and asked her about her opinion. She raised her head and answered affirmatively. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that in that case he would stay until exactly midnight, and then his friend noted that he was extremely heartless, because even Aina was here. The girl looked down again. Looking at Yujung, she said that she had a question and asked for permission to answer it. They both stared at her, as she asked if they were a couple. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, tried to understand what she was talking about. She stared at him. Covering his face with his hand, the guy explained that it was all just a misunderstanding and asked why her friend thought that. Blushing, Yujung screamed that she would never date him. Looking at them, Aina explained that they were just very close and got along with their parents. They looked at each other and asked again. Yujung, with her mouth slightly open, said that they just had a good relationship, but not in a romantic way. Aina opened her mouth slightly. Looking away, she apologized for asking. Looking at his phone, the young man noted that it was already midnight. Getting up, he said that it was time for him to go. Waving his hand to his friend, the young man said goodbye to her. The dark night sky was visible. The guy was walking down one of the streets. Suddenly, someone started to fall down on the sidewalk. Turning around, the hero asked her what had happened. Smiling, Hella noted that he apparently wasn't even surprised and asked if he knew about her arrival. Standing in front of her, Jaehyun explained that last time he had felt a huge amount of magical power that clearly didn't belong to a human. Opening her mouth, she noted that in this case, the conversation would be quick. The hero looked down, listening to her words about how he needed to pass the second test as soon as possible, because it couldn't be postponed any longer, since Odin had begun to act. Deities were sitting on 3 thrones. Odin frowned and said that it was very annoying for him. 3 were sitting opposite him, and he said that they still hadn't heard from Heimdall. Thor smiled and replied that the man was too worried about him, because, according to the oracle's prediction, he was just a human. The other god looked straight ahead and said that he too thought that man could do nothing against a god. He imagined a huge serpent next to the prisoner. Odin's right eye was covered with a bandage. He said that the oracle was never wrong. The fair-haired deity looked forward silently. The woman touched her cheek and asked if Odin was really afraid that man could pose a threat to him. The man looked down. He opened his mouth and answered that men were creatures that were constantly evolving and growing, at least those he had seen. He imagined a bloody face and said that the weak constantly used knowledge. The god touched his right eye and said that right now they could not defeat their enemy, and the power of prophecy could protect him for 10 years. The dark-haired god looked closely at Odin, who said that during this time the problem could greatly increase. They could not exclude such a possibility. The woman smiled and agreed that this was the reason Heimdall was sent there, as he would be enough to deal with the enemy without even using up his spiritual power. The god imagined Jaehyun's face and said that the power of prophecy, which protects the enemy of the Aesir, was quickly weakening. Another deity approached him and said that there was no need to wait 10 years. The woman smiled and added that they could kill the protagonist with their own hands. Odin's eyes shone brightly and he replied that they had to calculate everything because fate had never predicted their victory. The night sky was above the city. The protagonist stood next to Hela, saying that the power that protects him from the Aesir, or the power of prophecy, was fading. He touched her face and asked if he had understood correctly. The goddess closed her eyes and confirmed it. The magician looked at her seriously and asked what next. He imagined Sono's face and said that before he returned to the past, when he was 27 years old, that scoundrel ordered his murder from Yumin. The young man raised 2 fingers, smiling madly. The girl stood in front of him, while Jaehyun asked why the power of prophecy was weakening in this life. Hela looked straight at him and answered that it took a lot of power of prophecy to travel to this time. She imagined the silhouette of the young man and added that even gods cannot defy time without consequences, and it was surprising that the power of prophecy still provided protection. The goddess raised her hands and said that someone would pay a high price for this. Suddenly, a message appeared in the background of the static. The boy narrowed his eyes, hearing a strange voice. He put his hand on his head and said that he did not understand what the voice was saying, but he was almost out of time and in order to become stronger, he must pass the second test. The goddess closed her eyes and noted that the protagonist quickly understood what was happening. She extended her hand to the side and suggested that they talk about it later. They stood in the middle of the street, and Hela said that the protagonist would have to pass the test. The room was bright. The protagonist furrowed his brows in shock when he heard the name Heimdall. He imagined the man with white hair and asked if the goddess meant the god who could see the future. She smiled and replied that the boy was well aware. She was sitting on a blue ball, and the mage replied that he had studied all of it. He looked at the girl and suggested that if the enemy had already come to Midgard, then they did not have time for the test. She smiled and told him not to worry because she had taken care of the time. The god closed his eyes. He was in the dark, asking how the girl dared to send him to such a place. Hela looked straight ahead and explained that she had used much more power because of that. Jaehyun folded his arms and asked where the test would be held. The goddess smiled and said that he asked that question just in time, when suddenly a voice was heard from the TV screen. The raider walked past the crowd as the voice said that the 11th attack of the Great Rookins had failed, and it was a long-awaited event in which Balak from the European Union personally participated, But this time the conquest failed because the first gate, called qualification, could not be cleared. Veins appeared on the warrior's face when the TV presenter said that the association could not guarantee the success of the next disease. Hela smiled. She imagined the Northern Lights and said that Iceland occupies an important place in mythology, and there, among the great ruins, giants are hidden. The magician opened his mouth, thinking about this place. The girl with a slight smile said that from the very beginning the great ruins were created for this, and in order to turn the enemy of the prophecy into a being capable of confronting Odin again, a carefully calculated space. The protagonist looked to the side and asked what she meant. Hela opened her eyes of different colors wide. Sitting on a blue ball, she asked why she suddenly said that. Then she smiled and added that without qualifications, even Jaehyun wouldn't be able to enter anyway. The boy frowned, asking about qualifications. The goddess smiled and explained that only her interlocutor could enter now, and that would open the way to the great ruins. The blonde man was sitting in front of the TV, from which it was heard that the conquest had failed this time. The man's face was distorted with rage. He slammed his fist on the chair and began cursing these ruins. Balak turned around and asked if the magicians were really conducting the investigation properly. The girl put her hand in her pocket. She frowned and replied that she and her partner had already talked about this, and that doubting others was bad, so she shouldn't rush to conclusions. She raised her hand to her face and added that these were the only great ruins in the entire world, so she also wanted to participate somehow. The man covered his face with his hand and asked if she needed to prove her qualifications if she just wanted to enter. Camilla crossed her arms and suggested that there must be some kind of key. Balak gritted his teeth and his eyes widened in anger. He silently looked at the girl, who explained that she was just joking. A few days later, a crowd of people were walking through the airport before leaving for Iceland, where the great ruins were located. The guy took off his mask, telling someone on the phone that he did not want to bother. He walked forward, thinking that the preparation process was quite intense, and first he strengthened the first artifacts he had to the limit with magic stones, and his level also increased and was already over 30. The guy hung up. Then he looked at the cat hiding in his hood, and said that they would go. Balak frowned and said that the European Raider Alliance would do everything possible to take over the great ruins in Iceland, and they would not tolerate anyone's interference. Jaehyun smiled and said that this was his first time fighting the S-class raider who guarded the ruins. The sword shone brightly. Hela looked up and thought that she could personally observe the enemy of the prophecy. The plane flew through the air, and the goddess thought that this time everything would be resolved, and Loki's choice was correct. The ruins were visible, and in an instant, mysterious mounds suddenly appeared all over the world. A beam of light fell down. After their investigation, the raiders managed to find out that the ruins were a place where artifacts were hidden. The two guys fought. In the ruins, you could get higher quality items than in normal dungeons, and because of this, the competition between the raiders was very fierce. The two guards wore sunglasses. For this reason, recently, the authorities of the states took control of the ruins. Hela lay on the hood of the fur coat, saying that the bracelet on the protagonist's hand was also an item from the ruins. He sat on the plane, while the goddess asked if the guy thought it was just luck that all the ruins except the great ones were conquered, and Mistletoe ended up in his hands. The protagonist looked at the cat. He remembered how he ran through the crowd. Then he opened his mouth wide and frowned. Jaehyun imagined bright crystals and assumed that Hela was talking about the light that appeared then. The amber eyes of the magician looked down. He imagined the raiders sitting to the side. Then he imagined the doors with the image of predators and thought that a strange light appeared every time. The protagonist smiled and looked at the black cat. She looked up and asked why he had such a look. He closed his eyes and explained that he was curious about something. While the goddess looked at him, he asked if these great ruins were created by giants. Hela imagined the battle of the gods and answered that it was true, and that 10,000 years ago Grungnar was their leader and Thor's rival, so the ruins were created for those who were going to fight Odin's army. The guy looked to the side and said that now he understood that there were still many mysteries and puzzles hidden in the ruins. He imagined a giant with a huge hammer and thought that in myths these creatures were described as the wisest, not knowing fear even in the face of the Aesir. The protagonist looked away and thought that the history of this race ended badly after all. He closed his eyes and said that they would be there soon, and he decided to stay in an expensive hotel because it was the best place to see the great ruins. The cat opened her mouth wide and screamed at the boy not to relax because this was his second trial. The mage looked straight ahead and replied that he had prepared as much as possible. He placed his hand on his chest and added that the translation function in the Norner system was working fine and he had good items. Before leaving, the boy held a shining crystal in his hand while the system provided information about this ore. An orange screen appeared saying that the boy could use this item to strengthen the shadow armor. He smiled and said that since he defeated Nightshade, he had obtained the shadow armor, and he had worked hard to get it. The raider held a purple crystal in his hand. The ore emitted a black and red mist as the system reported that the rank of the shadow armor had been increased to S rank. Jaehyun fell in the darkness. The shadow armor had evolved into the abyss armor. The youth had powerful armor on his hands. The golden notification showed information about the Abyss armor. The system also provided information about shadow assimilation. The cat looked away, realizing that the protagonist used a simple method. There were clouds in the dark sky, and the mage explained that they did not have time, so they could not neglect anything. A few hours later, the lights were on in the large building. The youth looked up and said that they had arrived. He entered the hotel that only awakened people could stay in. He handed the card to the worker and thought that for ordinary people, a night here would cost 50 million won. The mage walked along the bright corridor. He looked straight ahead, thinking that the archaeologists fascinated by the excavations and the European Union would want to stop right in front of the ruins. Balak walked towards the boy. They passed each other. Jaehyun looked away and thought that they met a little earlier than he expected. The blond man, whose eyes were covered by his hair, called out to the raider. He turned his head slightly to the side. The man wrinkled his nose in anger and asked the protagonist who he was. The mage silently looked away, thinking that this was the true owner of Bamung, the Dragon Slayer, and the head of the European Raider Alliance. Jaehyun turned around and asked what was wrong. Camilla frowned and tried to stop her partner. Balak came close to the boy. He looked down and asked how old he was and where he came from. The hero narrowed his orange eyes. The girl sweated and loudly called out to her friend. She frowned her thin eyebrows and shouted that she asked him to be more polite. She stood between the raiders and asked what Balak was doing. She closed her eyes and pushed the protagonist in the back, saying that her partner had a terrible character. The girl took him further, saying that this was the reason his wife left the blonde, and the man clenched his teeth in rage. Camilla waved her hand, apologizing to the guy. She stood next to her partner. The girl sighed heavily. She looked angrily at the head of the alliance. Asking him to be more careful, she asked if he would take responsibility if the reputation of the European Raider Alliance suffered. Balak's eyes shone brightly, and he replied that he did not want to do anything. He remembered how he passed by the protagonist, then he did not hear the sound of his footsteps. The blonde looked at the young man with fury. There was a white shadow behind the mage, and the leader of the alliance said that Jaehyun knew how to intentionally hide his presence. A loud scream could be heard in the principal's office of Millis Academy. The girl silently looked ahead. Yujung put her hands on the table, asking about overseas. There was a white lamp on the ceiling. She closed her eyes and said that the protagonist was always wandering somewhere because he first went to an amusement park and got into trouble, and now he was outside the country. Hoyeon closed his eyes and explained that this guy was involved in many incidents. The blonde frowned and said that he had never been involved in something like this before. Aina was silent, looking down sadly. It was snowing in the place where the great ruins were. Two men in thick jackets were exhaling steam. One of them frowned and looked ahead. The man in the dark cloak walked forward. The guard opened his mouth wide and shouted that these ruins were under the control of the European Raider Alliance. The boy smiled, although it pissed him off that they didn't want to let him in just like that. He grabbed the guard's face and activated the brainwashing skill. The man's eyes turned purple. He froze, staring at the boy. The protagonist smiled and said that it was like he had become a Tomb Raider, but maybe that was true. The boy and Hella were sitting in the living room. The girl put her hand on her knee and said that in order to enter the Great Ruins, the Norner system was needed. Jaehyun turned around and asked what else was needed, but she demanded that he not interrupt her. She closed her eyes and explained that there were only two conditions. The mage's eyes widened in surprise when she said that the strength and agility indicators in the system must be at least 150. She raised one finger and added that this meant the boy must be an S-rank raider. He closed his eyes and remained silent. Hella smiled, but a drop of sweat appeared on her cheek. The protagonist turned around and said that he had not yet reached S-rank. The goddess jumped off her ball and shouted that it was impossible because she had seen him defeat Surt's alter ego with her own eyes. A vein bulged under the boy's orange eye. He glared at the girl and asked if she was the third person in the dungeon. She looked away and answered with a trembling voice that the most important thing now was to fulfill the second condition. The mage with a serious expression said that there was a way. He imagined a large mansion where he had completed a special quest. The blonde girl smiled and waved her hand. Light fell on the massive door. The system reported the completion of a hidden scenario within the quest. The raider held the key in his hand, saying that this thing was useless before. The boy's eyes shone brightly as he activated the study skill. The key turned golden and the system provided information about the item. Hella raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked why Jaehyun had this artifact. He stood in front of the door while snow swirled around. He smiled and said that it was as if someone foresaw it and decided to prepare. The boy brought the key to the door. Colored circles appeared. The door opened, releasing a bright light. It was very bright inside. The boy smiled and hoped that this blank card would be useful. He imagined a hen in soil and thought that both of the girls' skills were good, but they were not worth a blank card. He looked down and thought that, besides, copying other raiders' unique skills might arouse suspicion. The mage chuckled and said that he needed the skills since he was given a card. There were lanterns hanging on the walls. The protagonist was standing in the hallway. He looked up after hearing someone's voice. The giant sat on his throne, asking if the enemy of the prophecy had come to him. He had 3 yellow eyes and told his name. The youth looked angrily at Smir, who said that he was the guardian of the great ruins by order of his father Grungner. The black cat jumped down. She turned into a girl, and the guard recognized her. The goddess walked forward and said that she had come as a conductor of the 5 trials and had brought with her the enemy of the prophecy. The giant looked down silently. Hela raised her head and said that the power of the prophecy that protected the enemy was weakening, and they should admit him to the 2nd trial as soon as possible. Smir had a scar in the shape of a cross on his cheek. He replied that he refused. The girl looked at him and asked why. The giant sat on his throne, saying that she herself knew the reason, and that the enemy had entered using some trick. The magician looked sternly at the monster. The 3-eyed giant looked down, saying that the youth would not be able to pass the 2nd trial now, and that he should return when he had gained strength. The goddess and the boy stood in front of Smir, and Hela said that they had no time because the Aesir would start acting seriously once the power of the prophecy ended. The man closed his eyes and replied that the rules were the rules and he could not let the protagonist pass. He imagined the natural landscape and said that Jotunheim had already turned to ashes and the giants had nowhere to return to. The guard had long hair and asked what would change now or a little later. Hela opened her mouth in fear. She looked at the man seriously and said that he had already given up. The raider gritted his teeth, asking what kind of nonsense this was. The girl turned around abruptly. The boy, with an angry look, asked if the giant was mocking him. Smir gritted his teeth in rage. Jaehyun lowered his head and said that he was not a benefactor. Yellow lightning appeared around him, and he added that he was not a horse that could be ridden and left in a stable. The goddess looked at the boy, dumbfounded. Golden arrows appeared behind him, and he asked if Smir knew why he came here. A bright light appeared in front of him as he activated the lightning chain skill. The protagonist said with a stern expression that he decided that the giant was worth using. He raised his hand and told him to get out of the way. There was a glow in the sky. Balak gritted his teeth in anger and asked if any rats had passed by. The guard sweated and said that no one was here. The blonde put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was impossible because someone had entered the ruins. He decided to check it himself. The leader of the alliance frowned and decided that there was no doubt about it. He imagined the light by the door and thought about the enormous magical and mysterious power he felt. It could only be felt when the ruins were open. Balak looked down and thought that he had not entered the great ruins yet, and he could not give them to some stranger. A man stood at the gate, and someone told him he wasn't worthy of this. He gritted his teeth and started screaming in anger. A bedroom was visible. Someone reached for the phone. Camille was lying on the bed, asking why Balak was calling her so late. She looked away when her partner said that an intruder had entered the ruins. There was a golden glow in the cave. Hela looked up and asked what the guy was doing. The giant covered his face with his hand. Then he slammed his palm down on the throne. His big foot hit the floor. Smir lowered his head, screaming that this was so stupid. The guard stood with his hands clenched into fists. There were yellow lightning bolts in the dungeon. The goddess raised her eyebrows and asked what the guy was doing. Smir looked down. His face darkened and he called the protagonist a fool. Man frowned and asked how the man dared to challenge him. He stretched his arms out to the sides and screamed loudly. Small stones fell to the floor. Hela opened her mouth in fear. The protagonist smiled and asked if the giant knew other words, because he was already tired of hearing it. He frowned and thought that now he could refuse the test, retreat and die in battle with Heimdall, or die here. While the huge guard stood in front of the mage, he thought that he had little choice. He looked up and decided that then he must do everything in his power. Smir clapped his hands and screamed that his mercy ended here. A sharp tip of a weapon emerged from a circle in the ceiling. It rushed towards the young man. He opened his eyes wide. Golden light dispersed around him as he activated the absolute calculation skill. Jaehyun's irises turned bright yellow. The giant gritted his teeth, looking down. Suddenly, green light appeared around the mage. He jumped up, pushing off the ground. Then he clenched his fist and rushed forward. He saw a blue circle on the guardian's body. Smir sweated when he realized that the protagonist was aiming for his heart. He gritted his teeth. The giant raised his hand to the boy, asking if he understood who he was fighting. A powerful explosion thundered under the mage. He frowned his dark brows, and a bead of sweat appeared on his cheek. The enemy opened his mouth and raised his hand to strike, asking what was driving the boy. Jaehyun frowned, looking at the enemy. He remembered Sono's face and thought that he was experiencing approximately the same frightening feeling, similar to what he felt when he met him. The raider arched his eyebrows tensely and sweated. There was a long trench on the ground. He thought that, like then, he would not be able to win now. A golden chain appeared behind his back. Its sharp tip pierced the floor. The boy grabbed the chain with his hand. Then he dropped to one knee. He was standing next to a huge tip that was sticking out of the ground. Jaehyun looked ahead with his multicolored eyes. He began to breathe heavily through his mouth, deciding that he was not going to just wait for death. A monster appeared, whose face was covered in bandages, and the system notified that the skill of the Ice Kingdom was activated. A path of ice appeared under the mage. The giant looked down. He recognized it as the secret weapon of the Dark Elves. Smir clenched his hand into a fist and said that he did not know how this got into the guy's hands, but ice is very fragile. He slammed his fist on the floor. Huge black cones grew from the ground. Ice fragments scattered throughout the dungeon. The protagonist looked up stunned. He smiled madly, and his eyes shone brightly. He created a flame in his hand and asked if the enemy was strong enough to break this. The fire made the ice melt. Magic streams were visible. The guy stood in the middle of a magic circle. The fireballs aimed at the ice blocks. Smir raised his hand to his face, shielding his eyes from the powerful wind flow. The mage's silhouette became almost transparent as he activated his stealth skill. The giant frowned and asked if the boy thought it would work. He stomped his foot on the floor. Streams of wind blew around the cave. Sharp ice blocks stuck out of the floor. The guardian sweated in fear and widened his eyes. There was a battlefield in front of him, but Jaehyun had disappeared. There was no one in the middle of the ice. Smir stood motionless. He looked to the side, not understanding where the boy had gone, while Hela, in the form of a cat, hid around the corner. The giant looked to the side. Small traces were visible on the ice. Suddenly, something quickly moved upward in the air. The guardian gritted his teeth and turned around abruptly. The mage was approaching him from below. He was holding a weapon in his hand. The boy left a trace in the air after his attack. At the same time, in Simeon's office, there were plants on the windowsill. Park-ji looked ahead, asking if the protagonist was the Lotus Guild Master's apprentice. The woman closed her eyes and confirmed it, then asked if her interlocutor had seen the press conference. The blonde was wearing a fur coat, saying that she needed Jaehyun. Sunun smiled and replied that observation was the main quality of a merchant. She had a white hair clip in her hair, asking if it was necessary to continue this pointless dialogue. The red-eyed girl stared at her, telling her not to get angry, or she would cry. The master closed her eyes and explained that the protagonist was not a thing. Park-ji presented a blade called Nidhogg's Fong. She smiled and said that she could give it to the interlocutor. Sunun looked down and thought that she had heard that the Guardian Guild had gotten their hands on it, but paying with an S-rank item was strange. She chuckled and concluded that the guest was not joking. The blonde forced a smile and replied that they would never play pranks on their dear customers. The master closed her eyes and asked if Park-ji was going to contact the protagonist directly if the Lotus Guild refused her. The guest had a necklace on her neck and said that Sunun was a quick thinker. Her red eyes shone brightly as she said that the mage's teacher would make an excellent merchant. Sunun smiled slightly and said that in that case, Park-ji should have gone straight to Jaehyun. Jaehyun closed her eyes and explained that she wanted to resolve the matter honestly and openly. She extended her hand forward and said that she would wait for the Lotus Guild Master's wise decision. Sunun closed her eyes. The blonde clenched her hand into a fist. Then she turned around and walked away, saying that she still had other plans. The guild president could be seen through the open door. She smiled and said that the guest was so impudent that she decided to take a member of her guild. Then she looked away and added that it was not just anyone, but her disciple. The giant gritted his teeth as the mage swung his weapon. The blade shattered into many pieces. An explosion thundered between the rivals. Jaehyun frowned and gritted his teeth. He struck the guard in the chest. The boy then jumped back. Smear put his hand on his neck. He opened his mouth and asked if this was the protagonist's method. He had an earring on his ear and said that no matter how hard a raider tried, there was no guarantee that his efforts would be rewarded. The youth frowned, looking up. The giant looked at him and asked if he hoped to move forward. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that it was better than standing still. He grabbed a weapon in both hands. Smir raised his eyebrows and shouted that the protagonist did not understand anything. He placed his hand on his chest and said that what Jaehyun was doing did not make any sense, but he could not understand it. The protagonist glared at the guardian, saying that he himself determined the significance of his actions. Smir looked at the boy, dumbfounded. He remembered someone placing their hands on his shoulders. The giant looked down at him, saying that only he could determine the significance of his actions. The giant child cried. The guardian closed his eyes. The mage looked up. Then he swung his hand. An explosion thundered in the dungeon. The enemy lowered his head and asked if the boy was ready to answer for his words. The protagonist's sword left a red trail in the air. He opened his mouth wide and let out a painful groan. He frowned and found himself unable to move. Smir stood over him, asking again if he was ready to answer for the words he had just spat out. Blood started to flow from the boy's mouth. He didn't know what to do. His eyes were shining brightly as he tried to decide how to kill the enemy. The mage didn't move, looking down, but suddenly the pressure disappeared. Smir turned his back to him, saying that the protagonist himself determines the sequence of his actions. He crossed his arms and added that this is allowed to those who have power, and he will give the protagonist a chance. The giant frowned and said that he will let the mage inside if he can prove that he is strong. Hela peeked out from around the corner. The mage wiped the blood from his face. Then he opened his mouth, thinking about the offer. The cat widened her eyes in surprise. The guard's face was serious. The boy raised his index finger and said that he will withstand one of the enemy's strongest attacks. He smiled and asked if Smur agreed. Suddenly, a black cat jumped towards the mage. She turned into a girl and asked what the boy was talking about, because the giant had the power of a deity. The guard opened his mouth and said that he agreed. He raised his hand up. A pillar grew out of the ground and Smur asked if Jaehyun had the right to determine the significance of his actions. He grabbed the pillar with his hand. The giant twirled the weapon in the air and asked if the protagonist was capable of challenging the great destiny. The goddess closed her eyes and screamed for them to stop right now. Suddenly, the enemy aimed a spear and told the boy to catch it. He threw the weapon towards the protagonist. There was a huge hole in the cave. The guard watched it silently. There was a black fog around the boy below. His eyes were shining brightly. The system notified that the skill, Shadow Unification, was activated. Smur stared at the mage. The protagonist also looked at him. A faint smile appeared on the giant's face. He clapped his hands loudly. Dust rose in the cave. The door opened and the guard allowed the boy to pass. He smiled and asked if the giant was okay, since he had already done something he didn't like twice. Smur crossed his arms and said with his eyes closed that coincidences rarely happen twice. Then he frowned and added that 3 times was no longer possible. Jaehyun and Hela followed inside the room. The girl widened her eyes in shock and said that her partner was a very strange person after all. The guy was standing by a huge passage. Smur closed his eyes and said that here, in the great ruins, 3 trials of wisdom awaited him. The magician looked down and said that he understood everything. The guard narrowed his eyes and asked if the protagonist was afraid. The raider walked deeper into the cave, saying that he was afraid. The giant stood with his back to him. He looked away and thought that his role was over, and everything else was already in the hands of the protagonist. He and the goddess walked along a dark corridor. The girl emitted a green glow. She walked behind the boy. Hela looked at him and asked how he did it. Jaehyun gritted his teeth and said he didn't know. The goddess looked at him with disappointment. She remembered looking at the giant and telling him that he had already given up. She opened her mouth slightly and thought that the mage had changed the guard. A blinding light was burning in the doorway. A torch was burning on the wall. A massive door was visible. The raider walked forward. He looked up. 2 people in hoods were sitting at the door. They greeted the guests. The 2 girls looked identical. They introduced themselves as the gatekeepers of the first gate in this trial of wisdom. Hela looked at the young man and said that from now on she could not interfere, so he should be careful. Jaehyun's gaze was serious. He decided that nothing could be done, and after all, this was his second trial. The 2 girls were smiling. The cloth covered their eyes and they said that one of them was a demon and the other was an angel. A white silhouette of an angel was visible, who always tells the truth. The demon was on a red background. He always lies. The protagonist pursed his lips in irritation when the guard said that one door leads to heaven and the other to hell. The boy leaned towards the goddess, who said that he looked disappointed. He replied that this was not what he imagined. The girl, whose eyes were blindfolded, said that whichever door he chose, he would pass on. She imagined a world full of monsters and said that if Jaehyun chose hell, those who were alive and dead at the same time would stand in his way. The boy looked forward seriously. The guard smiled and said that he could ask only one question, and with that find the right path. The girl sat opposite the magician, who was thinking about how he needed to find the right path by asking only one question. He put his hands to his face and guessed that any door he chose would lead him to the next gate. He smiled. The raider raised his hand and said that he wanted to ask them a question. The girl raised one finger and said that there was no need to rush because the guy had enough time to think. He started walking towards them, saying that he was already prepared, so he did not need to think much. He pointed his finger at the guard, who asked what question he wanted to ask. Jaehyun extended his hand forward and asked which door led to the place where the girl lived. One of them stood up. She walked to the side. Then she stopped and said that it was the door behind her. The protagonist looked at her and thought that this riddle was called angel or demon. Looking to the side, he thought that it was also known by many other names, and the answer was also known for a long time. He imagined 2 silhouettes and thought that an angel would answer such a question honestly, pointing to the road to heaven. He imagined 2 people at a crossroads and came to the conclusion that the demon would lie in such a situation, sending them to heaven instead of hell. The guard smiled and asked if the raider would choose this door. He closed his eyes and smiled. He looked away silently. The second girl was still sitting, and the protagonist answered that he would choose the other door. Hela's mouth fell open in shock. They were walking through hell. The goddess frowned and asked if her partner had gone crazy. The young man answered with a smirk that young people easily overcome difficulties. His gaze was serious. He thought that in reality there would be no difficulties. The girl sweated in surprise when the mage asked if those who were alive and dead at the same time would stand in his way. A black hand emerged from the ground. Monsters were crawling out. The protagonist smiled. White wings appeared behind him as he used the sacrifice skill. Bright beams appeared in the clouds as the system began checking the surroundings for undead. The monsters screamed loudly as they were hit by the light, and the boy's level began to rise rapidly. He closed his eyes and said that this was a real paradise. Hela looked at him with displeasure from behind. She frowned and said that it was unfair. The doors were open. The girl smiled and said that he had made the stupidest choice. Her twin replied that it was also the wisest choice. They looked at each other in silence. Then they turned around and said at the same time that this was exactly what Mimir had predicted. A chain hung from the ceiling near the column. Not far from the steps was a blue ball of magical energy. It transformed into a portal. A leg in knightly armor took a step from there. Jaehyun, one hand on his waist and the other bent at the elbow, was regretting out loud that it was all over, because he had a chance to level up. Hela, following behind him, told him to focus, assuring him that it wasn't over yet. They both walked out of the portal. It spun for a while. Then it collapsed behind the heroes, who were looking at each other. Jaehyun glanced to the side. In front of them was a room that looked like a medieval one. On its floor was an image, an activation spell, quite complex, as the raider noted. The guy looked to the side, asking if this time they really needed to escape by fulfilling some conditions. The hero and alter ego were standing in the middle of the room when the voice answered that he was right, calling them an opponent. Jaehyun loudly asked the speaker if he was the next guard. A golden glow appeared above his head. The knight looked at him. A voice came from there, saying that he did not like such formalities. The glow became brighter and the voice answered with agreement to the previous question. The heroes stood next to each other. Hela wanted to say that the voice was familiar, but Jaehyun got ahead of her, finishing the sentence. The girl screamed tensely, asking what he was doing here, but she was interrupted again. The voice offered to introduce himself. Then, slightly increasing the glow, he called himself Mimir, the creator of the Norner system and the creator of the hero's fate. At these words, the guy's eyes widened in shock. He mentally asked again, while the system sent a notification about the installation of a new control system, making a request for installation. Jaehyun tiredly looked at the window. The launch was approved. The guy stood without emotions. Then, looking at Mimir in surprise, he asked again in what sense. The glow appeared blue. The voice answered that in the most literal sense. Jaehyun clearly saw scenes from the past in Mimir's story, who explained that Loki had once visited him and asked for advice on how to free themselves from Odin's control and raise an opponent, which would be their last hope for salvation. The answer was the Norner system. Loki addressed Mimir with all due respect. The raider slightly lowered his head, explaining to himself that Mimir had created this system. Then he raised his head up and asked why he had not explained everything to him from the beginning. The glow again became only golden and the voice said that it was something because of the agreement with the gods of the Asa, adding that at first he could not even approach the hero, because the Escher system, which all awakened ones use, prevented this. Hel, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up, addressing Mimir that for the first time she heard that he was responsible for the second trial. The voice replied that she knew how dire the situation would be if they accidentally accelerated the onset of the apocalypse. Hela came closer, saying that she knew that Jaehyun's life would be in danger then, who, behind her, noted how calmly they disposed of someone else's life. The fireball flared up stronger, citing the confirmation of strength as the reason for its intervention. The raider's armor was painted with a golden light. Mimir continued that the guy must prove that he is worthy of being considered an opponent from the prophecy. His eyes lit up and he, smiling, asked why he was only being told about this now. The raider in his head imagined Odin, when the voice answered that there were too many eyes around, adding that their dialogue was only possible thanks to the great ruins in which they were located. Jaehyun thoughtfully looked down, concluding in his head that Mimir was relatively free from the gods of the Aesir, since this place was abandoned. The golden glow crackled slightly with pleasure, praising the hero for his intelligence. The guy became serious, saying that he had a question. Hela looked at him carefully. He continued, if the fate of the opponent is predetermined, then it turns out that his own will is not important. Why then did Mimir care about his opinion at that very desperate moment, while his own image appeared in his head? The eyes of the protagonist flashed gold. Then he returned to reality, clarifying that he meant himself before his death. There were a lot of provisions on the shelves of the cabinet with open shelves. Yu-Yung collapsed on the table, asking what Jaehyun, who she was talking about, was doing abroad, that he did not even answer the phone. Hoyoung, sitting at the table, answered that he was sure that the guy would return when the time came, adding that they knew the protagonist. Ah-Hyung, sitting on a chair and holding a book on her lap, located above the table, asked why he went abroad. Yu-Yung resignedly answered that she did not know, because he did not say a word to anyone. Hoyoung looked at everyone with a smile and announced that it was time to discuss the upcoming plans. Aina smiled slightly at his words, and he continued that he wanted them to be on the same team. An image of a smiling Jaehyun appeared in her head. Aina looked away thoughtfully and agreed. Ayan, without letting go of the book, concluded contentedly that she understood what was going on, which is why Jae-sang mentioned the bribe in the form of potions. She remembered how he prepared the elixir and added that it meant that it was because of Jaehyun's privileges. Yoo-jung asked who she took them for and, still lying on the table, added that she just wanted to be with him. And she sat up with a jerk, embarrassed by her own words. She added, sweating coldly, that it was all because of his character, adding that who if not them would accept such a monster. In Ayan's head, the evil spirit had already taken her hostage, realizing that the probability of exaggeration had approached 100%, because the girl agreed with her friend. Hoyeong, putting his hand forward, tried to convince everyone that it would be great to be on the same team with Jaehyun because they were friends, without denying that there were many advantages. An image of little Jae-sang, happy with the coins, came to mind, and Hoyeong named financial independence as the first point. Then he imagined a huge space and his team in it, naming the free use of a large training hall as the second advantage. Yoo-jung, looking at her friend, drew Ah-hyun's attention to the fact that she was not studying at the academy and asked how she knew everything. The girl smugly raised her head and said that she would be there soon, so she found out some things in advance. Hoyeong, with a sweet smile on her face, asked what if the girl did not pass the entrance exams. Ah-hyun turned white. Yoo-jung looked at her. Then she turned away, smiling slightly and calling Hoyeong a bad person. He asked tensely. Aina, who had been silent until then, wished out loud for her friend to come back soon. Yoo-jung lowered her gaze and agreed. The golden ball remained silent when asked why the protagonist was given a choice, but after a moment, he answered that he did not want to entrust the worldly fate to someone who was not capable of standing on his own feet, after which a notification window showed that when loading a new system, the user is transported to the point in the past that he wants to return to. The voice said that he only gave a choice to the guy in the past. The protagonist, with a bloody face, smiled slightly, deciding to change fate. The raider stood proudly in the middle of the hall. Mimir finished that this is why Jaehyun is here now. Smiling slightly, he said that this is not a weak reason. Then his face distorted with anger when he said that he only wanted to kill his father, whom he hated. The cloud of golden energy flared up again, notifying the raider that they will support him since he has such a goal, adding that not all goals are filled with deep meaning. Jaehyun looked up again with enthusiasm, saying that he still wanted to ask about many things, but he knew that the voice could not answer them all. Mimir, as if dividing into two balls, confirmed his words, adding that he could make an exception, provided that the hero passed his test, he would help him get closer to the truth. Jaehyun enthusiastically supported the idea, asking for an explanation. The raider stood in the middle of the room with a huge number of different things. Mimir pointed at them, asking the hero if he could see them. The guy answered in the affirmative. Behind the symbols drawn on the floor, there was an altar. Mimir pointed at it, saying that the test subject should place an object there. A beam appeared from the fireball. The voice continued that there were two things to remember. The first was that his actions were related to wisdom, and the second was that he only had one chance. Jaehyun looked at it carefully. Then he looked around the room, wondering if he really had to examine all the objects, but Mimir answered his thought that the reaction was expected. The boy looked up at the ceiling again and said that it was unpleasant for him to have his thoughts read. The energy clot made sounds like laughter again and apologized, offering to give 2 hints in return. The boy looked at the symbols drawn on the floor while the voice continued that the first hint was that the hero knew the wisdom that the altar was endowed with. An image of a knight standing by a bright energy arch flashed in Jaehyun's mind. Mimir added that the second hint was that the boy had come to him 2 days earlier than planned, specifying that today was Monday. The raider was tense. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his face and he asked again. Mimir was burning brightly with golden fire, summing up that this was all he wanted to say, demanding to show him wisdom, but suddenly remembered what he hadn't said and added that if the raider failed, he would die here. Jaehyun mentally exploded with anger, shouting and cursing Mimir to himself. Hela looked at the fireball in bewilderment. It only laughed, mentioning human curses. An hourglass appeared before his eyes. A voice announced that an hour was given for the task, and since hints were given, Mimir was impatiently waiting for an answer. The guy looked closely at the clock. The sand in it was like dust, very small. Jaehyun tilted his head, listing the facts in his head, the wisdom he already had, the hint Mimir was Wednesday. He tried to put everything together. Then he closed his eyes, trying to calm down. The room was lit up with a bright light. The hero thought that he was returning to the very beginning, wondering what should be on the altar. The clock had already managed to shed a small part of the sand. Jaehyun was still standing in front of it, not moving. He looked down in front of him, thinking that he could try a few more options. The whole room was lit up with blue light. He activated the mana detector skill. Energy, similar to the wind, explored the space. But it could not penetrate into the closed boxes. The hero lowered his gaze, realizing that this method did not work. Then he looked in front of himself again, thinking that he should pull himself together, because he could not give up. He decided to walk around the room, arguing that he already had wisdom. The hero stopped and folded his arms across his chest, thinking about the day of the week. The guy put his hand to his chin. Most of the sand was already at the bottom of the clock. The raider looked at them and sighed heavily. At this time, a spear was lying on the altar. Jaehyun walked up and took it in his hand, wondering if this was all Mimir expected from him. A system window popped up in front of his eyes. It asked the same question as Mimir. The protagonist looked at it indifferently. Then he said that this was a sacrifice, meaning himself, when the system reminded him that there was only one attempt and asked if he was sure of his choice. The protagonist smiled. Then he looked up and answered in the affirmative. The room was lit up with red light, coming from the inscriptions on the floor that had turned red. The raider was standing on one of the runes. He watched as the objects in the room rose up. Then a hole appeared in the middle. It grew, tearing the floor. Mimir declared that the answer was correct. Jaehyun looked up. The walls of the room were collapsing, revealing an endless starry sky. He saw himself sitting on a chair, thinking about Odin, holding his eye in his hands. The first clue meant exactly that, in other words, knowledge of the runes. The room collapsed and the boy fell into the endless sky, continuing to reason that Wednesday was the decisive clue, because it was said that Wednesday came from Odin, a variation of the name Odin. An image of a man pierced by a spear appeared in his mind. The legend said that Odin sacrificed himself to gain knowledge of the earthly and afterlife, and if it is related to the altar, then there can only be one answer. Jaehyun continued to fall. His gaze was calm. Finally, a flash of bright light appeared below. Mimir admired his test subject, calling him a youth with a great destiny, asking if he knew the meaning behind his choice. The hero answered that Odin, pierced by a spear, hung upside down on Yggdrasil for 9 days and 9 nights. Then he turned the spear in his hand. Bringing the blade close to his body, he continued that in order to gain what he wanted, he was ready to put his own life on the line. His body was approaching the illuminating light. Hela was shocked. Jaehyun grabbed the end of the spear shaft with both hands. Hela tried to stop him, asking what he was going to do. The protagonist swung, asking Mimir if this was what he wanted to test. Then he pierced himself with the tip. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. His face was tense. He thought that he had sacrificed himself in order to resist death, and the upcoming tests would be many times more difficult and painful. Bloody bubbles surrounded his body. He suggested that the one testing him speed up. An image of a magic spear appeared nearby. The test subject activated the skill of materializing magic items. Grabbing the spear, he brought it closer to his body. Hela watched in horror as he stabbed himself with another spear, and tried to stop him with words. Jaehyun stared ahead with unseeing eyes. And again he materialized the spear, swinging it to strike. The hero found himself near the entrance from which a bright light was coming, while Mimir stopped him. The guy's hand was no longer in zero gravity. He felt that he was lying on a hard floor, in the same room. Mimir, again in the form of a fireball, hung above him, saying that Jaehyun had changed a lot and that the guy would no longer need his advice. The protagonist touched his stomach with his hand and felt that there were no wounds left. Mimir glowed with a stronger golden light, announcing that the test was over and adding that the subject had exceeded his expectations, and the time had come for him to fulfill his promise. The hero, sitting up straighter, said that he had been waiting for this. And he looked up carefully, anticipating the truth hidden by the gods. Mimir, still there, under the ceiling, said that there were 3 words that, becoming one connected sentence, would open the way to the truth. Hela was sitting not far from the guy, who decided to take a more comfortable position, noting out loud that the deity was making new puzzles. He justified himself by saying that it was in order not to get caught by the gods of Aesir, saying that even Hela did not know. She looked up at the ceiling in surprise, asking again. Mimir, slightly losing his form, confirmed his words, clarifying that the truth was deeply hidden. The first word he highlighted was Raider. Then I and Shinier appeared. Jaehyun looked closely at the glowing letters in front of him, listing out loud that it was Raider, I and Brighter, not understanding what it meant, annoyed that there was little information. The letters were still glowing. Behind them Mimir said that he would give another instruction. It consisted in the guy treating the system with suspicion every time. The protagonist looked at him seriously. He continued, saying that he believed that the guy would definitely get to the truth and would wait for their next meeting. Hela stood up and looked at Mimir. He wished her luck. The girl looked away. On the other side of the room, Jaehyun was still sitting on the floor. He thought deeply that all 3 words were associated with him. The hero saw himself entering another dungeon, concluding that a raider was his profession. He remembered himself with different eyes, meaning the lost eye Odin, and added that his present shines brighter than the past. He remembered his friends and his team. And also his death, when he ended his life as a human shield, realizing that he was in the dark. He returned to reality, not understanding what the word brighter meant, and why he should question the system. Hela's hand touched his shoulder. She, smiling, suggested that they think together about the meaning of the words and leave this place. Jaehyun stood by a huge wall. Smur gained a body and approached the hero from behind, informing him that he had passed almost all the tests, and that the last one remained. The protagonist's body was reflected in the mirror. He, looking at his interlocutor through it, asked if the mirror led to the last test. He, looking carefully in front of him, agreed, explaining that in front of them was the mirror of Word, the first of the 3 Norns of fate, the source of karmic memory. Smur, closing his eyes, explained that the guy would see the memory of Jotun, after which he should return and offer his answer, then the test would be completed. The hero, turning around and looking carefully at the interlocutor, clarified whether this task had a correct answer. He looked into his face with 3 eyes and answered in denial, adding that whatever it was, he would not be the judge. It was necessary to find his own answer. This was the last task of the giant. If he was ready to pass, you need to put your palm to the mirror. Jaehyun showed his readiness. The mirror lit up with a bright light, and Smur explained that it would show the boy the past. His eyes widened. The red-haired girl happily noted that he had finally arrived. She stood in front of him in a snow-white dress, holding her palm against his. Her eyes were blindfolded, and on her dress was a golden symbol, where it said that she had been impatiently waiting for the hero. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, looked at the girl in front of him. She, bowing her head, asked him to say her name. Opening his eyes wider, the guy said her name. A smile appeared on Erd's face. Smiling, she answered in the affirmative. Holding his hand, she noted that this meeting was fateful, because it was an inevitable reunion. Putting her hand on her chest, she also added that she had been waiting for him for a long time, keeping the broken past. The young man, with his mouth open, continued to look at his interlocutor. Walking further, she explained that these fragments were left by the ancients to their descendants. Suddenly, a portal opened in another place. Looking around, the protagonist asked where they were. Hela, approaching him, explained that this was Jotunheim, the home of the giants. Coming closer, she asked the boy if he had met Erd before. The boy lowered his gaze and replied that he did not know. Appearing before them, the girl asked them to remain silent, because the past that he needed to understand was not in his head, but before his eyes. Turning around, the goddess said that he should see it. Looking at the boy, she also added that he should not forget that they could not change anything. In his head appeared many papers, which marked the already written history. He also introduced Grungner, who was the narrator of this story, or an echo of the past. The girl began to walk somewhere. She was heading straight for the hero. Passing by, Erd explained that he should listen to this. She pointed to the 2 giants, and added that this was the story that Grungner wanted to convey. The man, with his mouth slightly open, asked his son what a real king should be like. The boy, looking up, suggested that kings should be strong, because it takes strength to protect your people. Closing his eyes, the father noted that this was also important, but there was something else. Putting his hand on his son's shoulder, he explained that a good king should care for others, and also be able to admit his own shortcomings, adding that he hoped his son would grow up to be the same. Looking away, Smur said that he was not like that. The young man, standing behind them, listened to his son's words about him being cowardly, weak, and afraid of Thor's hammer. Closing his eyes, the boy also added that he did not know what good he was at all. The man placed both hands on his shoulders. Looking at his crying son, Grungner asked him not to let anyone else determine his worth. With his mouth slightly open, the father explained that only his son himself had the right to do so. Suddenly, the hero and his companion exchanged glances. The girl looked away and noted that this was why Smur had decided to open up to the boy. Suddenly, someone ran up to them from behind, shouting about some kind of trouble. The man looked at the messenger as he shouted that Thor and the Valkyries had attacked them. He still kept his hand on his son's shoulder. Taking the weapon in his hand, Grungner asked them not to worry. Picking it up from the ground, he added that he would protect the people at any cost. Erd, bowing her head, said that this was their dark past. Raising her hand, she also added that this was not the end of the tragedy, because it could still show what happened next. The hero, his mouth slightly open, did not say a word. Suddenly, he found himself in another place. The boy opened his eyes. Opening them wider, he did not understand what had happened. There were only corpses and blood all around him. Hela, with her mouth slightly open, explained that this was Ragnarok, or the War of the End, because it happened right before the pact was concluded. Suddenly, she glanced at someone on a pile of corpses. Thor, the god of thunder, stood there. The heavens were shaking with lightning and thunder. The legendary hammer was in the hand of this god. With his mouth slightly open, the young man realized how strong he was and realized that he was clearly not his opponent now. Opening his mouth wider, the protagonist asked how he could become as strong, but he thought that even when he became an S rank, he would not be able to cope with this monster. Hela, looking at him, explained that he needed to pass the entire test, because they would direct him on the right path. The god, with his mouth slightly open, noted that he did not even expect that he would like giants so much, and added that apparently his enemy would continue to fight without thinking about defeat. Grinning, he said that such warriors deserved respect. Thor raised his hands and shouted that if the king of the giants would fight him one-on-one, the slaughter would end. Opening his mouth wider, he shouted out a question asking if he agreed to such an offer. Suddenly, the giant appeared in front of him. Bowing his head, Grungner asked if he was ready to spare others in exchange for his life. Grinning, Thor answered affirmatively and added that he swears on his name. The giant put his weapon on the ground. Holding onto it, he accepted the god's offer. A smile appeared on his opponent's face. Lightning shook the earth again when the god said that they would soon see each other again. Looking at him, the giant noted that he would accept his death meekly. Suddenly Thor disappeared. The hero turned his head slightly, listening to the girl's words that this was only Thor's whim and Grungner's sacrifice. Standing behind, Erd said that the war between Jotunheim and Asgard ended with Asgard winning. Standing in front of a pile of corpses, she added that they had one more, the last fragment. Raising his head, the boy did not say a word. The giant was doing something with his weapon. Many runes were circling around him. The son, sitting behind him, asked his father not to go anywhere, because a trap was waiting for him there. Opening his eyes, Grungner answered that he knew, but it was his duty. Smur, crying, asked why he needed this, because he owed nothing to anyone. Reaching out to his father, the boy shouted that he never had anything except his dad. Hela, looking up, explained that Asgard was waiting for him ahead. Opening her mouth, she added that this was the world of those whom the hero had to destroy. The Colosseum appeared in front of them. The man, standing up, asked his son if he remembered his father's words from earlier. Crying, the son listened to his words about not worrying, because he could cope perfectly well without him. Grungner closed his eyes and explained that one day the enemy of the prophecy would come to him. His son looked up and asked again. The hero and his companion watched them as their father explained that it would be the one who would free everyone, including the Jotuns, from the oppression of the Aesir. As he approached the entrance to the arena, he also asked his son to guard his tomb and the great ruins. Smur, wiping away tears with his hand, continued to cry. Frowning, the boy realized what these ruins were, because they were built in memory of the fallen giant for help in the future. Opening his mouth, the giant called out to the enemy of the prophecy. The hero, with wide eyes, looked at him. With his back turned, Grungner explained that he knew that such a person would watch these memories. The youth, with his mouth open, listened to his request to help his son. Erd, standing next to him, explained that this giant had resigned himself to the end. He entered the arena to see Thor. The god grinned and noted that he had finally deigned to appear. Opening her mouth, the girl also explained that he had done all this for the sake of his only son. The giant looked at his opponent, while the goddess told the hero that this was his last hope that such an enemy of the prophecy would appear in the future. She looked at the protagonist, adding that this giant was here for him. Grinning, Thor said that they could not hesitate, because he had wanted to fight the king from the very beginning. Opening his mouth, the giant asked if the enemy was so pleased with this. The god answered negatively, his eyes wide open. A ball consisting entirely of lightning appeared in the sky. Suddenly, they struck the enemy's hammer. Thor stood before him, completely engulfed in black lightning. Grinning, he explained that he would not be satisfied until he won and the giant died. Numerous lightning discharges went around the arena. The king raised his weapon to defend himself from this attack. Lightning struck his weapon. He deflected it into the air. Looking at his opponent, Grungner asked why he was doing this. Frowning, the god asked him what he was talking about. Opening his mouth, the giant asked again why his opponent was taking the lives of innocents. Rubbing the back of his head, Thor noted that he most likely understood what he was talking about. Spreading his arms, he explained that this was the will of their great and mighty Odin. Bowing his head, he also added that he had no idea why his lord would do this. Putting his hand on his side, he said that he did not care at all, because he just wanted to find a strong opponent. Opening his mouth, the god asked why the giant continued to fight if he knew he would die. He smiled. Grungner put his weapon on the ground. Holding his weapon, he explained that it was all because he had something to protect. Grinning, the god asked what he had left, since most of his people had turned to ashes and dust. Looking at him, the giant said that their importance was still alive and added that Asgard would fall one day. Frowning, Thor said that this was the very prophecy and asked if the king believed in it. Opening his mouth, he also added that this was extremely boring and it was time to end this pointless talk. The god spun his hammer. Looking at his opponent, he said that he would send the giant to the people. The hero and his companion watched what was happening. The guy frowned. Black lightning was right in front of the giant. Opening his mouth, he asked if his enemy heard the prophecies. The hero looked at him intently. The giant, looking at his opponent, explained that he must keep in mind that the path he chose would belong only to him. Bowing his head, the youth listened to his request that he not succumb to someone else's influence. He clenched his fist tightly. Thor prepared to attack. Opening his mouth wide, Grungner also asked to convey his apologies to Smurf for being a bad father. The hammer flew straight into the giant's weapon. It began to crack even more. Suddenly, the weapon Grungner shattered right in his hand. Thor's hammer smashed the giant's head. The son, crying, called out to his father. Blood splashed on the floor of the Colosseum. Opening his mouth, the hero noted that such an end was extremely bad. Suddenly, a map appeared in his hand. Hela, looking at him, tried to understand what he was doing. Frowning, the boy said that after what he had seen, he would have to give Thor a long death. The hammer was flying somewhere. It flew right into the owner's hand. Looking at it, the young man asked if his companion agreed, when suddenly a notification appeared that the protagonist could use an empty map. Thor was engulfed in black lightning. Suddenly, his image appeared on the empty map. The giant's lifeless body lay on the floor. Some fragments began to fall from the sky. The god looked to the side. A small stone fell at his feet. Something was emanating from it. Suddenly, Thor opened his eyes wider. The runes on the shard began to glow brightly. Gungnir was doing something with his weapon. The same runes were circling around him. Frowning, the god said that this was extremely stupid. Such runes now surrounded him too. They also began to emanate from other shards. They rose from the air everywhere. They all headed straight for Thor. Suddenly, they chained him. Many shards covered in inscriptions were flying above him. Looking at them, he noted that the opponent had prepared an attack that worked after death. The hammer in his hand was covered in a red glow. Suddenly, his body also caught fire. The hero, holding the card in his hand, received a message that such a skill was too high a level for him and because of this would be weakened until he increased his level. One of the lightning struck a shard of the weapon. They began to hit around. Thor was still surrounded by them. Suddenly, his gaze was directed somewhere to the side. He smashed the shard that was approaching him with his hammer. Suddenly, a bright light appeared from it. His eyes widened. Something had hit him right in the head. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, tried to understand what had happened. Thor began to fall to the ground. Suddenly, the god rose. Blood was pouring from his forehead. Something had appeared in it. Suddenly, he began to fall again from pain. Thor stopped the fall with his foot. He bowed his head. Grasping something on his forehead, the god realized that this had been the giant's plan all along. Covering his face with his hand, he realized that this thing was suppressing his strength. Grinning, Thor also noted that he should take it back, because this battle had been extremely fun. Smur was still standing in front of the entrance to the Colosseum. Crying, he said that he did not even know if such an enemy of the prophecy would appear and what kind of enemy it would be, because it was possible that his father's sacrifice would be in vain. The hero listened to his question about what to do with his head bowed. Suddenly, the boy looked up. The card rose from his hand. It began to rise into the air and suddenly a message appeared asking whether the user wanted to copy the passive skill of the Thunder God's power to the empty card. Hela, with her mouth slightly open, asked her how this was possible, because how could the boy use an empty card in this place? The goddess, with her mouth slightly open, explained that if it was just an illusion, then it would be impossible. Remembering how she held the protagonist's hand, she said that she had already said this before, because these are all fragments of the past left by the ancestors. Hela looked at her. Smiling, Rud explained that Gungnir's sacrifice was not in vain. The boy looked at the empty card. Suddenly, it changed color and a notification appeared saying that he had copied the skill. A window with the characteristics of the passive skill also appeared. Hela looked at him and asked if the boy was sure, since such a skill was too high level for him. Looking at her, he said that it only meant that he needed to grow faster and his companion would help him with it, but she did not understand that he had planned everything in advance. Urd looked at them, standing behind her. A smile appeared on her face. They looked at her when she said that their allotted time was running out. With her mouth slightly open, the goddess said that this was just another farewell. The hero looked at her when she said that he still could not get used to this. With his mouth slightly open, the boy asked her about what was lost in his memory. Smiling, the girl said that it did not matter anymore, since now he just needed to move on. She began to disappear, saying that the hero, being the enemy of the prophecy, moved away from the broken past to build a new future, and therefore he should live in the present together with everyone. Urd closed her eyes and added that she would stay and pray incessantly from the broken past. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, listened to her words about how there could be no place for her in his future. Smiling, she explained that she would always bless the young man's path. Tears flowed from her eyes as the goddess spoke about how she wanted the young man to always be happy. She began to move away from them, breaking up into small fragments. The hero, with one eye closed, looked at her. Suddenly, they were transported to another place. The young man opened his eyes. They were standing at the broken portal. The giant, standing behind, asked if the young man had looked at his memories. The young man leaned his hand against the structure. Without turning around, he answered affirmatively. Hela continued to look at him. Sweat appeared on her face. Crossing his arms over his chest, Smur explained that he had one last test left, which consisted of only one question. The boy nodded affirmatively. The giant fell to one knee in front of him. Smur, his mouth slightly open, asked if the hero would be able to remain steadfast if he had to lose something dear to him. The boy looked at him. Suddenly, he looked down. Images of his mother and Yujung appeared before him. Also images of Sunun and her assistant. And of course, all his friends. He also remembered Urd. The boy, his mouth slightly open, answered negatively. Standing next to Hell, the hero explained that he knew that he had given in to his feelings and would grieve and suffer in agony later. The giant still stood in front of him, while the boy spoke about how in the end he would have to pull himself together, since he needed to move on. A smile appeared on his face. The giant also smiled in response. Smur, his mouth slightly open, said that everything became clear to him. The boy and his companion looked at him as he congratulated the boy who was able to prove that he had all the necessary qualities. The hero looked at the notifications that said that he had passed the test and received 4 levels, and thanks to this, received another title. Another message also appeared before his eyes, saying that a gift from Grungner had been accepted. Looking at the disappearing notification, the boy said that most likely that was all. The giant, looking at him, asked if the young man was leaving. He answered affirmatively and added that his business here was not over. Opening his mouth, he also said that he almost forgot something. Smur, looking at the boy, asked what it was about. Leaving, the protagonist explained that Grungner asked him to tell him that he was very sorry. The giant's eyes opened wider. Turning around, the boy said that it was definitely time for him to leave now. They walked away. Closing his eyes, the giant told his father that he was never angry with him. The boy lowered the mask over his eyes. The raiders stood in front of the gates. Suddenly, they began to open. Looking out, the hero did not understand when so many people managed to run here, but Hella noted that everyone present had abilities and therefore it would not be possible to leave quietly. Still standing behind the gate, the guy thought that it would be a shame if he was perceived as a tomb robber, but also realized that on the other hand, there was some truth in this and therefore the position of the Union was quite clear, since they spent a huge amount of money on this raid. Frowning, he also thought that at the moment he would hardly be able to overcome 2 people with S rank at once. Hella looked at him when he asked to cover him while he tried to stall for time. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, agreed with this plan and explained that she would give him a signal and therefore he just needed to find the right moment to distract the enemies. The hero nodded his head, showing agreement. He began to open the gate in front of him. Suddenly, the raiders paid attention to this. The guy had already come out from behind the gate. One of the raiders, his mouth wide open, was shouting for him to stay put, but he was suddenly stopped. A certain man was approaching him. Balak came closer. Frowning, he asked if the young man had cleared the dungeon. Smiling, the boy asked what would happen to him even if he had. Suddenly, the opponent's blade appeared right in front of his neck. The knight held it out right in front of him. He frowned. Looking at the gate, the leader realized that the mana inside was no longer felt and that this impostor was most likely telling the truth. Biting his lip, the swordsman tried to understand how this man could cope alone. The hero tilted his head slightly. Looking at this blade, the boy realized that it was Balmung, the ghost blade of the Nibelungs, which is an S-class artifact. A smile appeared on his face. Raising his hand, the boy explained that only he could clear this dungeon and no matter how hard the alliance tried, he would still fail. Frowning, Balak asked if the boy meant that his alliance lacked strength. Opening his mouth, the boy did not answer him. Touching the blade, he also added that his troops could not even step foot in the dungeon, because none of them met the entry conditions. The enemy's eyes turned red with anger. Standing in front of the boy, he noted that he initially thought of taking the hero into the alliance, but at the moment his opinion had changed. Looking at him, the swordsman explained that he would not kill him, because he still wanted to learn a lot from him, in addition to the dungeon. Looking at his opponent, the boy could not believe that his interlocutor fell for such a cheap provocation, and it turns out that it was not for nothing that he was considered so aggressive. Raising his hand, the boy offered him to try, if he could at all. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and shouted that such tricks would not work on him. The hero bowed his head. Suddenly, he blocked a blow with the same sword. Balak couldn't believe it, his eyes wide. A notification appeared in front of the boy's eyes that he had received the same blade. There was a smirk on the boy's face as he said that it was never said that there couldn't be 2 Balmungs at once. Suddenly, the boy reflected his opponent's blade. The enemy's eyes were wide open. He made a quick attack on the hero. There was only a smirk on the protagonist's face. Suddenly, lightning began to appear near his feet due to the use of the light step skill. They quickly began to exchange blows. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, the boy noted that he was faster than the enemy thought. The opponent, frowning, did not answer. Suddenly, he exhaled. Looking at the hero, Balak thought that not many S-rank raiders could dodge his sword. The guy still had the same smile on his face. All the raiders of the Alliance also watched what was happening, without moving. Suddenly, Camilla flew up to them, calling out to the fighter. He also looked away. Falling to the ground, she asked him to be careful. Opening her mouth, the girl said that the hero's sword was not just similar to Balak's blade. Behind him, the mage said that it possessed the same energy as Balmung. The opponent, looking away, noted that he had many questions for the guy and repeated that he was not going to kill him. The hero, rubbing the back of his head, noted that he remembered something. Opening his mouth, the opponent asked what they were talking about. Raising his hand, The guy asked him to shut up and give him a minute. The swordsman listened with his mouth open as the boy said that he had read that the enemy had divorced his wife and he wanted to know the reason for that. The girl frowned and said that the protagonist talked too much. Standing behind him, she explained that his wife had left him because he had a bad character and was also extremely boring, and the man shouted out a question about whose side Camilla was on. Balak's sword began to glow brighter as he shouted that that was enough and that they would continue their conversation in the interrogation room. Hela appeared behind the boy and said that she had prepared everything and that it was time for them to wrap things up. The boy asked her to wait for a minute with his mouth open. The goddess looked at him and didn't understand what he wanted to do. The boy's blade also began to glow as he said that he rarely got a chance to fight an S-rank raider. A ring appeared, allowing the boy to use the overdrive skill and thereby increase the power of the skills. He began to cover himself in flames, receiving a message that after the effect ended, he would not be able to use magic power for some time. Camilla's eyes widened when she realized that the protagonist's magic power had suddenly increased. Raising her hand, she shouted at her ally not to attack. He was already approaching the boy. Snapping her fingers, she activated the mana shield and also said that this was why his wife left him. The boy's eyes widened. Many cracks began to appear on the opponent's shield. Suddenly it broke. The girl, opening her mouth wide, said that this simply could not be. The boy stood motionless. An image of a god appeared in his head, who stood on a mountain of corpses, and the boy remembered that he was incredibly strong. Imagining him smiling, the hero assumed that Heimdall would most likely be just as strong, and therefore he had only one way to become stronger in a short time. The protagonist opened his mouth. His opponent was already approaching him. They both swung their blades to attack. They were quickly closing in. The girl covered her face with her hand to protect herself from the snow. An explosion thundered across the battlefield. The mage held out her hand and called out to Balak. His body was covered in green light. His body slowly sank into the snow. She quickly ran towards him. Blood was flowing from his mouth. Leaning over him, the girl tried to understand how such a person managed to wound the head of the European Union. Biting her lip, Camilla knew that such a monster should not be allowed to wander around the city like that. The guy turned around. She glanced in his direction. With her mouth wide open, the girl screamed at him that he really thought that they would just let him go now. Suddenly, two seals appeared near her after using the Hellfire and Wind Chaser skills. The hero opened his mouth. A huge sphere was heading towards him. Looking at it, the young man could do nothing, because this was the price for using the overdrive skill. Suddenly, two hands appeared from behind his back. Hell's eyes also appeared when she said that this was enough. A bright explosion illuminated the battlefield. Frowning, Camilla realized that her opponent's magical power disappeared even before the attack hit the target and asked about whether he had really escaped, because now they needed to somehow find him and kill him. Wiping the blood from his face, Balak asked her to stop. Turning around, she asked again. Looking to the side, the fighter explained that it was dangerous to follow him, and therefore they needed to return to headquarters. Looking at her comrade, the mage noted that her ally hated this place, and was this enemy really that strong? The same one answered affirmatively. With wide eyes, she said that Balak had changed and asked if his wife had returned to him. Closing his eyes, the man explained that his opponent had not killed him on purpose. The girl looked at him in surprise when he said that even if they sent someone else after him, it would just be a waste of time. Sitting in front of him, Camilla said that in that case she should contact headquarters, while the man noted that he needed to rest for now. Looking away, he thought about how they still had to meet this man. Hela, looking down, noted that the young man had apparently forgotten that he was an ordinary person. Smiling, the guy only laughed in response and added that since they were done, they should go home. The young man walked through the airport, typing a message on his phone. With wide eyes, he noted that Aina had called him first and did not understand what had happened. Putting the phone to his ear, he greeted her and asked her what was wrong. Looking away, the boy listened to the girl's question about whether he was planning on joining a circle. As he walked further through the airport, the boy realized that it was indeed time to join one, since there was about a month left. Imagining several students, he remembered that circles were one of the policies implemented in raider academies across the country, which could also be considered a kind of club activity for raiders. Imagining several students, the boy also remembered that usually in the second or third year, students would create such circles and accept freshmen into them, and they mainly accept requests from government agencies. He also imagined a raid with such students, and realized that the academy would receive commissions, and the students would receive rewards and raise their awareness. He imagined a student at a certain cash register, and realized that this was how they gained experience before joining a guild. Looking down, the boy thought that this was the idea behind the clubs. Imagining a few more raiders, he realized that all this would only work if he joined a prestigious club, otherwise there would only be losses. Looking ahead, the boy remembered that before he returned to the past, he had to join a low-grade club and work until death. Remembering himself earlier, he knew that because of the rule that a person can only join one club, he did not have any good memories of that place. Smiling, The young man decided to join the same one as his comrades for a start, because it would be uninteresting to be alone, and told his interlocutor that he was still thinking about it, and if he found a suitable place, he would join. Opening her mouth, Aina explained that they all wanted to go to the same place together. They were all sitting near her when she asked if the hero would mind going with them. They were looking at the phone when he said that he was going to go alone. Looking at the phone, the young man assumed that the girl was offended and heard some blows. Moving his head away from the mobile device, he heard his friend scream. Grabbing the phone, Yujung asked if he really decided to leave them and join the club alone. Covering his ear with his hand, the guy answered in the negative and added that he never told them that he would join the same club with them. Then the girl screamed that since they formed a team, they should go together until the very end. Bringing the phone closer to his ear, the young man explained that if he was so eager to take first place, then she just needed to tell her, but she answered in the negative and added that she wanted to give the phone to Hone. Smiling, the guy listened to their arguments on the other side. The comrade, holding the phone in front of him, listened to the hero's words that it would not be difficult for them to join the same place. Stopping, the protagonist thought that his friend had the perfect character to use and therefore he should be more careful with phone scams, and also said that in return he would have one condition. Putting his hand in his pocket, he listened to the words from the phone that it was extremely rude to set conditions for friends. Then the hero replied that he would not enter into a relationship with them then, and immediately heard words that the condition sounded very rational, because even friends should do so. They all sat in the room, listening to the words of the protagonist that he was naturally very rational. Putting away the phone, the young man added that he would tell about the conditions later, because now he needed to go to the portal, and immediately after said goodbye. Hela was sitting under his collar. Looking at her, he realized that it was really time to join the club. Imagining the closed territory of Taegu, the hero remembered that during the period of promotion of the club and temporary events, training camps would be held in the open air. He also imagined the academy under the dome and remembered that the territory on which the mill school was built was only a part of it, because beyond it, demonic beasts still swarmed, which Millis destroyed every year during training camps. A bright blue portal appeared. The young man came out of it. A woman showed him the way. The hero had already gone outside. He went to the reception. The guy took off his coat. Sitting on the couch, he noted that he had quickly gone there and returned back, although it felt like he had returned after an eternity. Hela, sitting on his shoulder, explained that this was not surprising, because he had been through a lot after all. Suddenly, she jumped onto the couch. Sitting next to him, she also reminded him of the gift that Grungner had left. Suddenly, her fur stood on end. Looking at her, the guy asked what had happened. Opening her mouth, she turned to him. Having introduced herself earlier, Hela asked if Jaehyun remembered how she bought him some time. The guy, with his eyes wide open, did not even believe it at first. Looking at him, she explained that Heimdall was able to free himself. A ruined city appeared. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the sky. Someone's hand appeared from the hole. From it appeared the god. He began to fall down. Heimdall quickly flew towards the ground. He landed with a crash. The god rose to his feet. Frowning, Ace could not believe that he tolerated such respect from Hell's alter ego. Looking around, he noted that everything around was in ruins and assumed that they decided to simply distance him from people. Suddenly, the god threw his head back. His eyes glowed bright yellow. Suddenly, some creature appeared in the sky. Heimdall was still standing in place. The monster stared at him, his eyes wide open. It was flying straight at him. The dragon landed on the ground behind the god. He towered over him. The god, without turning around, was silent. The monster bowed his head slightly, not understanding what was happening. He began to open his mouth. The monster was ready to kill his opponent. His gaze was directed forward. He raised his hand. Suddenly, Heimdall squeezed it hard. The dragon behind him was killed by some forces in a second. He spread his arms and said that he wanted to have some more fun. The dragon was left without a head when the god spoke of how he was looking forward to the enemy of the prophecy. His entire body was covered in blood when he spoke of personally testing him. The cat's ear twitched. Closing her eyes, she noted that Heimdall had chosen an extremely strange place. The hero, looking at her, asked where he was going. Looking at the boy, Hela replied that he had gone to the closed area near the Millis Academy. The boy listened to her words, his eyes wide open, saying that judging by his expression, he had already planned something. Opening his mouth, the boy explained that this was where the training camp for the academy students was supposed to take place. Hela, lowering her head, noted that she knew what he had planned. Imagining the eyes of this god, the cat said that he had the ability to see the near future, and therefore he wanted to foresee the future of the protagonist. Lowering his head, the boy noted that in this case, his comrades would also be drawn into this battle. Hela, looking at the boy, called out to him, and he said that there was nothing that could not be calculated. Suddenly, she turned her head, noticing something. The hero got up from the couch. Walking away, he understood that he just needed to prepare for a head-on collision. A system window appeared in front of him when he said that he hoped for a good gift from Grungner. A certain potion appeared in front of his eyes. Reaching out his hand to it, the hero read that it was the blood of a giant. Holding it in front of him, the guy studied the window with the characteristics of this thing, which allowed him to increase strength and wisdom, and realized that this was for S-class raiders, because it was impossible to raise two characteristics at once to 150, unless you belonged to the highest rank. Suddenly, another message appeared to the side of him, which said that the young man had received a new passive skill. Another window with characteristics appeared in front of his eyes. His eyes opened wider when he read that such a passive skill would give him twice as much damage to Acer and Valkyries. Hela, coming closer, asked how he liked such a gift. Closing her eyes, she also noted that this was why she said that he needed to pass the second test faster. The hero bowed his head. Smiling, he agreed with her. After petting the cat, the boy thanked her for coming. Jumping away from him, she asked him what he had just done. Her eyes widened. The boy sat with his head bowed. Suddenly, the cat began to glow. The usual image of Hela appeared, when she asked the boy not to worry so much. She stood right in front of him, saying that she also had a way to help him. Bright lightning struck something in the forest. They struck the protagonist. Blood flowed from everywhere. Many black lightnings also appeared in the sky. They appeared everywhere. Adjusting his hair, the boy noted that this was not just like that. The cat was sitting on a tree. Looking at him, she explained that such a skill cannot even be compared to S-rank skills or even unique skills, because this ability is mythical. Some green energy descended downwards. She walked next to the hero when Hela was talking about how without proper preparation, after using such an ability, the body simply won't withstand it and will collapse. The guy looked down. Looking at the window of the characteristics of this skill, he realized that this was the same mythical ability obtained in the Great Ruins and decided to deal with it as quickly as possible. The city appeared. The guy was walking along one of its streets. Looking at the system notification, he realized that he had a way to increase his rank. The message spoke of a certain quest to kill Odin's ravens, and he realized that this was a reliable method, for which there was no time at all now. Opening his mouth, the young man noted that this was constant harm inflicted on the body. Imagining how he healed himself, he knew that this effect could be reduced to zero using sacrifice, but even so it would not be a solution to the problem. Bowing his head, the hero asked if Hela knew any other way. She answered negatively. She twitched her ear, hearing a loud sound from the side. The guy turned around when Hela explained that they most likely had a guest. Opening his mouth, the guy explained that it was possible. Looking at the corner of one of the houses, he said that they would find out now. Suddenly, a girl appeared from behind the car window. Turning to the guy, she noted that their meeting in such a place was extremely surprising. The young man narrowed his eyes, realizing that it was Baekji, the head of the Curator Merchant Guild. The girl, looking at him, said that she had heard rumors that the protagonist had signed a contract with the guild and asked if they treated him well. Smiling, the young man said that he was pleased to meet her and realized what was happening now. Grinning, the girl listened to the guy's question about whether she was too busy for such casual meetings. Raising her hand, she said that such a meeting should then be considered fateful, not accidental. Suddenly the hero's mouth distorted. A smile appeared on his face. Approaching her, Jaehyun explained that he hated fate the most and asked if she was watching him. The cat, sitting in the hood, realized that this was their personal conversation and therefore she should leave, because she just had things to do. The city appeared again. That same corner of the house appeared. Suddenly, Sunjae appeared there. Bringing the phone to his ear, the man said that the head of the Curator Guild contacted the protagonist. He also remembered his look. He was also standing behind that corner then. Closing his eyes, the man explained that the guy most likely noticed that he was being watched. Night had already fallen over the city. The guy, sitting on the couch, tried to find out from his interlocutor about the reason why the Curator keyboard was looking for him. Smiling, the woman noted that he was extremely straightforward. Opening her eyes, she said that they were glad to welcome him to this guild. Looking at her, the young man noted that he was already in one, but immediately added that she was looking for him anyway, knowing about it. Opening her mouth, she said that she would give him the Fang of Nidhogg, one of the great snakes. The guy's eyes opened wider from the realization of what artifact they were talking about. Having imagined this blade, the hero realized that it was an S-class item, of which there are very few in the world and, moreover, of simply astronomical value. The Temple of Hell appeared. Sitting by the dragon, the girl noted that the guest had finally come to her and asked if she would regret it. There was a smile on Hell's face. Opening her mouth, she asked her interlocutor to lend her power. Smiling, Hell asked if the girl knew that she was only her alter ego and also that there was a big difference in their powers. Opening her mouth, Hela interrupted her and said that after that she would not be able to use it properly or would even die from overdoing it, even if she survived. Placing her hands on her chest, she added that there would be no need to think about the future, and also not to think about returning to a normal state after finding the divine power in the body. Hel, looking at her, tried to object. Opening her mouth, The girl explained that she had been created from the very beginning for this very purpose. Remembering the meeting with the hero, she said that she had to be a guide for the enemy of the prophecy in the 5 trials and guide him on the path. Looking at Hel, she also added that initially she was only supposed to watch over him. Loki's daughter, opening her mouth, explained that this was not a reason to sacrifice her life. Standing in front of her, the girl said that this was all just empty talk. Covering her mouth with her hand, she added that she was just curious, because Jae-hyun would continue on his way, as he was a person who moved forward no matter what. Hel, still sitting, asked if her interlocutor was worried that she might not make it to the end, and she also answered negatively. Looking at her, Loki's daughter fell silent. Closing her eyes, she noted that the guest had already made a decision. Raising her hand, the goddess agreed to share her power. Black energy began to envelop Hel. Smiling, Loki's daughter asked her to be happy, no matter what decision she made. The girl opened her mouth. Suddenly, she smiled. The night city appeared. Holding the phone to his ear, Sang-jae said that, apparently, Baekji would try to convince Jae-hyun. Looking away, he also noted that the young man did not give in so easily. Tapping her finger on the table, Sunun herself said that the master of that guild would most likely offer something that was not easy to obtain with money. Closing her eyes, she added that the head of the curator guild had estimated the hero's potential higher than expected. Standing against the wall, the assistant asked him if he should leave things as they were. Holding the phone to his ear, he assumed that his next words would sound too loud, but explained that Jae-hyun would most likely be a future star in the world of raiders, which could improve with time. The man opened his mouth and began to say something else. The girl, smiling, noted that everything had changed a lot. Opening her eyes, she asked him what she should do if someone took away from her what she wanted herself. The curator guild building appeared and the girl asked how the boy liked her gift. Sitting in front of him, she said that they could become friends. Smiling, the head asked his opinion. The hero crossed his arms over his chest and noted that this was only their first meeting and that the interlocutor was not going too far. Closing his eyes, she said that the young man seemed to know little about trade relations, because the fact that he was sitting here already constituted such relations. The boy raised one hand. Also raising her hand, Baekji noted that they were here for their own reasons, and the young man asked her to get closer to the point. Smiling, she asked her assistant to bring something. The protagonist turned his head to the side. There was a certain object there. The young man, smiling, looked at it. Inside was the fawn of Nidhogg, who in his past life occupied second place after the dragon's slayer sword Bamung. Looking up, the guy understood that all this was expected from such a guild. Looking at the girl, he knew that they wanted to tell him that they possessed artifacts with such power. Raising his hand, the hero noted that if you look at it like that, then this is an extremely expensive thing and asked why she was showing it to him. The girl bowed down and explained that she didn't like it when men kept too many secrets. She opened her eyes and asked the boy to be honest with her. The hero closed his eyes and agreed with her. One of his eyes glowed as he asked her what she wanted from him. Baekji's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that a student could even have such power. She bit her lip, doubting something. The protagonist, looking at her, asked how anyone could doubt her and asked if the girl had thought about it. Her eyes widened even more. The boy opened his mouth and began to say something. Smiling, he noted that the leader most likely didn't know about the connections between the raiders. The office in which the boy was sitting appeared. The girl, bowing her head, listened to the boy's question about whether they wanted him to join their guild. Raising his hand to the artifact, he also asked if they would give him this S-class item for such a service. Opening her eyes, the girl answered affirmatively and added that he would not be offered such a thing anywhere else. Raising his hand to his chin, the young man realized that the leader was right, because no guild would dare to make such a deal with a 17-year-old boy. Crossing his arms over his chest, the hero noted that this was all extremely strange. Introducing the guild building, he explained that, as far as he knew, the curator guild rarely recruited combat raiders and asked if their policy had changed. The girl, crossing her legs, said that they had decided that if the guild moved on, it could simply disappear, and the protagonist asked her if he was the first candidate. Looking at him, Baekji answered affirmatively. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy noted that most likely, in fact, everything was not so. Putting her hand on her head, the girl confessed. Introducing Sunun, the leader explained that the advantage of such a deal was that the hero could bring students from that guild. She also introduced the people from the raider headquarters and added that the young man would be useful because he could establish contact with them. Opening her mouth, she explained that this was exactly what she was giving the artifact for. The young man raised his hand to his chin. Bowing her head, the girl noted that the protagonist looked like the kind of person who would lose control if he made a mistake even for a moment. Raising his hand, the guy asked what control meant to a person in general. Raising her finger, the girl asked whether it would be better to have an S-class artifact in her hands and immediately added that a contract in which the profit distribution ratio would be almost entirely in the guy's favor. A grin appeared on the guy's face. Looking at the container with the item, he explained that in any case, this was a weapon that he would be able to use. Extending his hand towards it, He said that he wanted to look at it first and asked permission to do so, also starting to use the skill of the form of a magic tool. Bringing his hand to the container, the girl noted that he still deserved it. Opening her mouth, she gave him permission to touch. The assistant bowed. She took the container in her hands. Incredible energy emanated from it. The hero, smiling, looked at it. He began to reach for it with his hand. Smiling, the young man said that he finally understood what Nidhogg's Fang was. The blade stopped emitting such an aura. The guy grinned. He held the weapon in his hand in front of him. Getting up from the couch, the hero explained that this was not his style at all and thanked the girl for the good offer. Turning around, the guy said goodbye to her. The girl, wide-eyed, asked if he liked this artifact. Putting his hands in his pockets, the hero answered affirmatively. Jumping up, she shouted a question about who could sort through S-rank items. Gritting her teeth, she shouted a question about whether he knew about the chances of such a thing, because then he would not be able to find such a thing for any amount of money. Opening his mouth, the boy explained that he had nothing more to talk about with her. Smiling, he asked if he could go. The girl, standing in front of the sofa, did not understand what had happened. The room they were sitting in appeared. Baekji covered her forehead with her hand. The assistant, approaching her, asked if the boss was okay. Remembering the boy's eyes, she explained that they were the same as Sanun. She slammed her fist on the table. Frowning, the girl said that this man would regret this. The boy was already sitting in his apartment. Looking down, he activated the skill of the magic tool form. This artifact appeared in his hand when he said that he did not even think that he would get it like this. Imagining the snake Nidhogg, the boy knew that it was a dangerous monster from ancient myths, which rests deep in Nibelheim. The depths of Yggdrasil appeared as the boy recalled rumors that during the winter solstice this snake constantly gnaws the depths of this tree. Remembering the chapter, he realized that he did not even expect that it would allow him to touch this object. The hero leaned back on the bed, realizing that he had not even thought before that he would ever be able to copy the weapon. Squinting, the young man knew that now everything was different, because he needed to be many times more careful. Imagining Heimdall, the protagonist thought about how strong this god would be and whether he would be comparable in strength to Thor. He covered his eyes with his hand. Suddenly, the young man opened his mouth. He opened one eye. Having risen, the boy thought about the battle with the gods and assumed that he had simply gone crazy because of all this madness. Clenching his fist tightly, the hero also realized that he wanted to know how much longer he would be able to fight them. An image of Urt appeared in his head, and he remembered the fate she showed him in the mirror. Remembering himself, the guy tried to figure out if he could change everything. The conference room of Millis Academy appeared. A student was standing in the corner of the room. Opening her eyes wider, she realized that the strongest students of the academy had gathered here, who were so strong that it was not surprising to learn that each of them was already a veteran raider. Suddenly, she frowned. She looked at one of the students. She also noticed another leader. Now her gaze was directed at a certain guy. Immediately after, she looked at the fourth person and realized that they were all gathered here for one person. Folding his hands on the table, one of them said that Jaehyun would join Soho's circle. Opening his mouth, he noted that the rest could just dream. The girl, throwing a glance at him, explained that he would go to her in Sonjian. She crossed her arms and noted that his circle had lost all of its talented first years last year, so they definitely couldn't do that to the hero. Pointing at herself, the leader explained that magic and martial arts don't interfere with each other's affairs, and that this is an established rule, and if that's the case, then the protagonist, being a mage, will go to them. The student, taking a photo, realized that this was the same circle created in honor of Sanun and became the support for the mage raiders, led by Jian. Another guy, sitting in front of her, said that she was talking completely irrelevantly and that she should shut up. Crossing his arms, he asked her if she knew what the news was saying about mages, because it was ridiculous to even think that the hero would end up with them just because he belonged to the mage class. The student, smiling widely, realized that it was Juhyup, who had raised his Karam circle to second place solely due to his strength. The young man raised his hand and said that they could only dream, because the protagonist would definitely belong to Soho. Grinning his teeth, Juhyup said that this was nonsense. The girl raised her finger and suggested that the others do the honest thing, because the decision was still up to the protagonist, in which case the student would go where he was offered more. Pointing his finger at her, the man asked if she really thought that all this was so easy, because had she really forgotten why they were all gathered here. Opening her mouth wider, the girl screamed that this was being told to her by a man with a muscle instead of a brain. The student, looking at them, realized that the situation was extremely tense, but even in this case, none of them were going to back down. Smirking, she knew that this was all because of Jaehyun's importance. After imagining the guild leaders, the student knew that such circles in the academy were the most important groups, because they were watched by countless guilds, which then recruited active students. After imagining someone shaking hands, she remembered that this was why the circle leaders secretly watched each other. She also imagined the protagonist and realized that this person was dangerous, because the balance between the circles was extremely precarious. But now it seemed like it would not be. With her eyes wide open, the student realized how amazing this was. Juhyup, jumping up from his chair, was shouting something to the girl, and the student thought that he wanted the hero so much that his eyes were red with anger. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the table and began to say something. Juhyup, baring his teeth, looked at her. Raising her hand, the girl suggested that everyone make an offer to Jaehyun, and if at least one of them gives a positive answer, then this circle will gather everyone here and announce it in advance. Everyone looked at her as she explained that in exchange for this, the other circles will not touch the circle that got the protagonist. With her mouth slightly open, she also added that such a circle will refrain from at least 2 academy events. The student began taking pictures again when she realized that it was the leader of the Third Eye Circle, which is currently the least known, but even so, it is growing quickly due to the personal qualities of the leader Jian. Putting his hand to his chin, Juhyup noted that such a proposal sounded good. Standing up from his chair, he explained that the circle that gets the protagonist will suffer some losses in favor of the overall balance, and immediately agreed. Jian, standing up from her chair, also agreed. Raising her hand, Jian said that in that case, they will do so. The student, with her mouth slightly open, realized that this man had changed the course of the entire conversation in a second. A building appeared. The young man brought the phone to his ear. The girl, bowing her head, asked where he wanted to go. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, asked if she wanted to go with him. Aina was sitting on the bed, covered with a blanket. She looked down. She brought the phone to her ear and started to say something. Raising her other hand, her friend asked if the young man would go with her to the International Raider Festival. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, asked again. Getting up from the bed, the friend explained that there was a lot to see in this place lately, and that every raider should visit this place. Looking away, she explained that Yujung had said so. Smiling, the young man noted that the girl liked such events and added that the friend seemed very excited about it. Taking a jacket out of the closet, he asked if the others would go. Aina opened her mouth and said nothing. She looked away. While choosing clothes, the guy listened to his friends say that the others didn't have time for that, so he suggested that they go there together. Looking away, the young man remembered that around that time the size of the black market had increased, and if he recalled the events of his past life, the idea of visiting it now seemed quite good. Introducing Heimdall, he suggested that there might be something there that would help him win. Smiling, the hero asked when they would go. Opening her mouth wider, the girl suggested meeting in 2 days at 9 o'clock in the park. Looking at the calendar, the guy agreed. Standing in the middle of the room, he also added that it would be nice to go on vacation for the first time in a long time, because he thought it would be fun there. Bowing her head, Aina agreed with him. Looking away, the protagonist noted that he had forgotten something at the academy, and it was time for him to go. He walked to the door. The girl took the phone away from her ear. Smiling, she said that they would definitely have fun together. Night had already fallen over the city. The young man was walking through the academy. Suddenly, he noticed Yujung. Approaching her, the guy asked her what she was doing here, because this was the men's floor after all, and had she really decided to become a man. She turned to him, trying to say something. Looking down, her friend explained that she just wanted to ask something. Standing in front of her, the hero asked if it was related to his studies, but heard a negative answer. Holding one hand, she explained that there was one event, which was an International Raider Festival. The girl looked away, blushing. The sun had already risen. Aina, looking away, assumed that she had arrived early. The protagonist was already walking towards her. Waving his hand, he noted that she had arrived early. She also waved back. Approaching her, the young man explained that he woke up early and decided to come early and look around, and at the same time he met a friend here. Pointing his finger somewhere, the hero suggested that she go to one place and pick up something. He began to move away from her. The girl covered her face, red from embarrassment, with her hands. Suddenly, a certain girl turned around and asked if it was Jaehyun. They walked through the park while people around them talked about them. Aina, looking away, listened to the comments of people that were addressed to her. She bowed her head, because everyone around her was looking at her. Suddenly, the hero took her hand. Smiling, he suggested that she go a little faster. Aina, opening her eyes wider, looked at him. Standing in the middle of the fair, he noted that it was extremely brave to come to a place where there were so many people, and her friend apologized for this. Lowering her gaze, she explained that she was not yet used to so many people. The hero, looking at her, asked if she had breakfast and added that there were many good places in this place, and there was also a place that served her favorite toast. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, realized that the young man knew what she liked. Turning to her, he suggested that she go there. The guy extended his hand to her. Aina, with her mouth slightly open, looked at her. They walked along the embankment together. The building of the academy appeared. Yuyung, looking away, explained that she just wanted to ask him something, which is why she came here. Jaehyun, standing in front of her, asked if it was related to school, but she said no. Looking away, Her friend explained that there was such an event as the International Raider Festival. The hero, his eyes widening, remembered Ina and her words about everyone being busy. Smiling, Yu-young said that the protagonist would be sitting at home on the weekend anyway, so she decided to suggest having fun for the first time in a long time. The guy, slightly lowering his head, was silent. Stroking the girl on the head, he apologized and added that he already had plans and suggested that they relax together another time. The friend, bowing her head, was silent. The hero, looking at her, suggested that they go somewhere together another time. Ina, standing next to Jaehyun, pointed somewhere with her finger. Approaching the counter with toys, the girl took one in her hand. Frowning, the guy and the student chewed a sandwich, walking together along the street. Raindrops flowed down the green leaves of the tree. The girl was sitting alone in the rain at the bus stop. The guy walked in the rain with an umbrella in his hands. Coming closer to the student, he held the umbrella high above his head, saying that it poured very suddenly, so he did not trust these weather forecasts. Slightly closing her eyes, her friend agreed with him. Without expressing any emotions, the main character silently looked at the man in front of him. The next moment, still standing in the rain, they both turned somewhere to the side. Opening his mouth, the magician was slightly surprised, continuing to look to the side. Pointing his thumb at the sign of the building, smiling, he offered her to take a photo there. Putting both hands to her chest, the girl was surprised by what she heard and blushed slightly. Rubbing his cheek with his finger, Jaehyun hesitantly said that if people come here, they take a joint photo, but if she does not want to, then they can leave. The next moment, the student grabbed the hero by the sleeve of his jacket. With the next movement, she bowed before the surprised guy. Ina was very embarrassed, which is why she blushed. Sitting on the bench of the bus stop, still red, she shouted the word, "Sorry." Clenching the fingers of one hand into a fist, she looked at her hand and said that they could take a photo. Carrying an already folded umbrella in his hands, the dark-haired man entered the building with the girl, hearing a greeting from the side. Stretching his hands forward, the man, smiling, shouted what a beautiful couple came here. Slightly frowning, the protagonist, thinking that he was already used to this, said out loud that they wanted to take a photo. The student again blushed red from embarrassment, thinking that from the outside they really looked like a couple to others. Pointing to the shelves with colorful things, the consultant, winking, said that they could choose accessories and wished them a good time. Holding the hoop in her hands, the girl joyfully cried out, saying that she had found a headband with rabbit ears. Slightly grimacing in a strange smile from what she had heard, the interlocutor asked if she wanted to take a photo with it. Ina was already holding 2 headbands in her hands, slightly drooping. She heard the question why she had 2 headbands in her hands. Polaroid photos of them standing with headbands on their heads. Holding the resulting photos in her hands, the young man was dissatisfied, telling the consultant that one photo had not developed. Scratching the back of his head, the man, smiling, replied that he had asked the staff to correct this mistake, but they seemed to have forgotten, so as an apology the photos were at the establishment's expense. Putting both hands behind his head, still smiling, he added that since the photo was empty, they should think about how to fill it in the future. Embarrassed again, the schoolgirl pulled her hand to herself, thinking about whether she would really have the guy in the future. Smiling slightly, Jaehyun held the strip of photos in his hands. The consultant took a few steps forward. Extending his hand to the guy standing in front of him, he said that first, we need to protect the present. The next second, he smiled sweetly. The 2 guys walked out of the building and onto the street. Turning slightly toward the receding door, the protagonist thought about that person. Stopping, he silently stood up, looking at his companion. Walking a little forward from the girl, he thought that even though he was annoying, he still did not feel any magic. The girl, slightly saddened, bowed her head down. When the magician was already a few steps ahead of her, she suddenly called out his name. Not expecting to hear his name, he turned his head back in surprise. Slightly opening her mouth, she began her remark. The student, standing with her back turned, said that she lied. Frowning, the young man opened his mouth, asking if it was true. Ina clutched the photos tighter in her hands, bringing them to her chest. Standing in the same position, she bowed her head slightly down, adding that she did not ask the guys if they were free. The protagonist, surprised, opened his eyes wider, questioningly calling the name of the interlocutor. Without changing her body position, she replied that this was very selfish. Standing a few steps away from the guy in the middle of the street, bowing her head slightly, she said that she wanted it to be only the 2 of them. Still surprised, the dark-haired man silently looked forward. The next second, without saying a word, he bowed his head. Memory of Hela. The guy stood behind the giant who turned away. Memories of Grungner. One of the divine beings crushed everything on his face. The guardian of the great ruins knelt in front of the protagonist. Memory of Smiling Erd. Bowing his head, the young man smiled widely, said that he was glad they had such a good time. Taking the photos to her chest, the girl was slightly surprised by the answer, saying nothing. The next second, she opened her mouth to answer. Without saying anything, she turned her head away from the guy. Silently looking somewhere at the floor, she looked sad. With her eyes closed, she still stood with the photos in her hands. With her eyes slightly open, she wanted to say something, but fire flashed around. Surprised, both turned around at the loud sounds. Words came from the loudspeakers that there was an emergency now, as they had discovered a rift in the dungeon. Men with weapons in their hands were quickly heading somewhere, running past the guys. The following phrase was heard about everyone following other raiders to a safe place, while people, trying to get out of the fire, ran away. People, looking back, ran away. The raiders pointed their fingers at the frightened people. Staring at the fire in surprise, the hero wondered how this type of magic appeared here and not in the dungeon. Traces of magic enveloped the entire street and the people. Frowning, the protagonist tried to find an answer to his question. The man, stretching his right hand forward, shouted at the people to run. Pointing his thumb at himself, he did not shout for everyone to run to him, since it was dangerous there. Aina, standing behind the magician, said that it seemed really dangerous, so it was better not to climb. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes. Filled with determination, the protagonist was surrounded by magic, saying the word no out loud. Standing in front of the accumulated magic, he added that if they stayed here, then everyone would die. The young man looked somewhere through the magic. The man was standing not far from those two. The red-haired man stood with his back, surrounded on all sides by magic. The protagonist released the mana from his body and said that if they stayed here, everyone would die. His mana aura reached the boy's feet. Jae-hyun, looking at the red-haired man's back, said that all of this was because of him. The boy shuddered and began to laugh. He smiled widely, saying that it was very interesting. Squinting, the boy told Jae-hyun that his cell was working better than he thought. Was it because he was an enemy? The protagonist froze in shock. Without turning around, he told Aina to run behind him. Turning his head, he shouted, demanding that they run faster. The red-haired man suddenly appeared in front of her. Aina's mouth was open in amazement. The boy raised his hand to strike. His fist instantly appeared right in front of the girl's face. A moment later, an explosion occurred, raising dust in the area. Soon, the dust began to clear. The red-haired man squinted, feeling displeased. His hand was grabbed. The protagonist, who was near him, stopped the attack. The young man bared his teeth and said that such power was expected for the one called the great enemy of the Aesir. Jae-hyun released his mana and asked what he was. A moment later, he threw the enemy away with a burst of mana. Landing smoothly, the young man said that he was one of Odin's 5 ravens. Taking a stance, he said that he had not received permission for a name, but if he sacrificed him, he could get a name. The protagonist's hair covered his eyes. He clenched his fist tightly. The guy imagined Hugin, his father, and he cried at his funeral, thinking that he was dead. Jae-hyun raised his head and angrily told the raven that he was the same scum as that freak. Aina, who was standing behind him, called out to the guy. He looked at her and said that it would be difficult to escape now, so she should stay behind him. The girl agreed with him, frowning slightly. The raven asked him with a smile if this girl was important to him. Jae-hyun asked him with a frown what would happen if it was. Releasing his dark aura, the raven said that he would make him taste despair by tearing it apart. Concentrating mana in his hand, the protagonist called his opponent an animal. Closing his eyes, he said that he was very sorry. He opened his eyes. Creating an S-rank dragon slayer sword, Jae-hyun said that he would be the one to be torn apart. The protagonist rushed forward. His opponent ran towards him. Jae-hyun raised the weapon back to strike. Mana poured into the sword abundantly. The raven said with a wide smile that it would not be enough. The red-haired man blocked the guy's sword. Aina raised her hands, protecting herself from the shockwave. Opening both eyes, she asked herself what was going on here and who this person was. Remembering how he bared his teeth and called Jae-hyun someone in an incomprehensible language, she thought about it. Frowning, Aina said that now was not the time to think, because she needed to help. The protagonist raised his sword to strike. The raven pulled the chain out of his chest. The red-haired man blocked his opponent's sword with the chain. Jae-hyun's pupils lit up when he asked his opponent what he knew about Hugin. Beginning to transform, the raven asked if he really wanted to know this when his life was on the line. Having completely transformed, the raven said that he would tell him everything if he wanted to know so much. The protagonist froze, listening to the raven say that Hugin was the most outstanding among Odin's ravens along with Munin. He was the most noble after the Aesir. The raven involuntarily imagined his 2 brothers. Holding his sword in front of him, Jae-hyun asked if he really wanted to say that such a cool guy was only used to keep him under control. The boy frowned, angry, and asked why they did this. Raising his hand, Odin's servant said that this was a prophecy, an absolute prophecy that could not be changed. The protagonist clenched his jaw, saying that this was complete nonsense. The ice began to spread beneath his feet. Ice spikes grew from the ground, as Jae-hyun asked if he did this just because of some assumption about the future. Raven jumped up, dodging the ice spikes. The protagonist lunged forward. His strike was blocked by a chain. Raven, swinging his weapon, said that the prophecies of the Aesir always came true. The chain bent in the air. The protagonist was forced to block the barrage of blows with his sword. Aina, standing behind, frowned, seeing that their opponent was incredibly strong. Her abilities did not allow her to help Jaehyun now. The boy blocked the chain with his blade. The girl took the sphere in her hand. She threw it at Jaehyun, telling him to catch it. The boy turned around abruptly. He caught the sphere in his hand. The blue sphere was a magic transfer stone, an item that could transfer magical power to a partner. The protagonist froze, looking at the stone in his hand. The girl closed her eyes, starting to pour mana into a similar magic transfer stone. She involuntarily remembered how heavily she breathed, looking at the protagonist. Remembering all the moments from the past, she seemed to cut them into two parts. Jaehyun, holding the sphere in his hand, was surprised. Jaehyun looked away. He pressed the sphere to his chest. Looking at the raven in front of him, he said that nothing would work if he hesitated, and this is exactly what he was trying to achieve. Squinting and calming down, the guy said that he needed to be calm as usual. He needed to understand the enemy's weakness, understand how to turn the situation around. The raven rushed forward. The weapon curved and rushed towards the protagonist. A Xingbiao tip appeared near Jaehyun. Many Xingbiao rushed towards the raven. A dagger slipped out of the raven's sleeve. He swung his dagger a couple of times. His chain quickly tightened. Odin's servant jumped behind his weapon. The protagonist watched him closely, mentally saying that his enemy was using chains and daggers, and his magic was about the same level. Looking at him behind him, he said that he could not be further away from her, because if he let his guard down, trouble could happen. The guy stepped on the Xingbiao tip. The weapon rushed upward along with him. The opponents exchanged blows right in the air. A wound formed on Jaehyun's shoulder. Activating the sacrifice skill quickly healed the wound. The raven turned his head and said that he had heard that he had many different techniques, but there were even more than he imagined. Kneeling down, he said that Heimdall was right. Touching his mask, he said that he could be a great hindrance to the gods. Jaehyun stood in front of the enemy and thanked him for such words. Bowing his head, the raven said that he should not thank him, because he would still kill him. Jaehyun narrowed his eyes. He understood perfectly well that the Aesir could not kill him now. The power of the prophecy enveloped the boy and still protected him, but this did not mean that killing was absolutely impossible. The young man rushed to attack. Taking a dagger in his hand, the raven asked if he really wanted to get him with this attack, but an attack with a long sword is very slow. The young man suddenly accelerated. He jumped up, ending up above the enemy. The boy stopped holding the sword with both hands. Jaehyun turned around abruptly. He threw a roundhouse punch. The boy chuckled and said that he himself didn't look so good. The glass in the mask cracked. The raven covered his face with both hands from the gust of wind. His whole body shook from inexplicable pain. A tear formed in the eye of Odin's servant. In anger, he rushed straight at the boy. He held his sword in front of him, blocking the attack. The sword began to dissolve. Then Jaehyun told the enemy that he still didn't know much about him. The protagonist, dispersing his sword, ran past the enemy. He extended his hand, activating the skill of creating magical tools. A moment later, Nidhogg's fang formed in his hand. The boy tightly clutched his dagger. Starting to tremble, the raven screamed, saying that he had not heard of using a dagger. The creature's eye shone when he saw the energy in the dagger. The protagonist froze, confused. He did not understand why the enemy reacted like that. Looking at the enemy's legs, he realized that he was open for an attack. Xingbiao burst out of the portal. The chain wrapped around the raven's arm. Jaehyun rushed forward. He dealt a dozen blows in an instant. Then the effect of the Nidhogg Fang artifact was activated. Now the enemies received poison damage. The young man grinned. This is exactly what he expected from an S-rank artifact. Breaking the chains on his hand, the raven screamed, asking where he got such strength from. Then he turned around abruptly. Jaehyun easily blocked the enemy's weapon. Then he swung his dagger, striking back. The raven, manipulating his chain, reflected all of the enemy's Xingbiao. The protagonist, landing in front of the enemy, said that it must be difficult for him to move because of the poison. The boy grinned and said that the situation had changed dramatically. Half of the raven's eye had turned black. He knew that at this rate he had no chance against the Aesir. Jaehyun, still smiling, said that he still hadn't managed to kill him. Running past the boy, the raven asked when he said that he would kill him. The young man turned his head and froze. His enemy was rushing straight towards Aina. The girl created a barrier. The raven easily destroyed the barrier. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The raven's entire body began to glow brightly. Jaehyun gritted his teeth. He threw his dagger, shouting for Aina to duck. The girl's mouth fell open and froze. A powerful explosion thundered in the alley. At that moment the system informed Jaehyun of her victory over Odin's raven. Smoke filled the entire area. The boy bowed his head, angry at his opponent. Aina ran towards him. The guy opened his eye, saying that he used too much magic at once. Aina caught the falling Jaehyun. She carefully squatted down with him. The girl bit her lower lip. She remembered how they fought with the monster. Then, she also stood aside, worried about Jaehyun, and could not do anything. Aina bowed her head, looking at the guy. The events take us to Yujung's house. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl said that she was embarrassed to start this conversation, and he pretended to be busy. The girl blushed slightly. She began to hit the pillow, saying that in this case, she could go with Aina. Sitting on the bed, Yujung said that in any case, Jaehyun was no help to her. The lady took the phone in her hand. She texted her friend, asking them to go to the Raider festival she was talking about. Yujung smiled when she saw that Aina had read the message. She winced, losing her smile. Aina texted her back, saying that she was busy and couldn't go with her, unfortunately. The girl fixed her hair and asked why Aina wasn't home, since she usually slept at the hotel. She sighed and said that her friend was busy too. The girl looked at her phone again, starting to type. She texted her friend, saying that they would go to a pastry shop later since she was busy. Aina texted back, saying that they would definitely go. The redhead narrowed her eyes, trying to figure out how the two homebodies had gone out at the same time. Her eye widened at the incredible thought, maybe the two of them had gone to the festival together. Yujung frowned. She imagined Aina. But the girl covered her face with a book out of embarrassment when Jaehyun was next to her. Her face turned slightly red. Yujung, stroking her chin, said that this simply couldn't be. She abruptly lay down on the bed. Opening her lips, she said that this couldn't be. The events take us to Aina, who was sitting with Jaehyun. She looked sadly at the guy who was unconscious. She involuntarily remembered the last fight, saying that she couldn't help in any way, and he tried to protect her. Aina looked at the guy. She squeezed her hand. Lowering her head, she became sad. The girl shifted her gaze. Looking at the boy's face, she said that it was good that he was not badly hurt. Remembering the Raven, their previous opponent, she said that Jaehyun seemed to know that guy. She remembered how the Raven tried to hide in space. Now the new opponent rushed straight at her, using exactly the same magic. Aina stroked Jaehyun's hair. Her hand shook as the boy frowned. He suddenly opened his eyes. The girl blushed as the boy raised his head. Jaehyun chuckled and thanked her for looking after him. The girl looked away and said that she was worried because she couldn't help him. The protagonist stared at the girl who had turned away from him. He looked at the sky that was starting to darken. Opening his lips, he said that he knew what she wanted to say. Aina clenched her fist and looked at him in surprise. Jaehyun looked away. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he said that he could of course have misunderstood her. Narrowing his eyes, he sadly said that if that was the case, then he shouldn't take it seriously because he needed her. The girl abruptly put her finger to his lips, telling him to stop. Her bangs covered Ayane's eyes, then she told him that he didn't have to continue. The boy, opening his lips, wanted to object. Aina, who was sitting next to him, said that she wasn't ready to hear those words. No matter what his answer was, they needed to wait. Then she looked up at the slightly pink sky. A tear rolled down her face. Aina said that she could wait until then. Smiling with difficulty, she said that they would talk later. Jaehyun looked down. He unconsciously adjusted the lady's hair. They sat together like that for the entire night. Smoke and steam filled the training ground. The monster swung its club. The protagonist jumped up, dodging the attack. Xingbiao burst out of the portal. Many weapons rushed towards the monsters, piercing them. Jaehyun frowned. Remembering the girl's tear-stained face, he wondered why he didn't answer her. Then he simply looked down, even knowing that she liked him. Looking down again, the guy said that she was probably having a hard time with these illusory hopes. The young man landed carefully. The ogre raised his club and growled. The protagonist easily dodged the attack. Then the system informed him that as the quest progressed, the user's level would increase by 1. Jaehyun gathered mana in his fist. A moment later, he released mana. The guy froze in his stance and, having received the system's notification, he said that he could now sense the barrier. Tilting his head, he said that now it remained to understand what this could mean. The guy abruptly turned his head from behind Hel. Closing her eyes, Hel said that she did not understand now, but later he would definitely find out everything. The girl stepped forward. Standing in front of him, she said that it would be so, because it was him. The protagonist, grinning, asked why she was so agitated, as if she was going to run away. Closing his eyes, he said that he would not allow her to do this. The girl sighed. She smiled and said that she wanted her existence to become a blurry memory for him. The events take us to the academy. One of the guys stood in Jaehyun's way. The guy stopped and asked who he was. Jonghyun, putting his hands behind his back, introduced himself as the leader of Suho's circle. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. He had heard something about this circle. Suho was the strongest circle in the academy. Its members were cool. Opening his lips, he said that they were far from the guys. Jonghyun extended his hand, offering him to join their circle. Jian screamed as she ran, saying that anyone could make such an offer. Pointing at the young man, the blonde offered him to join Sunun. Jihyup approached and told him to stop talking nonsense. Pointing at himself, he said that they were taking Jaehyun to Karam. The protagonist, gritting his teeth in anger, told him to stop. He frowned and wanted to say something. Jian interrupted him with a smile on her face and introduced herself. The boy's eyes widened, surprised by what he heard. Looking at the three in front of him, he said that he had heard the other names when he was still a raider. Jian approached and said that she did not come to recruit him, but simply wanted to introduce herself. Turning away, the boy said that she should have chosen a calmer time. The girl chuckled. Her smile stretched into a smirk. Ju-hyup shouted sharply, saying that Jae-hyun would be joining them. The boy, parting his lips, said that he needed to clarify something. Putting his hand in his pocket, he said that he was not going to join any of the circles. Ju-hyup frowned. Yu-young raised her eyebrows in surprise and froze. Jong-hyun lowered his gaze, realizing the futility of his intentions. Standing in front of Ju-hyup, he asked the boy what he would do, even though he knew he was a disciple of Sun-un, but it was hard for raiders who weren't in the circle to be in a low starting rank. The protagonist chuckled and said that he had already told him that he wouldn't be in the circle. Ju-hyup grabbed him by the shirt. The man screamed in anger, asking what he was talking about, and if he wanted to explain. Jae-hyun froze and said not to make mistakes. His eyes flashed, then he said that they didn't need that. The boy shuddered with his whole body. He let go of his shirt. Adjusting his clothes, he said that he would create his own. The circle leaders froze, surprised. Ji-eun stood to the side, watching everything. Her pupils glowed as she smiled. Sitting at the same table with the circle leaders, Ju-hyup said that he couldn't get his head around it. Grabbing his hair, he asked why freshmen were allowed to found a circle. Stroking his chin, Jong-hyun said that he also did not understand how a newbie could create a circle on his own. Shifting his gaze, he said that it was against the rules of the academy. It all sounded unconvincing. The two other circle leaders at the table stared at him. The girl, looking at the ceiling, said that it was difficult to do without outside help. Jong-hyun, warming his fist, said that based on this boy's words, they could not say for sure that he would not succeed. Ju-hyup, slamming the table, asked why that was so. The brunette, squinting, asked what was the most important thing in creating a circle. Jian, pointing a finger to his cheek, said that authority was needed, a group within the academy. Jong-hyun parted his lips, asking to remember Jae-hyun's comrades. He involuntarily remembered Hoyoung. He was a well-informed person. Jae-sen was a young alchemist. Aina was the dealer with the fire ability. Yu-young, the red-haired girl, was the support. Jian frowned. Nodding, Jong-hyun said that this explained why he didn't need them from the beginning. Ju-hyup, closing his eyes, said that his head was in a mess. Jong-hyun slammed his finger on the table and said that he needed to influence his opinion. Imagining the protagonist's entire group, he said that even with just his comrades, he would be enough to tip the scales of the academy. Closing his eyes, he said that everyone should find a way to survive. Soho would help if needed. Frowning, Ju-hyup asked if all the circles would do this because of a freshman. Jong-hyun stood up and asked the guy if he could beat Jae-hyun in a one-on-one fight. Ju-hyup only frowned more. As he left the room, the leader dryly said that they were always open. Jian sighed and stood up from her seat. Ju-hyup gritted his teeth. Jong-hyun stopped abruptly. Remembering the boy's appearance, he said that this guy was a terrible monster. Continuing to walk, the guy said that this was the second one after Jian. Jian, who was sitting at the table with her friends, screamed. She stared at the protagonist in disbelief, asking if he really wanted to create his own circle. The guy raised his hand, saying that if they wanted, they could include someone else. Hoyoung, who was sitting next to the girl, said that no matter how many there were, they were only freshmen. He bowed his head and said that it would be difficult if any of the circles decided to take control of them. Jae-sang, clenching his fist, said that it would be scary to stand up to the others. Seol-yo, who was sitting next to him, said that she had been trying to figure out why he had suddenly called them all together. Bowing her head, she asked how much he would pay her. The boy looked at her. Abruptly looking away, he said that they just needed to be strong enough to withstand the onslaught of the other circles. Everyone except Seol-yo looked at the boy. He stroked his chin and mentally said that this would be much better than joining the others and worrying about their opinions. Aina, looking away, said that she was fine with it. Jae-sang, parting his lips, said that if Jae-hyun insisted, then he was in. Seol-yo, raising one eyebrow, said that they wouldn't last long without glasses. The protagonist sighed. Points were awarded to the best representative of the class. Gold literally rained down from the sky. Jae-hyun, introducing Sun-un, said that he had received items within the category. He chuckled, saying that including everything else, they had tens of millions of points at their disposal. The girl, frowning, clicked her tongue, saying that it was crazy. Yu-jung suddenly jumped up, asking if, being so rich, he wouldn't treat them to something delicious. The girl froze next to the boy. They both quickly turned their heads when someone shouted, saying that today was the team dinner. Jae-hyun, tilting his head, asked what he was doing here. Ayan stretched and smiled widely. Scratching the back of her head, she said that at first she just wanted to bury it, but she was going to go to Millis next year. Looking at the boy in front of her, she said that thanks to the skill he cast on her, she can't go anywhere now. The boy's pupils flashed as he used his subjugation skill. Ayan immediately smiled widely, saying that she just thought that she should join them since everyone was here. A moment later, she closed her mouth and began to sweat. Jae-sang closed his eyes and said that he didn't expect her to say that. Hoyoung stared at her and said that her pink hair had an ominous aura. Ina sighed and said that she shouldn't address Jaehyun like that. The protagonist chuckled and sighed. Standing up, he closed his eyes, saying that their situation wasn't that bad because they were all clearly talented. Hoyoung and Yujong looked at him with puzzled expressions. Placing a hand on his friend's shoulder, the boy asked what if they succeeded even more. The protagonist smiled, saying that they would be able to overcome the obstacles they were facing now. Hoyoung turned around and stared at his friend in surprise. Beaming, he swore his allegiance. Ina, who was standing to the side, said that next time she would save Jaehyun with her own hands. The protagonist, noticing her attention, glanced at her. The girl smiled, saying that they had to try hard. Yuyoung, frowning, asked Soil if she had a bad feeling. Soil, covering her mouth with her hand, said that she remembered that the last time Jaehyun smiled like that, she was in a really bad way. The guy's eyes sparkled, and he asked what they were talking about. The girl shuddered all over and sweated. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, said that in order to become stronger, they will need a lot of effort, but he thinks that this is a natural process, and no one will have any questions. Everyone at the table silently stared at him. Jaehyun, seeing this, smiled, asking if they will all join his circle. The events take us to the Milis Academy gym. We find ourselves in a gym on the academy grounds. This place, filled with various sports equipment and the latest artifacts, was only accessible to the head of the academy and his colleagues. Sweat was running down the girl's face. Yujung and Ahen, lying on the floor, said that they no longer wanted to go to company dinners. The red-haired girl frowned. Jae-sang, approaching her, handed her a restorative elixir. Hoyoung, sitting on the floor, said that he felt like he had torn all his muscles. They needed to stop for today. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said that muscles grow because of tears. Jae-sang approached him. The guy took the elixir. Smiling creepily, he said to drink it all to the last drop. Soil, pointing at Jae-sang, called him a traitor. The guy, hiding behind his friend, said that his specialty is not fighting. Jaehyun closed his eyes and said that she shouldn't get mad at him without a reason, so they would do 2 more sets. Hoyoung clenched his fist. Although this place looked like an ordinary gym, it was special. Yujong and the others felt the extra strain from the increased gravity. This place was created to strengthen the physical abilities of the students. The protagonist stood quietly to the side. He knew that the gravity here was many times higher than usual. Ina lifted the barbell. The boy turned his head and looked at her. He slightly narrowed his eyes. Jaehyun couldn't help but think of the crow he fought with. The girl froze with her mouth open in fear. Such a situation could happen again, and there was only one way to prevent it. The boy bowed his head, saying that his comrades must become stronger. Jaehyun clenched his fist and said that in the worst case, it would not catch them off guard and they would be able to come out of the battles unharmed. Looking ahead, he said that this was the most important thing now. The events take us to the Yonghwa Raiders Guild. Sunun smiled sweetly, closing her eyes. The protagonist also smiled. The student and the mentor sat opposite each other. The woman chuckled slightly. Parting her lips, she asked if he was thinking about transferring to another guild. Jaehyun nodded and asked what she meant. Sunun sighed and thought. She smiled again, saying that she knew that the supervisor was talking to him. Sunun opened her eye, saying that the supervisor offered him Nidhogg's Fang in exchange. The protagonist froze, remembering that dagger. He closed his eyes. Smiling, the guy said that he was finally caught, then he asked if she would let him go if he said that he would transfer somewhere else. Laughing, the woman opposite him said that she would never do that. Remembering her opponent, the head of the Curator Guild, she said that she would especially not let him go to them. Jaehyun, smiling, asked what the need for such questions was then. Sunun leaned over. She stood up. Approaching the boy, she said that she called him to tell him that no one would take him away from them. Moving her lips, she said that she was not yet stupid enough to give her student to competitors. She extended her hand. Grabbing the boy by the chin, Sunun said that he had no reason to refuse these privileges. The protagonist, grinning, asked if this was really so, even if one of the rarest S-rank artifacts was at stake. Closing her eyes, the woman said that she could not say that it was an equivalent replacement, but if he asked, she would do what was required, and she did not think that it was such a bad deal. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he wasn't going to leave anyway, because his teacher was here. Sunun smiled and said that he was a good liar. She almost believed him. Jaehyun smiled widely and said that he had missed his opportunity. The teacher and students smiled, being motionless. The boy opened his eyes. He looked away, realizing that they were going to attack him at the training camp. Imagining Heimdall, he mentally said that he needed to prepare for any scenario. The events take us to the day of classes at the training camp to the portal. The protagonist group approached the bus. Jaehyun went inside. After that, the buses moved off. The boy sitting in his seat said that they needed to try hard. Looking at his comrades next to him, he said that this would be the beginning of their circle. So-yeol hit Jae-san on the back of the head, telling him to stop shaking. The boy stroked the back of his head, saying that he was scared, because from now on the real practice would begin. Jaehyun turned to him and said that from now on they would be fighting real evil. Shifting his gaze, the boy said that other raiders often came to this area and fought monsters, but that did not mean that the camp was safe. Yujung turned to Jae-sang and said that if they were nervous, it would only get harder, and they would be working in the camp, not relaxing. The boy closed his eyes and said that he would try to relax now. Aina looked at the protagonist, and said that she wanted to ask him something. Squinting, she asked why he called the circle 9. Yujung, approaching Aina, said that she was also curious if he meant a number. The girls, looking at the boy, asked if there was any special reason why he liked that number. Leaning back in his chair, Jaehyun said that it would be more accurate to say that he hated him. In Norse mythology, the number 9 is a very symbolic number. For example, there are 9 worlds that were on the tree Yggdrasil. Thor, poisoned by Jormungandr's poison, died without taking 9 steps. The protagonist sat motionless, deep in thought. He couldn't help but notice the close connection in the moments of numbers falling out, when he sees 9 repeated several times. The girls silently stared at the guy. Jaehyun chuckled. Closing his eyes, he said that he hated this number the most, that's why he chose it. The girls exchanged glances. The protagonist, opening his eyes, looked at In. Then he looked out the window. Squinting, he said that for some reason he forgets things that should not be forgotten next to them, even about them. Soon the bus arrived at the closed city, where the academy's training camp is taking place. The young man stood up, saying that now they will only dream of peace. Opening his lips, the guy said that everyone here is nervous. The whole group got off the bus. The events take us to a remote area of the city of Taegu. Heimdall was sitting on the roof. Hugin, standing behind, said that they lost another raven. The ace chuckled. He smiled broadly and said that this opponent was very interesting. The host, standing on the platform, greeted all the viewers of the channel. Problems of World Raiders. Raising her hand, she said that today they had 2 guests in the studio who would tell about a mysterious incident that happened a few days ago in the ruins of Iceland. The first guest was an S-rank raider, a representative of the Union of Europe, Balak. The second guest was Camilla, the first S-rank mage in the world. Sitting down in a chair, the host said that it was nice to meet them. Camilla, smiling, said that they were also very pleased. She bumped her comrade with her elbow. The girl winked at him, saying that they were actually here as representatives of the Union of Europe. The guy narrowed his eyes. Looking into the eyes of those present, he told his friend to look at them. Veins bulged on Balak's face when he said that this was not the look of people who respected their association. Camilla smiled and said that she understood him. She closed her eyes and said that he should also know that it was not a good idea to continue like this. Balak gritted his teeth, barely holding back his anger. Looking at the girl in front of him, he realized that they suspected them of looting the ruins. Although it was not surprising, he had personally been there, and the ruins were under the control of the European Union at the time of the robbery. However, it was all done by that guy in the mask. Balak closed his eyes and began to curse in his mind. The host bowed her head and said that today they would like to discuss nothing else but the recent incident of looting the ruins. The girl smirked and said that there was a lot of controversy surrounding it. Balak's entire body shook with anger. Camilla kicked him. He turned his gaze to her. The man sighed when the host asked him why 2 S-rank raiders failed to protect the ruins. Taking the paper in her hand, she asked why the European Union, which is considered the strongest, could not conquer the ruins first. Looking at the paper and then at the raiders, she said that these were the questions that interested their viewers the most. Camilla, opening her eyes, said that their strength was not enough, and that was all she could say. Smiling, the host said that even in leading countries such as the United States and Japan, the number of those who criticized the European Union had increased, because they bragged too much, but now everything has become complicated. The magician closed her eyes. Balak parted his lips, saying that they must have heard of the invader of the ruins. The girl shuddered. Smiling again, she said that she had heard of him, the man who claimed to have successfully passed the proof of qualification, with whom the European Union had difficulty, and then conquered the ruins. Black Robe, the European Union said that a man in a black robe suddenly attacked the ruins. Closing one eye and sighing, the girl said that the public needed facts, not vague answers. Balak clenched his jaw, furious. His eyes flashed as he asked if she thought he was lying. Camille looked at her partner, alarmed. He quickly turned his head towards the cameraman. He stood up and walked towards him. Releasing his mana, he said that Black Robe was very strong. The man tilted the camera. Pointing at himself, he said that he was so good that he and Camille, if they attacked at the same time, would not be able to defeat him. Clenching his jaw, he said that he had no regrets. The mage clutched her head, listening to her partner. The boy's eyes flashed as he said that their enemy would definitely appear again. The events take us to the crowd of students. The instructor, stopping, said that the training camp was an event that would last for 1 week. The protagonist and his group stood still as the instructor said that everyone must move with their circle members. Each circle would only be given 1 survival kit. The man handed the suitcase to Hoyoung. The students must use the knowledge they had learned at the academy to survive and destroy all the monsters. The man raised his hand and said that for safety reasons, they must not go further than 50 kilometers from their headquarters. If they broke the rule, they would be immediately disqualified. The instructor stood in front of the students and said that they had 2 tasks to complete within a week. He parted his lips and said that they had to stay alive, because Taegu was the most dangerous place for them. The protagonist group stood still as they listened to the teacher. If they could survive, they would prove that they had what it took to be worthy raiders who stood on the corpses of monsters. The man frowned slightly, saying that they needed to work together to kill as many monsters as possible in the time allotted to them. Hoyoung, having joined forces with Soil, began killing monsters. The youth found tokens that needed to be collected. Meanwhile, the instructor explained to the students that the higher the level of the monster, the more extra points they would receive, and they should be careful not to get injured. The youth raised his hand and asked what to do in case of an emergency. The man frowned slightly, saying not to worry about it. There were instructors on the rooftops around the area. The man put his hands on his hips and said that if a dangerous situation arose, they should report it immediately. The students stood still, many of them frowned. The instructor put his hands behind his back and finished the instructions. The protagonist stood still, looking into the distance. Soon, his group gathered together. Hoyoung, Jae-sang, and Soil looked at their rings. Aina and Yujong raised their hands, on which they put the rings. The protagonist grinned as he put on the artifact. The Unity Sign ring was a beautiful artifact. Jaehyun clenched his fist. He couldn't believe he had gotten his hands on such an item. It would definitely be the key to passing the training camp. Everyone looked at the guy. He said, smiling, that they would act according to the plan. The guy smiled contentedly, standing near the high-rise buildings. Black smoke in one of the rooms began to form into feathers. Hugin looked sadly through the window at his son. Soon the group found themselves at a construction site. They entered the building. Looking around, the protagonist said that they had managed to find a good base. Jae-sang, smiling widely, said that at this stage they would be able to avoid clashes with high-ranking winged monsters. Soil, gritting her teeth, said that all sorts of worms or bugs would appear instead. Jae-sang wanted to object, saying that insects are not evil at all. The girl suddenly screamed, saying that insects are the real evil. The boy drooped and cried, while the blonde waved her arms and yelled at him. Jaehyun, sighing, said to stop with his jokes. They needed to pull themselves together. Yujung, turning around, said that despite the fact that they have a roof, it is still a closed city. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and thought. Once upon a time, monsters led by a dragon broke into a closed city. The entire city suffered. Humanity dubbed this area a closed city. In the case of South Korea, the closed province was Gyeongsangbuk-do, including the city of Daegu. The students of the academy visited such places as part of their training and destroyed monsters. They learned to survive like real raiders. Aina, looking away, said that from now on they have no other choice, because this is reality. Yujung closed her eyes and said that she hoped that they would earn a lot of points this time too, so that they could buy a lot of ice cream and visit restaurants that they hadn't been to yet. Opening her eyes, she said that she heard that there were many establishments in the southern part of the academy. The protagonist looked away. The girl frowned and sighed, clearly angry. The guy moved his lips, saying that points were important. Jaehyun narrowed his eyes. He understood that for the others, this event was not particularly difficult. They were one of the best and were not inferior to the existing circles, as well as their leaders. The protagonist frowned. He knew that the most dangerous opponent in this training camp was Heimdall, whom he had to defeat. This ace was grinning, just waiting to appear in front of the guy. Aina shuddered, noticing her friend's state. Looking at him intently, she asked if he was okay. Jaehyun looked at her and said that he had no problems. Hoyeon looked up. Looking up, he asked what happened to him. The protagonist looked at his friend and said that he made it all up. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when Hoyeon said that he looked like a man who had just gotten into a fight with someone. Standing in front of his friend, he asked if anything had happened over the weekend. Aina looked sadly at the floor. She remembered the raven that had rushed straight at her. Odin's servant was strong, and he had only used one chain and a dagger. His chains had bound her. The girl stood dumbfounded, sadly looking at the floor. Soil, who was standing to the side, called out to everyone, saying that someone was approaching them. Jaehyun closed his eyes and said that these were children who hated them. It seemed that they were related to her. The blonde lowered her eyelids and said that it was so. Raising an eyebrow, she said that it was his responsibility. Now he had to take everything upon himself. Yujung's mouth dropped open in shock. An ominous aura spread from in. The redhead also froze with her mouth open, not understanding what she was saying. The girls turned their gaze to the protagonist. He glanced to the side and ordered them to prepare for battle. Soon, the members of Sid's circle arrived. Jun-san stood at the head of the group. The protagonist smiled. Soil was sitting at the table. Looking at the protagonist who was sitting opposite, she asked if he really wanted her to leave Sid's circle and join him. The guy grinned and said that it was exactly like that. Raising her hand, the girl said that he should take her situation into account. She crossed her legs and said that she was quite happy with her circle. There were a lot of people, and compared to other circles, you could earn a lot of points. Holding out 2 fingers, the guy said that she knew one thing but was missing another. Frowning, the guy asked if she thought the circle members considered her a colleague. Looking away, the girl said that they were more like business partners. Jae-hyun put the sphere on the table and said that he didn't think so. Soil stared at the recording device in surprise. Jun-sang and Sung-hyuk were discussing Soil herself, saying that she was just a dog for getting information, and that she didn't even know how to fight properly. Jun-sang said with a wide smile that it looked like he would have to seduce her. Sung-hyuk, angry, said that he had already taken a liking to her, so he shouldn't approach her. The blonde frowned in anger. Her face twisted into a grimace of anger. Looking at the boy in front of her, she agreed to his offer. Tilting her head, she asked how much he would give. The boy smiled widely and said that he saw everything. The boy now looked at the members of Sid's group in front of him. Jun-san, clenching his fist, asked if he really thought he could get away with poaching their circle members. The protagonist couldn't help but look at Soil. Evil Jun-san was one of those who wanted to take advantage of the girl. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he must have forgotten how he got beat up during the freshman hunt. Jun-san angrily screamed, saying that he had simply let his guard down back then. Waving his hand, he asked if he thought he could handle them all alone. Forming a beam of mana, the protagonist said that he had never been alone. The boy waved his hand. The projectile flew past the boy's head. The protagonist calmly looked at his opponent. Jae-hyun said with a wide smile that even if they all attacked at once, they wouldn't be able to defeat any of them. Jun-san and his group were tense. Some of the members were exchanging glances. Mana sparkled in the protagonist's hand. Soil, who was standing behind him, was frowning. She was a talent among those with intelligence skills. The protagonist couldn't understand how it was risky to persuade someone with such a unique skill. Only by kneeling down could she figure everything out. Jun-san clenched his fists. Jae-hyun himself smiled widely. He tilted his head and asked if that was all. Sweating profusely, Chief Sid said that he just imagined it. No matter how strong he was still a first year. The protagonist chuckled. Chief Sid pointed at him and ordered his subordinates to attack. Everyone rushed towards the protagonist at the same time. The boy didn't move, observing everything. The 2 boys' attacks were stopped by the shield. Hoyoung, who blocked their attacks with his shield, asked how they dared to raise their hand. The mages quickly pointed their wands at him, forming fire and lightning. Yujung, concentrating mana in her staff, said that she was also here. All the opponents' attacks were blocked by the barrier. Jae-hyun chuckled, saying that he expected Hoyoung to push everyone back. And Yujung, unexpectedly for everyone, mastered wide-range defensive magic near the boy. Both of them progressed at a crazy pace. Sweating, the boys said that nothing affected them at all. Jun-san froze, being terrified. Sweating, he said that he knew it would happen. The boy, with his mouth open, asked if there was any point in attacking the Lotus follower. Aina released her mana. Taking a wand in her hand, she asked if she could deal with them herself. The protagonist, chuckling, gave permission. The girl pointed her wand at the enemies, activating a unique skill, the Alfheim sword. Her mana took the form of blades. A moment later, the swords rushed straight towards the enemies who were running away in terror. Jun-san ran ahead of all the subordinates, being afraid. He suddenly grabbed the subordinate by the shoulder. Jun-san pushed the guy back, using him as a living shield. But he was unable to notice the slime that rushed towards his leg. The guy fell to the floor. Angry and trying to get up, he screamed, asking what the hell this was. The shadows of the protagonist and Hoyoung approached him while they were saying that their enemy could not even move now. Jae-san, stretching out a finger, said that he made it from the slime liquid and spores of the paralyzing mushroom. Jun-san glared at him angrily, calling him a botanist. The protagonist parted his lips and called out to him. The guy immediately began to sweat, feeling terrified. Jae-hyun approached him and told him that he should watch his language. The leader of the circle, Sid, gritted his teeth. His body shook as he tried to get out. The protagonist stepped on the boy, asking if he knew that his death could be much more painful. The boy pressed on his opponent's back. Junson's subordinates turned around, hearing a scream of agony. Jae-hyun bowed his head and said that he didn't need the others, so they could just leave. Looking at the boy on the floor, he said that this scumbag was the one who initiated it. Jun-san started screaming in horror, asking his subordinates not to believe Jae-hyun. The guys, sweating, said that they weren't crazy yet. He should have known when to stop, and he should know the difference between participating in the event and skipping the training camp. Jun-san barely held back his tears, looking at the backs of his friends. He extended his hand towards them. Jae-hyun, with his hands in his pockets, asked what they should do and would definitely be disqualified. Soil, approaching him, said that this Jun-san was too pathetic. The guy turned to her, asking her to listen to him. The girl, holding out her hand for the dagger, told him to stop talking nonsense. She fixed her hair, saying that he himself said that she was a worm and could do nothing but reconnaissance. Soil bared her teeth, telling Jun-san to die. The guy clenched his teeth, he was scared. Soil, sitting on him, began to wave her dagger. Stroking the back of his head, the instructor asked if they really did it themselves. The teacher looked at the crowd of students lying on the floor in surprise. Clenching his fists, the man thought he knew that Sid's circle was not at the top, but they were quite numerous and showed above-average results. However, a very small group dealt with them. The instructor looked at the protagonist and his group with disbelief. The guy sighed and looked away, saying that he could check that they were still breathing, even though they were bad guys, and that's how they met their end. The man's mouth dropped open in shock. The instructor turned around and said that they could go now, and that he hoped that there would be no more clashes with the older students. The protagonist looked at the man behind him and asked him why he helped them. Suyuk, who was standing behind a pillar, glanced at him. He had just recently arrived at the construction site. Frowning, he said that the SID members were targeting them. The protagonist turned his head and said that he knew about it, because they were just fools. Suyuk, looking away, said that in that case, they could just not talk about it. He frowned even more, not understanding why he had sided with Jaehyun in the first place. Seeing the raider leaving, the protagonist said that if he was going to act outside the circle, he might as well give up on the training camp right away. The red-haired man froze in place. Blushing, he said that in that case, he would leave after a while. The protagonist, looking over his shoulder, said that there was nothing special about him helping. He thought he was looking for a fight. Then the young man, as if nothing had happened, asked the guy's name. The girls gathered together, starting to discuss the newcomer. The red-haired man clenched his fist and was angry at them because they couldn't remember his name. A while ago, the members of Group Sid were sitting at the same table. Suyuk jumped up, saying that he was against trampling Jaehyun. Frowning, Jun-sang asked if he thought they couldn't do it. Raising his hand, the red-haired man said that the eldest Soil left the circle on her own. There was no reason for them to cause trouble just because she received a better offer. Frowning even more, the leader of Sid asked if it mattered. The boy lowered his hand and froze. Jun-sang stood up from his seat. Putting his hand on Suyuk's shoulder, he said that he liked the younger members more, who knew how to listen. The boy's face twisted in anger when he asked since when did the academy become a political arena. Walking out of the tent, the boy said that he couldn't stay in a place like this. The events take us to a construction site. The protagonist and Hoyoung stared at Suyuk, who said that he would not interfere in other people's business, and they most likely had something to discuss. Clenching his fist, the angry youth said that he would return the favor next time. He frowned when Jaehyun told him that he should have said from the start that he wanted to fight him. The red-haired man chuckled. Remembering how the protagonist stood in front of a huge wall, he said that it was good that he was not a rear-wheel drive. Jaehyun, looking at the interlocutor with a bored look, asked how Suyuk had gotten to this point. He couldn't help but smile. Looking at his comrades behind him, he said that they still had a lot of work to do. Soil put her hands on her hips and asked if they really had a fight after setting up a tent here, and now they were going to work. Jaehyun turned to her and said that with big money comes big responsibility. The girl pursed her lips. Adjusting her hair, she asked how much he would give her. It was not without reason that Millis Academy chose the ruined Taegu as the venue for the event. The city was in desperate need of restoration. It was here that the gates first opened and the monsters that turned the world upside down appeared, and it was also the first region to fall into disrepair after the appearance of Yggdrasil. The first step towards restoring the city was the Academy's training camp and its students. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He knew that the Taegu disaster was dubbed the worst known. According to statistics, only 3% of the population managed to survive, including the protagonist himself. If there hadn't been a ray of light in that darkness in the form of Juwon, the first raider to awaken, it would have been sad. Jaehyun turned his head sharply when Aina called him. The girl approached him and said that dinner was ready. The guy parted his lips and said that he would be right there. The girl looked at him sadly and said that he looked worried. Perhaps it had something to do with his unique skill that he was talking about. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was exactly like that. Hel smiled and said that even the current him couldn't defeat Heimdall. She loomed over the guy, looking straight at him. Jaehyun needed to break the wall, to break through it, to defeat his enemy. He also needed to awaken his unique skill like Aina, who wielded the sword of Alfheim. Putting her finger to her lips, Hel said that unique skills eventually come from sensing the will of the owner. The protagonist stared at the girl in front of him incredulously. She flew away from him and said that he should think carefully about what he really wanted. Smiling, she said that he needed to know what he wanted and why. The protagonist stared at his hand. He clenched his fist. Closing his eyes, the guy asked how anyone could understand anything from such an explanation. Aina, who was standing next to him, thought about it and said that she was sure that he would succeed. Jaehyun chuckled, saying that she helped him by bringing up the topic. Smiling, the guy said that he would try his best. Aina smiled and nodded. A huge monster burst into the city. Hoyoung swung his sword, cutting it down. After cutting the monster into pieces, he said that the worms were quite troublesome, since they attacked too suddenly. Soil turned around, saying that the harpies that attacked from the air were much more difficult. The girl turned around and threw daggers at the monster. With her back to Yujung, she said that these winged monsters were the worst. Standing up, the redhead said that the atmosphere here was different from the one at the academy. Soon, the group found themselves in front of a portal. Yujung, Aina, Jae-san, and Hoyoung froze. Aina moved her lips and said that the concentration of mana in the atmosphere here was colossal. Involuntarily squinting, she said that there was more mana here than on the 10th level of the mana room. The protagonist, stepping towards the portal, said that he heard that everything felt different in the occupied areas. Occupation was a phenomenon in which monsters that destroyed the gates occupy and develop the territory. In this case, clots of dark energy penetrate the area, and more dangerous monsters begin to appear there, like skeletal beetles, dragons, and lizards. Soil raised an eyebrow in thought. Everyone stared at her when she asked what an occupation was. Jae-sang laughed, and said that she didn't seem to be on good terms with textbooks. The blonde froze, her anger starting to build. Raising her fist, she asked the guy if he really wanted to die. The protagonist, who was standing to the side, said that this land was soaked in magic that it became uninhabitable. Jae-hyun calmly explained that there was no threat to raiders here, but even a small amount of magic could be dangerous to other people, like being directly struck by lightning. Turning around, he said that they should be careful, because anything could happen here. Everyone suddenly frowned, becoming serious. Soil turned her head. Approaching the protagonist, she asked if he really was going to kill that monster. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that it was true, she just had to take care of the reconnaissance, since that was the condition of the deal. The blonde smiled nervously, demanding that he promise that he could escape in case of an emergency, since she did not want to die young. Jae-hyun smiled, looking at her. The girl clenched her jaw, holding back the smile on her face. Hoyoung, who was walking behind, flinched when the blonde told them to move faster. Yujong grimaced in displeasure. Soil grabbed her head. The protagonist looked at her again. Looking away, he said that there was a large sum at stake, such was the price of danger. When the blonde turned around, he said that if it didn't work out, they would find it themselves, even if it took time. The girl bared her teeth, asking if he dared to doubt her. Hoyoung looked around. Yujung, who was walking behind him, said that this land had already been restored quite well. She turned around abruptly and asked if that person had done it. Ayane's mouth dropped open in confusion, asking who she meant. Soil smiled and said that they were the same, both of them were far from studying, so they should become friends. Hoyoung, who was standing next to the blonde, said that they were most likely talking about Jaewon. Yujung smiled, confirming his guess. Aina, turning her head, said that she had heard of him, it seemed like he was incredible. Jae-sang, looking into the distance, said that his father thought that Jaewon was impossible to defeat. The protagonist looked away and thought. Daegu was one of the first to be destroyed. The screams of people did not stop here. Amidst the raging flames, demonic creatures continued to kill mercilessly. The entire city was burning, as a result of which tens of thousands of residents were injured or killed. And when humanity was on the brink of despair, a man with unusual power appeared. He went to meet the dragon of the abyss. Jaewon, a blond man in a white shirt, he was the first raider to awaken in South Korea. He appeared like a bright light in the darkness. The protagonist pulled out the monster's paw, thinking of the man known throughout the world. When only the torso of the monster remained, he said that the one called the First Awakened suddenly disappeared from sight. The boy reached for the token. The token immediately disappeared in his hand. The protagonist clenched his fist. Yujung, warming up, told her friend that he chose this path because of him, so it is no wonder he is so worried. Stretching, the girl said that Jaewon disappeared so suddenly that rumors began to spread that he was killed by monsters. The protagonist frowned, imagining Jaewon, the first person to use the power of the Escher system, although now there are doubts about this. It was unclear how Jaewon used this power before everyone else and defeated the Abyss Dragon. The protagonist frowned and asked himself if it was just a coincidence. He closed his eyes and said that now was not the time to think about it. Hoyoung turned his head and said that he needed to focus on survival first, because this place was still dangerous despite the instructors nearby. Everyone stared at him at once. The ash-haired man was hitting with his hand. Jae-sang, who was pulled forward, screamed. Soil, angry, screamed, telling him to hold on tight. The protagonist stood to the side, watching the tent being erected. Aina, parting her lips, said that they were back. There were harpies, worms, and goblins nearby. Jae-hyun, looking at her, said that everything was done well, and Soil gave the right information. The blonde glared at him, saying that if she was wrong, he would have thrown her out. The girl bowed sharply when the guy asked her if she needed money. The boy, carrying boxes, said that he couldn't do this even for money. Jae-sang smiled, saying that his friend had been like this since their first meeting. Suddenly, Soil grabbed the guy, saying that the boss is the one who gives the money, not them. Jae-sang, crying, said that he understood everything. The protagonist looked around and asked where Yujung was. Hoyoung glanced at the boss and said that the girl had gone somewhere, saying that she needed to cook something. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, saying that he was not the type to laze around. The youth turned around abruptly when Yoo-young announced her arrival. Jae-hyun's eyes widened in shock. The girl was holding a pot of food in her hand. All the group members stared at this poison in horror. Yoo-young put the pot on the ground. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she said that they were already scolding her for caring, and what would they do if it weren't for her? Jae-hyun pointed at the pot and asked if it was edible at all. The girl, smiling widely, said that she added her special sauce to the worms that they caught earlier. Jae-sang frowned and asked if she really wanted to feed them that. There was a purple liquid bubbling in the pot. Yoo-jung put her hand to her chest and said that she had worked hard to prepare the food. The protagonist froze, looking at the pot. It seemed to him that it would be easier to kill Heimdall if he fed him that. The guy involuntarily frowned. A cup of coffee was placed on the table. Ju-won picked up the cup of coffee. He involuntarily froze, looking at the cup. Ji-eun, standing behind him, asked when he planned to act, since they needed his strength. She smiled, looking at her boss. Ju-won put the cup on the table. The blonde, smiling, said that it was really time for him to resume his activities, since the enemy of evil had already entered the active phase. The man involuntarily introduced the protagonist. Ji-eun, grinning, said that the guy was still weak, but he was already proving that the prophecy was true. Ju-won looked at the girl when she said that they needed his power. The first awakened smiled, saying that he didn't know if he should go on stage when Heimdall had already made his move. Smiling even wider, he said that if he had to, he would. The picture showed a young Ju-won being surrounded by a crowd, while the host asked where the hope of humanity, the first awakened, was now. The man broadcasting asked where he had gone. Parting his lips, he said that if the hero were alive, he could help in conquering the high-ranking gates that had been increasing in number lately. Ju-won closed his eyes. Raising his eyelids, he said that it would be a lot of fun. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, said that they should not play with food if they did not want to die. Everyone stared at the pot of purple poison. Yoo-jung, frowning, said that her cooking was not that bad. Looking at his comrades, he asked if she was telling the truth. Jae-sang, shaking all over, said that it was better to agree with Jae-hyun on this matter. Ho-young smiled nervously, saying that he was not hungry. Yoo-young, approaching him, said that he couldn't be full. After all, he was the one who always ordered a double portion. The girl cried, saying that this was too much. She grabbed her friend's hand sharply. Looking at Soil pitifully, she asked if they were too cruel. Did she really think so too? The blonde smiled nervously, barely holding back. Yoo-young handed her a pot, asking if she would try her cooking. The girl looked away. Ho-young and Jae-sang, standing behind their friend, shook their heads, trying to tell her not to try this food. Soil herself was horrified, looking at the contents of the pot. Yoo-young, however, beamed, waiting for her sister's answer. Soil scooped up a spoonful, saying that she had cooked with something edible, so she didn't understand the others' reactions. The girl brought the spoon to her mouth, saying that she would try it. A few seconds later, she was throwing up, standing to the side. The girl looked back tiredly when someone told her that the sound she was making was like a monster's scream. The protagonist, grinning, said that she should have listened to them. Soil straightened up, saying that she couldn't refuse her at all after such words. Taking the bottle in his hand, the guy said that she turned out to be very soft. The blonde, snatching the bottle, drank it, simultaneously asking what kind of relationship he had with Aina. The guy's eyes widened, he was surprised. Wiping her chin, Soil said that their behavior was very different from usual. Lowering her hands, she said that she didn't know what happened between them, but he shouldn't be so strict with everyone. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was of the same opinion. Raising his hand, he said that it was a bit strange to hear her say that. Parting his lips, he said that now it was clear why she, like a fool, said that she would save everyone. Soil looked at the back of the guy who was leaving, puzzled, saying that it was already late and that they should go back. Looking over his shoulder at her, he said that they still had to catch that guy. The girl curled her lip, saying that she remembered everything. Adjusting her hair, she asked if they could go after her stomach returned to normal. The protagonist, watching Soil, said that they could really test Yoo-jung's cooking on monsters later. Looking away, he said that her recovery would take some time. The guy turned around abruptly, hearing a scream. He raised his head, recognizing the screams of harpies. Jae-hyun chuckled and said that this scream was just like the one she made. As the pair ran along the road, the protagonist gave a shout, telling them to use Formation A, because of the approaching B-rank monsters, harpies. Jae-sang began to prepare a glowing paralysis trap. Ho-young stood in front of Yoo-jung, being the vanguard. The protagonist, turning his head, called out to In. The girl released mana from her body. Taking a wand in her hand, she asked if she just needed to attack more powerfully. Jae-hyun chuckled and said that it was exactly like that. Soon, the battle ended and everyone found themselves in a tent. The ash-haired man, closing his eyes, said that he did not expect so many B-rank monsters to attack, and they do not attack in such large flocks. Yoo-jung, who was sitting next to him, said that the harpies usually move in fours. Something strange was definitely going on here. Jae-sang, looking at her in surprise, asked what she meant. The protagonist, placing his hand on his knee, said that it was a monster with overwhelming magical power. There was a high probability that the boss was somewhere nearby and everyone else was following his orders. The blonde frowned. The Harpy Queen and her servants were somewhere nearby. Jaehyun, looking at the ceiling, said that she was nearby. Soil, bowing her head, said that she did not think that she was so close. The protagonist, lowering his eyelids, said that it was the boss that they were going to kill anyway. The guy opened his eyes and thought. A moment later, he lowered his eyelids again. Looking at his comrades, the one sitting next to him said that they first needed to deal with the monsters outside, and then hold their positions until they arrived. Opening his lips, he said that the elder Soil had a unique skill, so there should be no problem with reconnaissance. Hoyoung, crossing his arms over his chest, asked if it wouldn't be better for them to go together, since anything could happen there. The protagonist looked away, disagreeing, since they could get hurt if they went too. Aina was the one who was most affected by the guy's words. She looked down. Jaehyun, smiling, said that it wasn't that he didn't believe in them, it was that they were needed here. The girls raised their heads when he said that even though they were being watched by instructors, there was no guarantee that they would be able to kill all the monsters. Aina, parting her lips, said that they would do as he said. Yu Jong, closing one eye, said that even if she didn't like it, she didn't want to be a burden. Jae Sang, worried about his friend, handed him the vials of potions. Soon the couple left the tent. Jaehyun, smiling, said that it was time for them to go. Hoyoung hit his chest and said that he could rely on them. Yu Jong was annoyed and said to contact them via badge in case of emergency. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked why she was so concerned. Suddenly, a pair of harpies rushed towards them. Shinbiao burst out of the portals and hit the monsters. Then the protagonist said that they shouldn't worry. If the chance of success is less than 100%, then he won't take on the case. Soil gritted her teeth, mentally saying that she knew it was a bad guy to joke around with. The fighters were climbing the stairs. Soil turned around and called out to the team. Looking at them, she said that they were all simply amazing, because now she understands why they are fighting for first place even in the harsh conditions of Millis Academy. The young man looked at her and didn't say a word. Their enemies were already flying towards them. The girl prepared her weapon. The hero stood in front of her. Holding his shield in front of him, Hon explained that he would be at the forefront and that the girls should focus on their spells. Aina looked at him and answered affirmatively. Frowning, Yu Jong answered in the same way. A flock of harpies were already flying towards them. The fighter had already prepared his blade for an attack. His gaze was directed straight at them. He blocked the enemy's first attack with his shield. Immediately after, the guy cut her with his blade. Standing behind, the girl understood that he was very good at martial arts and also wielded a heavenly sword. Imagining him, she realized that he had definitely reached the level of A rank. Yu Jong was also preparing to attack, and the protagonist realized that everyone else was also not inferior in level to A rank fighters. The mage held her staff out in front of her and used overflow, increasing the attack power of the squad members by 30%. Another harpy was flying towards her. Suddenly, she crouched down to the ground, using cutting wind. This spell began to cut the opponent. The young man, looking at her, realized that the speed of her spells had increased and therefore she was already at the level of B-rank fighters or even higher. Suddenly, he looked away, remembering Aina. The girl, raising her weapon up, used the sword of Alfheim. She opened her eyes. Immediately after, several bright beams hit all the enemies at once. The guy smiled, looking at this. Looking at her, he realized that she was a real monster, who seemed to be born for this. One of the harpies fell to the ground. The girl turned around, while the hero thought that her combat power could not be explained in any other way. Closing his eyes, the young man noted that he was still in first place, and that was why everything was like this. Looking at him, Soil asked if the fighter knew that he was sometimes quite annoying, because that was why he was disliked. Following her, the guy noted that he could not do anything about it, and if someone was not satisfied with something, then they should just strive harder for first place, and his companion added that they were all geniuses anyway. Looking down, the young man realized that he did not even expect to hear such a word ever. A frame from his past life appeared in the hero's head, when he asked someone about whether he really needed to become a human shield. He also remembered the person who shouted that the vanguard should hold their shields tighter and maintain the line. The protagonist walked forward, holding a shield in his hands, while someone shouted at him behind him. He remembered how he was always apart from the others. Smiling, the guy said that, be that as it may, Soil also did well and added that they were almost there. Turning around, the girl listened to him say that the most entertaining sight was eating food prepared by Yujung. Approaching the door, the young man noted that no one had even fainted after her and asked how the girl was feeling. Looking at her, he explained that from now on, she should be careful even with her breathing, because she could die from one blow. Opening her mouth, she asked if she should run away if the leader lost, because she was still too young to die here. Looking at her, the hero noted that he was a year younger than her and therefore she should also use her skills. Soil asked why he did not respect his elders, to which the guy answered that he treated her with respect every day. Closing her eyes, the girl asked him to shut up. Monsters were already sitting on the ground near the building, when the companion thought that they would somehow figure everything out anyway. She crossed her arms over her chest. Walking behind, the girl realized that Jae-hyun was not the type to retreat just because it was dangerous here. The young man smirked as he received a notification that they had encountered the boss of the first zone of the closed city. Wings covered in a purple aura appeared in front of them. The creature's paws also appeared. The queen of the harpies hung in the air in front of them. The hero looked at her, smiling. Looking at the enemy, he realized that she was an A-rank plus boss, and if he killed her, then most likely he would finally be able to get that artifact. Smiling, the guy realized that everything turned out too easy for him. Soil, wide-eyed, looked at him. Her mouth opened in surprise. She thought that the leader had gone crazy. Putting his hand in front of him, the hero activated the skill of the magic tool form and reproduced Nidhogg's Fong. The girl, wide-eyed, did not understand what happened. The boy held the weapon in front of him, while his companion screamed about how such an item had just recently been sold at auction for a huge amount of money. Suddenly, the harpy lowered one foot to the ground. She threw her feathers. The girl, dodging, screamed. The protagonist, looking at her, reminded her that he had asked her to stand still and not make a sound. The monster, opening its mouth, growled loudly. The boy pushed off the ground with his foot. He headed straight for the enemy, realizing that even if he coldly assessed the situation, this boss was weaker than him, but still dangerous. She rose above him when the boy thought about the fact that the reason for the danger was precisely her ability to fly. Suddenly, she landed right behind him. The boss's eyes lit up pink when the protagonist realized that the main danger was that she was stronger than she was before his regression. Smiling, the boy said that he was about to find out now. The harpy threw her feathers at him again. Suddenly, small yellow portals began to appear in the air. Chains covered in lightning began to burst out from behind the hero. Remembering her before, he understood that she had definitely become stronger than then, because before the regression, all the monsters of the same rank were not so powerful. The guy put the blade in front of him. Suddenly, he stood on one of the chains. Immediately after, the young man pushed off from it with lightning speed. The hero quickly flew past her, striking with the realization that that very person was personally involved in this incident. The guy turned around. The harpy was already flying to attack him. The guy attacked her with chains again, thinking that it was time for Heimdall to show up and stop doing these things. The birds flew into the air. A certain cathedral appeared. Hagen, bowing his head, noted that his guess was still correct. Looking at the raven, he asked if it would be soon. Imagining Heimdall, the man wondered if this creature would be able to do everything right. His eyes closed. Then he opened them, realizing that it was none of his business. The raven suddenly took off again. The harpy began to disappear, which is why a notification about defeating the boss appeared. The young man lowered his blade, looking at the reward message. Smiling, he realized that he had finally managed to get the storm wings. Suddenly, the guy looked away. Looking at the girl, the hero asked what she was thinking about. Closing her eyes, she explained that Yejung was right. Opening her mouth, she said that Jae-hyun was really crazy. Frowning, the protagonist looked at her. Smiling, he said that he had finally found something. In front of the young man lay the storm wings, which were an S-rank artifact. Grinning, the guy realized that the skills and characteristics were quite good for such an item. Taking the thing in his hand, the hero also realized that the skill was much more valuable in any case, because it allowed the owner to create a wind barrier, from which he could push off for a jump. Looking at the system window, the young man remembered that before his regression, the raider who received these wings quickly pumped up his level. Throwing the item on his back, the guy also realized that now it would be clearly more difficult for this person. The girl, looking to the side, asked about what was going on there. The protagonist's eyes opened wider. There was something lying on the floor in front of him. Looking more closely, the guy realized that these were some kind of gloves. They began to glow brightly, and immediately messages appeared that the information about the First Awakened was updated. Yejung was adjusting her hair. Looking up, she asked if they had figured out everything here. Hoyoung smiled and noted that it was almost a record time, which meant that they had become a little stronger, while his companion answered affirmatively and added that they had gone together, so it was to be expected. The hero lowered his gaze and thought about this item. Looking down, he kept thinking about the notification about the First Awakened. Imagining Juwon, the boy assumed that it was about him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy also tried to understand why the system updated his information like this. Opening his mouth, he explained that there was some kind of connection between the First Awakened and the system. Yejung, coming closer, asked him what he meant. The hero looked at her with a smile. The girl, trying to remove the boy's hand from her head, shouted at him not to touch her hair. Looking at her, the boy realized that he now needed to figure out how Juwon's gloves ended up there. Suddenly, he glanced at In. Approaching her, the protagonist apologized for making them guard the base despite being tired. Turning her head towards him, her friend said that she was fine, because if they could help, they should do everything they could, because Jae-hyun had her own things to do. Yoo-jung, standing behind her, was shouting that they were in trouble. Ina, turning to her, asked what happened. Crying, the girl explained that she had lost her pendant, and that she was feeling really bad. Suddenly, the pendant appeared next to her. Crossing her arms over her chest, she asked how the protagonist knew that she had left it somewhere, and he explained that it was not the first time her friend had lost her things in her life, and also added that her mother had personally asked him to take care of her. Looking away, she apologized and explained that her mother was something special, because she really didn't trust her own daughter's prudence. Looking away, the guy noted that her mother really didn't trust her. Yoo-jung, her mouth wide open, asked the others why they were laughing. Ina, smiling, looked at her. The hero, closing his eyes, began to say something. Looking at his friend, he noted that it was time for her to grow up and stop forgetting her things. Hone, his eyes wide open, watched what was happening. With his mouth wide open, he asked if they were dating. Turning to him, the protagonist answered negatively. Suddenly, someone touched the fighter's shoulder. He turned back. Ina, looking at him, asked if he would stop asking questions if he had already received an answer. Valhalla appeared. The insides of this palace, which belonged to the Aesir, also appeared. Several people were sitting at the table. Thor, raising his glass, said that everything was very good here. Looking at the glass, he understood that preparations for the war were in full swing, and Heimdall had decided to deal with the enemy of evil from the prophecy on his own. Remembering him, the god understood that although he was not the most patient, it would not be difficult for him to destroy one person. Opening his mouth, Thor said that this time they would definitely become rulers of the 9 worlds. Looking at the empty seat, he also added that the great and mighty Odin would also be pleased with this. The interlocutor, sitting opposite, noted that Thor was extremely irresponsible, because who would have thought that he would throw a feast in Odin's absence? Tyr, looking at him, asked if Ragnarok was some kind of trifle for him. The god, smiling, noted that the interlocutor was in no position to say such a thing. Thor imagined the monster and reminded him that he was talking like that even after Fenrir ate his right hand. Closing his eyes, Tyr noted that it was extremely funny. The man noticed the stone in Thor's forehead. Having introduced it, he asked if this stone was a gift from the cursed Velikan. Smiling, Tyr noted that no one would have thought that the owner of Mjolnir would behave so inappropriately, because it was time for such a person to give up his life along with the weapon. Thor clenched his teeth. Jumping up, the god said that if he so desired, then right now they could decide which of them was actually stronger. Tyr was still sitting at the table. The girl, sitting next to them, asked if they wanted to be punished for this. Frigg, looking at them, noted that the number of Valhalla's troops had greatly decreased and apparently the collection of souls was also progressing poorly. Another girl, bowing her head, explained that the matter was that during Ragnarok they collected too many, which was Odin's miscalculation. Then Frigg asked if her interlocutor dared to insult the master of Asgard. Brunhilde, introducing the god, said that she did not intend to indulge his ambitions, because he may be strong, but to her he was just a piece of trash. Opening her mouth wide, Frigga screamed that this was impudence. Bowing her head, Brunhilde asked if the interlocutor had forgotten what Odin did to her. A purple ominous aura began to emanate from her. The girl, opening her eyes, did not say a word. Looking at the others, the Valkyrie noted that she would like to take this opportunity to make a statement, and explained that the preparations for the second apocalypse were complete. Opening her mouth, she added, saying that the Einherjar and the souls of those who died in the battle were already ready to fight for Asgard. The hero stood on the roof of one of the buildings. Looking away, he understood that Heimdall's involvement in the incident indicated that he would soon arrive here. Raising his head, the boy thought that he could no longer delay awakening his unique skills. Seonin, sitting on the couch, noted that Jaehyun was extremely greedy, because even without it, he was already strong. Opening her eyes, she asked if he really wanted to master a unique skill. Raising his hand, the boy reminded her that when they came to the Curator Guild, she was the only one who had it. The young man looked away. Sitting in front of him, the chairman noted that in fact, it would not help her much, because her skill awakened by accident. She raised her cup of tea when the young man asked again. The girl looked at her reflection, saying that she still clearly remembered that moment. She remembered standing in the rain. In her head, images of monsters invading the earth appeared, because it all happened on that day when the gate appeared in the middle of the road and many innocent people died. She remembered sitting in the middle of the road. She remembered how those monsters attacked people. She also remembered how people tried to hide from them. She immediately remembered a girl who was running away, trying to save herself. Suddenly, she fell. Sunun looked at her with wide eyes. Her eyes were wide open. The girl was attacked by someone when she thought that she could not do anything. Suddenly, she stood up. She rushed straight to that monster. Her hand reached for that little girl's hand. She pulled it out, but realized that she could not save anyone. Sitting with the child in her arms, Sunun remembered that although she had awakened, she was still too weak. She remembered how she was struck by a bright beam right after the girl died. She grew wings, which signified the acquisition of the sacrifice skill. Bright pillars of light rose into the air. The girl evaporated from her hands. Sunun cried. Smiling, the chairman said that the dead did not return to life anyway. The hero looked at her, as she reminded him that healers remember those they failed to save much longer than those they saved. She lowered her hand. Turning to the boy, the girl asked if he really wanted to get the unique skill as soon as possible. Opening her mouth, Sunun said that she could not do that. As she left, she explained that she could not tell him the right way. Putting her hand on the boy's shoulder, the girl also added that she could give him advice. Smiling, Sunun explained that he should not rush too much. Looking at him, she said that she did not want him to awaken his unique talent, losing something valuable in return. Turning around, the boy called out to In, realizing that the teacher would not be able to teach him this and therefore everything should be different. Looking at her, he explained that he needed to ask her something. Opening her mouth, the guy asked her to tell him how she got her unique skill and thought that he should ask her before losing something valuable. The girl looked down. Her hand was shaking as she said that her skill awakened after her family died. Opening her mouth, Aina explained that it happened after she left them to die. Raising her hand, she also added that she believed that her family died with dignity. A certain room appeared and her friend said that it all happened when she was 5 years old. She remembered how her grandmother cried and explained that she was too young then and therefore did not understand what was happening. She was staring at something. There were 2 photographs of her parents on the wall. She remembered how her grandmother brought her to her aunt's house. Aina played with toys and said that even though her parents were gone, she had never felt lonely. She remembered how her aunt punished her. There was also a memory of someone calling her. It was her grandmother. Her grandmother often sat with her, as she was her real family, and the only person Aina could lean on. The girl opened the door, calling her grandmother. Her aunt was standing there. Sitting in front of her, her grandmother was talking about how little time she had left. The grandmother handed over an envelope and asked the aunt to take care of Aina. The girl's eyes widened, as she realized that this was the last person close to her. Something fell from her hand. Aina was standing in a dark room in front of an open door. Aina stood in the middle of her smiling peers, then she began to change, because she finally closed her heart, although she had never been a talkative person. The girl looked down while someone said that her teacher had told her that she had a talent for raiding, and this business brings in a lot of money. The woman crossed her arms and said that she hoped that her niece would repay all the money she spent on her. She raised her hand and added that if Aina was not doing well in school and she wanted to at least earn a living, then becoming a raider was her only option. The girl looked down and thought that it was disgusting and mean. She clenched her hand into a fist and thought that these scoundrels took money from her parents' insurance and still wanted to use it. While her aunt screamed, crossing her arms, the student thought about how they treated her sick parents and still living grandmother like a burden. The girl raised her hand, shouting something loudly, while Aina herself could not say anything. Someone held out an envelope in their hands, after which the girl applied to the Raider Academy, and the teacher said that she had a high predisposition to awakening. The professor sat in a chair, saying that raiders now live well, but this magical world is completely different, and you can really suffer there. The girl stood next to her, saying that she was fine. She thought that she knew well that there are things worse than death. The student returned home. The grandmother looked at her and asked if she really wanted this. Her granddaughter looked down in shock, thinking that in the end she would leave her too. A tear rolled down her cheek, and she wondered if her life could have changed if her grandmother had not given money to her aunt. The student wiped her wet face with her hand and thought that what was supposed to happen had already happened, and this is called fate. The grandmother looked at her granddaughter with a worried expression, who said that everything was fine. She hugged the girl and told her not to do it if she was not ready. Tears were running down Ayane's cheeks. She did not want to see her family member in pain. The student walked past the crowd when she decided to become a raider. Her life changed completely. She moved forward, she learned to control mana, kill magical beasts and survive disasters, and her cold nature only helped her. She widened her eyes in horror. When she began to get used to this life, her grandmother passed away. She stood in the morgue, and the doctor said that the old lady would not have died with good care. Tears gathered in the girl's eyes. These words shocked her. Aina stood at the hospice, thinking that her grandmother deliberately refused care. Perhaps she did not want to live. The student had long dark hair. She widened her eyes and came to the conclusion that the old lady abandoned her too. A tear was running down her cheek. She didn't understand why someone died and someone lived on. She wanted to see her grandmother. Tears were running down her face, and she said that it was difficult. She stood around the corner, thinking that it happened because she didn't study well. She sat down, saying that her grandmother should have taken her with her. Her aunt was smiling, telling her niece on the phone that the contract with the sponsor was ready, and the guild was ready to take her for training. The girl was standing on the street. She was just furious. She held the phone to her ear, thinking that the last piece of her life was gone. The student took the gadget away from her ear and started screaming loudly that this was her life, and it was up to her to decide. She opened her mouth in shock when the woman told her to be grateful that she hadn't been sold yet. Ina walked away. At that moment she decided to leave the house. The night sky was behind her. She waited for the sunset and returned home for her things. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. A fire was blazing in front of her. Ina turned around when someone called her. Her aunt was lying under the rubble, screaming loudly for her niece to do something since she was awakened. She turned around, only one thought in her head. The student's eyes shone brightly, and she asked why she needed to save her aunt since she had taken everything from her. The protagonist looked at his friend intently and called her. Tears appeared in her eyes when he told her that she shouldn't overexert herself if she was having a hard time. The sky above the buildings was pink. Yuyun looked away. She removed the cloth and asked why Jaehyun was late. In front of her, a monster was emitting purple energy. The girl frowned and thought that it wasn't her friend. She looked up. Black mana enveloped her. The raider raised her eyebrows in determination. Behind her stood a crowd of other awakened. Heimbel crossed his arms and asked if they were allies of the enemy of the Aesir. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise. Soil gritted her teeth in anger. Hone turned around and furrowed his brows. Yujong opened her mouth wide and asked what the villain was talking about. Suddenly, the enemy rushed forward and everything exploded around him. He landed on the roof and the raiders began to choke on dust. They fell down, and the god told them to just answer when he asked questions. The blonde looked away and quietly said that the protagonist should return immediately. The man approached her. She looked up, her mouth open in shock. Heimbel grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, saying that these were cheap tricks. He created dark energy in his hand and shouted that they would all die here. The man smiled widely. The boy with a serious face said that this would not happen and activated the absolute counting skill. The enemy turned around with a surprised face. The mage furrowed his brows and said that he would not just stand there and watch. A tall building was visible. The raider looked through his binoculars and said that they had already taken care of the monsters in the lowlands where they had set up camp. He looked down and asked if it was necessary to station instructors in such places. His partner smiled and asked if they were suffering so much in order to raise the next generation. The blonde frowned and said that it was true, but if they continued to wipe their snot, they might start to get cocky after their debut. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in shock. Dark energy accumulated in the sky. The boys looked around, sweating in fear. The blonde sweated and asked what that sound was. His eyes widened in horror when he saw a huge monster behind him. His comrade opened his mouth, looking at the purple-eyed monster. He started sweating, asking what was going on. He started searching through his pockets for his radio. Suddenly, a monster pierced his body, causing him to scream loudly. The raider's hand shook as he tried to report the attack into the radio. Tears rolled down from the boy's reddened eyes, and he weakly reported that there was an emergency, and everyone needed to run. Then the radio fell down along with a splatter of blood. The raider's eyes were bloodshot. The crowd of monsters were moving forward. Heimbel frowned and looked to the side. He lifted Soil into the air, holding her by the neck. Then he let go, and she fell down. The villain's eyes lit up brightly as a dark aura appeared around him. The protagonist looked straight ahead, arching his black eyebrows. The eye of a god was bright yellow. He asked Jaehyun with an evil expression, "Where did that look come from?" The boy raised his hand to his face and thought that the enemy meant the lost eye of Odin. The blonde raised his hand and said that now he understood the reason why the boy developed so quickly. He swung his weapon and shouted that this was not something that a normal mortal could have. Ina stood next to the protagonist. He furrowed his brows angrily and said that if the enemy thought so, then let him take it. Soil turned around and said that even the protagonist could not handle this scoundrel alone. Jaehyun did not turn around, saying that it was his problem. Yejung's eyes widened. She looked at the boy's back and shouted that they were a team and this was their common problem. The boy looked forward, saying that he would not repeat it, and therefore they should flee from here. Heimbel smiled and asked if he wanted to protect his comrades. He swung his sword, expressing his doubt that the raider could do it. The floor was covered with cracks from the impact. The building began to collapse due to the powerful explosion. Green light appeared around the protagonist when he activated the air storm skill. His comrades flew into the air. Then they fell down, their faces showed that they were in pain. Hoyoung and Yejung were lying on the roof. The protagonist was left alone with the enemy. The blonde turned pale with horror and loudly asked what the guy was doing. Jaehyun looked straight ahead while his divine eye was shining brightly. He slightly turned his head to the side and answered that all his friends would die if they stayed here. Ina put her hand on the girl's shoulder when she wanted to scream again. She looked at her friend and said that the protagonist was right, because with their level of strength, they simply could not help. The blonde looked at her, saying that together they can handle it. Ina with a serious face answered that the young man can handle it himself. She turned around and told them to head to the exit and report the situation as the protagonist had asked. Yujong gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. She furrowed her brows and shouted loudly for her friend not to lose. The boy looked at his comrades running away. Then he looked straight ahead and thought about how Aina had convinced them. He created a blue glow in his hand with the frozen ground skill. A layer of ice formed under his feet. Heimdall chuckled. Standing in front of the raider, he said that it was a good skill, but it took a few seconds to create. The protagonist's face was extremely serious, despite the mockery of the enemy. Ice crystals were floating around him, and he thought that he had come up with this strategy after the first battle with this man. The blonde raised his hand, doubting that the boy could stop him. Heimdall smiled widely, and Jaehyun thought that everyone would be in danger if he lost. An explosion thundered in front of him, and he decided that he had to stop his opponent. He drew his sword. Then he swung his weapon, thinking that he would defeat the villain with everything he had. The golden chain wrapped around the raider's body. He extended his hand forward, and the sharp tips repeated his movement. The tip pierced the ice. 2 more arrows stuck out of the ice layer. The protagonist swung his sword. Something exploded loudly in front of him. He rolled back because of the shock wave. The blast wave was approaching him. He swung his sword very quickly. A white streak appeared in the air. A thick fog of dust rose above the roof. Heimdall gritted his teeth in rage. He turned to the side and asked how dared the boy. The protagonist held a sword in his hand, emitting a dark aura. He jumped forward, shouting loudly that he already said that he could defeat the enemy. The instructor walked forward, shouting that they needed to focus on protecting the students. The raiders were helping the wounded and the woman shouted that they couldn't waste time. The students were carrying their comrades while she thought about how many monsters had suddenly broken out, but nothing like this had ever happened before. Gina gritted her teeth and thought that this had happened during the training camp. She opened her mouth and said that they should do something about this. Suddenly, she looked away when someone shouted that they were ready to help. Another raider came up to her. The woman looked at him and said that they should try not to get into battles. After all, they were still students. Joheb furrowed his brows and shouted that they would help and the rest would take care of the wounded. The boy smirked when the instructor said that they should save as many people as possible. She turned away from them and thought that if she left the support to the students and gathered all the instructors to fight the monsters, then they would have a chance of winning. She looked at the tall buildings in the distance. The woman raised her hands and a blue glow appeared in them. The light in her palms was dim. Gina furrowed her brows when she realized that she couldn't gather mana. She looked at the notifications that appeared, stating that the Escher system was down and the connection was temporarily unavailable. She looked away when her colleagues shouted that they too couldn't use mana and activate their skills. The raiders looked at their hands and Gina thought that the system had never failed before, especially in situations like this. She turned around and asked loudly if there was anyone who could use skills. The raiders shook their heads, their faces looking disappointed. Someone raised their hand and said that they had skills. It was Jonghyun, who was standing in the middle of the other students. His comrades also raised their hands and said that they too could use mana as usual. The instructor's sweat dropped, realizing that only the students could use their skills. She looked away sharply. Another raider raised his hand. The girl was sitting next to the injured boy, healing him. Gina sweated and said that the situation was unusual. Then she raised her hand and shouted loudly that they were changing the plan, and now the students would go forward, and the instructors would support them. The boys furrowed their brows and cheered. The instructor stood in the distance, shouting for them to go to Area 3, because that was where the situation was the worst, and the raiders rushed forward. Jonghyun ran forward, shouting for Jaheep to take the right flank, but his partner did not want anyone to order them around. Jian frowned when the guy ordered her to focus on healing. The raider turned around and called out to his friends. He then looked ahead and said that Area 3 had some pretty narrow passages. The boy looked to the side and said that if they held their ground, they would be able to handle it without much difficulty. The bony dragon opened its mouth wide. The boy sweated in fear of this creature that they had to fight. Jeonghyun's face turned pale as the system notified them that they had met the boss of Zone 3 of the closed city. The enemy's shadow fell on the ground, and the raider concluded that it would be difficult. The students ran forward. Jae-sang raised his hand and asked if the protagonist would die, and Hoyeong cursed loudly. Yujong frowned. Suddenly, the ring on her finger began to shine brightly. Aina also looked at the sparkling jewelry. The blonde looked down, and a planned message was sent from the ring. Soil looked at her hand, and someone's voice asked them for a favor. The protagonist looked straight ahead, saying that right now the boss of this area was attacking the exits and entrances, and he would join them soon. Yujong smiled and said that this was very similar to her friend. Soil said with a stern face that they should do something. The raiders went forward. The girl smiled and said that the protagonist would be fine. The young man brandished his weapon. He was surrounded by black energy. He was approaching the enemy from above. Heimdall chuckled and said that the guy was not called the heir of Odin for nothing. He opened his yellow eyes wide and added that his opponent's defeat was still inevitable. Jaehyun was rapidly approaching the blonde. The god swung his weapon and shouted that he would personally check on the protagonist. A purple stripe from the blow appeared in front of the guy, but he managed to dodge. A strong explosion thundered in front of the blonde. The raider jumped towards the enemy again, shouting that he would regret this. Heimdall opened his mouth in shock. He then gritted his teeth as the protagonist said with a smile that he had been scoring high in the tests lately. A bright light appeared between the opponents as Jaehyun activated the circular strike skill. The god smirked and said that it was not bad for a human. A red circle was visible on his neck. He frowned and shouted that this was the end for the protagonist. The guy used the thick blade of the sword as a shield. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The weapon began to shimmer brightly. The enemy's eyes widened in shock. Jaehyun dodged the enemy's sudden attack. He raised his hand, activating the magic tool creation skill. Heimdall frowned as he looked at the guy who had created a weapon for himself. His eyes shone as he used the dagger shield skill. The god's body was cut by multiple strikes. The god opened his mouth wide, and the system notified that he had been poisoned many times. The blonde gritted his teeth and let out a painful groan. He held a heavy sword in his hand, saying that the protagonist was using such pathetic techniques. Jaehyun turned around and let out a small laugh. There were dark wounds on the god's body, and the boy asked which of them looked more pathetic now. Heimdall smiled and thought that he simply killed his opponents, but it seemed that he would have to change his assessment for his current enemy. He imagined a crowd of raiders in his hand and thought of the power that allowed him to interfere with the Escher system, as well as control the power of all the students and instructors. Bright blue screens were visible surrounding the students, and the god thought that he had limited the Escher system of the instructors. He clenched his hand into a fist. He expected that he could easily deal with these people. The blonde frowned, looking ahead. In front of him stood Jaehyun, whose strength he mentally acknowledged. While the protagonist held a dagger in his hand, the blonde thought that this was a monster that would not be easy to deal with. The boy furrowed his brows while his divine eye shone brightly. He remembered his training with Hone. The boys had fought with weapons back then. The raider looked straight ahead and decided that even Heimdall wouldn't last if he activated those skills using Nidhogg's Fang. The enemy wiped the blood from his lips. He smirked and said that the boy was definitely interesting. The man put his hand behind his back and asked why Asgard considered Jaehyun a threat. The god took out a large Fang and said with a smile that his opponent could at least handle it. A bead of sweat appeared on the protagonist's cheek. The artifact shone brightly in the enemy's hand. The boy ran forward and thought that he didn't know what it was, but he had a bad feeling about it. He clenched his teeth and arched his black eyebrows in anger. His opponent stood motionless. Then he smiled and brought the horn to his lips. The man with a crazy grin said that the protagonist would now hear the sound of the Jallar horn. Suddenly, blue circles appeared in front of the protagonist. The raider closed one eye and clenched his teeth tightly. He was thrown back. He covered his ears with his hands, not understanding what this sound was doing to his body. He frowned with tension. The monster's eyes shone brightly. They bared their sharp teeth. The undead stood on the roofs of tall buildings, surrounding the two opponents. The mage looked to the side and asked what it was. He covered his ears with his hands, and the blonde said that he could not control animals like Tyr, but this was his specialty. Heimdall raised his hand, creating purple energy in it. The young man's divine eye shone brightly as he activated the absolute calculation skill. Then he opened his eyes wide when the system reported that the artifact resistance failed due to too low a rank. The guy clenched his teeth and cursed loudly. The enemy grinned contentedly. Purple lightning rushed towards the protagonist. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly in pain. The god chuckled and said that his specialty was reverse magic. The boy's legs buckled and the opponent said that he would not die, but would instead feel excruciating pain. Jaehyun's sweat dropped and looked at the villain. Heimdall smiled widely and said that he would make sure that the protagonist rotted in the underground prison of Asgard. A bright flash appeared in the air. Hela opened her mouth and said that the protagonist may have committed crimes. She stood between the boys and added that it was still too early for him to go to prison. The god opened his mouth in shock when he saw her. The girl created a protective barrier. Her eyes shone brightly. Jaehyun looked at his friend and asked what she was doing. Cracks appeared on Hela's arm. She looked at it and thought that it was expected that she would not last long. The man looked at her and said that he was curious to know where she was hiding, but in the end, she appeared herself. He frowned his white brows. The girl was radiating a green glow, and Heimdall said that she had forced herself to use Hell's divinity. Green lightning emanated from the girl's white hair. She extended her hand to the side and curled her fingers. Then she concentrated energy in her palms. The boy raised his hand and thought that his friend would definitely die if she used the abilities of a god. Green rays of light emanated from the girl. The enemy avoided the attacks, moving quickly across the roof. He frowned and shouted loudly that the stakes were too high. He asked if the goddess was ready to sacrifice herself. As Hela attacked him, he loudly asked why she was going so far, since the enemy of evil could not save the 9 worlds. She raised both hands and answered that this was exactly what would happen, and they believed that Jaehyun would kill Odin and stop Ragnarok. Green rays of energy approached the blonde. He furiously frowned and said that it was very disrespectful. He swung his sword, looking at the girl. Hela frowned, looking at the enemy with hatred. She opened her mouth and said that they would end this here and now. A huge magical snake appeared behind the man. The predator opened its mouth, and the god jumped up. The protagonist stretched his hand forward and asked his friend to stop. The blonde turned around. The snake was approaching him. The monsters crowded together, opening their mouths wide. Jong Hyun cut the enemy's body with a spear. He swung the weapon, fighting the undead. A purple aura accumulated in the air. A beam of energy attacked the bony dragon. The guy took a fighting stance. The raider gritted his teeth. He thrust his spear forward, fighting the enemy. A bright flash of light appeared in front of him. The other students also attacked the monsters. Explosions were constantly happening on the roof. Juhep gritted his teeth and let out a loud sigh. Jian was healing a comrade who was lying on the ground. The girl turned around and said that they were all going to die. Hiller looked at her frightened comrades. She frowned and shouted that everyone was at their limit. Jong Hyun grabbed a spear and replied that there was no other choice because they could not contact the outside world. The blonde frowned and loudly asked what was going on here. He was at the limit of his magic powers. The raider looked away and thought that they needed a few more smart guys on the team. He suddenly broke out in a sweat when someone said they were ready to help. The protagonist's friends ran towards them. Hoyoung approached the guy and said that they came to help. Jong Hyun frowned and replied that it was too dangerous for newbies. As he spoke, a wild beast approached him. The boy furrowed his brows in horror as he saw the enemy in front of him. Suddenly, a blue mist appeared in the air and the system notified that the purifying sword skill had activated. Hoyoung stood in front of the raider, saying that he knew about it. The boy dealt multiple slashes to the enemy. His hand was tightly holding the hilt of the sword. Hoyoung turned around and said with a smile that he was fine. Jong Hyun looked at the student standing next to him in shock. The crowd passed by him. Aina said with a serious look that they came to keep their promise. Yoo-jung opened her mouth and called out the protagonist's name. She turned around and explained with a smile that they promised this boy that they would help everyone and they would not become a burden. The boy sweated, looking at her in surprise. His black eyes were wide. The bony dragon towered over the crowd of raiders. Hoen and Yoo-jung rushed towards the zone boss. The girl closed her eyes and activated the overflow and mana field skill. Blue energy concentrated around her. A drop of sweat ran down Jeongyeon's cheek. He was stunned. Streams of mana attacked the undead in the air. Juheep and his partner joined the fight. The boy looked ahead and thought that only the protagonist was a monster, but these guys were crazy too. The guys jumped into the air, swinging their weapons. He turned around and looked at Yoo-jung. The girl stood with her eyes closed, while the boy thought that Jae-hyun would not put his comrades in danger. The horned beast held an axe in his hand, screaming loudly. He swung his weapon. Hoyoung put up his shield. Blue arrows were visible above Aina. She jumped up, preparing to attack. Jong Hyun swung his weapon. The monster fell down, and dust rose into the air. The raider looked at Jae-san and thanked him for his help. Soil looked away. She furrowed her brows and told the raiders to follow her. Yoo-jung raised her eyebrows at the other students. She then smiled as she looked up. The bony dragon was spitting out streams of energy. Hoyoung stood next to Aina, saying that everyone had become much stronger. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly that they didn't have time to talk. He ran forward and added that they would attack the enemy's legs and make it difficult for them to move, and the rest of them should aim for the core and kill it. Hoyoung turned around and shouted for Yoo-jung to use weakening skills on the dragon. The girl jumped up above the monster. She raised her staff above her, and purple circles appeared around it. The dragon's body was enveloped in her mana. Juheep ran forward, shouting that at this rate, the first years would take all the attention. Jonghyun looked at his friend and replied that they couldn't do anything about it, and that these guys' destructive power was on another level. The blonde furrowed his brows, reluctantly agreeing with that. A wind whirlwind rose up around the skeleton. Bones were flying out of the enemy's body. Jonghyun looked down and said that it was expected. He swung his spear and said that this raider was attacking without thinking about his allies at all. The guy jumped high into the air, activating the deadly strike skill. He looked to the side and shouted loudly that it was time to attack now. Then, a bright flash erupted in front of the dragon's face. Yoo-jung was surrounded by green mana, activating the wind edge. Aina raised her hand using her mana. Hoyoung furrowed his brows, activating the white sword skill. The monster opened its mouth wide. The purple orb was covered in cracks. Then, it trembled. The dragon opened its fanged mouth even wider, screaming loudly. Hela opened her mouth and said that they would put an end to this. The green serpent was chasing Heimdall. The predator was ready to devour the villain. He turned around, not believing his eyes. The monster tightly closed its mouth. The huge serpent towered over the goddess. Cracks appeared on her face. She turned around and said with a smile that her mission was completed. The monster's eye looked to the side. There was a large bulge in its body. The girl opened her mouth in shock, hearing a loud scream. A drop of sweat appeared on her cheek. The enemy's eyes were shining brightly. He got out of the serpent's body, screaming loudly that he would not die from such an attack. The magical predator fell down, raising dust into the air. The man held the sword tightly in his hand. The goddess looked at him in shock, not believing it. Jaehyun frowned and loudly called the girl. Heimdall pierced her body with the blade of his sword. She looked down and blood gushed from her mouth. She grabbed the weapon with her hands and said that here a god can only use 30% of his power. The man grinned maliciously and replied that he did have such a limitation. The god looked at the girl and added that she was not the only one who could use divine powers. He gritted his teeth, looking at Hela with hatred and calling her weak. The goddess's legs were covered with cracks, and the villain said that the end was already decided. She looked down while the enemy said that it was a powerful, unstoppable flow, and no matter how much she suffered, she could not change anything. Then he abruptly pulled the sword out of her, saying that she should already be dead. The protagonist was kneeling, looking at his wounded friend. His eyes were wide in horror. The guy stood up and called her. The blonde smirked and called him stupid. He used his artifact, pushing the boy away with mana. The protagonist covered his ears with his hands and clenched his teeth. He stretched out his hand towards the goddess and thought that he could not protect again. He fell to the ground and thought that he tried too hard to change his fate. Lying on his side, the raider thought that he was losing his comrades again and making the same mistakes. His eyes were half open, he did not understand what he had left at all. 2 people were standing on the roof. Aina was crying, she had awakened because she had lost her loved ones. The boy imagined the faces of his comrades and assumed that loss was the key to awakening. He clenched his hands into fists. The girl closed her eyes and said that it was not so. He looked at her, and she asked if he understood what she felt then. The girl's aunt was lying under the rubble, begging him to save her. Aina silently looked at the woman with an angry look. Then she walked away, leaving her to die. She looked down and realized something. As she walked away, she thought about how she should not protect her parents, her grandmother, or her aunt. The woman was crying, asking for forgiveness from her niece. She looked after her, saying that the girl should save her because they were family. Ayane's face darkened. Blue arrows appeared in the air as she activated her skill. The beams attacked the monster. The girl's aunt looked up and said that she was finally earning back what she had eaten. She was lying under the rubble as a pile of rocks fell on her. The raider turned around, looking at her silently. The woman gritted her teeth in anger. Before she was buried under the rocks, she called her niece useless. The girl was silent. Then she turned away. She looked straight ahead and concluded that this is who she was. Jaehyun looked at her with a sad look. Aina imagined Sunun sitting on her knees and guessed that she too had awakened because she realized her will when she lost someone. They were standing on the roof, and the girl said that the protagonist did not need this. She fixed her hair and added that out of everyone she knew, he had the strongest will. The guy looked at her seriously. He was lying on the ground, thinking about these words of his friend. He gritted his teeth, and a golden glow appeared around him. Heimdall raised his hands as a blinding light appeared around him. He frowned, not understanding what it was. The god opened his mouth wide and asked how dare the boy do something like that in a human body. The raider stood up. He looked down. Then he looked at the enemy and decided that he would not lose anyone dear to him again. The blue orb shone brightly and the system reported that the lost eye of Odin was responsible for his will. Jaehyun with a calm face called the face of Hela. The goddess was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. The boy opened his eyes wide and said that he still needed her, and the system notified that he had become the first owner of divinity. The girl looked at him silently. Jaehyun literally breathed out the name Hela. The girl was lying broken on the ground. He, amazed, looked at her with different eyes, telling her not to dare die, because he still needed her. A tear rolled down the girl's cheek, and the system window indicated that the user was able to obtain divinity for the first time. Then it showed a more detailed description of usurpation of divinity, a unique rank that can usurp the right of a god and replace it with its own power. In addition, the restrictions on mythical level skills copied from the blank card are removed, and the right of god greatly increases the user's stats. But only weakened gods can be usurped, while Heimdall looked at the enemy angrily, wondering what this was. Whether it was the awakening of a unique skill. He took a few steps forward. In his hand, he formed a cloud of purple energy, addressing the enemy as an enemy of evil, that he would not be able to use this power. Because usurpation of divinity belongs to the rebels of Asgard, it is not something that a person who does not have the status of a god can handle. Jaehyun stood proudly in front of him, shrouded in a golden magical haze. His eyes glowed with a golden light. He asked again about the phrase about the Asgard rebels. Hela, barely audible, called the name Loki. Fighting the pain, she explained that this was the sinner of Asgard, and we are talking about the leader of the opponents of the Escher system. The protagonist, holding a paw in his hand, looked away in surprise and asked that this was his power. At that time, as in his hand, the tip of the spear lit up with a golden light. Heimdall swung his sword and with a wild smile declared that he knew what his opponent was thinking. Then, he ran to attack, shouting that the usurpation of divinity only affects weakened gods and will not work on him. Jaehyun closely watched him, preparing to counter, and said, jokingly apologizing that he got it all wrong. Then he pushed off the ground with his foot, activating the air jump skill, and flew over the head of the enemy, behind his back. Even in flight, he said that he was going to use Hela's power. Heimdall was quite surprised. The guy found himself next to the wounded goddess. The system confirmed that her rights were usurped, and the user gained the right of a god. He lifted her off the ground. Heimdall was unable to attack, because a protective golden dome was built around them. The goddess felt great tension and pain. She asked her companion how he even had such an idea. The girl buried her face in his chest, calling him Loki. He looked into her face, and then looked away. An image of a god appeared in his head. At that moment Hela said that he was right. The girl continued with difficulty that until now it seemed to her that one could only become a god by birthright. Her gaze became unseeing. She added that now she understands that this is not so. Jaehyun's body was enveloped in magical fire. The goddess said that despite a weak body, a person can receive a status and unlock a mythical level skill. The boy looked ahead. Hela continued that Jaehyun reproached himself for not being able to awaken the unique skill, but he was wrong. Finally, she closed her eyes. The hero left her on the ground and walked towards the enemy, enveloped in golden flames, thinking that he was chosen by him from the beginning. The protagonist's gaze was confident and serious. His hand was clenched into a fist. His body was engulfed in flames. The boy instantly activated a number of skills: Lightning God's Power, Super Speed Chain, then increased their rank and activated the Lightning God's Chain skill. He raised his hand. There were red chains with tips around his body. He smiled evilly, announcing the start of the second round. Heimdall looked at him in confusion. The hero became serious and focused. The system indicated that the mythic rank Lightning God's Chain was now active. It allows you to attack the enemy with a chain filled with the power of Thor, the god of thunder and lightning, ignoring a certain percentage of the enemy's defense. Jaehyun lowered his hand to the ground and red chains with tips rushed towards the enemy. One of them wounded the enemy. He barely had time to fight back. Frowning, the god shouted that it was impossible. Heimdall was maximally concentrated, not understanding how the boy could attack Thor with lightning. More and more chains rushed towards him. In the end, he decided to dodge. Feeling a short respite, the god decided it was time to approach the attacker, dodging attacks. But suddenly the opponent's fist hit him in the face. The blow was so strong that Heimdall flew to the side. But he was able to land on his feet. Full of rage and anger, he screamed, perplexed by how the enemy dared to do such a thing. Jaehyun, without expressing emotions, concluded that he understood what the right of a god is. He took a sword in his hand and went to the enemy, saying that now the outcome of the battle was predetermined and it will end in his victory. The hero was getting closer to the enemy, who was still sitting on the ground. He suddenly looked up and was surprised to realize that he could kill the enemy, but the enemy could not kill him. The enemy gritted his teeth in anger. Thinking of Hel, he realized that he had used up almost all of his divine power to dodge the attack of Hel's double, and he could no longer use Gjallarhorn. His hands were shaking, and he felt this and became furious. He clenched his teeth and growled his name. Then he took out his sword, telling the enemy not to be arrogant, and attacked, calling him a pathetic human. Jaehyun attacked again with his chains. The enemy laughed, parrying the attacks, as if he had gone mad. His eyes were burning with fire. He declared that the opponent, although an enemy of evil, was still a human. Then he jumped into the attack, shouting that the enemy cannot use divinity at will. Jaehyun looked at him calmly, concluding that this was what he had been expecting. Heimdall was unpleasantly surprised. He was caught in a net of chains. They were wrapped around his body and his legs. Then, all of him and finally completely immobilized. Heimdall with a distorted face screamed in pain and doom. He could barely stand on his feet. Jaehyun walked towards him with a sword, while the god cursed at the circumstances. Frowning, Heimdall cursed his opponent. The guy decapitated him. The protagonist's face looked determined. The hero stood over his body. Sona was watching them from somewhere above. He called Heimdall, not understanding how such a guy was trusted. Then he looked at Jaehyun with apprehension, concluding that the execution of the plan was becoming jeopardized and he needed to report everything to Odin. His eyes lit up with a purple light. He thought about who would have thought that the guards of Asgard would be defeated by an ordinary person. Raven looked closely at Jaehyun again, reasoning that he was progressing much faster than he thought, while the guy stood with his back to him. Sono's body began to disintegrate while he thought that after receiving the right of a god, the hero would become even stronger and it would happen quickly. Feathers were already sticking out of his shoulders, but he suddenly decided that such a turn with Jaehyun was not a problem. And for the last time before the transformation, he looked at the protagonist, declaring that the denouement was near. Black crows flew over Jaehyun's head while he stood with his hands still raised. Heimdall's head coughed. The guy, smiling, said that it was a pleasant sight. The defeated one angrily shouted that this time he did not take the enemy seriously, but next time he would definitely send him to the dungeon of Asgard. The hero, putting his foot on his head, ordered him to shut up. His face expressed anger. He said that the enemy was talking too much, musing that on Earth this guy was able to show only about 30% of his strength, and there was a high probability that he would soon be forcibly called back to Asgard. Heimdall, looking angrily at his opponent, said again that this victory would not change anything, meaning that Ragnarok would still happen exactly as planned. Jaehyun was still standing on his head. The sky darkened, his thoughts became darker, and he said that he understood that this did not change anything. And with crazy passion in his eyes, he declared that regardless of whether the war began or not, he would kill them all. Heimdall looked at the winner and said that he did not know anything yet. He looked closely and was surprised at the enemy's head, which asked if he thought that the raiders, who received strength to fight monsters, were a blessing for people. Jaehyun looked at him nervously, asking again. The divine head was enveloped in a purple mist, but it continued to broadcast that the guy should be afraid of those who are closest to him, and that he should doubt, look around, look for a catch, because at the end of the path he will understand what betrayal tastes like. The hero watched what was happening carefully. All that was left of the head was a talking jaw, which had managed to say that the deepest scars sometimes appear because of excessive trust. The foot that was standing on the head ended up on the ground. Jaehyun looked down. Then he straightened up and took a deep breath, concluding that at least one of the people who had gotten into their world had been dealt with. At that moment a quiet groan was heard. Hela was sitting on the ground, leaning on her hands. Jaehyun approached her, asking if she was okay. The girl answered in the affirmative, adding that the destruction of the body had stopped and thanking the guy. He turned around and was about to leave, but waved her off, saying that he still had things to do and that they could talk later. Hela looked after him in surprise. He approached Heimdall's body. He raised his hand over it and illuminated himself with golden energy. The hero looked through his fingers, activating the divinity usurpation skill. The fragment of Heimdall's body succumbed to it, strengthening the user's god right. He was increasingly engulfed in flames. Jaehyun smiled with satisfaction. His guess that the abandoned temporary container could contain divinity was confirmed, and decided to continue in the same spirit. Hela watched his actions skeptically. The gate was illuminated by the sun's rays. They were also in the throne room where Odin was. Heimdall appeared before him. He bowed his head, admitting that he was disgraced, since due to his carelessness, he was unable to stop the enemy of evil from the prophecy. The god, as if indifferent, replied that he knew it. He showed his face, adding that he himself saw everything. Heimdall looked at the god, reasoning that the matter was in Hlitskjaf, Odin's throne, a mythical artifact that, with the help of magic, allows one to see everything that happens in all 9 worlds. The throne hid Odin's body. Heimdall cursed, baring his teeth in anger. Then he clenched his fist, not understanding why the enemy of evil had awakened his unique skill at this very moment. His eyes turned red, realizing that their battle had cost him more than half of his divine power. Odin leaned forward slightly, saying that the punishment would be postponed until later. The god raised his hand, indicating to Heimdall that he would help Freyja create an army of the dead, and that he would pass the task of eliminating the enemy of evil to another. The guard was outraged and wanted to object. Odin looked at him with his one eye. His face was calm. He asked if his subordinate was really going to contradict him. He bowed low, asking for forgiveness, and the god ordered him to leave. While the guard was leaving, Odin called Hugin. The raven immediately turned into a human form, and the god told him that the war would soon begin. And smiling slightly, he added that he himself knew it. Odin raised his hand and summoned the Einherjar. Footsteps were heard in the throne room immediately. Many servants appeared before the god and he continued his thought, talking about what the army of the dead needed. Jaehyun picked up several textbooks with a haggard expression. He threw the books on the table. He was angry, wondering when he would finish reading this. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He remembered the screen warning him to beware of those closest to him, to doubt, to look back, to look for a catch. His surprise at the words that when he reached the end, he would understand what betrayal tasted like. He remembered the destroyed city and the words that the deepest scars sometimes come from trusting too much. Jaehyun kept all this in his mind, remembering the last words to be suspicious of the system. Words floated into his mind. The player thought about what Mr. and Heimdall wanted to tell him, using roughly the same words. Looking at the stack of books in front of him, the guy thought that they had something in common, most likely closely related to mythology. Jaehyun picked up one of the books. He began to read, thinking that it was worth doing research. The room was dark. The protagonist was sitting at the table, reading another book, under the light of a table lamp. He closed the book. His eyes widened in surprise. He thought about what he read, Raider, eye brighter. He took a pen and continued to make notes, noting that there may be an indirect meaning to the words. Looking at the notebook, he realized that it was an anagram, saying that the Einherjar were ready. He shouted that he understood. With surprise, he noted what exactly Mr. and Heimdall meant when they talked about mistrust. At the same time, the members of Soho's circle were sitting at the table thinking about the recent events. The leader of the circle exhaled. He angrily looked at his friends and declared that they no longer controlled Jaehyun. Jaehyun sat there with a bored expression, while Joo-hyup was getting a little angry as he listened to the leader saying that if they disagreed, it would mean that they were going against the patron. Joo-hyup leaned on his arm while Jaehyun extended her hand, stating that this was not their level anyway. Joo-hyup supported him, saying that these guys had clearly outgrown the level of normal students. The leader agreed, adding that the 9 had already reached a level where they could do nothing in just a few months. He furrowed his brows, saying that that was why they needed to focus all their attention on resolving the incident. He slammed his hand on the table to clarify one more thing. He looked at Jiyeon, who was sitting with her legs crossed. The leader addressed her, reminding her that she was the leader of one of the 4 large circles who had not participated in the raid. Jiyeon stated with a smile that if the 9 hadn't intervened, they would have lost this battle. Jiyeon looked at her with disbelief, and Joo-hyup clenched his fists and shouted that if you only take into account the skills of those present, he disagreed with her. Jiyeon stood up and stated that they hadn't defeated the Bone Dragon. She pushed her chair behind her and said that this was the reason she didn't intervene, because she couldn't send her colleagues to slaughter. She headed for the exit, stating that the 3rd eye would adhere to this policy. Jiyeon called out to her as she stood up. There was a sign on the door that said Forbidden Zone. Footsteps could be heard in the hallway. Jiyeon smiled, thinking about Jaehyun, not expecting him to go this far. With a creepy smile, she thought that this would be a lot of fun. The stars disappeared from the sky. Jaehyun continued reading his books at the table. Scratching his chin, he thought about how during the raid on the Bone Dragon, the adults were unable to use their skills. A memory of the Acer gods appeared before him, who could influence the system's operation at their own discretion. Sweat was dripping off his face. The guy frowned, thinking about the doubts and warnings that Mr. and Heimdall had spoken of. The protagonist frowned even more, realizing that both wanted to reveal the truth about the Escher system to him. Putting his hand on the table, he decided that the system's purpose was probably to train future Einherjars. He jumped up, realizing that the material for its manufacture came from all those awakened in this world. The guy was still in shock when a system window appeared, notifying about the system's update, and offering to read Mimir's notes. Cold sweat appeared on his face again. The guy reached for the system window. He wanted to press the button. Suddenly, darkness gathered behind him. It enveloped the guy. He was transported to a bright place with white curtains. Pushing one of them aside, he saw a book in the air. Looking at it, he realized that it was the altar where Odin's lost eye was. The guy went forward. He looked at the book that glowed golden. He took it in his hands. The protagonist opened the book. Sitting down by the obelisk, the guy began to study it. It turned out to be Mimir's diary, the Chronicle of Asgard, as well as a document that sheds light on Odin's vile deeds in the past. After the first Ragnarok, Odin's army was destroyed, and part of the truth was hidden. The protagonist imagined Odin and his army, continuing to read that they were, in fact, God's puppets. He imagined how the Einherjar competed in battle, reading that Mimir did not know whether they were actually evil, because Odin simply used them. The raider imagined how one of the Einherjar bowed after the battle, reading that Odin tricked people into becoming his slaves and with their help defeated the alliance of Escher's opponents. Dead bodies of the Einherjar who died in this battle appeared before his eyes. The boy imagined Odin sitting on the throne, from whom people left, reading that they experienced great disappointment and did not want to voluntarily become members of the army. He imagined a one-eyed Odin looking at the people as he read that this was a huge blow to the god, since only absolutely devoted people could become Einherjar. An image of the god who controlled the system appeared before his eyes as the boy read that the second end of the world was approaching, and Odin was coming up with a cunning plan. The picture changed and a tree appeared. This was Yggdrasil, whose roots Odin sent down to Midgard and turned the earth into hell, teeming with demonic creatures, then showered people with gifts that seemed like blessings. This was the Escher system. The protagonist imagined Odin stretching out his hand in front of the army and continued reading that the system was used by all awakened people around the world, but ultimately it was nothing more than a device for training the army. Jaehyun froze in surprise as he read the last lines, saying that the enemy of evil should immediately go to the control tower of Yggdrasil. He imagined a device made of many triangles that were stored there and could control the Escher system. His brows furrowed again as the guy read that if he couldn't get there, all the awakened would one day become his enemies. Jaehyun froze in shock. He leaned his elbows on the table, looking at the piece of paper in front of him. His hand tensed. Still perplexed, the guy decided that he needed to meet with Hela. Somewhere on the first floor. Standing in the middle of the room, Jaehyun said that they had problems. The girl opened her eyes. Stretching, Hela didn't understand why the main character woke her up. She looked at the guy, reminding him that he had woken up the god of Einherjar. Frowning, Jaehyun said that he understood Odin's true intentions. He extended his hand and explained them to the goddess. She thought about it, scratching her chin. Looking at the floor, she thought that she would have to discuss this issue with Escher's opponents, the Half-Ace Alliance. The guys looked at each other, and the girl said that they were moving out at night, and the player relied on her. Jaehyun looked away, forgetting about something else. The guy took out the glove he found during the away training. Handing over the find, he remembered the appearance of the one to whom it belonged, namely, the first awakened person Juwon. He asked if the goddess knew anything about this. The girl folded her arm across her chest and looked at the glove, but unfortunately, she did not know anything. The goddess smiled and suggested postponing this until people were warned about the Einherjar. Jaehyun looked at her with incomprehension. Raising her finger, she said that the issue with the quest reward also needed to be resolved. The protagonist remembered which quest he had completed. Smiling, he thought that this was the most exciting part, and decided to watch it. He turned to the system, where the first reward was an empty card, and he did not have time to look at the second one, because the system suddenly, Jaehyun opened his eyes in surprise, seeing a list of updates. The goddess noted the update of communication capabilities with a smile. With the cutest look, she said that from now on, the protagonist can rely on her more often. With sarcasm, Jaehyun clarified that this is more called using than relying. The goddess got angry with such a statement, and the guy decided to look at his abilities, which were also updated. A jar of giant's blood appeared in his hands. He looked at it with a smile, noting that he could not use it before because of his low strength. The guy opened the jar and poured it on his head. Standing in the blood, he saw a new notification from the system, which said that his body was gaining the strength of a giant. Smiling, the player looked at his hand and thought that with the achievement of C rank, his starts had increased well, and the characteristics were comparable to the average C rank raiders. The protagonist clicked on the system window, moving to the slot in which you can store mythical level skills. Standing in front of the system, he read the information about the increase in his skills. The protagonist smiled since the penalty that was initially displayed disappeared, and now, upon reaching the desired form, the restrictions should disappear. The guy thought since the problem remained in the number of slots, in order to release it, it is necessary to strengthen the user's god's right, usurp the right of a mythical level creature. At this stage he is glad that he can use the power of the thunder god. Hela was surprised to see a new notification, which said that the Raven radar was installed, allowing you to track Odin, who was nearby. The girl beamed with a smile, thinking that if they had found ravens before, it would not have been such a big problem. The protagonist frowned and agreed. He remembered Hugin, being sure that he would be able to find him. Suddenly it dawned on him that the latest update was a quest. The protagonist clicked on the system window, deciding that this quest would be the most difficult of all and received it under the name System Destroyer. The young man frowned again, thinking about this name. Light flooded the room. The sun was shining from the window. Juwon looked at it, and thought that it was time to act, and not put things off for later. Jian, looking at him, agreed, citing the fact that they cannot wait for him for too long. Standing behind Juwon, she turned to him. After a while, the girl was in the corridor of the academy, when someone called out to her. She smiled, recognizing the guy approaching her. The girl turned around. Jaehyun had not yet managed to approach when Jian said that she heard how he took an active part in the activities of the training camp. The guy approached her when the girl said that she was impressed by the magician. The main character swallowed and thanked him, but said that he was a little busy at the moment. Passing by Jian, he offered to talk later. The girl followed him with her eyes and felt a familiar feeling. Unable to bear it, Jian turned to him again. Jaehyun did not stop, and the girl realized that she felt an enemy of evil in him. Turning around, the girl said that he thought that everyone was scaring her because she did not participate in the raid, although she was a member of one of the 4 large circles. The guy stopped and looked at her. Jian looked at the guy, who was glowing golden and was sure that he had gained the right of a god. Jaehyun, standing half-turned, advised her, knowing that she was weak to move. The girl was stunned. There was fire in the eyes of the main character. Finally, he said that if the girl ended up kicking the bucket, then no recovery magic would help. She frowned and asked again. The young man stood in front of the TV, which was broadcasting that a large number of the academy instructors had died during the training camp, and that the students had saved her. Juwon heard that Jaehyun had distinguished himself in conducting this event. Pressing the button on the remote, he decided that it was time to act. He turned off the TV and looked at his reflection in it, thinking that perhaps it was too early for him to show himself. He took the painting off the wall. Looking at it, the guy thought about the enemy of evil from the prophecy. Smiling, he wanted to hear and see this enemy in person. Without taking his eyes off the painting, Juwon also wanted to see how exciting his story would be. Jiyeon stood at the podium. She remained silent, looking at the microphone. Many camera flashes flashed in the hall, and she said that she was sure that they had many questions, but for now, she could tell them one thing. Opening her mouth, she said that a new threat had appeared on the horizon, and they were gathered here to honor the ray of hope that had helped deal with the previous danger, and they would be awarding the students. The man wrote everything down with a bored look. Squinting, Jiyeon said that it was because they had contributed more, and now everyone who heard their name called should come out here and receive a reward. The protagonist adjusted his tie. All the members of the 9th circle walked forward. The wine was on one of the shelves. Yuyung leaned her head on her hand, asking her friend if there was anything he wanted to tell them. Aina, Yuyung, and Hoyoung stared at Jaehyun, waiting for an answer. The boy closed his eyes, saying that he couldn't tell them everything. The guy's girlfriend, expressing dissatisfaction, said that he had too many secrets. Ina, who was sitting next to her, said that she wanted to ask something. Remembering Ace, who attacked them, the girl asked who the one who attacked them was. The protagonist's eyelids rose. Looking away, he said that he couldn't say it, but he could say that he came because of him and that he was very strong. The redhead, clenching her fist, said that they were not interested. Hoyoung, crossing his arms, said that Young was right. The ash-haired man remembered how Ace grinned. Rubbing his chin, he asked who the monster was. Soil, lying on the couch, looked at the protagonist, as did Jae-sang next to her. Ina, Young, and Hoyoung, becoming serious, waited for an answer. Jae-hyun turned to them. He knew that one day he would have to tell them the truth when Ragnarok began. Parting his lips, he said that it was too early to tell them. Young pouted, Ina looked away, and Hoyoung thought about it. Jae-hyun and Soil closed their eyes. The protagonist chuckled. The ash-haired man's eyes widened in shock when Jae-hyun said that he somehow reached S rank. The blonde jumped up from her seat. She stared at him in horror. Clutching her head, the girl began to say that this simply couldn't be true. Ina, looking at the guy, said that now it was clear how he managed to defeat it. Hoyoung, raising his hand, asked if he killed the monster. Frowning, the protagonist said that he didn't kill it. The guy involuntarily remembered the evil face of Heimdall, who enveloped himself in dark mana. Jae-hyun looked away and said that he would have to face the same kind of opponents again, so if something like this happened again, they should run no matter what. His friend's eyes widened in shock and fear. She suddenly jumped up, asking if he was going to fight alone. Jae-hyun started to tap the table. His finger hit the table with force. The entire room was enveloped in darkness. Everyone lost their peace, lost in their thoughts. An invisible pressure burst out from Jae-hyun's body. Ina and Hoyoung stared at him in horror, who, seeing this, said that until they were able to do something like that, they could not fight him. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that if they did not like what he said, they should reach S rank, then he would not say that they should run. Yujong bowed her head. Unable to hold back her tears, she said that it was very cold. The protagonist, feeling the vibration, looked down. He took out his phone from his pocket. Picking up the phone, Jae-hyun looked at the screen. His pupils dilated in shock. Sung Jae, sitting behind the wheel, said that he was surprised. Smiling, he said that he did not expect that he would participate in this auction. Raising his eyelids, the man said that you need to buy enough items to become a VIP, so how much money did he spend? Looking away, the guy said that he did not know at all, he just spent everything he earned. Sung Jae, chuckling, said that for an ordinary worker, such thinking is incomprehensible. Soon, they arrived at a huge auction building. The elevator opened. The protagonist and Sung Jae got out of the elevator. The man turned around and said that he would wait here. If something happened, he would figure it out, he just had to call. Jae-hyun smiled, saying that he did not think anyone would decide to contact him. The driver smiled broadly and said that was also true. The protagonist walked down the hall. The furniture in the hall was shining with cleanliness and beauty. Camilla nervously bit her nails. She narrowed her eyes. Balak looked at her and called out to the girl. He narrowed his eyes and asked what was wrong. What was she thinking about so much? The girl looked at him. She pointed at the guy in front of them. That guy turned out to be the protagonist, sitting at the table. Balak narrowed his eyes, looking at him. The raider remembered that this was the self-confident guy from the hotel in Iceland, who had looked at them with disdain back then. The raider himself stood in front of him and checked him out. He looked at Camilla and said that this guy was a rising star of the Yeonhwa Guild, but he hadn't heard that they were participating in the auction. Camilla parted her lips and said to listen carefully. This boy was incredibly dangerous. The man froze, looking at his friend in shock. The protagonist didn't move even an inch, but Camille saw something. She parted her lips and said something. Balak's eye widened. Jae-hyun's pupil flashed. The guy sitting at the table emitted the same aura as Black Robe. A window of some office appeared and words of agreement came from there. The man, holding the phone to his ear, asked his wife to just believe that the auction would go well, because if they managed to get out of the hole and come to the current situation, then it was already a success. Smiling, he explained that he just needed to try a little more. Putting the phone away, the director also understood that he could not make a mistake this time, because this place was teeming with investors and VIP clients. Closing his eyes, he made the decision to succeed at any cost. Suddenly, the man looked to the side. Walking to the open window, he remembered that he did not even open it. The director was looking out onto the street. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Tentacles appeared from somewhere. They pierced his chest. Someone put their hands on his neck. Suddenly, one hand covered his eyes. The girl who embraced him said that this solved another problem. Standing behind, she thought about what the reaction of the prophecy's opponent would be. Someone approached the hero and said that he never thought he would meet him in such a place. Balak, putting his hands in his pockets, noted that the young man had recently become famous. Smiling, the guy asked if the interlocutor meant him. Camilla, frowning, did not understand what her friend was thinking. Opening his mouth, the fighter answered affirmatively. The young man looked at him while he said that the protagonist was, after all, the only magical warrior in the world, and also the best among the best in the academy that trained raiders. Squinting, Balak also added that it was no surprise that the European Union was interested in him. Closing his eyes, the guy noted that it was an honor for him. The man looked away. Closing her eyes, she used mana breath, which had a special effect that was unknown to others. Looking at the hero, he knew that his ally could accurately determine the structure of the magical power of others. Imagining DNA, Balak also remembered that the properties and structure of each raider's magical power are inherently unique and can be compared to fingerprints, and therefore it can be concluded that the structure of magical power is completely individual. The man had already turned away. Imagining that black cloak and this guy, he could not believe that there could be two creatures in the world with a completely identical mana structure. Sitting down at the table, the swordsman realized that this was probably extremely rare in any case and said that they needed to check it today. Opening his mouth, he asked if Jaehyun and the man in the dungeon were the same person. The girl gave him a sarcastic look. Closing her eyes, she explained that it was just overconfidence, which was one of the reasons for his divorce, and her comrade asked her to shut up. The hero was staring at something. The ceiling of the auction hall appeared. Everyone was looking in one direction. Someone was walking along the podium. The man extended his hand and thanked everyone who decided to take part in their event. Opening his mouth, Moonwon introduced himself and explained that he was the CEO of Flex. The protagonist bowed his head, not listening to his speech. Looking down, he understood that he only needed one thing from this auction. Raising his hand, the host added that it was time for them to start the bidding that they had all been waiting for so long. Pointing to a small gem, the director said that they would start with the Transcendence Stone. The guy, raising his hand to his chin, tried to understand that this person was not the one, but suddenly thought about this stone. Having imagined his ring, the young man doubted that it would be possible to fully reveal its effect with the help of only one stone, but also remembered all its characteristics. Looking to the side, the hero realized that installing the stone in the ring would radically change the situation. Opening his mouth, the director announced the start of the auction. A smile appeared on the young man's face. Raising his hand, he understood that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Opening his mouth, the protagonist named a bid of 10 billion. Everyone present lowered their gaze after such a statement. Balak, without opening his mouth, was looking somewhere. The host, with his eyes wide open, said that he accepted such a bid and asked if anyone else wanted to join the auction of this lot. Suddenly, someone raised their hand. The man, with his mouth open, placed 11 billion. The hero, looking at him, raised the bid to 12 billion. The fighter, lowering his head on his hand, exhaled. The girl imagined how she hit him. The hero's eyes were wide open due to thoughts of provocation. Squinting, Balak watched him intently. Glancing to the side, he understood that this could not be, because he was simply interested in this stone. The protagonist continued to look at him while he thought about the fact that he refused to bid only because the amount was higher than expected. The boy smirked, thinking that he might have misunderstood the message. Frowning, Balak realized that he hadn't expected the man to act so openly. Squinting his eyes even more, he wondered if the man was trying to intimidate him, because the hero was really sure of something. His eyes turned red, not being able to understand what was on his mind. The boy sat at the table with his legs crossed. Squinting, he realized that the auction had finally ended and remembered that the last item was an A-rank artifact that increased resistance to status-changing skills. As he picked it up, the boy also knew that such an item would be useless to him, due to the blessing of hell. Suddenly, the hero stopped, hearing the words of the host. The man's eyes widened, saying that they had prepared a special item for everyone. The protagonist's eyes widened, listening to the host's words that it was an S-rank artifact that everyone should like. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise, realizing that this shouldn't be happening here, while the director was saying that his assistant would tell everyone more about the item. Looking at the girl, he realized that he had never heard of such a special item. Smiling, she walked across the stage. The boy's eyes widened. The girl's gaze was fixed directly on him. Still wide-eyed, the boy realized that it was Jiun. Bowing her head, the host greeted everyone and explained that she was personally selling this item. Pointing to the bracelet, she said that she would tell them all about an artifact called Dropner. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise. Standing in the middle of the hall, the hero bowed his head. Suddenly, frowning, he looked up at the girl. She still had the same smile on her face, as she understood that she only needed one moment for everyone to remain in their places. The hero stood there, his eyes wide open. Suddenly, something started to come out from her bracelet while she was explaining that it was a gold bracelet that multiplied 9 times every 9 days. Jiun also explained that there was a small price to pay for it, raising her hand. Those red beams shot towards the protagonist. One of his eyes lit up. Those magic projectiles hovered above him. The hero quickly looked at them. His eyes widened, the guy realized that the absolute calculation did not work, which meant that this attack was not magical. Looking at the bracelet, he realized that this power belonged to this artifact. Suddenly, a red beam pierced the head of one of the people present. The same thing happened to the chest of another. Camilla, looking around, did not understand what was happening. Balak, opening his mouth wide, shouted a question about what the host was doing. Looking away, she explained that she did not need uninvited guests, because she only came for the enemy of the Aesir. The hero looked at her, squinting. The guy's mind flashed back to her from the academy. He remembered standing in front of her, and realized that ever since then he had been thinking that there was something wrong with this person. Opening his mouth, the young man called her a servant of the Aesir. Adjusting her hair, she noted that there were better words for her role. Frowning, the protagonist asked what she needed. The opponent, smiling, pointed at the hero. Gritting his teeth, the guy listened to her words about him starting to get on her nerves. Suddenly, a blade began to appear in Balak's hand. The girl also summoned her staff, saying that she would not allow the enemy to do whatever he wanted. Bending over, Ji-Yoon began to laugh. Grinning, she said that she was very scared, but also interested. She began to walk to the edge of the stage. Throwing her head back, the girl said that she had most likely already bought enough time to prepare. Opening her mouth, she ordered someone to eat. The hero's eyes widened. Suddenly, something started happening to one of the guests. The same thing started happening to the other one. Tentacles started appearing in their bodies. Camille watched what was happening with her mouth open. Suddenly, her comrade appeared behind her. The man swung his blade while his ally asked him to stop. The girl blocked his blow with her magic. Looking at her, the swordsman shouted at her, asking what she was doing, because they still had to save them all. Camille, raising her hand, noted that she was not interfering with their salvation and explained that it was simply too dangerous to just rush at them, because she had never seen such an artifact before. Smiling, Ji-Yoon said that she was very smart, because if she had not stopped her ally, he would have been dead, because everyone who was touched by the artifact dies, and also asked everyone not to worry. The hero stared at her while she said that all these people were still alive. Squinting, she explained that she saw no reason to leave them alive, but the rest could try to save them all, because they were all simply in a coma. Opening his mouth, the guy realized that if these people were in a coma because of mana, then he should definitely hurry. Pulling the director by the tie, she also added that she pulled out the feelings of greed from them, and because of this, the support of their ego collapsed, so their minds are now unstable. Opening his eyes wide, the hero realized that this is an artifact that allows you to get rid of emotions. He imagined a certain person who could own this power. Grabbing the director by the head, Ji-Yoon noted that people are extremely funny, because you can take away one emotion from them and they immediately become stupid. The hero, opening his eyes wide, told her to stop talking nonsense and return all these people to normal. Grinning, she asked what would happen if she did not do this. Suddenly, the protagonist vanished right in front of her. He immediately pinned her to the floor with his foot. He pinned her arm with his knee. Standing over her, Jaehyun explained that in that case, he would just have to make her want it. The girl's eyes widened. Turning her gaze to the protagonist, she couldn't understand when he had time. Looking at his hand, she also realized that she hadn't even seen him approaching. The guy picked up one of her fingers. Her eyes widened. The boy also stared at her. Suddenly, something flashed in her head. Lying on the floor, the girl screamed in pain. Camille, with her mouth open, watched what was happening. Balak, also silently, watched the guy's actions. The girl, gritting her teeth, did not say a word. Her finger was broken. The hero took another finger. Looking at her, he said that it was time for the second fracture. Ji-Yoon clenched her teeth hard. She opened her mouth and screamed for him to get off her. Her bracelet began to glow. Suddenly, a portal appeared above the boy. Looking at it, he asked if it was a gate. A blue glow also appeared under the man's feet. Balak looked down, already enveloped in blue particles. Camilla, with her eyes wide open, also noticed it. The boy looked down and said something. They disappeared from the auction room when the boy received a message that he had entered a special dungeon. Ji-Yoon, kneeling, said something about a hero. With her eyes wide open, she said that she would never forgive him. The ceiling of this room appeared and someone's words were heard. Someone was standing above the girl. The person leaned over her. Jo-won, with his mouth slightly open, asked if she was okay. His eyes glowed bright pink. All three participants of the auction found themselves in a certain cave. The protagonist looked away, exhaling. Camilla, looking at him, did not understand what had happened to them. She remembered his gaze and assumed that they must be acquainted. Also, a memory of Ji-Yoon's crazy smile and how she addressed him appeared in her head. The image of a smiling girl appeared in her head again. The mage was still looking at the protagonist. The comrade, standing behind, noted that most likely their thoughts were similar at the moment. Looking at his ally, he added that she was most likely right. They both looked at Jaehyun. A memory of that girl who called the hero the opponents of the prophecy appeared in his head. Bowing his head, Balak stared at the guy. His comrade closed her eyes, listening to his words that although he did not have the chance to hear the first part of that girl's speech, she definitely called the protagonist that way. Memories of that dungeon appeared in his head, and the words about the swordsman not being qualified, because that place was a great ruin for the enemy of evil from the prophecy. Camilla looked at her comrade's back. The swordsman was still watching the hero. Opening his mouth, he called out to him. The young man looked at him. The man held the blade in front of him and asked if the hero was the black robe that cleared the ruins. The protagonist was still looking at him. Opening his mouth, the boy noted that they didn't have to worry about that right now. Suddenly, Balak narrowed his eyes, looking at him. He blocked a certain projectile aimed at him. Pink fragments flew past his face. Behind him, the swordsman saw many red eyes. An elf appeared from the darkness. Gritting his teeth, Balak called them just small fry. Holding his hand, Ji-Yun listened to the guest's words about how, as expected, mythical artifacts really were on another level. Spreading his arms, the raider noted that he never thought that there was an item that could open the gate. Opening her mouth, the girl said that there was nothing to envy. The guy smiled when she said that he got something better than this anyway. Closing his eyes, he asked if that was true. Ji-Won smiled again. Imagining the cave, he asked if the hero would be able to cope with Fafnir's power with Draupnir. Suddenly, a huge fire-breathing dragon appeared. The girl looked away. Opening her mouth, she explained that she still did not fully control the power of the item, so full control was almost impossible. Looking at him, Ji-Yun also added that even in this case, dealing with the enemy of the Aesir and those two would not be that difficult. The boy looked at her without saying a word. He raised his hand to his chin, noting that he most likely wouldn't even have to intervene. Squinting, the boy added that this should be enough. The hero made many strikes with his blade. They all cut through many elves. The protagonist continued walking deeper into the cave, thinking about Draupnir. Remembering that gate, he assumed that the bracelet Ji-Yun had was most likely a mythical artifact that allowed her to open the Real Gate, but he also didn't know if she had created the dungeon or simply moved it to an existing one. Frowning, he also realized that there was no way that girl could do such a thing on her own. Remembering that bracelet, the boy knew that she could only do such a thing with it. Balak also attacked the elves. His gaze was directed somewhere to the side. Camilla also killed monsters, while the young man thought that since he failed to activate the absolute count, it could not be any spell. The girl, raising her hand, used her spells. Looking at her attacks, the guy understood that the power of the artifact must have such an effect. His gaze was directed somewhere to the side. Smiling, he understood that after Heimdall's Horn, this artifact was already the second mythical one, and he could not miss this one. They were standing in the middle of a pile of monster corpses. The hero looked to the side when he was called out. Balak, standing above him, asked if he was the black robe that cleared the dungeon. Opening his mouth, the young man said that he was right, understanding that since everything had gone this far and if he continued to hide it even more, it would only get worse. The swordsman widened his eyes and asked another question about whether the hero was an enemy of humanity. Because why did he save people and act like a hero during the training camp? The young man looked at him and said nothing. Opening his mouth, the boy explained that he never had any great goals. Opening his mouth wide, the interlocutor tried to object, but the protagonist interrupted him and explained that he did not fight just anyone. Smiling, he noted that his standards were rather vague. Camilla exchanged glances with her ally. Gritting his teeth, the man asked about the boy's standards. The hero looked at him angrily. Looking away, he replied that it all depended on his mood, while the girl noted that he had found an inopportune time for jokes. Rubbing the back of his head, the protagonist answered negatively. Opening his eyes wide, the boy explained that he would do anything to protect the people close to him. Balak, looking at him, remained silent. Suddenly, he grabbed the boy by the tie. Opening his mouth, he said that the other man could have killed him back then in the great ruins. Gritting his teeth, the man added that if the other man wanted to hide his identity, then killing him would have been the best solution. Memories of how their blades crossed appeared in his head. Balak began to let go of the guy's tie. An image of him in that dungeon appeared in his head. Looking down, he said that the other man hadn't done it back then. Opening his mouth, the man began to say something about the standards of a hero. The young man, adjusting his jacket, listened to the swordsman's words about how he would observe for now. Closing his eyes, the girl noted that his standards were extremely individual. They both looked at her when she said that in this situation they should have teamed up and cleared the dungeon. Squinting, the young man realized that everything had worked out better than expected. Smiling, the guy noted that they were more loyal than expected. Hiding his eyes, he also began to say something. Putting a finger to his lips, the protagonist told them to keep quiet about it. Bright flashes illuminated the caves of the dungeon. One of the monsters fell to the ground. Its head was torn off. Balak stood above him, holding his blade. Opening his mouth, he noted that he had never seen such strong Draugr and asked if the boy knew anything about them. The hero, looking forward, answered negatively. Bowing his head, the young man realized that he did not feel this then with the dark elves. but the monsters in this dungeon are much stronger than they should be by rank and assumed that this is most likely some kind of special dungeon. Looking at his ally, he also decided to be on guard, saying that with such a level it will not be a problem for them to kill everyone and therefore they should just speed up. Camilla, looking to the side, noted that according to that girl, all those people were alive and therefore they need to hurry. The hero glanced after his comrades. Suddenly, he turned around. The guy was looking into the depths of the cave. Suddenly, one of his eyes sparkled, as the recognition skill was activated. The young man exhaled. They turned around when he asked them to wait a little, as it seemed to him that there was something there. Camilla, with her mouth slightly open, asked what he meant, as they had already checked that area. Suddenly, she felt something behind the young man and noted that there was definitely nothing there before. Smiling, Camilla said that she suddenly began to feel dense mana, when suddenly the hero received a notification that the path to the heart of the Valley of Greed was open. The auction hall appeared and some grunting was heard. The girl's bracelet began to glow brighter. Looking at it, she realized that the enemy of the aces was acting faster than initially expected and tried to understand what the protagonist was doing now. Jaehyun, with his mouth slightly open, explained that he would be in charge from now on and suggested that the source of this mana was reacting to him somehow. Balak, looking at him, asked if it was similar to those great ruins. Smiling, the young man answered affirmatively and added that this time the target might be different. The swordsman looked at him with a frown. Suddenly turning away, he explained that he would be covering the rear. Passing by the girl, the man asked her to support them from the center. Camilla looked to the side. She was looking straight at the hero's back. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to her comrade. The mage touched the guy's back. The young man immediately turned his gaze in her direction. Standing behind, she noted that he looked completely different in the great ruins and asked which of them was the real one. The protagonist looked away and exhaled. Turning away, he explained that both were real. Smiling, the young man asked if everyone had two sides. The girl raised several bright spheres into the air. The hero was still staring at something. They were standing in the middle of some storage room full of gold, when the boy received many messages from the system that the way was now open and they needed to defeat the boss Fafnir of Greed and return to their world. One of the coins began to fall down. It rolled along the floor. Suddenly, the gold hit the boy's leg. The hero looked at it. Suddenly, everything around began to shake, causing the coins to fall down. A huge paw appeared from under the gold mountain. A huge monster began to crawl out of it. The young man, his eyes wide open, watched what was happening. The head of the monster appeared. Suddenly, it opened its eyes. They opened even wider. The dragon towered over the boy, while he received messages that a dungeon boss had appeared, whose rank would be lowered due to restrictions. Opening its mouth wide, the monster roared. The girl, covering her face with her hand, noted that he had an S+ rank even with restrictions. The hero, without moving from his place, watched the enemy. Opening his mouth, he said that they could handle him. The two comrades stood back to back. Looking at them, the boy asked if they remembered what happened in the ancient ruins. Balak also looked at him. Memories of their battle immediately appeared in his head. He also remembered the smile on the boy's face when he said that no one forbade using two bombs at once. Camilla, with her mouth wide open, exclaimed. The protagonist put his hand in front of him, using a skill called creating magical tools. Suddenly, the dragon slayer sword Balmung appeared in front of him. Smiling, the boy noted that luck was indeed on his side, because they had two such blades. Balak, looking at the protagonist, listened to his question about whether the allies thought that they now had a chance to win. With his mouth slightly open, he answered in the affirmative. They stood back to back, holding identical blades in their hands, when the hero said that they could most likely defeat such a boss. Balak's blade began to take on a blue glow due to the activation of the sword's special effect. The same thing happened to the protagonist's blade. The dragon was preparing to attack when the boy received a message that all attacks now deal 300% more damage to monsters of this type. The girl, opening her mouth, noted that this monster would try to burn them. Flames burst from his mouth. Hot magma flowed along the ground. Suddenly, someone jumped from it. Two swordsmen were already flying to attack. With his mouth wide open, the man shouted that they needed to distract the monster. Camilla was also flying towards the enemy on her staff when her comrade turned to her with a request to attack him. The girl flew over the lava-covered ground. The young man spun, making circular attacks with his sword. Suddenly, the monster turned his attention to him. His eyes opened wide. Suddenly he remembered Sionan, and realized that Camille was a battle mage whose destructive power was even greater than his mentor. The girl began to use some spells. The monster, baring its teeth, was preparing to attack again, when the boy thought that this mage was most likely one of the strongest in the world. Suddenly, the dragon made an attack with its paw, while the boy was thinking that this battle could be his chance to observe the full power of this girl. His gaze was directed straight at the dragon. Suddenly, it rushed to attack, jumping from a pile of gold. The boy jumped away from the dragon, calling out to Camille. Being right in front of the monster's mouth, he asked her about how long the spell would take to cast. Balak looked up at him. A smile appeared on the boy's face. The monster was already flying at him, its mouth wide open. At the last moment, the boy dodged this attack. Camille, raising her hand, said that she needed another 20 seconds. The man also attacked the dragon, saying that they would be able to buy her so much time. The boy jumped back. Opening his mouth, he said that there would be no problem. Exhaling, the hero activated the Ice Edge skill. Suddenly, the ground under his feet began to freeze. Everything around him also began to be covered in ice. The entire cave was covered in it. The ice also reached the dragon. Opening his mouth wide, Balak shouted that it was time for the mage to attack. Raising her finger, she used the ability to punish water. 3 large seals appeared behind her. A drop of her blood rose into the air. Suddenly, something bright flashed right in front of the dragon. Several blood-red blades appeared in the air. On the other side, 3 more such projectiles appeared. Camilla, raising her hand, summoned them above her. Grinning, the boy noted that he expected such incredible power from her. With wide eyes, the mage pointed out the directions of her attack. All the red projectiles headed straight for the dragon. They all began to hit his thick skin. The monster threw back its head. The hero, looking at the enemy's neck, thought that these were extremely unusual scales in this place. Balak's gaze also went in that direction. They both rushed to attack, realizing that this was the dragon's weak point. They made a quick attack on the monster's neck. Standing with his back to the guy, the swordsman noted that it was extremely problematic. The monster looked at them when the man asked about the fact that they could not do any damage. This boss towered over them again. He stared at the people. The young man also looked into the eyes of the dragon. Looking at his ally, the guy noted that something in the monster had changed, when suddenly someone interrupted him. The young man's eyes opened wider. The monster, lowering his gaze, said something. Suddenly, his pupils began to glow brightly as he growled that he needed more gold. The monster opened his mouth. The hero fell to the ground as he began to growl. The girl also covered her ears. The ice on the ground began to crack. The dragon spread his wings. Opening his mouth, he continued to growl. Baring his teeth, the monster said that he hated the dirty name Odin. The protagonist, looking at him, opened his eyes wide. Sweat appeared on his face as he tried to understand why Odin's name came up here. Suddenly, his eyes opened even wider. Looking at the dragon, he tied together the gold, Fafnir, and Odin. With his mouth slightly open, the boy was thinking about something. Remembering how he sat at his textbooks, the young man realized that when he was studying information about the Einherjar, he saw one book. Imagining a ring, he realized that it was the Ring of Andvari, which bestows gold, but places a curse on its owner. Looking at the monster, the protagonist realized that the curse of the gods placed on the gold that Fafnir took was definitely connected to this ring. The monster placed its paw on its head, while the hero thought that judging by the state of the dragon, it was still under the effect of the curse. Remembering their attack, the boy also realized that back then, they considered the scales on his neck as a weak point, a blow to which did not cause significant damage. Opening his mouth, he said that they chose the wrong area of attack. Frowning, the young man explained that his weak point was the source of the curse. Standing in front of the monster, the hero also wondered if Fafnir currently had this ring. Looking up, the boy noted that their enemy could most likely speak and immediately addressed him. The dragon looked straight at the boy. Standing above them, the monster asked how the man got here. The protagonist, opening his mouth, asked if Odin used him and his family. The dragon slightly opened his mouth. Bloody tears appeared in his eyes. The monster, standing above the fighters, answered affirmatively and added that his entire family was dead. Opening his mouth wide, he roared again. Fafnir's eyes turned red when he said that Odin had killed his entire family. The girl, closing one eye, watched what was happening. Balak, also looking at the monster, said nothing. The hero looked up at him. Opening his mouth slightly, the guy asked if it was true and noted that most likely the IMF had been changed again. In his head, frames from the themed dungeon appeared. He also remembered Jalfi, who, unlike the original myth, was used by Thor, and his younger sister Roskva was kidnapped. He also imagined this god. Looking at the dragon, the young man realized that in connection with this, one could conclude that Odin and the Aesir attacked again, but this time Fafnir's family, and said that he would free him from the shackles and avenge his family. Opening his mouth, the monster began to scream again about how he hated this god. Grinning, the young man noted that he had again fallen into a berserk state, and added that they should probably give up trying to negotiate. Balak, looking at him, asked what was going on, because he really managed to talk to the dragon. Looking at him, the guy asked if his comrade had heard the monster's words. Standing in front of him, the swordsman explained that he had only heard a roar. Camilla, approaching from behind, said that she had also only heard a growl. The protagonist's eye lit up when he thought that he was most likely the only one who could hear and understand the monster. The guy used a mana detector, looking at the dragon, and decided to stop it. His eye also sparkled when he said that his forehead was his weak point. The young man opened his eye even wider, saying that the ring under his scales was his weak point. Balak and his ally, looking in different directions, did not immediately understand. Suddenly, the man looked at Camille. She also turned her gaze to him. They stood back to back and the girl said that she would help this time. The man also went to the protagonist. Approaching him, he began to talk about the monster's weak spot. Suddenly, the swordsman grabbed the hilt with both hands. Opening his mouth wide, Balak noted that the guy had better not make a mistake with this weak spot. The girl put 2 fingers forward. Suddenly, the dragon began to be shackled by chains due to the use of the binding skill. Balak suddenly disappeared. The man landed right on the monster's head. A blue aura emanated from him. The hero, smirking, watched what was happening. The swordsman dealt many attacks to the boss's weak spot. The scales in that place were only slightly worn off. Looking at it, the fighter realized that it was more difficult than expected. Gritting his teeth hard, he also understood that he only had one chance, and if he didn't land one good blow, the enemy would be able to break free, and even if he moved, he would have to force him to stop. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind him and asked the man to move. The card in the boy's hand began to disappear. Grinning, the boy took out his blade, as he used the sword garden, which increases the mastery and power of all sword skills to the maximum level. The hero brought the blade to the weak spot. Balak, his mouth open in surprise, began to understand what was happening. The boy held the blade with both hands when the man thought that this was most likely the abstract sword. Frowning, the boy knew that he needed to concentrate. His gaze was directed straight at the weak spot where he needed to make a pinpoint strike. A lot of energy emanated from the sword when he used the abstract sword skill. The tip of the blade was already approaching the dragon's scale. It began to cut through it. The man's eyes widened as he realized that he had managed to pierce him. There was a smile on the boy's face. The tip of the sword was already approaching the ring when the boy received a message that he now had access to divinity. Suddenly, many black lightning bolts appeared around him due to the use of the skill of the power of the god of lightning. Watching what was happening, Balak could not understand anything. Camilla, with her eyes wide open, did not understand what kind of person this was. Black lightning bolts enveloped the blade of the sword. They were approaching the ring. Lightning bolts began to strike it. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the ring. Smiling, the hero said that he had succeeded. The object disintegrated into many fragments. Lightning bolts emanated from the dragon's head when the boy received a message that he had managed to destroy Anvari's ring. Suddenly, the monster fell to the ground. The hero and the swordsman also looked down. The monster's eyes were still red. Suddenly, they took on a normal shade. The sword disappeared from the boy's hand. The 3 of them stood in front of the defeated enemy. Camilla, with her mouth slightly open, asked if the man had used an abstract sword, and the man answered in the affirmative. He opened his eyes wider, trying to understand what kind of lightning he had used. The girl, looking at him, noted that such a skill could not be used without a sword garden and asked how Jaehyun did it. The man exhaled, starting to say something. The protagonist, smiling, looked at the dragon while Balak spoke about how they could not make this man their enemy. Looking up, the guy asked if it was time to hear the full version of that legend, and also added that they did not have much time for this. Looking at him, the boss said that the hand of salvation had finally reached him. Grinning his teeth, Fafnir noted that the boy deserved to be told everything, because he was the man who freed him. The hero, looking at him, listened to the speech about how he would tell him the truth that he wanted to hear, and also that the whole catastrophe began with the visit of some wanderer. Introducing his father, the dragon said that his father was a dwarf magician named Hreidmar, who also had 3 sons, including Fafnir. Introducing an animal, he said that the eldest brother could use magic to turn into an otter and caught fish to feed the family. An image of his home appeared in his head when the dragon said that his brother once did not return home. Remembering the sky on that day when he said that they had been waiting for him for a long time. He also remembered how night fell. Suddenly an image of a certain man appeared in his head, who just then arrived. Remembering his face, the dragon said that the man introduced himself as a wanderer and said that he could not continue his journey at night and therefore asked to stay for the night. He also remembered the skin of the killed animal in the hands of the wanderer, which he offered them for lodging. An image of the otter skin they all knew so well appeared in his head, and they understood why there had been no news from his brother until the night, when he eventually returned home looking like that. He remembered his father crying and telling him that he had shouted the name of his brother, who would never return to them. Remembering the old man again, he told them that since their blood relative had died because of him, he would have to compensate for the damage, and so he would give them as much gold as would fit in that skin. He remembered how that wanderer had waved his staff. He also remembered the image of those falling coins, which the man had apparently conjured. He remembered how they had looked at the mountain of coins that hid the otter skin, and also the ring that had appeared on top. An image of that ring appeared in the dragon's head, which was strangely attractive, and he could not tear his eyes away from it. Closing his eyes, Fafnir explained that the ring had changed everything, including their feelings and even themselves, and added that the boy could see the end of this story right now. Rubbing his chin, the boy said something about the wanderer. Looking at him, the monster explained that Odin was that person, but also noted that the hero was not at all surprised by this fact. Rubbing the back of his head, the protagonist said that too many amazing things had happened lately. The dragon's wings began to evaporate. Looking at this, he explained that his time had come. The monster exhaled, asking permission to ask one question. The hero looked at him when he asked him about who he was. The boy, frowning, turned his head to the side and asked if Fafnir knew about the 3 Norn sisters. The dragon continued to look at him and suddenly began to say something. Introducing the sisters, the protagonist explained that he was the enemy of the evil of the prophecy, who would destroy Asgard. Opening his mouth, the young man said that he was. Fafnir's gaze was still fixed on him. Opening his mouth, he reminded the boy that he had spoken of revenge. Putting his hands in his pockets, the hero answered affirmatively and added that Odin was in his debt, and therefore this revenge must be accomplished. The dragon bared his teeth even more, saying that this was excellent. Looking at the young man, Fafnir noted that he was a little clumsy, but even so he had the right of a god and therefore he could succeed, and added that he also had a gift. Opening his mouth, the young man asked again. The dragon had almost completely disappeared when he said that such a method should help him. Closing his eyes slightly, he said that he hoped that the hero's journey would go smoothly. His eyes almost completely closed. The protagonist stood in front of the place where Fafnir had just been. Looking up, he asked him not to worry, because he would definitely be able to avenge him too. A certain golden glow was directed towards the boy when he received many notifications about the rewards for killing a dragon. Golden rays were directed towards his hand when a notification appeared that the user's god right had been strengthened, and he had also received the title of Dragon Slayer. Suddenly, his eyes widened when a message about a gift from Fafnir appeared. A dragon egg appeared in front of his eyes, carrying a new life. Bright golden rays were still flying towards the boy's palm. The 2 allies had already put away their weapons. Balak, walking next to the girl, noted that everything was over and added that he had too many questions for the hero. Standing behind, he asked about how he was able to use his unique skill. The young man, without turning around, did not say a word. Opening his mouth, he explained that he could not explain in detail, because there was no reason to do so, and added that there was something more important. Opening his mouth, the swordsman asked again. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Turning his gaze to them, he reminded them of silence and activated the subjugation skill. A gate appeared. 3 fighters came out of it. Camilla glanced at the body of one of the people. Balak, turning to her, asked if they were okay. The girl explained that they had all already come out of the coma. Putting her hand on the chest of one of them, the mage added that they were exhausted, and if they left things as they were, they would die. Opening his mouth, the swordsman asked if healing magic would help in this case. Closing her eyes, the girl reminded them that she specialized only in attack magic, and she only knew the basics of healing magic. Looking away, Balak said that it was better than just leaving them like this, and while she was giving them first aid, she would deal with this problem. The hero interrupted him and said that it would be too late later. The guy stood in the middle of the hall. A smile appeared on his face. Bright wings appeared behind him after using the sacrifice skill. Camilla, wide-eyed, could not believe what was happening. Looking at him, she remembered that he was a genius and a magical warrior who excelled in both magic and swordsmanship. The girl on the floor began to heal. A certain man also became covered in a golden glow when Camilla thought about how attacking mages usually cannot use healing magic at such a level. The auction host also began to heal. The mage's eyes widened as she realized that no one had ever done this before. Looking at his wings, she couldn't figure out what kind of image or magic it was. She gasped and noted that sacrifice was a skill unique to the saint and asked him how he used it. With his back to her, the boy reminded her that they weren't supposed to ask anything. Balak frowned, knowing that it was just an unreasonable condition. He imagined the hero with 2 system windows, which represented their agreement that they weren't supposed to ask anything and also not to reveal his identity. The memories of the battle with Fafnir appeared in his mind, and he realized that he had already seen how strong Jaehyun was back then. Standing behind him, Balak also realized that what the world knew wasn't even half of his abilities. The boy looked down. Suddenly, he turned his head. Leaning over one of the people, the protagonist asked if he had regained consciousness. The man said something without opening his eyes. He was able to sit up while the young man explained to him that everything was already in the past, and he just needed to come to his senses. Rubbing his head, the old man listened to his words about having one question for him. The hero, looking at him, asked if the pale-skinned girl had been looking for him some time ago. Squinting, he began to remember something. An image of that girl appeared in his head, and he said that after she appeared, consciousness completely left him. Looking down, the man added that he remembered something else. The protagonist looked at him when he said that when they met, tentacles were sticking out of her body, which then attacked him. Sitting on the floor, the man apologized for not being able to help in any more way. Extending his hand, the boy thanked him. The hero helped the director to stand up. Looking at the young man, the old man asked if they had saved them all. Balak crossed his arms and explained that Jaehyun had saved everyone present. The protagonist didn't understand what he was talking about, looking at him. The director glanced at the guy and realized that he looked like a student and that it was impossible to believe the man's words. The guy looked away from him. Opening his mouth, the director asked if he was the student that had been on the news lately. The young man looked down and answered affirmatively. The man opened his mouth and remained silent. He straightened his jacket. The old man bowed and expressed his sincere gratitude for saving him and the clients. Still standing, he added that he would like to reward them for what they had done. The guy lowered his head slightly. A smirk appeared on his face. Looking at the old man, the young man asked again. One of the hotel rooms appeared. The protagonist glanced to the side. Smiling, he said that apparently his gift had arrived. The guy was holding a box in his hands. Jaehyun put it on the table. Smiling, the young man asked himself if it was worth it. The man, putting his hand on his chest, noted that it was too cheap for saving a life, but in this case, they would take care of the item he won at the auction. Smiling, the boy listened to his words about how if he needed anything else, he just needed to let him know at any time. The young man's face was still smirking. In the box lay the very same transcendent stone. Looking at his ring, the hero received messages about its characteristics. Putting them away, he noted that now his combat capabilities would increase significantly. A notification about a special item appeared in front of him, and it said that this was the problem at the moment. Holding it in front of him, the boy realized that he could not hatch it or carry it with him all the time. Looking at it, the young man did not know what to do to make it hatch. Suddenly, messages appeared next to his face that the egg should absorb magic stones. Squinting, the hero remembered that he had saved a lot of money. Taking the phone in his hand, he decided to buy some of these stones. Bringing it to his ear, the guy introduced himself. Then Yujung's father asked if his daughter was causing trouble. The laboratory where the hero's girlfriend's father worked appeared. Suddenly, he turned around, hearing a call. The man brought the phone to his ear and said hello. Smiling, the scientist asked what happened to the guy, because Yujung was really causing him trouble again, but he answered negatively and added that he had a problem. Smiling, the man said that he could sell him magic stones and asked about the quantity, but when he heard the answer, he did not immediately understand why he needed so many. The conference room of the European Union appeared. Bowing his head, the old man asked if all this was said seriously. Balak, looking at him, answered affirmatively and explained that from that moment on they would stop pursuing the black robe. Suddenly, the leader hit the table. Opening his mouth, he shouted questions about whether he meant that they should turn a blind eye to the ruins incident, because after that the whole world would look at them as fools. Raising his finger, the old man continued to shout something. Opening his mouth, the man explained that he had thought about how to introduce the alliance, and made the best decision, and asked if he needed another reason. The old man, opening his mouth, told him to give another reason, and the other man agreed with him, because how could he make such a decision? Camilla, closing her eyes, explained that even if they attacked him together, they would not be able to stop that person. Opening his mouth, the old man asked again. The mage, opening her eyes, added that even if the entire alliance attacked him, there was no certainty that they would be able to win. She bowed her head. Opening her eyes wide, the girl explained that if they did not want to lose, then they should just stop pursuing that person. There were many boxes of stones in front of the hero. Smiling, the young man noted that he knew that the package would arrive that same day. There were many bright blue stones in the boxes. Suddenly, the boy raised his head, hearing something. Yujong, smiling, said that her parents told her that the hero bought up all the magic stones, and that's why they came to have fun. Coming closer, the young man noted that everything happened as expected and asked if they came to him too suddenly. Looking at them, he noted that they even came in a whole group. His friend, looking at him, explained that she came immediately after hearing the news from her father, because she still wanted to know why he needed so many. Aina, looking away, noted that she was also curious. Hone, looking at him, said that the senior comrades were on some special mission and that was why only they came. He also asked if those who usually make magic tools buy stones. Looking at him, the guy answered affirmatively. Looking at the egg, the young man explained that he found it. Aina, bending down, asked what it was. The hero took the stone in his hand. The stone began to evaporate when touching the egg. Looking at the others, he explained that according to rumors, the hatching time will decrease if the egg absorbs magic stones. Hone, putting his hand to his chin, noted that this is extremely interesting, and the girl added that in this case, it's time for them to get started. The egg began to tremble after the appearance of many messages about what was absorbing stones. Yujong, opening her mouth wide, said that the egg began to vibrate, and Aina noted that apparently someone was starting to hatch from the egg. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on it. The hero opened his eyes wide. Aina, looking at him, also opened her eyes wider. The light also illuminated the faces of the other friends. A small paw appeared from the crack. Suddenly, fragments began to fall down. A certain creature crawled out of the egg. A dragon hatched from it. Yujong, covering her mouth with her hands, said something. Looking at the dragon, the hero received notifications that this pet had inherited the power of Fafnir, who can also reach rank S+ and above. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist could not believe such potential of this dragon. Imagining a certain raider, he understood that only a few raiders in the world have familiars, because they were awakened under the tamer class. Approaching the dragon, the young man also realized that with such a familiar, he could gain popularity among the citizens. Smiling, the guy realized that it was very difficult to master familiars, and it was completely impossible to control them without special skills. Looking at the dragon, he also realized that he could only dream of this. The pet jumped on the hero. Suddenly, someone pulled him away. Yujung, hugging him, asked where such a cute dragon came from. Aina, putting her finger to the pet's nose, asked when Jaehyun managed to learn the taming skill. Turning around, the guy explained that he had not tamed anyone, but simply found an egg in the dungeon. Looking at Hone, he asked why he was standing there, and his friend explained that he did not really like reptiles, because they scared him. Sighing, the young man remembered that his friend was extremely timid, when suddenly he heard his girlfriend scream. Raising him higher, she said that now the pet would be called Jun. Looking at him, she asked if the dragon liked such a name. Looking up, the guy answered for him that he did not like it. Frowning, the girl asked how he could know. The dragon looked down and the young man explained that everything was obvious from him. Taking him in his arms, the protagonist suggested calling him Faf. Aina, looking at what was happening, thought that it was all extremely cute.